Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1, Immortal Sects Assessment, the More Sons More Blessings System, _1. Jiang Country, Qingyun Sect. On the hazy white jade square filled with immortal energy, hundreds of young boys and girls sat cross-legged, motionless. Their eyes were closed tight, faces donned various expressions. Some wore expressions of rage, others were covered in fear, some were ecstatic, while others appeared inconsolably sad. Hiss! Among the crowd, Changsheng groaned softly, his eyes snapped open, and he instinctively clutched his forehead. Deep within his brain, bursts of memory flooded out like a deluge, battering against his mind. With these recollections, Changsheng understood what had happened. He had traveled through time. He'd arrived in a world of fantasy and immortality. But for 18 years he had not awakened the mystery within the womb. Not until today, during the 4th stage of Qingyun Sect's Immortal Sect Assessment, the Trial of Heart, where he awakened his past life's memories. Someone has awakened so quickly, their Dao heart is top-notch. Not far off, several examiners from Qingyun Sect were surprised to see Changsheng awaken. The Trial of Heart is the 4th stage of the Qingyun Sect's assessment, testing one's Dao heart. It is to say, one's state of mind and will. Changsheng, because of the awakening of his past life's memories, was the first to awaken from it. Changsheng, 9th grade spiritual root, 18 years old, such a pity. He only displayed mediocre perseverance in the 2nd stage, yet to have such a Dao heart, strange indeed. With a Dao heart like that, if he had a 7th grade spiritual root, even at 18, he would be considered a decent immortal seedling. A 9th grade spiritual root at that age has limited potential, no matter how resolute the Dao heart, it is of no use. After reviewing Changsheng's information, many people showed signs of regret. Changsheng naturally couldn't hear the Immortal Master's evaluations. He was fully immersed in the sea of his mind. As his memories of his past life awakened, the all-but guaranteed system for transmigrators also accrued. The Multiple Blessings System. As the name implies, the more offspring, the greater the blessings. These blessings don't refer to intangible good fortune but real, tangible benefits. According to the system's information, there are currently 2 benefits. Firstly, there are numerous achievement rewards with regards to offspring. As long as achievements are triggered, the system will grant rewards. Secondly, the spiritual root talent and cultivation level of his offspring will all be multiplied onto him, their father. Moreover, the offspring of his offspring, his descendants' talent and cultivation level will also add to his own. However, it will not add as much as his immediate children's. With every generation, the bonus reduces by 50%. This feels like a child-rearing game, giving birth to children, nurturing them, unlocking achievements, receiving rewards. However, with this system in place, doesn't it mean my spiritual root talent can also improve? As long as my descendants have good talent and high cultivation level, I will soar right alongside them, perhaps even ascend to immortality while lying down. After getting to grasp his system completely, Changsheng's emotions stirred, and he was incredibly excited. In this world, the first step to cultivation is to possess a spiritual root. And spiritual roots are categorized into 9 grades. 9th to 7th grade are considered lower grade. 6th to 4th grade are middle grade. 3rd to 1st grade are high grade. Above 1st grade, there are the earth spirit root, heavenly spiritual root, and other rare mutant spiritual roots. In the first stage of the assessment, the talent test, Changsheng discovered that he had only a 9th grade spiritual root. It was the worst kind of spiritual root. To cultivate immortality was extremely difficult, and his future achievements were limited. But now, with the system, the multiple blessings system, Changsheng felt that his path to becoming an immortal was not so bleak. Just by having many children and cultivating them well, with effort building a large family, he could ascend as the patriarch lying down. Dad. Mom. Don't leave. It's fake, it was just an illusion. Ha ha ha. I did it, I became an immortal. No, this is fake, don't try to fool me. At that moment, the boys and girls on the Trial of Heart gradually woke up. As if they had experienced a nightmare, they cried out, interrupting Changsheng's train of thought. Changsheng, when did you wake up? The few people next to him were surprised to see that Lu Changsheng had already awakened. "I've just woken up a little while ago too," Lu Changsheng replied, taking in the 3 young men and 2 women before him. Hong Yi, 16 years old, 8th grade spiritual root, the son of a marquis. Han Lin, 15 years old, 7th grade spiritual root, born to a blacksmith. Li Feiyu, 18 years old, 7th grade spiritual root, young gang leader of the Crimson Whale Gang. Xiao Xie, 15 years old, 4th grade spiritual root, young lady from a scholarly family. Zhao Qingqing, 16 years old, 6th grade spiritual root, born to a physician. These 5, like him, were all immortal seedlings brought in by the secular branch of the Qingyun sect. On the way, they had come to know each other quite well. However, this familiarity was nothing more than banding together for warmth in an unfamiliar environment. The disparities in the backgrounds of the 5 were too great to allow for much common ground in conversation. Only Han Lin and Lu Changsheng hit it off somewhat better. Since Lu Changsheng came from a farmer's family, he found it easier to talk to Han Lin. "I seem to be the first one to wake up. I wonder if I can enter an immortal sect." Lu Changsheng, watching the others gradually wake up around him, pondered in his heart. Even with a system by his side, he still hoped to be accepted into the Qingyun sect. Because he was merely a common farmer by birth, it was only by a fortuitous chance that he had obtained an opportunity for cultivation and was led to the Qingyun sect's assessment. If he couldn't join the Qingyun sect, pursuing cultivation would be extremely difficult. Cultivation requires wealth, companions, techniques, and land, none of which can be lacking. Wealth needs no explanation. In both the secular world and the cultivation world, money is always of the utmost importance. Companion refers to fellow Taoists, companions. Technique refers to cultivation techniques, the teachings of others. The last, land, refers to the place of cultivation. In ordinary mortal regions, without spirit veins and where spiritual energy is sparse and barren, cultivation progresses very slowly. If one can enter the Qingyun sect, at least in the initial stages, one would have wealth, companions, techniques, and land, all in place. This is why countless people yearn to be accepted into an immortal sect. Those whose names are called, step forward. Before long, as everyone on the inquiry heart stage woke up, an executor from the Qingyun sect floated in the air, took out a jade scroll, and began to announce the list of successful candidates. Zhu San, Xiao Yuan, Han Lin, Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing. Names were called one after another. Those whose names were called were beyond excited, brimming with joy, and full of longing for their future as immortals. Those whose names were not called sank deeper into a heavy mood, fraught with disappointment. "Is that it?" Li Feiyu, seeing the Qingyun sect executor put away the list, showed a face of unwillingness. "How could my name not be on the list?" Hong Yi also bit his lip tightly, his complexion turned pale as he struggled to believe it. Although he possessed an 8th grade spiritual root, he was of noble birth and had previously spent connections and money to facilitate his acceptance. Sigh. Lu Changsheng, seeing that his name was not included, also sighed, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Still, with the system, the blow wasn't too hard to bear. Next to him, some people were crying out loud in distress at this moment. "The rest of you, leave the sect gate immediately," the Qingyun sect executor stated indifferently. Following that, with a sweep of his sleeve, a cloud of auspicious mist appeared beneath the feet of those chosen and they rose up into the clouds and departed. The several hundred remaining all wore bitter expressions and left with reluctance. "Once you step out of this gate, you and I shall lead different lives, between immortals and mortals 2 separate paths unfold." As they left the gates of the Qingyun sect, many voiced their emotions, crying out loud. Failing to be accepted into an immortal sect, even if they embarked on the journey of cultivation, they would only be loose cultivators. Their fates would drastically differ from those of immortal sect disciples. Hong Yi, too, looked regretfully at the Qingyun sect, shrouded in immortal mists and suffused with rosy clouds, sighing continually. Previously on the journey, he had even courted Shi Yu. But now, Shi Yu, having been confirmed to have a 4th grade spiritual root, was successfully accepted into the Qingyun sect while he was eliminated. She instantly became a being he could only long for and not reach. His noble status as a prince no longer mattered before the disciples of an immortal sect. Even Han Lin, whom he had previously looked down upon, and Zhao Qingqing, whom he had thought little of, were now beings he would have to look up to after being admitted into the Qingyun sect. What should I do next? Lu Changsheng glanced once more at the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect, took a deep breath, and pondered the path ahead. Although he had the system with him, it was not simple to exploit it. There was an initial accumulation phase. It required constant marrying and fathering children, then raising and nurturing them. The expenditure of time, money, and effort involved was not a small figure. For him, at this moment, it was rather difficult. Even though he had a spiritual root, he was just an ordinary farmer with nothing to his name. If he couldn't join an immortal sect's power, this spiritual root wouldn't be worth much. Just as everyone was descending the mountain, an elegantly dressed man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a green robe, approached and, observing those leaving, spoke up. Esteemed young friends, the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain is now seeking 20 sons-in-law, offering access to spiritual vein-blessed lands and cultivation manuals. Would anyone be interested? Chapter 2, Have 50 kids in 20 years. I choose to be a live-in son-in-law, _1. Chapter 2, Have 50 kids in 20 years. I choose to be a live-in son-in-law, _1. A marriage proposal. Providing access to a spiritual vein-blessed land and a cultivation manual. Those who had been eliminated and had to leave the mountain stirred with excitement upon hearing the words of the man in green. When Lu Changsheng heard this, his heart was also moved. Through his recent analysis, he concluded that if he could join a cultivation power, it would naturally be the best option. As for the marriage proposal, becoming someone's son-in-law was no big deal. Cultivating, well, it wasn't disgraceful. However, he didn't speak up, opting to wait and observe instead. After all, there were no such things as pies falling from the sky. He didn't know anything about the situation with the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain. Who knew what the specifics behind this marriage proposal were, if it was a mere facade? May I ask, Senior, what are the requirements for your son-in-law? I remember that cultivation families usually don't nurture foreign bloodlines, right? Immediately, someone in the crowd asked. Among those who had been eliminated, there were many offspring of nobles, merchants, and even loose cultivators, who had a certain understanding of the cultivation world. Since my young friend asked, I, Lu, will not conceal it but will speak candidly. In recent years, my Lu family has lost quite a number of its youngsters, leading to a generational gap. That's why we have made this exception to take in sons-in-law to replenish fresh bloodlines. As for the requirements, within 20 years, you must father 50 offspring. If you father one with a middle-grade spiritual root, or 3 with lower-grade spiritual roots, you'll be deemed to have completed the task. During this period, not only will my Lu family provide you with a spiritual vein dojo and cultivation techniques, but you will also receive a certain quota of cultivation resources every month. The man in green said to the crowd, his face gentle and scholarly as he spoke slowly. However, as soon as these words were spoken, many in the audience felt this was not a call for sons-in-law. It was tantamount to looking for breeding pigs, soliciting people for reproduction. After all, heterosexual relations were known to greatly deplete vital energy and essence. For cultivators, even more so. They had been eliminated by Qingyun sect and were already of limited potential. If they were to engage in such activities daily, their prospects in cultivation would probably be very limited, with little hope for significant accomplishments. Lu Changsheng also twitched the corners of his lips slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, fathering 50 children in 20 years seemed somewhat excessive. Even if one were to father one child a year, there wouldn't be 50 in 20 years. It appeared that the Lu family's call for sons-in-law wasn't one-on-one, each candidate might be matched with 3 or 4 wives. However, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed like not something he couldn't accept. Upon further reflection, Lu Changsheng even felt it was quite appealing and appropriate for him. Not only would he have a place for cultivation, but he would also get wives and assistance with raising children. It perfectly resolved the difficulties of his system's initial stage. Moreover, hearing such stringent requirements, Lu Changsheng felt somewhat relieved. If the conditions weren't harsh, how would these eliminated folks like him have a chance to join a cultivation family? Hong Yi, who was beside him, saw a hint of interest on Lu Changsheng's face and spoke. Lu Changsheng, I have heard about the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain. They are a proper cultivation family with a foundation establishment ancestor within their ranks. And indeed, as he said, They fought a large battle with the Chen family of Red Leaf Valley over a spirit stone mine a few years ago, resulting in heavy losses of their young and strong. If you have nowhere else to go, this could be an option for you, Hong Yi said. Previously, he had been haughty and somewhat dismissive of Lu Changsheng, Han Lin, and Zhao Qingqing due to his own status. But now that Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing had entered Qingyun sect while he was eliminated, his pride had all but dissipated, and he started to face reality. He realized that once they embarked on the path to immortality, the gap between princes, generals, merchants, or servants would not be as significant. If Lu Changsheng were to join a cultivation family, even if his future achievements were modest, he would still be another friend and another connection. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Hong. Lu Changsheng said, his remaining anxieties ebbing away after hearing this. He felt becoming a son-in-law of the Lu family was a very sensible choice for the time being. With the system in hand, as long as he could get through the early phase, the sky would be the limit. Right then, Lu Changsheng stepped forward to sign up. Brother Lu, let's do this together. At this moment, Li Feiyu, as if making a difficult decision, spoke up. Brother Li, you want to join the Lu family as well? Hong Yi was somewhat surprised to see Li Feiyu choosing to join the Lu family. Lu Changsheng was of peasant origin, which he could understand. But Li Feiyu came from the Crimson Whale Gang, a sizable faction, and as the vice gang leader, he had decent conditions. Yet, he was willing to become the sort of son-in-law who serves like a breeding partner. Life is but a dream of 100 years, once a chance for cultivation presents itself, it cannot be missed. Li Feiyu said in a deep voice. Insiders knew the state of their own affairs. Although the Crimson Whale Gang was not bad, it wasn't solely his father's decision to make. They also couldn't provide too much wealth for his cultivation. If he were to return, his future might be to take over his father's position as the gang leader and live out an ordinary life. But knowing that he had a spiritual root and could cultivate, he was unwilling to go back. He had once seen his own father kowtow in front of a cultivator. He knew that no matter how high one's status in the secular world, or how advanced one's martial skills, they were nothing but ants in the eyes of a cultivator. So even if it was difficult, as long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, he would strive to pursue it. At least he would have no regrets in the future. Then I wish Brother Li and Brother Lu an auspicious cultivation journey. If there's anything in the future, feel free to send a letter to Rui Marquis Mansion. Hong Yi also understood the reasoning and didn't try to persuade them further, bowing in farewell. Being of noble birth, he would still have some financial resources at home and could continue with his cultivation, so he needn't become a dependent son-in-law. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu came before the men in green clothes, indicating their willingness to join the Lu family. Upon hearing that Lu Changsheng only possessed a 9th-grade spiritual root, the men in green showed a hint of hesitation. Because the better the spiritual root, the greater the probability and higher the grade that the offspring will possess one. However, seeing that Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu were together, and with Li Feiyu having a 7th-grade spiritual root, he still nodded his head. Have you thought this through? Once you go to Qingzhou Mountain, there's no turning back, and you'll need to sign a contract. If you cannot meet the conditions within 20 years, not only will you have to compensate 3 times the resources, but you'll also serve the Lu family for 10 years. The man in green said seriously. We've made our decision. Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. About half an hour later, all 20 sons-in-law were recruited. All were youths with humble backgrounds and no notable connections. Not only those of noble birth could not lower their status to do this, but the men in green clothes also didn't want anyone with a significant background. My name is Lu Yuanding, and I am the patriarch of the Lu family. From now on, you can address me as family head. Now, follow me back to Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Yuanding said to Lu Changsheng and the others. He then took out a golden thread-bordered pouch and opened its mouth. A series of white lights flew out from within, transforming into majestic horses with golden manes and sturdy limbs, the color of bright yellow. Ride horses. Many people were taken aback upon seeing these horses. Previously, an executor from Qingyun sect had simply waved his sleeves, and those selected were mounted on auspicious clouds and flew away. And now, following Lu Yuanding, they could only ride horses. Lu Changsheng also felt that now that they were cultivators, riding horses seemed rather low. These are no ordinary horses. They are spiritual horses bred by the Lu family, able to travel 1,000 miles in a day, and you'll manage even if you don't know how to ride. Seeing the crowd's disappointment, Lu Yuanding explained. He had no other choice. The Lu family was but a small clan. Although they possessed a magic flying boat, it wouldn't be used lightly on normal days. Speaking of flying with others, it was even more out of the question. With his 8th level energy refinement cultivation, even flying on his own would strain his spiritual power during long-distance travel, let alone flying with others. With so many people, riding horses was the most convenient and fastest way. And so, Lu Changsheng and the rest mounted the spiritual horses and left with Lu Yuanding. At the foot of Qingyun Sect's mountain, 5 cultivators from the Lu family were waiting, accompanying them to prevent unexpected events on the road. Chapter 3 Ambushed Midway, The Perilous Cultivation World, _1. Chapter 3 Ambushed Midway, The Perilous Cultivation World, _1. Night had fallen. Lu Yuanding led a group of people to rest outside in the wilderness. And one had to admit, these spiritual steeds were indeed incomparable to ordinary horses. Lu Changsheng didn't know how to ride, but even after a day of travel, he didn't feel very tired. May I ask the Lu family head, how long will it take to reach Qingzhou Mountain? At this moment, a young man inquired. These spiritual steeds can cover 1,000 miles a day. At this pace, it will take just over half a month to reach Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Yuanding answered. 1,000 miles a day. Just over half a month. Hearing these words, everyone exchanged glances with rather unpleasant expressions on their faces. Lu Changsheng was also left somewhat speechless. It was incredibly far indeed. Lu Yuanding seemed oblivious to the grim looks on everyone's faces. He took out a porcelain bottle and said, half a month will pass by quickly. These are fasting pills, after eating one, you will not feel hunger for a month. Come, one for each person. Saying this, he distributed a fasting pill to each person. Lu Changsheng looked at the soybean-sized brown elixir in his hand a few times and, without thinking too much, swallowed it directly. Now that he was on board, he'd have to eat the elixir even if it were poisoned. Moreover, there was no need for the Lu family to harm them. After consuming the fasting pills, during the rest period, several young men began to sit cross-legged to cultivate, clearly already possessing cultivation techniques. Li Feiyu, on the other hand, went to one side to practice martial arts alone. Through earlier conversations, Lu Changsheng learned that Li Feiyu, the young deputy leader of the Crimson Whale gang, was highly skilled in martial arts. Being just 18 years old, he was already considered a top-tier expert in the martial world. After resting for about 3 or 4 hours, the group continued on their way. And so it went. In the monotonous grind of traveling, half a month passed by. Brace yourselves, we're about to arrive at Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Yuanding, riding a spiritual steed on the official road, called out to the listless youths behind him. After half a month of monotonous travel, everyone had become numb, their bodies and minds exhausted. Lu Changsheng appeared listless as well. In his past life, simply sitting in a car for a day left him feeling uncomfortable. Let alone traveling by horse for half a month. Hearing Lu Yuanding's words that they were soon arriving at Qingzhou Mountain, everyone's spirits were visibly lifted. The days of hardship were finally coming to an end. The 5 accompanying cultivators from the Lu family also breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission for venturing out was a family task to ensure the safe homecoming of the immortal seedlings. However, just at that moment, suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several dozen crystalline, sharp ice cones erupted from the ground nearby, shooting towards Lu Changsheng and the others with fierce momentum. No good, we're under attack. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuanding's expression changed drastically, and he shouted in anger. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, fingers spread wide, casting out balls of fire radiating intense heat to intercept the ice cones. Protect the immortal seedlings. The other 5 Lu family cultivators also used their abilities, creating earthen walls and water barriers to shield Lu Changsheng and the rest of the immortal seedlings. However, faced with so many ice cones, 3 immortal seedlings were still pierced through their chests and fell from their spiritual steeds with a thump, lifeless. So this is the cultivation world. Lu Changsheng looked at the horrifying scene, couldn't help swallowing, and his complexion turned slightly pale. He might have been a person from another world, but neither in his previous life nor in this one had he ever witnessed such slaughter. This was his first time. At this moment, he gained a clear understanding of the cruelty of the cultivation world. Ha ha ha, Lu Yuanding, did you think you could take these immortal seedlings back without asking my Qin family? From within the earth, one cultivator after another burst forth. The leader was a tall middle-aged man dressed in a crimson robe. Changsheng, you dare to run rampant within the boundary of Qingzhou Mountain. Seeing the man in the red robe, Lu Yuanding shouted coldly. He naturally recognized the other party. It was their nemesis, the Qin family patriarch of the Red Leaf Valley, from the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain. But he had not expected the latter to dare to launch a sneak attack right at their doorstep. However, it was indeed the best time for the opposition to set an ambush. Everyone was not only exhausted but also had their guard down. While speaking, he quickly burned a yellow talisman in his hand. It was a transmission talisman. Requesting aid from the family. Quick battle, quick decision, kill. Changsheng let out a cold laugh, his lips moving slightly as he clapped his hands forward, bringing forth biting coldness and conjuring sharp ice spikes that flew towards Lu Yuanding. And the 10 cultivators behind him also took action, attacking the immortal seedlings including Lu Changsheng. Their target was not to kill the members of the Lu family, but the immortal seedlings. Boom. 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 The two sides began to clash. The Qin family had the advantage in numbers and therefore had the upper hand. Coupled with the Lu family's need to protect the immortal seedlings, they were at a disadvantage and immediately fell behind. Buffed. Just then, a cyan wind blade shot forth, breaking through the Lu family's defenses and slicing one of the immortal seedlings next to Lu Changsheng in half. Blood splattered and sprayed onto Lu Changsheng, causing his mind to go blank. Be careful. Another wind blade broke through the defenses and shot towards Lu Changsheng. But Li Feiyu, quick-eyed and agile, leapt up and tackled Lu Changsheng to the ground, dodging the attack. Thank you, Brother Li. Lu Changsheng came back to his senses, his heart still racing with fear. If it weren't for Li Feiyu's timely move, the wind blade would have struck him, and he would have undoubtedly died. As a transmigrator with a system, it would have been truly frustrating to die in such a manner. After witnessing the cruelty of this world, Lu Changsheng, although scared, found his desire to cultivate even stronger. In this world where the law of the jungle prevails, without strength, you're nothing but an ant, your life as fragile as a blade of grass. Woo-woo, cultivation is too dangerous, I want to go home. Please, let me go, this has nothing to do with me. Run, staying here is just waiting for death. Seeing the Lu family members at a disadvantage and several immortal seedlings slain, some seedlings begged for mercy while others chose to flee. No sooner had 2 of them left the protection of the Lu family than they were killed by fireballs, wind blades, and ice spikes, deterring anyone else from running. At this moment, Lu Changsheng and the others were like lambs waiting for slaughter, only praying that the Lu family could hold on. Fortunately, before long, sounds of the air being pierced could be heard. Figures flew from Qingzhou Mountain towards them. Go. Realizing that reinforcements from the Lu family had arrived, Changsheng did not hesitate, made a quick decision, and immediately led his people to escape. Daddy, are you all right? At that moment, a woman dressed in a snow-white gown quickly descended from the sky to Lu Yuanding's side. Her voice sounded like a babbling brook, and her face was full of concern. She was delicately beautiful with a slender figure, graceful in every movement. Her white gown fluttered, revealing a small stretch of round, jade-like snow-white legs, resembling a goddess descending to the mortal realm. Causing the immortal seedlings, who had just narrowly escaped death's door, to be lost in trance. Lu Changsheng was no exception. Having experienced the onslaught of beauties in the age of the internet in his previous life, he thought he would not be surprised. But upon seeing the woman in white, he was taken aback by her beauty. Her forehead was like a painting, her eyes deep as autumn waters, her nose high and proud, lips red as rosy dawn, with skin white as jade perfectly embodying dazzling eyes and ivory skin. What moved people most was the temperament of the woman. Ethereal and elegant, like an immortal, she was reminiscent of a snow lotus from the heavenly mountains, standing unworldly and independent. If it weren't for the concern on her face, she would seem an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal realm. If I were to marry into the Lu family and have children with such a woman, I wouldn't mind having 50, no, 100 children, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. But he knew it was impossible. As the daughter of the family head, how could she possibly marry a breeding son-in-law like them? It was a dream that could only be realized in his sleep. Miaoga, father's fine, just drained of spiritual power, said Lu Yuanding, waving his hand to his daughter. Lu Miaoga. The young men engraved the name of this extraordinary and ethereal woman in their hearts. Lu Changsheng also remembered the name. The other arriving members of the Lu family also descended, relieved to find Lu Yuanding and the others mostly unharmed, with only 8 immortal seedlings dead. They didn't take it too heavily to heart. The death of 8 immortal seedlings was regrettable but not something to grieve overly about. After all, the Lu family had not yet invested much in these seedlings. Soon after, the group safely made it to Qingzhou Mountain. Chapter 4, 3 Wives, _1. Chapter 4, 3 Wives, _1. Qingzhou Mountain is not a single mountain but a range filled with crystal clear, translucent green bamboo. Upon entering the mountain, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel that the air was much fresher and more humid. There were streams in the mountain valleys, and colorful birds chirping, with terraced fields on some slopes cultivating grains and vegetables, much like a utopian paradise. The Lu family had built a number of villages and manors throughout these mountains. Lu Changsheng and the group of immortal seedlings were settled in Qingzhou Villa located in the outer periphery. Beneath Qingzhou Villa lies a first-grade spirit vein. From now on, you will live here and focus on your cultivation. Rest assured that as long as you fulfill the previously agreed-upon conditions, you're free to leave the Lu family or stay in the future. Uncle Fu, settle them in. After giving some brief instructions, Lu Yuanding left. I am in charge of Qingzhou Villa, you can call me Uncle Fu. Come with me now, he said. Uncle Fu was an old man with gray hair and a slightly stooped body. After introducing himself, he led everyone to go through the formalities, and also introduced them to various aspects of Qingzhou Villa. Qingzhou Villa was vast, home not only to them but also to the Lu family's own immortal seedlings who were cultivating there. However, they were mostly collateral family members with average talent. If anyone had exceptional talent, they would usually reside in the core area of Qingzhou Mountain, where the concentration of spiritual energy was much thicker due to a second-grade spirit vein. Along the way, the group saw many Lu family disciples. These people also looked at Lu Changsheng and the others curiously, as if watching monkeys, with a hint of disdain and arrogance in their eyes. Regarding this, Lu Changsheng was quite calm. To put it nicely, they were sons-in-law who had married into the family from different ethnic groups. To put it unpleasantly, they were here to breed. However, through observation, he could tell that the Lu family's disciples, both male and female, were quite good-looking. This made him somewhat relieved about the subsequent breeding part. After all, who didn't hope for a good-looking partner when coming to be a son-in-law and have kids? Lu Changsheng admitted he was quite superficial. An hour later. Under Uncle Fu's arrangements, Lu Changsheng and the others signed the marital contracts, processed their identity plaques, received cultivation techniques, and were allocated living quarters. The living space was a separate courtyard covering nearly 200 square meters, replete with pavilions, terraces, and towers. It was fully equipped. Lu Changsheng sat on the large bed in his room and took out the cultivation technique. Return to origin technique. Upon opening the technique manual, an image of a man in a gray robe appeared, demonstrating poses, and began explaining in detail how to cultivate. Worthy of being a cultivation method, it even has video functionality. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but admire the manual in his hands for a few moments. He couldn't figure out how the book projected the image and produced sound but found it quite magical. Following the guidance of the figure in the manual, he began to try cultivating. After attempting for a long time, Lu Changsheng finally entered the right state. His mental spirit became lucid, sensing the wisps and strands of colorful spiritual energy around him. Knowing he had completed the first step, sensing the spiritual energy, he then tried to draw the energy into his body. Under his control, the spiritual energy slowly converged towards him, entering his body through the pores all over his skin. This process was very slow, and once the spiritual energy entered the body, it had to circulate a full cycle before a strand of it could remain in the Dantian Qi. While the spiritual energy circulated, it also nourished the body's flesh, veins, and bones, slowly expelling impurities from the body and thus performing a marrow cleansing. The night passed. So, this is what having a 9th grade spiritual root is like. At this rate, breaking through to the first level of qi refinement will take ages. Looking at the faint trace of cool aura in his Dantian qi si, Lu Changsheng gave a wry smile. And this was while cultivating in a place with a spirit vein. Without a spirit vein, the process would have been even slower. At that moment, Lu Changsheng gained a profound understanding of the difficulties of cultivation. Sigh. Looks like I have to rely on the system, Lu Changsheng exhaled deeply. Knowing that relying solely on his own efforts to cultivate was simply unrealistic, the only option left was to depend on the system. I wonder when the Lu family will arrange a wife for me. Lu Changsheng thought. Ding ding ding. It was at that moment the bells in the courtyard rang out. Someone had come. Lu Changsheng left his room and opened the courtyard door. Lu Changsheng, the Lu family has already organized a reception banquet to welcome and cleanse the dust of travel for you. Follow me, Uncle Fu spoke from the doorway. Behind him were the other immortal seedlings. A welcome reception. Hearing about this welcome reception, Lu Changsheng had a hunch and nodded, all right. Then, Uncle Fu gathered all 12 immortal seedlings and took them to a spacious and elegant hall within Qingzhou Villa. There was no one else inside, only 12 seats were arranged, adorned with fine wines and delicacies. After everyone took their seats, it was not long before a stream of graceful and enchanting young ladies entered one by one, proceeding into the hall. Indeed. Seeing these ladies, Lu Changsheng immediately knew his guess was right. This welcoming feast, intended to cleanse away the dust of travel, was meant for breeding arrangements. The women entering the hall numbered 50 or 60, all of them pleasant to look at. Although none were as stunning as Lu Miaoge, there were still many beauties, comparable to some online celebrities from his previous life. These women had clearly made an effort to dress up, each bearing a unique style. Some had a petite build, with a cute appearance. Some wore simple makeup, gentle and graceful. Some had brows like sharp swords, dressed in vigorous attire, their demeanor spirited and bold. Some were dressed in ornate court attire with their hair coiled up, dignified and elegant. There were also those with ice-cold faces, like icebergs, their figures graceful, seductive and alluring, dressed in diaphanous gauzy fabrics, with long legs and high heels, beguiling and tempting. One could say, with so many types available, there was bound to be one to stir your heart. This gesture, quite impressive indeed. Amazed by the bevy of beauties before him, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but praise inwardly. He felt that the Lu family was indeed generous in this regard, no two ways about it. They truly were a proper cultivation family. All these ladies are outstanding women from our Qingzhou Lu family secular branches, not only literate and well-mannered but also virtuous and wise, and well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, all of them pure. Today, they will provide a warm reception for the gentleman. You may choose the one you favor, and this old man will arrange the wedding for you, Uncle Fu said. After he finished speaking, he left the hall, leaving only Lu Changsheng and the other 11 with the multitude of Lu family women. There was no need for Lu Changsheng and the others to take the initiative, the women approached their seats on their own. Although they were secular women from the Lu family, most were descendants of cultivators. Coming here was a matter of personal choice, without any coercion involved. The women hoped to select desirable immortal seedlings, bear children with spiritual roots, and thus, benefit from association with their offspring. Therefore, in this welcoming and dust-cleansing feast, the women generally had more say in the matter. In this life, Lu Changsheng had the background of a peasant, and in terms of appearance, he was quite plain. With his 9th-grade spiritual root, only 3 women approached him. He didn't mind this and simply embraced all 3 of them. One must learn to be content. Having 3 was fairly good. Moreover, all 3 young ladies were quite attractive. One was pure and lovely with a playful personality. Another was innocent and charming, giving off a sense of both purity and desire. And the third was gentle in appearance, graceful in character, exuding an air of a well-bred young lady. The first 2 girls looked somewhat similar in features, likely sisters. That would do. In his previous life, if he could have had 3 wives like these, his ancestors would have been bursting with pride. In contrast to Lu Changsheng's initiative, the other 11 were much more resistant. For instance, Li Feiyu, with his handsome and valiant appearance along with a 7th-grade spiritual root, had 7 ladies approach him. However, he only chose 1 lady of exquisite beauty, sending the others away. The reception feast concluded. Everyone had made their chosen one selections. Aside from Lu Changsheng, who chose 3, the others only selected 1 or 2. They still had aspirations for cultivation. It was simply because of the contract they signed with the Lu family that they temporarily chose 1 for the sake of formality. They hoped that once their cultivation reached a certain success, they would be able to change their status. Afterward, under Uncle Fu's arrangements, the 12 held a simple wedding banquet that very day. The wedding was kept simple, and once the formalities were completed, it was time for the bridal chamber. My lady. Husband X3. In the bridal chamber, Lu Changsheng gazed at the 3 charmingly alluring ladies in front of him and drew the bed curtains closed. This year, Lu Changsheng was 18 and had taken 3 wives. The gentle and well-bred one was named Lu Lanshu. The pure yet charming one was named Lu Zier. The pure and lovely one was named Lu Qinger. They were sisters. Chapter 5, Becoming a Dad, _1. Chapter 5, Becoming a Dad, _1. Half a month later. Lu Changsheng, you've done well. Not only have you married 3 women from our Lu family, but within half a month, you've also gotten Lanshu pregnant. Our Lu family always clearly delineates rewards and punishments. Naturally, we won't shortchange you. Here are your rewards. A lower grade flying sword. A Qingzhou vestment robe. A bottle of yellow dragon elixir. 100 caddies of spirit rice. Within a grand hall of Qingzhou Villa, Lu Yuanding said to Lu Changsheng. It had already been half a month since Lu Changsheng's wedding day. Knowing his own cultivation had limited effects, Lu Changsheng didn't cultivate much in the past half-month, focusing all his energy on creating offspring. His efforts were not in vain. Among his 3 wives, Lu Lanshu was found to be pregnant. Upon hearing this news, Lu Changsheng was extremely happy and excited inside. Whether in his past life or this one, this was the first time he was going to be a father. Even if the birth of this child was mixed with many utilitarian motives, the joy was heartfelt. The moment he knew he was to be a father, he had already thought of the child's name. If it was a boy, he would be called Ping'an; if a girl, she would be called Sheila. He wished for his child to live in peace and joy. When the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yuanding, heard this news, he went personally to Qingzhou Villa to commend Lu Changsheng and bestowed upon him generous rewards. A lower-grade magical instrument was worth 50 spirit stones. A vestment robe was worth 30 spirit stones. 100 caddies of spirit rice were worth 10 spirit stones. A bottle of yellow dragon elixir was worth 10 spirit stones. That is to say, the rewards given to Lu Changsheng were equivalent to 100 spirit stones worth of resources. Other immortal seedlings, upon hearing these rewards, turned red with envy. They looked at Lu Changsheng with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. To know, for their cultivation in the Lu family, the family provided only 2 spirit stones and 10 caddies of spirit rice per month. Now, the rewards given to Lu Changsheng were almost the equivalent of 3 years' worth of their resources. Just for being the first to produce a child, he received 3 years' resources. This made their back teeth nearly shatter with frustration. Many thanks to the family head. Lu Changsheng, too, wore a face full of joy as he respectfully expressed his thanks. He hadn't expected that being the first to produce a child would come with such rewards. However, he understood that this was Lu Yuanding's way of stimulating others, spurring them to quickly produce offspring as well. Hee, you've earned this. Our Lu family never mistreats anyone. For all who beget children, the family head has rewards as well. And if anyone is the first to produce a child with a spiritual root, the family head will give even greater rewards. Lu Yuanding surveyed the crowd as he spoke. At these words, everyone felt somewhat pressured, thinking about hastening home to create offspring. Even Li Feiyu was somewhat tempted. Subsequently, when others bore children, the reward was only a bottle of yellow dragon elixir and 10 caddies of spirit rice, which couldn't compare to Lu Changsheng's initial reward at all. Another month passed, and Lu Changsheng's wife, Lu Qinger, also became pregnant. For the second pregnancy, the family did not give any additional rewards. If rewards were given for each child produced, the Lu family would have been emptied out long ago. Then more than half a month later, Lu Changsheng's third wife, Lu Zier, was also found to be pregnant. In a little over 2 months since entering the Lu family, Lu Changsheng had managed to get all 3 wives pregnant, leaving the other immortal seedlings speechless, wondering if this man didn't need to cultivate at all. Was he that desperate? This was not just due to Lu Changsheng's own tireless efforts but also because he had been calculating their ovulation periods, and with the help of the pregnancy tonic provided by the Lu family, he maximized the chances of conception. Overall, Lu Changsheng could say with a clear conscience that he had put in his best effort. After all 3 women became pregnant, Lu Changsheng also began to cultivate with a quieted heart. Because all 3 wives were pregnant, Uncle Fu sent 2 maids to serve and take care of the daily life of Lu Changsheng's family. These 2 maids had fair skin and beautiful figures. It was obvious that they were not sent just to serve daily needs. Evidently, seeing his aptitude for reproducing, the Lu family had sent them to encourage more breeding from him. For these 2 maids, Lu Changsheng had no immediate plans. He wanted to have many children, but these things should not be rushed. Slow and steady was the proper course. Constant toil really was harmful to the body. Before starting his cultivation, doing it many times just made him feel a bit drained. But after beginning cultivation, Lu Changsheng was able to perceive clearly that his vital essence was depleting, affecting not only his physical state but also his cultivation speed, requiring time to recover. This was also why other immortal seedlings were unwilling to recklessly have children. It really would lead to their own ruin. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. I finally made a breakthrough to the first level of qi refinement. Inside the practice room, wearing a Qingzhu vestment robe and sitting cross-legged, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of foul air, his face full of joy. It had been almost 10 months since he came to the Lu family. He had finally completed the process of drawing qi into his body and had broken through to the first level of qi refinement. He had officially become a cultivator. This speed was naturally not fast. But it wasn't very slow either. After all, when he first arrived at the Lu family, he had spent a considerable amount of time having children. There are 9 levels in the qi refinement realm, and the first 3 levels aren't difficult. As long as one persists in cultivation, success will come naturally. Lu Changsheng was able to achieve the speed of breakthrough thanks largely to that bottle of yellow dragon elixir, which saved him several months of hard cultivation. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng estimated he would need another 2 or 3 months to break through to the first level of qi refinement. This also made him realize the importance of financial resources in cultivation. During this period of more than half a year, apart from cultivating, he also tended to other matters. He took the 2 maids sent by Uncle Fu as concubines, and they successfully conceived. In response to this, Uncle Fu sent over 2 more maids with decent appearances. And to reward him, he increased his monthly allowance to 3 spirit stones and 20 jin of spirit rice. Lan Shu must be about to give birth too. Lu Changsheng stood up and adjusted his Qingzhu robe slightly. Although this robe wasn't a magic artifact, it was still quite extraordinary. Once worn, it could automatically adjust in size, always fit perfectly, and had the effects of resisting extreme temperatures and repelling dust. After coming out of retreat, Lu Changsheng spent time with his wives and concubines for a while, then went to visit Li Feiyu's home to catch up on old times. Among all the immortal seedlings who came to the Lu family, he was only on friendly terms with Li Feiyu. Not only because the 2 met at the beginning, but also because Li Feiyu had saved his life on the way to Qingzhu Mountain previously. Through such prolonged contact, Lu Changsheng had learned that although Li Feiyu was reticent, he could be considered a cold-faced but warm-hearted person, worthy of deep friendship. Another half-month later. Don't be nervous, sister-in-law's life here at Qingzhu Villa is nurtured by spiritual energy, her physique is robust, giving birth to a child will not be dangerous. Moreover, there's a cultivator to assist the childbirth, so rest assured. Outside the room, as Lu Changsheng listened to Lu Lanchu's wailing inside, his fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly, Li Feiyu offered comforting words beside him. I'm not nervous, I'm just excited, happy. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath in and out, as he spoke. But his eyes and thoughts were unsettled, clearly revealing his stubborn front. Have you thought of a name for the child? Li Feiyu asked. Although the child would be raised in the Lu family after birth, as the father, he still had the right to name the child. As for the surname, Lu Changsheng shared the same surname as the Lu family, so there was no need to worry about the surname issue anymore. I've thought about it, if it's a boy, he'll be named Ping'an, and if it's a girl, Sheila. Lu Changsheng replied offhandedly, his thoughts still unsettled. Soon after, a clear and loud cry of a baby emerged from the room, startling Lu Changsheng. And just at that moment, a system notification sound abruptly resounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host on the birth of your first offspring, you've earned one lottery draw chance. Ah! A lottery. Lu Changsheng, hearing this system notification, was momentarily stunned. He quickly realized that this was the offspring achievement reward from the system. He did not have access to view this achievement, he could only explore it himself. Without looking at the system lottery, Lu Changsheng watched the delivery room with concern. After a short while, the door opened. A woman, carrying a bundled up, rosy, and wrinkled infant, stepped out of the room. Congratulations, sir, it's a young master. Lu Changsheng reached out to hold the baby, looking at his wrinkled, ruddy face and big bright eyes, his face revealing a smile that came from the depths of his heart. From today onwards, your name will be Lu Ping'an. My son. Chapter 6, The 100 Arts of Cultivation, Talisman Making, _1. Chapter 6, The 100 Arts of Cultivation, Talisman Making, _1. Lan Shu, you've worked hard. Lu Changsheng, holding the baby, entered the room and saw Lu Lanshu lying on the bed. He sat beside her and gently took her hand. Although the two of them were bound by a marriage of convenience, with no foundation of feelings. It is said that love grows over time. Having spent so much time together, especially now that the child had been born, naturally, some feelings had developed. Husband. Lu Lanshu's pale face showed a touch of a smile as she weakly called out. Don't move, just rest well. Lu Changsheng's voice was soft. Holding the child and looking at his wife, at that moment, he felt a sense of happiness in his heart. He thought it would be quite nice to continue like this forever. But he remembered the assassination by the Chen family while on the way to Qingzhou Mountain. The cruel law of the survival of the fittest in this world. Lu Changsheng knew that happiness also needed the protection of strength. Without even looking far, without strength, once he left the Lu family, even his child would not be his. And more importantly, having the fortune to traverse to such a world, with the destiny of cultivation and a system beside him, he wasn't content with a mediocre and ordinary life. Seeing the weak appearance of Lu Lanshu and knowing she needed rest, Lu Changsheng did not talk much. He told her to rest well and handed the baby over to a woman standing by. It wasn't because the baby had to be given to the Lu family right after birth, but because he didn't know how to take care of an infant, so he let the woman look after it. As for the child's spiritual root, it would not manifest until they were 5 or 6 years old, so it could not be tested now. After leaving the birthing room, Lu Changsheng returned to his own room and silently called out. System, I want to draw a lottery. Immediately, a pale red virtual lottery wheel appeared before his eyes. It was divided into 7 areas: cultivation technique, skills, pet beasts, elixir medicines, magical treasures, and others. It's quite comprehensive. Lu Changsheng looked at the items available for the draw, his face showing delight. The only caveat was that the lottery wheel looked a bit like the roulette from the money-grabbing games of the Penguin Corporation from his previous life. It made him feel unreliable, somewhat panicky. Can good things really come out of this? And besides, the lottery in his previous life depended on spending money, but this life's lottery depended on spending vitality. It felt rather strange to him. Forget it, consider this lottery as the system's gift money. Lu Changsheng didn't overthink and silently said. Start the lottery. At once, a golden light began to spin on the pale red wheel. After 5 seconds, the wheel slowed down, and under Lu Changsheng's hopeful gaze, the golden light stopped on skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a second-rank talisman-making skill. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A talisman-shaped light cluster emerged from the big wheel, accompanied by the sound of the system's voice. With a slight movement of his mind, Lu Changsheng saw a talisman-shaped light cluster in the system space, with information appearing on it. Second-rank talisman-making skill. Upon use, you can directly comprehend second-rank full-level talisman-making skill and the corresponding complete collection of talismans. Directly obtained second-rank full-level talisman-making skill. System, I apologize, I admit I was a bit narrow-minded at the start, carrying some bias. When Lu Changsheng saw the information, his expression was full of surprise. He hadn't expected to get something this good on his first try at the lottery. Having been in the Liu family for a while now, he hadn't just focused on having a child and practicing cultivation. He had also enriched himself by learning many things about the cultivation world. He knew how precious the second-rank talisman-making skill was and its value. Just like in the secular world, cultivators also had many professions and skills. For example, alchemy, artifact refining, talisman making, formation, beast taming, gardening, medicinal cooking, spirit identification, mining, and so on. In his previous life, there was a saying that if you have a skill, you will not starve wherever you go. It applies just the same for cultivators. Moreover, not only will you not starve, but you will also be in high demand, esteemed wherever you go. Because the entry threshold for a cultivator's skills is much higher, it's not something you can learn just because you want to, nor can everyone master it. It depends greatly on talent and wealth. Among all skills, formation, alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman making are especially popular. Second-rank talisman making corresponds to the talismans of the foundation establishment stage, which is above chi refinement. With this skill, he could completely become an honored guest, a guest elder, in various families and powers. Without further thought, Liu Changsheng mentally activated the second-rank talisman-making skill in the system space. In an instant, a surge of knowledge rushed into his mind. Introduction to talismans. Complete collection of basic talismans. Complete collection of first-rank talismans. Complete collection of second-rank talismans. The great art of talisman making. How talismans are made. Talisman making, from beginner to grave. After a while, Liu Changsheng's mind was filled with numerous pieces of knowledge about talismans. He also felt as if he had been drawing and making talismans for dozens of years. He quickly approached his desk, picked up a writing brush, and sketched out a mysterious and complex talisman figure on a piece of paper with fluid grace, as if dragons and snakes were racing across the clouds. This feeling is simply marvelous. It's as if I've been practicing calligraphy and writing for several decades. There's not the slightest bit of stiffness or unfamiliarity. Indeed, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be a fine product. Looking at the talisman on the paper, Liu Changsheng's face showed a surprised and delighted expression. He wasn't scribbling aimlessly. That was the talisman for a lower-grade first-rank fireball talisman. It was just that, since he hadn't used a talisman brush, talisman paper, spirit ink, or spiritual power, it didn't become an actual talisman. He couldn't quite explain this drawing process himself. It was like eating and drinking water, something he had done countless times before, that had already become muscle memory. With second-rank talisman-making skills, even if I leave the Liu family, I'll be able to stand on my own 2 feet. No worries about not being able to get a wife or support a wife and children. Liu Changsheng took a deep breath, his emotions excited and exuberant. However, after a moment, he frowned. But right now, I can't reveal these second-rank talisman-making skills. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it, and it may even bring trouble. An innocent man incurs blame by possessing a gem. A son-in-law who was eliminated by the immortal sects and has only just started on cultivation, suddenly mastering talisman making will definitely give rise to suspicions and invite trouble. Besides, he was currently a son-in-law living at the Liu family's expense. If he revealed his talisman making skills, who knows what attitude the Liu family would take. They might go from using him as a breeding partner to treating him as a talisman making tool. I can't rush it. I need to take things slowly. First, I'll buy a set of talisman-making tools and materials to practice making talismans. Then I'll gradually reveal my talent for making talismans at the Liu family, eventually revealing my first and second-rank talisman master skills in a logical progression. That way, it won't arouse suspicion. Maybe even for my talent in making talismans, the Liu family will value me more, and my status will rise. Liu Changsheng took a deep breath and after pondering for a while, he made up his mind. Now seeing the effect of the system and possessing second-rank talisman-making skills, he felt more confident about this world and his future. He knew that as long as he was careful, had more children, and caused less trouble, even if he didn't become immortal or an ancestor, his achievements in the future would not be too bad. The next morning, Liu Changsheng went out and took out the magic flying sword that Liu Yuanding had rewarded him with before, and headed towards the 100 Treasures Pavilion in Qingzhou Villa. The 100 Treasures Pavilion was akin to a department store. They sold all sorts of things such as magic artifacts, elixir medicines, talismans, spirit rice, spirit vegetables, demon beast meat, and everyday items. Every month, Changsheng would use the spirit stones he received to buy demon beast meat and spirit vegetables from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Elixir medicines were effective but too expensive. For someone as poor as him, eating spirit vegetables and demon beast meat was more cost-effective. Today, he came to the 100 Treasures Pavilion intending to purchase a set of talisman-making tools and materials. As for the flying sword, he was out of money and planned to sell it for cash. "Shopkeeper, do you sell talisman pens, talisman paper, and spirit ink for making talismans here?" Upon arriving at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Changsheng asked the shopkeeper, who was lounging on a recliner. "What do you need these items for?" The shopkeeper was a gray-haired old man and also a cultivator. "I want to learn talisman making, so I plan to buy some materials to give it a try." Changsheng replied. "Learn talisman making." The old man appeared to hear a joke and couldn't help laughing. Looking at Changsheng, he said, "Do you know how difficult it is to learn talisman making?" There weren't many cultivators in Changsheng Villa, only about 100 or so, and he knew most of them. Changsheng, being a son-in-law who had fathered 5 children in 1 year, had gained some notoriety in Changsheng Villa, leaving a relatively deep impression on the shopkeeper. "I don't know, but my talent is limited. Continuing to cultivate like this, I can basically see my limits. So, I might as well try learning a craft." Changsheng shook his head, smiling wryly. He had prepared all these excuses the night before. "Hey, it's good that you have this thought, but I advise you not to waste your money. Any newcomer who wants to learn talisman making is likely to fail 100 times when they start, and if they have poor aptitude, even failing a few hundred times isn't surprising. That's still for the same talisman. If you try making a different talisman, although it gets somewhat easier, the failure rate is still shockingly high. For a novice to become an elementary talisman master, it requires thousands upon thousands of attempts. Think about the costs involved for yourself." The shopkeeper, seeing that Changsheng was diligent in the Lu family, having made 5 women pregnant within a year, meant well with his advice. Chapter 7 Talisman Making, _1. Chapter 7, Talisman Making, _1. Changsheng, upon hearing this, was also somewhat surprised. Although he had acquired second-grade talisman-making skills through the system, he was truly unaware of the specific difficulties involved in talisman making. He had just realized that making talismans was much harder than he had imagined. For a rookie, it took tens of thousands of practice attempts just to get started and become an elementary talisman master. This elementary talisman master refers to a first-grade talisman master of inferior quality. First-grade talisman masters are categorized based on the talismans they can draw into first-grade talisman masters of inferior quality, middle grade, superior grade, and a top-level talisman master. Second-grade talisman masters are also classified the same way. Changsheng, having obtained second-grade talisman-making skills, was at full mastery of the second grade. That is, a top-level second-grade talisman master. For a newbie to elevate their talisman-making skills to the second grade, the time, effort, and money spent are simply immeasurable. Even dedicating a lifetime of effort might not be enough to achieve it. At this moment, Changsheng felt that his second-grade talisman-making skill was far more precious than he had imagined. "Shopkeeper, I still want to give it a try," Changsheng said with a determined look on his face. No matter how difficult it was, what did it have to do with him? The harder it was to become a talisman master, the more valuable this skill would be. "All right, since you insist on buying, how could I refuse to sell to you?" Seeing that Changsheng was persistent, the shopkeeper did not try to persuade him further. To give advice was already a kind gesture from him. "You know young people, they won't stop until they hit the south wall. A regular wolf hair talisman brush, 20 spirit stones each, can be used approximately 200 times. First-grade regular talisman paper, 1 spirit stone for a pack of 10 sheets. First-grade regular spiritual ink, 1 spirit stone per box, can be used about 50 times. The shopkeeper quoted the prices. Upon hearing this, Changsheng nodded and took out his flying sword, saying, "Shopkeeper, would you please appraise this flying sword for me? Is this the one the family had rewarded you with?" The shopkeeper was somewhat surprised, having not expected that Lu Changsheng would sell his flying sword just to make talismans. But then again, as a man who had married into the family, where else would he get the money if not by selling the flying sword? Indeed. Lu Changsheng nodded. For this flying sword, I won't shortchange you, 50 spirit stones. The shopkeeper stretched out a hand. Deal. Then, please give me a wolf hair talisman brush, 10 packs of talisman paper, and 2 boxes of spiritual ink. Lu Changsheng said, nodding and placing the flying sword on the counter. The shopkeeper indeed did not underquote him. If sold elsewhere, the flying sword would fetch just a few more spirit stones. Considering that Lu Lanchu had given birth and Lu Zier and Lu Qing'er were also about to give birth, Lu Changsheng added, please also give me 1 gene each of ginseng, licorice, angelica, Solomon's seal, and goji berries. These were medicinal herbs grown by the Lu family themselves, categorized as spirit plants, with the effect of nourishing the primordial spirit and replenishing energy. Alright, that comes to a total of 37 spirit stones. I'll give you 13 spirit stones as change. The shopkeeper said as he put away the flying sword, took out the items Lu Changsheng had requested, and gave him 13 spirit stones. Thank you, shopkeeper. Lu Changsheng expressed his gratitude and left with his purchases. Inside the study, Lu Changsheng neatly arranged his entire set of talisman brushes, talisman paper, and spiritual ink on the desk. Beside them, there were also copies of Introduction to Talismans and Complete Collection of Basic Talismans. The skill information given by the system included many kinds of talismans. But to put on an act, it must be thorough. It couldn't be that he became a talisman master without ever looking at a book, right? That would be a bit unreasonable. So, for the sake of caution, Lu Changsheng decided to put on an act and made a trip to the Lu family's library, spending 1 spirit stone to borrow 2 books about talismans. The materials for making 100 talismans cost about 22 spirit stones. A first-grade inferior quality basic talisman can be sold for 1 to 2 spirit stones. If all are made into talismans, the lowest profit would be 5-fold, and at most, it could be 10-fold. If all can be made into first-grade middle-grade talismans, then the profit could go up to over 20-fold. TSK, such high profit indeed. My talisman making belongs to full mastery at 2nd grade, so to draw all these materials into first-grade middle-grade talismans will be a piece of cake. Lu Changsheng skillfully ground and mixed the spirit ink, calculating in his mind. Different grades of talismans required different materials. The wolf hair talisman brush he had bought was the most common type, suitable for beginners to use, and could only be used to draw basic talismans and lower and middle-grade first-grade talismans. It wasn't entirely true that it couldn't be used to draw upper-grade and supreme first-grade talismans. It just greatly affected the success rate of the talisman, and the brush was prone to wear and tear, leading to its disposal. Generally, a talisman master who could draw middle, upper, and supreme first-grade talismans wouldn't care about this amount of money. They would always try to buy the best materials and tools to increase their success rate in making talismans. Similarly, the talisman paper and spirit ink were also divided into ordinary, advanced level, and supreme, 3 grades. The ordinary kind was at most used for drawing middle-grade first-grade talismans. The advanced level was suitable for drawing middle and upper-grade first-grade talismans. The supreme kind was suitable for drawing upper-grade and supreme first-grade talismans. After grinding and mixing the ink, Lu Changsheng laid out the talisman paper, took the talisman brush in hand, took 2 deep breaths to calm his mental spirit, and began to try making talismans. If he were a beginner, he would also have to bathe and change into new clothes and perform rituals like adjusting his body, mind, and breath, among others. But Lu Changsheng was experienced, and these practices were already second nature to him, so naturally, he did not need them. He dipped the talisman brush into the ink. Afterward, spiritual power surged from inside his body to his palm, through to the talisman brush in his hand, and then to the tip of the brush, making the tip soaked in spirit ink emit a faint luminescence. As the tip touched the blank talisman paper, he began to move it swiftly and boldly, splashing the ink with great fluency. The whole process was smooth and uninterrupted, without a moment's delay. Lu Changsheng lifted his hand. One could see a layer of light emerge on the talisman paper on the table, emanating faint fluctuations of spiritual energy, which quickly solidified the spirit ink. After a short while, the spirit ink solidified, the light on the talisman paper circulated and then gradually dimmed, disappearing from sight. A lower grade first grade talisman, the Flame Bullet Talisman, was complete. Who? Seeing this scene, Changsheng also let out a long breath and a smile appeared on his lips. Acquiring related skills was one thing, but successfully making a talisman himself was another. Making talismans really depletes spiritual power. With my level of chi refinement, I can at most draw 2 or 3 lower grade first grade talismans. If I were to draw a middle grade first grade talisman, I reckon I could only manage one at most. Changsheng examined the flame bullet talisman he held in his hands closely. By injecting a trace of spiritual power, one could activate the talisman, releasing a fire bullet. As for its power, it was about the same as the flame bullet technique of the third level energy refinement. This was the formidable aspect of talismans. Changsheng, only at the first level of chi refinement, would deplete all his spiritual power using a single flame bullet technique. But with that same amount of spiritual power, he could draw 2 or 3 talismans with the power of the flame bullet technique at the third level of energy refinement. Straight away, Changsheng drew another featherweight talisman and rejuvenation insignia. Both were lower grade first grade talismans. Feeling that continuing to draw would not only deplete his spiritual power but also tire his mental spirit, Changsheng stored the 3 talismans away and began to sit in meditation to cultivate. The next day, Changsheng opened his eyes. After sitting in meditation all night, his spiritual power and energy had fully recovered. Perhaps the act of drawing talismans the previous day had consumed his spiritual power and mental spirit to some extent, making the cultivation last night more effective than usual. Talisman making depletes spiritual power and spirit, yet it seems to slightly assist cultivation. Changsheng was somewhat surprised. But he didn't pay too much attention to this slight effect. He came to the desk, picked up the wolf hair talisman brush, and prepared to try drawing a middle grade first grade talisman. Without hesitation, he dipped the brush in ink and began to draw. The touch of the brush emitted a faint spiritual light, wildly scribbling on the talisman paper, flowing smoothly and successfully, without any mishap. However, the moment he finished the stroke, sweat appeared on Changsheng's forehead, his face turned pale, and he looked completely drained, slumping back into the chair behind him. After a long while, Changsheng let out a long breath, sat up, and picked up the talisman from the table. A middle grade first grade talisman, the golden light insignia. Once activated, it released a layer of golden light to protect oneself, capable of withstanding a strike from the 6th level of energy refinement. Right now, a middle grade first grade talisman is still a bit strenuous for me, Changsheng thought, as he stored and hid the talisman away. In the days that followed, besides cultivating, he also took up making talismans. Almost every day, he drew 2 or 3 lower grade first grade talismans. Or 1 middle grade first grade talisman. He kept all these talismans hidden in the cupboard in his study, to be taken out when the opportunity arose. Chapter 8, Both Sons and Daughters, Talents Revealed, _1. Chapter 8, Both Sons and Daughters, Talents Revealed, _1. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Changsheng's wife, Qinger, gave birth as well. It was a son. This time, the system did not appear to grant any reward. Having tasted the sweetness of the system's rewards, Changsheng felt somewhat disappointed. However, upon reflection, it seemed normal, if childbirth triggered an achievement and earned a reward every time. There would be no need to raise children at all, one could just keep having them and take off oneself. After the child was born, Changsheng did not immediately name him. He planned to wait for half a month until the child of Lu Zier was also born to name them together. This was also the idea of his wife, who wanted to name the children of the 2 sisters at the same time. For such a small request, Changsheng naturally agreed. 20 days later, Lu Zier's child was born. It was a daughter. The system still did not respond, presumably a certain number had to be reached to trigger the achievement reward. But Changsheng was still very happy. It was not a matter of favoring boys over girls, but rather that he was now blessed with both a son and a daughter. For these 2 children, Changsheng and his wife discussed and decided to name the boy Lu Wuyu and the girl Lu Wuyo. The meaning was the same as the previously thought of Ping'an and Sheila. They hoped their children could grow up safely and carefree. And that his own path of cultivation could also proceed smoothly without trouble. A month later. On this day, Lu Changsheng went to the 100 Treasures Pavilion, took out 5 unpromoted basic talismans, and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you take this cleansing talisman, and how much is it worth?" To reveal his identity as a talisman master would naturally require a gradual process. So, after spending nearly 3 months, he finished drawing on the 10 stacks of talisman paper he had bought, with Lu Changsheng keeping 5 blank talismans and crafting them into the simplest of the basic talismans, the cleansing talisman. After all, the shopkeeper had said that it was normal for a novice in talisman making to fail 100 times. So if out of 100 attempts at making cleansing talismans, he succeeded in 5, it might be considered a bit of talent, right? Cleansing talisman. On hearing this, the shopkeeper was stunned. He looked at Lu Changsheng and remembered the latter's sale of his flying sword to practice talisman making. Then, showing surprise, with some disbelief, he said, "You made spirit talismans out of the 100 sets of materials you bought last time. And you made 5 of them. Although the cleansing talisman is the simplest of the basic talismans." For a novice who had never touched talisman making, succeeding in creating 5 talismans in 100 tries was quite remarkable. "Yes, I kept failing at first, but after one success, it felt much better, so I made these 5 talismans. I wanted to ask the shopkeeper if these talismans are worth anything," Lu Changsheng said. Thinking that he might often have to act in the future, Lu Changsheng had also been practicing his acting skills in front of a mirror during these days so that he could appear more natural when speaking nonsense. "Let me take a look at the talismans," said the shopkeeper. Faced with this statement, he was somewhat at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Lu Changsheng, a breeding outsider of the family, to possess such talent in talisman making. Lu Changsheng placed the talismans he was holding onto the countertop. Subsequently, the shopkeeper picked up the talismans and examined them. As a cultivator, he naturally had some understanding of talismans. He could tell that, although the lines of these 5 talismans were not very smooth and the quality was not high, they were indeed successful and had no issues. The shopkeeper said with some emotion, "To be able to craft 5 talismans out of 100 sets of materials, even if they are the same type of spirit talisman, shows that you have considerable talent in talisman making. But cleansing talismans are just basic talismans and are not worth much, as few people need them." He paused before continuing, "However, our Lu family has an encouragement plan to motivate family members to learn skills. For such basic talismans, we're willing to buy them for 1 spirit stone per 3 talismans. Although you are an outsider to the family, you can also enjoy this benefit," said the shopkeeper. As basic talismans have limited uses, mostly just for daily life, they are not very impactful for cultivators. Thus, not many buy them, and the price is low. 1 spirit stone for 3 talismans. Hearing this price, Lu Changsheng had also anticipated it. After all, many basic first-grade talismans were only worth 1 spirit stone apiece. With this price in mind, his 100% success rate in talisman making could still earn him 8 spirit stones. But it was not possible for him to make money this way. Not to mention a 100% success rate in talisman crafting was too outrageous. If he had to toil for 2 to 3 months just to earn this small amount, he would be treating himself like a slave. However, Lu Changsheng had no intention of making money through basic talismans. He presented these 5 basic talismans merely to showcase his talent for talisman making. "All right." Lu Changsheng placed 3 cleansing talismans on the counter. Then, he took out 11 spirit stones and said, "Shopkeeper, please give me 10 stacks of talisman paper and 2 boxes of spirit ink. I'll take all 5 of your talismans, and I'll charge you 2 spirit stones." The shopkeeper, seeing Lu Changsheng's gift for talisman crafting, was willing to offer a deal. Although he was old, he also had descendants. If Lu Changsheng indeed became a talisman master, there might come a time when they would need his help. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Lu Changsheng immediately expressed his gratitude, placed the remaining 2 talismans on the counter, and took back 1 spirit stone. The shopkeeper accepted the talismans and the spirit stone, handing over 10 stacks of talisman paper and 2 boxes of spirit ink to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng thanked him once more and turned to leave. Remarkable, indeed. What a pity he's not a Lu family disciple. Watching Lu Changsheng walk away, the shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. If he had been a blood descendant of the Lu family with such a talent for talisman crafting, the family would definitely be willing to spend resources to cultivate him. But after all, Lu Changsheng was a foreign family member, a son-in-law, and not considered one of their own. late at night. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng looked at the jade-like body stretched out on the big bed. Sitting up, he took a cleansing talisman from beside the bed and slapped it on himself. Instantly, a breeze blew, whisking away the stickiness on his body, leaving him feeling refreshed. These cleansing talismans are quite useful. Lu Changsheng was rather satisfied after testing the cleansing talisman. On the bed, Lu Lanqiu, with her face flushed from the exertion and her eyes lustrous with intoxication, saw Lu Changsheng use the talisman to cleanse his body and said softly, "Husband, this is too wasteful, let your wife attend to you." "It's fine, these are self-drawn by me, not really worth much." Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said, "You drew these talismans?" Lu Lanqiu's lips parted slightly in surprise upon hearing this, her gentle face showing astonishment. Over the past few months, the fact that Lu Changsheng had often been drawing talismans in his study was something she was naturally aware of as one of his wives. Although she herself didn't practice cultivation, living in such a family environment, she had heard about it. She knew that talisman making was difficult, and being able to create talismans was considered very impressive. Initially, like the others in her group who had married the group of immortal seedlings, aside from the rewards given by the Lu family, they mainly took the plunge in the hopes of riding on their children's coattails. They didn't hold much expectation or desire regarding their husbands because it was clear from the start that these immortal seedlings were highly unlikely to achieve anything. But understanding was one thing. If their husband turned out to be capable, that would, of course, be more than welcome. Whether for future livelihoods, conversations with sisters, or returning to the secular world, it was a matter of pride. After all, besides children bringing honor to their mothers, wives can also gain prestige through their husbands. "Yes, your husband seems to have some talent in the domain of talisman making. Once I become a talisman master, I promise to give you all a good life," Lu Changsheng said gently with a smile. There was no need to keep hidden matters related to talismans, it was something he would eventually reveal. The Lu family might even investigate and inquire about his talisman making from those close to him. So there was no point in concealing it, divulging some of this information to his wives might help keep the harmony in the inner chambers. "Your wife believes in you," Lu Lanqiu replied softly, looking at Lu Changsheng with eyes full of tenderness. Chapter 9, Martial Arts and Cultivation, _1. Chapter 9, Martial Arts and Cultivation, _1. Seasons changed, spring turned to autumn and winter to summer in a cyclical dance, and before he knew it, Lu Changsheng had been at Qingzhou Mountain for over a year. During this time, he hadn't once stepped foot outside Qingzhou Villa, leading a life that could be said to be utterly mundane and dull to the extreme. However, with daily cultivation, talisman making, and spending time with his wives and concubines, his days were still quite fulfilling. As for having children, that had slowed down for now. Lu Lanqiu, Lu Zier, and Lu Qing'er had just given birth not long ago and needed time to recover their vitality. The two maids who had been elevated to concubines were also pregnant, and were due to give birth in a few months. As for the two maids sent later by Uncle Fu, due to Lu Changsheng being busy with talisman making over the past few months and his limited energy, he hadn't been able to get them pregnant. After all, he was nothing more than a qi refinement first-level weakling. His body and energy were limited. Moreover, Lu Changsheng did not see his several wives and concubines merely as birthing machines. He would usually spend some time to develop a bit of affection and smooth over their relationships. The Lu family may treat him as a breeding partner, but he would not see himself as a mere sewing tool. His wives and concubines also had nice personalities. Indeed, just as Uncle Fu had said, they were graceful and educated daughters of the Lu family's secular world, dignified and virtuous, without an ounce of pretentiousness or affectation. To Lu Changsheng, a transmigrator, they were unbelievably simple and easy to appease. Adding to that, all 3 wives and 4 concubines were from the Lu family, they got along quite well, so his domestic life had always been very harmonious. Today, after his cultivation session and drawing 2 talismans in his study, Lu Changsheng saw the weather outside was nice and took his 2-month-old daughter out to the courtyard to bask in the sun. Qingzhou Mountain, being such a place, also experienced climate changes along with the 4 seasons, complete with spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was currently spring, with the sunlight being very mild and comfortable, perfect for sunbathing. After half an hour in the sun, Lu Changsheng heard some noise from the neighboring courtyard and went over with his daughter to visit Li Feiyu's home. Li Feiyu was practicing martial arts in his small courtyard, his prowess quite astonishing. To be not at all exaggerated, he could take out someone like Lu Changsheng with just one punch. Even though he was a cultivator, Li Feiyu had not abandoned the martial path. Seeing Lu Changsheng come over, Li Feiyu stopped and finished his practice. He wiped off his sweat with a towel and casually remarked, "I heard you've been busy with talisman making recently. What brings you to my place?" "Just busying myself with nothing much." Lu Changsheng laughed in response. Since he had a good relationship with Li Feiyu, and their wives often chatted when idle since they were neighbors, it was natural for Li Feiyu to know about his talisman making. "How's the talisman making going?" "I've heard it's quite an expensive endeavor." Li Feiyu sat by the stone table in the courtyard, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of brewed tea. "Not bad, there's some hope. I'm not asking for much, just a craft to feed my wives and children in the future will do." Lu Changsheng also took a seat, then said. Although he had a good relationship with Li Feiyu, he naturally wouldn't divulge matters concerning himself and kept the same explanation for outsiders. "That's pretty good, having a craft to rely on means you can make a living anywhere in the future." Li Feiyu nodded, lifting the teapot to pour Lu Changsheng a cup of tea. "What about you, what are your plans? The Lu family can't possibly let you continue like this, can they?" Lu Changsheng took the tea, sipped it lightly. Of the 12 immortal seedlings who came to the Lu family together, all but Li Feiyu had sired children. Lu Changsheng even heard that Li Feiyu's wife was still untouched. "I cannot lose my virginity before reaching innate according to the red sun heart method I cultivate. I've explained this to Uncle Fu, so the Lu family won't pressure me for now." Li Feiyu said so. As a 7th grade spiritual root, the Lu family was somewhat more lenient with him, and the pressure would not start at this stage. "What about after breaking through to innate?" Lu Changsheng asked. Li Feiyu was silent for a moment before saying, "Having signed the contract and used the Lu family's resources, I, Li Feiyu, will naturally honor the agreement. In at most 1 year, I'll be able to break through to innate and also be able to lock in my essence to ensure that my vital yang doesn't leak, using it only for having children," Li Feiyu stated. "Awesome." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but express his admiration. He hadn't realized martial arts had this kind of function. Should he start practicing it too? After all, he now had 3 wives and 4 concubines, which required considerable effort. And as for cultivation and qi refinement, they did not greatly enhance his physical condition at present. He looked at Li Feiyu curiously and asked, "Feiyu, once your martial arts break through to innate, how does your strength compare to a cultivator?" Previously, on the road to Qingzhou Mountain, when facing a wind blade from a Qin family cultivator, Li Feiyu was able to tackle him down promptly. Martial Dao innate practitioners should be able to exchange blows with cultivators. But as for specifics, Lu Changsheng wasn't clear. After all, he had never experienced the strength of a martial Dao innate expert. As for cultivators, he'd only seen them once. Breaking through to innate and possessing innate true qi should be about the same as the spiritual power of the qi refinement 3rd level. So if it comes to a fight, it's all about whether you can get in close. But for a qi refinement 3rd level cultivator, who can control objects and wield magic artifacts, it's too difficult for martial artists to get close. Li Feiyu said, a bitter smile appearing on his face. A martial Dao innate expert was already a top-level expert in the Jianghu. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child, enduring the harshness of the summers and the cold of the winters, and after more than 10 years of hard training, he was only considered a first-rate expert. It was only because of his time with the Lu family over the past year, eating spirit rice and being nourished by spiritual energy, that his martial cultivation was able to progress so quickly, allowing him to break through to innate so rapidly. Yet a cultivator who reached the qi refinement 3rd level was comparable to an innate master. There was simply no comparison between the two. The reason why he hadn't given up on martial arts and still spent time on it was that he had reached this stage and had some persistence in his heart. Lu Changsheng nodded his head, having a general understanding. Innate masters and qi refinement 3rd level cultivators were like warriors and mages. If a warrior could get close, he could win, but if he couldn't get close, he would essentially be kite to death. But as one could imagine, it was very difficult for an innate martial artist to get close to a cultivator. After all, apart from magic artifacts, if a cultivator also had protective vestment robes, talismans, and other means, how could a martial artist fight? Are there realms above innate? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter in his arms and continued to ask. He suddenly thought that if his children did not have a spiritual root, he could send them to train in martial arts. After all, if only one parent has a spiritual root, the chances of the children having a spiritual root are very small. Only a 1 to 2% chance. This was also the reason why the Lu family demanded the birth of 50 children. The world was so dangerous, his children couldn't possibly spend their entire lives in Qingzhou Mountain without going out. If they trained in martial arts from a young age, not only would they become strong and healthy, but they would also have some self-defense ability. If they ever went out. Moreover, because of the system's second feature, Lu Changsheng always felt that his current 3 children probably didn't have spiritual roots. The blessings of many children system would add the talents and cultivation levels of his children to him. A child's spiritual root would manifest at around the age of 5 or 6 and could be detected, but that didn't mean there was no spiritual root before then. Yet with the birth of the 3 children, Lu Changsheng did not feel any slight changes in his own spiritual root. So he had this faint guess in his heart. Of course, the specific situation would only be known after the children were older and tested, so Lu Changsheng was just guessing and not sure. Above innate, there are innate grandmasters and great innate grandmasters. But even a great innate grandmaster is only on par with a qi refinement 5th or 6th level cultivator. To my knowledge, there are not many great innate grandmasters in the entire Jianghu, so the two cannot be compared at all. Li Feiyu shook his head as he spoke. Lu Changsheng nodded his head, gaining a rough understanding of martial arts. Even if one cultivated to the limit, they could only be comparable to the middle stage of qi refinement. Thinking of his children's talents and how their strength could be added to his own, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think that if his dozens or hundreds of children cultivated to the level of great innate grandmasters, whether he could, under this enhancement, be comparable to the energy refinement late stage, or even to foundation establishment. This thought made Lu Changsheng feel that in the future, his children could practice cultivation if they had a spiritual root, or martial arts if they didn't. As for practicing martial arts himself, Lu Changsheng just thought about it and had no real intention of acting on it. Currently, cultivation and talisman making, along with his wives and concubines, took up most of his energy. He did not have extra time or energy to spend on martial arts. Time flew by, and another month had passed. Lu Changsheng's 4th child was born. It was the 4th child born by one of his concubines, a girl. Lu Changsheng named her Lu Shila. He had thought of the name from the beginning. At this time, Lu Changsheng also realized a problem. If he kept having children like this, naming them would also become a problem that would make heads bald. He thought about establishing a family naming sequence, which would make it much simpler to name future children. As for another concubine, she would also give birth in 2 months. It's worth mentioning that through testing, this concubine was found to be carrying twins. Chapter 10, The Second Revelation of Talent, _1. Chapter 10, The Second Revelation of Talent, _1. In the study, Lu Changsheng turned the last piece of talisman paper into a first-grade, middle-grade talisman. He still found it somewhat difficult to draw first-grade, middle-grade talismans. It wasn't a problem of skill. Talisman making was very consuming of spiritual power and mental spirit. If it weren't for his second-grade talisman master skills, with his 3rd-level qi refinement cultivation level, it would simply be impossible to draw a first-grade, middle-grade talisman. After resting for a moment, he picked up the talisman and then opened a nearby locked cabinet. Inside the cabinet, neatly stacked, was a thick pile of talismans, amounting to hundreds. It had been almost half a year since he won the talisman-making skill from the lottery. And these talismans were the fruits of his labor over the past half year. Sigh, so many talismans, yet there's no way to sell them for money. As Lu Changsheng looked at these talismans, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Having bought 20 bundles of talisman paper, apart from the few he tried with his crafty hands, attempting several more difficult first-grade, middle-grade talismans and failing due to insufficient spiritual power, all others were successfully made into talismans. To say he had a 100% success rate in making talismans wasn't an overstatement at all. But Lu Changsheng didn't dare sell a single one of these first-grade talismans, he could only let them gather dust here. After all, last time he had only taken 5 basic cleansing talismans to the 100 Treasures Pavilion and that made the shopkeeper show a look of astonishment. If he were to take out first-grade talismans, he feared it would directly alarm the higher-ups of the Lu family. As for secretly selling them somewhere else, that wasn't realistic either. Not to mention that he would have to apply to the Lu family to leave Qingzhou Mountain. The idea of him going out alone to sell things in the marketplace of an immortal town made Lu Changsheng himself feel somewhat afraid. In this cultivation world, there was nothing like laws. What if he encountered robber cultivators who might rob and murder him? After all, he was only a Qi refinement third-level weakling who had not learned any spells. He was just a bit more agile and nimble than ordinary people and could only rely on talismans for protection. No need to rush, take it slowly. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and told himself that one must never be too hasty in matters, as prudence was the best policy. He then picked up the 9 cleaning talismans, 6 garment purification talismans, and 3 dust avoidance talismans he had drawn earlier and headed towards the 100 Treasures Pavilion. He intended to exchange these 18 basic talismans for spirit stones. At the same time, it was also to showcase his talent in talisman making once again. "Shopkeeper, could you please exchange these talismans for spirit stones?" Upon arriving at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Lu Changsheng called to the shopkeeper and placed the 18 basic talismans on the counter. "Hiss, you've managed to make 18 talismans this time. And not just the cleansing talisman, but also the garment purification talisman and the dust avoidance talisman." The shopkeeper picked up the talismans and immediately recognized the other 2 types, astonished. "I am now quite confident with the cleansing talisman and the garment purification talisman, but the dust avoidance talisman still needs some work," Lu Changsheng said with a deep sigh. "You were right before, shopkeeper, talisman making is too difficult and costly. At this rate, I don't know how long it will take before I can draw first-grade talismans and become a talisman master." Lu Changsheng feigned a sigh of hardship. Although all 3 talismans were basic talismans, their difficulty varied and increased gradually. "You're already doing very well. You indeed have a talent for talisman making, and if you keep it up, you will certainly become a talisman master," the shopkeeper said with a face full of emotion, finding it incredible. As of now, since Lu Changsheng could draw 3 kinds of basic talismans, he was considered a talisman making apprentice. As long as he persisted, he was guaranteed to become a talisman master. He took the talismans and handed over 6 spirit stones to Lu Changsheng, encouraging him with a "keep it up." "Thank you, shopkeeper." Lu Changsheng grabbed the spirit stones and left without buying anything else. "Aren't you buying talisman paper this time?" The shopkeeper was surprised to see Lu Changsheng leave with only the spirit stones. "The previous talisman brush I had is worn out and can't be used anymore, so I'm planning to wait a bit until I have more spirit stones to buy a new talisman brush," Lu Changsheng replied, shaking his head with a bitter expression. Although the expression was false, the words were true. The wolf hair talisman brush was said to be usable 200 times, but really, after 180 uses, it barely functioned. The rest depended solely on Lu Changsheng's second-rank skills to keep using the damaged brush for talisman making. With his current income of 3 spirit stones a month, even if he saved continuously, he couldn't afford a new talisman brush. Unless he sells the vestment robe he's wearing. However, Lu Changsheng had worn this robe for so long and had grown quite fond of it. He didn't want to sell it. The shopkeeper also remembered that Lu Changsheng had been using the same talisman brush for a long time as well. After a brief thought, he said, "Lu Changsheng, what is your success rate now for drawing basic talismans?" "For the cleansing talisman and garment purification talisman, I'm already familiar with them and am 70 to 80% confident. For the dust avoidance talisman, it's about 30%, and for the peace charm, I've tried a few times but failed each time." Lu Changsheng didn't know why the other party was asking this, but he was certain there was a reason, so he replied after some thought. "The difficulty of the dust avoidance talisman is 1 level higher than that of the peace charm. If he were about 70 to 80% confident with the peace charm, he could try challenging a lower-grade basic talisman." "Good." The shopkeeper nodded upon hearing this and didn't say anything further. Lu Changsheng bowed and turned to leave. At that moment, a fair-skinned young girl with pretty features, wearing a long green dress, happily approached the 100 Treasures Pavilion, passing by Lu Changsheng. The girl glanced indifferently at Lu Changsheng, a look of disdain apparent in her eyes. Then she walked straight into the 100 Treasures Pavilion and excitedly called out to the shopkeeper, "Grandpa, I've broken through to the 3rd level energy refinement. The shopkeeper's face immediately lit up with a smile upon hearing this. You've broken through to the third-level energy refinement. Very good, whatever reward you want, Grandpa will give it to you. Grandpa, I want a flying sword. The girl immediately made her request. No problem, at the third-level energy refinement you're able to wield a magic artifact. Grandpa has already prepared it for you, said the shopkeeper delightedly, as he led the girl to fetch the flying sword. Thank you, Grandpa. The girl said cheerfully. She casually asked, Grandpa, what was that brat doing just now? I saw he didn't buy anything and he chatted with you for quite a while. Hey, he's practicing talisman making and brings some basic talismans here to sell, the shopkeeper replied. Talisman making. That social climbing son-in-law dares to practice talisman making, the girl scoffed upon hearing this. Most of the Lu family disciples from Qingzhou Villa looked down on Lu Changsheng and other outsiders like him, and she was no exception. Especially given Lu Changsheng's reputation for continually taking wives and concubines, it made her feel disdainful. Now hearing that he was actually practicing talisman making, she naturally disdained it even more. You err, what has Grandpa always taught you? The shopkeeper said sternly, looking at his granddaughter. Although Lu Changsheng is a son-in-law who married into our family and came from another clan, he has been diligent and practical over the past year and has done right by our Lu family. If your word spread, it would make our Lu family appear petty and intolerant. Moreover, this Lu Changsheng is quite extraordinary. He has a talent in talisman making and is already an apprentice. As long as he persists, he will surely become a talisman master in the future. So, such talk is forbidden from now on, and when you meet him in the future, try to get along well. Once he truly becomes a talisman master, it will be beneficial to you as well, the shopkeeper instructed. Really? That upstart Lu Changsheng is an apprentice in talisman making. He could become a talisman master, the girl exclaimed in disbelief after hearing her grandfather's words. It should be known that there were only 2 first-grade talisman masters in the Lu family. One was the 4th elder and the other was the eldest daughter. But now, her grandfather was saying that an in-law, a nobody, could actually become a talisman master. This was something she found hard to believe. Of course it's true, why would Grandpa lie to you, said the shopkeeper as he affectionately ruffled his granddaughter's hair bun. Why him, and besides, as an in-law, where would he get the money to buy materials to practice talisman making? The girl still couldn't believe it and grumbled unhappily. She had attempted talisman making before but discovered she had no talent for it. Now, hearing from her grandfather that a social climbing in-law actually possessed such a talent, she felt outdone and quite irked, as it was a blow to her pride. A spiritual root doesn't define everything. Some people just have a natural gift in certain areas, and that's something nobody can predict. Now, when you meet him in the future, you don't have to flatter him, just be a bit more polite, the shopkeeper taught and comforted his granddaughter. As he spoke, he took out a lower-grade magical instrument flying sword from the cabinet and handed it to the girl. Chapter 11, Lu Miaoga _1. Chapter 11, Lu Miaoga _1. Qingzhou Villa, within a courtyard. Uncle Gui, how come you've taken an interest in Lu Changsheng? Uncle Fu had thought his good friend had come to drink and chat but hadn't expected him to bring up serious matters. He was somewhat surprised to hear about Lu Changsheng's talent in talisman making. They were both elders in the Lu family but had mostly retired, only handling some simple affairs in Qingzhou Villa. Since this child is in our Lu family and possesses such talent, it naturally must not be wasted. Aren't you aware of our family's current situation? The condition of the Lu family ancestor is getting worse by the day, and the Chen family is always looking for opportunities to make a move. If this continues, the boy has an exceptional talent for talisman making. If he's given some cultivation, gaining a talisman master for our Lu family would indeed be a good thing. The shopkeeper of 100 Treasures Pavilion let out a sigh as he said this. Hearing these words, Uncle Fu's face also showed a hint of gravity. In the past few years, the strife between the Lu family and the Chen family had not only led to significant casualties among the Lu family's younger generation, but the Lu family ancestor had also sustained severe injuries in that battle. Since the Lu family ancestor was already advanced in years, with the addition of these injuries, he probably didn't have many years left. Now the Lu family had only one foundation establishment cultivator, the Lu family ancestor. If the Lu family ancestor passed away, without another foundation establishment cultivator to stabilize the scene, the family would be unable to protect their current estates and the blessed land of Qingzhou Mountain. He nodded and said, "That's true, if this child can indeed become a talisman master, it would indeed elevate our Lu family's foundation. Let's go, I'll accompany you to see the patriarch. Let the patriarch make the final decision." Straight away, the two made their way towards Qingzhou Valley. Qingzhou Valley is the core area of the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain. Below it lies a second-grade spiritual vein suitable for foundation establishment cultivators to cultivate. People like Lu Changsheng, a son-in-law brought in by marriage, and ordinary Lu family disciples typically didn't qualify to enter. However, as elders of the Lu family, they indeed had the privilege to enter. The two arrived at a villa. "Uncle Gui, are you saying that Lu Changsheng has a great talent for talisman making?" The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yuanding, was quite surprised upon hearing the words of the 100 Treasures Pavilion shopkeeper. "That's right, family head. About half a year ago, Lu Changsheng bought a set of talisman making materials at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, saying he wanted to practice talisman making. At that time, I didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, a few months later, out of the 100 sets of talisman making materials he bought, he actually made 5 successful talismans. And this time, he made 18 successful talismans out of 100 sets of materials. Although I'm not versed in the art of talisman making, even I can tell that this boy has an innate gift in this field," the shopkeeper of 100 Treasures Pavilion said, his voice tinged with a sense of admiration. Before this child joined our Lu family, he hadn't started cultivating, nor could he possibly have had any exposure to talisman making. Under such circumstances, this indeed qualifies as a rare talent. Lu Yuanding nodded thoughtfully. "This Lu Changsheng is truly commendable. During this year within our family, he has proven to be diligent. While other promising youths are still not willing to have children, Lu Changsheng has already impregnated 5 women in our Lu family." At this point, Uncle Fu spoke up as well. Lu Changsheng comes from a peasant background. Before he began cultivation, it would have already been an achievement for him to marry one wife. Given such an opportunity now, faced with the allure of women, how could he restrain himself? Lu Yuanding laughed lightly without much concern. He continued, "However, since this child comes from a peasant background and is willing to marry and have children, it shows that he is relatively simple and easy to control. Since he also possesses such talent for talisman making, we can consider officially accepting him as a disciple of the Lu family. Uncle Fu, go find Miaoga and let her assess Lu Changsheng's talent and skills in talisman making. If he is indeed as worthy as Uncle Gui suggests, then we shall nurture him accordingly. Still, this child has been with our Lu family for just over a year and certainly hasn't developed a deep allegiance yet, so we need to observe him more." Lu Yuanding muttered thoughtfully. "Yes, family head." Uncle Fu responded, bowing his hands in acknowledgement. That day, Lu Changsheng was practicing his cultivation when he heard from his wife Lu Lanchu that Uncle Fu and the young mistress had come to visit. He immediately got up and went to the hall. Inside the hall, 2 figures were seated. One was the manager of Qingzhou Villa, Uncle Fu. The other was a woman about 18 or 19 years of age. The woman's jet black hair was tied up simply, and she wore a pure white on-snow dress. Her slender and curvaceous figure sat on the chair with elegance and dignity. She was extremely beautiful, pure as snow, adorned in a snow-white dress. Combined with her ethereal aura, she resembled a Tianshan snow lotus, sanctified and flawless. This woman was none other than the one Lu Changsheng had met and remembered by name when he came to Qingzhou Mountain a year ago. She was also the very Miss Lan Shu had referred to. The other party looked exactly the same as when Lu Changsheng had seen her a year ago, not a single change had occurred. Lu Changsheng glanced at her and then diverted his gaze. Now that the system's effects were beginning to show, and with the skills of a second-grade talisman master, Changsheng's thoughts were clear. He believed that through hard work, his future achievements would not fall short. In the face of this miss, unlike the first time he met her when he felt she was out of reach, now she seemed within grasp. He clasped his hands in a bow and said, "Uncle Fu, miss." He felt a bit strange in his heart that Uncle Fu would come over. But what could the daughter of the family head, the miss of the Lu family, possibly want by coming here? Someone like Lu Miaoga would ordinarily reside in the core area of Qingzhou Mountain and would not bother coming to Qingzhou Villa at all. "Lu Changsheng, I heard from Agui that you've been learning talisman making recently and are now an apprentice in talisman making." Upon seeing Changsheng arrive, Uncle Fu started to speak. "Agui. Lu Changsheng was taken aback when he heard the name. It's the shopkeeper from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Uncle Fu reminded him. The shopkeeper from the 100 Treasures Pavilion is named Agui. Lu Changsheng found this quite odd and also had a vague understanding of what was going on. It must be because of the talent he had shown in talisman making. He immediately replied, I only have a 9th grade spiritual root and am well aware that cultivation is hopeless for me. I thought it would be better to learn a craft, so I've been practicing talisman making all this while. Currently, I can draw 3 basic talismans. It's very good that you have this mindset. Your performance over this past year since you joined the Lu family has not escaped my attention. Therefore, the Miss and I have come to see how your talisman making skill is. If it's as Agui has mentioned, and you possess a talent for talisman making, the family will naturally provide certain support and cultivation. Uncle Fu praised and said. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, as expected. He immediately showed a grateful expression and clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Miss, and thank you, Uncle Fu. Which talismans can you draw now? At this moment, Lu Miaoge, who was seated elegantly on the side, turned her beautiful eyes towards Lu Changsheng and asked. Her voice was as refreshing as a flowing spring, very pleasing to the ear. Reporting to the Miss, the talismans I can draw are the cleansing talisman, garment purification talisman, and dust avoidance talisman, Lu Changsheng replied with his hands clasped. Show me how you draw the garment purification talisman and the dust avoidance talisman. Lu Miaoge stood up, displaying her svelte figure wrapped in a snowy white dress, took out a set of talisman-making tools and materials from her storage bag, and laid them out on the table. Yes. Lu Changsheng pursed his lips, approached the table, and immediately smelled a faint fragrance, which was the body scent of the Mississippi. He suppressed his distractions and picked up the brush from the table. This brush wasn't the same as the wolf hair brush he had bought before. It was a golden yellow brush. The handle and the tip emitted a pale yellow light, and the end of the handle was engraved with the words, golden bamboo. Lu Changsheng recognized at a glance that it was an exquisite brush. Without a second thought, he lightly dipped the tip in the ink beside him and began to draw the garment purification talisman. During this moment, Changsheng did not draw as he usually did while making talismans, fast and fluid like a swift wind. Instead, he appeared very tense, and his drawing was rigidly slow. Soon after, a garment purification talisman was completed. Lu Changsheng glanced at Lu Miaoge, who stood gracefully tall, and continued to draw the dust avoidance talisman. Just as he was about to finish the almost complete dust avoidance talisman, his hand trembled slightly at the moment of concluding the lines, interrupting the spiritual mechanism and causing a wisp of blue smoke to rise from the talisman paper. I'm sorry, Miss, I was a bit nervous just now. Lu Changsheng quickly said. Of course, he was acting. He had previously told the shopkeeper from the 100 Treasures Pavilion that he was only about 30% confident with the dust avoidance talisman. Under the current circumstances, he was about to succeed, but due to excessive nervousness, he ultimately failed. Isn't that quite normal? Chapter 12, The Second Lottery, _1. Chapter 12, The Second Lottery, _1. It's fine, I can see that you are already capable of drawing the dust avoidance talisman. When sketching the talisman lines for the dust avoidance talisman, you need to touch and place gently to express a sense of smoothness. At the end, the brushstroke needs to turn with a bit of a tuck, which would enhance your success rate in making the talisman. Lu Miaoge spoke to comfort him, her voice soft and gentle like water, calming one's heart. Is the young lady a talisman master? Hearing Lu Miaoge's professional terminology, Lu Changsheng suddenly realized. No wonder Uncle Fu came with this young lady to assess me. So this young lady is also a talisman master. Indeed, if she weren't a talisman master, why would she carry a top-notch talisman brush with her all the time? Just now he was wondering why Lu Miaoge always carried a top-notch talisman brush with her. Now that I know she's professional, I've got to perform a bit more convincingly. May I ask the young lady, what does tuck mean? Lu Changsheng asked with an eagerness to learn. The techniques of talisman making like dot, place, touch, tuck, flick, slide, flash. Don't you know them? Lu Miaoge asked with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. In a soft voice. I've only read an introductory book on talismans and a comprehensive guide to basic talismans. I've been studying on my own based on the books without learning these specific techniques you mentioned, Lu Changsheng said, his face showing embarrassment. Upon hearing these words, Lu Miaoga's lips pursed lightly, finding herself at a loss for what to say. Without any guidance, without learning any specific techniques, he managed to practice talisman making to this extent just by reading 2 basic books on talismans. This talent. Even she could not help feeling inferior. I have a book here, Essentials of Talismans, which has instructions on talisman making techniques, the use of spiritual power, as well as some insights I've annotated. Take it and read it well, and if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Lu Miaoga took out a book from her storage bag and handed it to Lu Changsheng. Thank you very much, young lady. Lu Changsheng gratefully accepted the kindness and thanked her enthusiastically. Then he cautiously added, young lady, should I redraw another one? No need, you have already passed the assessment. Lu Miaoga replied with a demure temperament, putting the talisman brush and spirit ink back into her storage bag, and then called out to Uncle Fu. All right, Lu Changsheng, since you possess this talent for talisman making, starting this month, your monthly resources will be increased to 5 spirit stones and 30 gene of spirit rice, Uncle Fu declared. Then, taking out a set of talisman making tools from his storage bag, he added, also, this set of talisman making tools is for you. Keep up the hard work, and as long as you can become an elementary talisman master, our Lu family will definitely not treat you unfairly. As he spoke, Uncle Fu affectionately patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder. Yes, thank you, young lady. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Lu Changsheng expressed his thanks. Soon after, Uncle Fu and Lu Miaoga left. Lu Changsheng immediately saw them out, escorting them to the door. Watching Lu Miaoga's retreating figure, dressed in white as snow, Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly. Unless necessary, I should avoid contact with this young lady as much as possible. As a man, and a LSP, it would be impossible for him to say he had no thoughts about this ethereal and refined young lady. But they say that beauties are trouble. For such a rare beauty, there must be no shortage of men within and outside the Lu family who admire and secretly love her. If I were to approach the young lady under the pretext of seeking talisman advice, who knows whether her admirers would come looking for me to cause trouble. So, to be cautious and prudent, it's better not to make contact. If contact is to be made, it will be when I've gained some strength. Then wouldn't it be wonderful to explore the path of talismans together? One must endure the common to become an immortal above immortals. This is the motto Lu Changsheng has set for himself. Meanwhile, Lu Lanshu, Lu Zier, Lu Qinger, and the other ladies, upon seeing Uncle Fu and Lu Miaoga leave, hurried forward to ask Lu Changsheng why Uncle Fu and the young lady had come to visit. Uncle Fu, being the manager of Qingzhou Villa, holds an extraordinary position. Moreover, coming here with the young lady Lu Miaoga, it surely wasn't a trivial matter. Lu Changsheng didn't hide anything from his wives and told them the whole story. The ladies were overjoyed to hear that their husband had been recognized by the Lu family because of his talent for talisman making. After all, as Lu Changsheng's status in the Lu family rises, as his wives, they too would benefit, their status rising with the tide. At the same time, Uncle Fu, after leaving Qingzhou Villa, asked Lu Miaoga, young lady, how is Lu Changsheng's talent for talisman making, and how long do you think it will take him to become a talisman master? Although he was a cultivator, his understanding of talisman making was not thorough. His talent for talisman making is very high, even higher than mine. Lu Miaoga pressed her lips together and said softly. What? Uncle Fu showed a surprised expression upon hearing this. Their young lady, now 24 years old, was already a first-grade middle-grade talisman master. Within 20 years, she could aspire to reach the second rank. But now she said that Lu Changsheng's talent in talisman making was even higher than hers. Doesn't that mean that Lu Changsheng's future achievements in the talisman path could also reach the level of a second-grade talisman master? This was simply astonishing. If they knew that Lu Changsheng had already become a second-grade talisman master. And not just any second-grade talisman master, but a second-tier top-level talisman master, one wonders what they would think. The next day, the news that Lu Changsheng had become an apprentice in talisman making quickly spread throughout Qingzhou Villa. It shocked many of the Lu family disciples and the other cultivators, who looked upon Lu Changsheng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Nobody had thought that such an insignificant son-in-law would possess such an extraordinary talent in talisman making. Previously, Many cultivators had sneered upon hearing about Lu Changsheng's involvement in talisman making, thinking that he was indulging in a fantasy. But today, numerous cultivators came to congratulate Lu Changsheng at his home. Each offered him a spirit stone as a congratulatory gift. Li Feiyu also gave a spirit stone as a congratulatory gift, but afterwards it was returned by Lu Changsheng. He now had 5 spirit stones and 30 caddies of spirit rice a month. Whereas Li Feiyu still received 2 spirit stones and 10 caddies of spirit rice, so how could he in good conscience accept the money? As for the spirit stones from other cultivators, he certainly didn't return those. Having gained 10 spirit stones, he felt very pleased. He also examined the talisman-making tools Uncle Fu had given him the day before. A common talisman brush, but a grade better than a wolf hair talisman brush, probably good for 300 to 500 uses. Thereafter were 10 stacks of talisman paper and 2 boxes of spirit ink, the quality the same as what he had previously purchased. If converted to spirit stones, they were worth roughly 60 to 70 spirit stones. This reward, combined with the improved benefits of 5 spirit stones and 30 caddies of spirit rice a month, was a very satisfying haul. Thinking back to Uncle Fu and the young lady coming over to increase his benefits, Lu Changsheng realized it was the 100 Treasures Pavilion's shopkeeper who had helped. Lu Changsheng made a few basic talismans as gifts and went to thank him in person. He understood such social graces. Meanwhile, 5 days later, Lu Changsheng's concubine who was expecting twins gave birth. They were 2 boys. Since he had known early on that they would be twins, Lu Changsheng did not show too much surprise. Moreover, now the father of 4 children, Lu Changsheng had grown used to seeing births and no longer felt the initial tension and excitement. He had become much more composed than before. However, it was at the birth of the twins that he heard the system's notification sound, which brought him a surge of excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first birth of twin offspring, granting you 1 lottery draw opportunity. First twin offspring. It seems this system's achievements are similar to those in some games from my former world. As long as something happens for the first time in certain regards, or a certain number is reached, the system gives out a child money gift. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Changsheng felt excited, pondering this to himself. After looking at his twin boys, Lu Changsheng went to his study and muttered to himself. System, I want to do the lottery draw. Instantly, a pale red virtual lottery wheel identical to the last one appeared. It was divided into 7 zones: cultivation technique, skills, pet beasts, elixir medicines, magical treasures, and others. I wonder what I'll draw this time. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, filled with anticipation. After all, the 2nd grade talisman making skill from before had been a very pleasant surprise. Begin the lottery draw. With that said, a streak of golden light began to spin on the pale red wheel. Under Lu Changsheng's hopeful gaze, the golden light slowly came to a halt, finally resting on the cultivation technique sector. Chapter 13, Immortal Beauty Technique, _1. Chapter 13, Immortal Beauty Technique, _1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Immortal Beauty Technique. The reward has been delivered to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A crystal-clear jade scroll pattern emerged, accompanied by the system notification sound. Immortal Beauty Technique. Lu Changsheng furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at this reward. Why does the name sound so strange? He stirred his mental spirit and checked the Immortal Beauty Technique in the system space. Instantly, a surge of information appeared. All things in the world have their beauty and ugliness, and the appearance of people, their outer expressions and tones, are innate, but everyone has the right to pursue beauty. This technique, called Immortal Beauty Technique, is designed to let everyone pursue an unrivaled immortal beauty. Cultivation Technique, Immortal Beauty Technique. Grade, Peripheral Sect Level. Description: in ancient times, there was an incredibly talented and beautiful individual known as the Heavenly Weeping Elder. Born with an unattractive and repulsive visage, he suffered countless disdainful hardships on his path of cultivation. Thus, with immense wisdom and perseverance, he created the Immortal Beauty Technique. Cultivating this method can improve one's physical appearance and charm, transforming bone beneath the skin and altering voice and appearance, enhancing charisma, and preserving eternal youth. This. After seeing the information about the technique, Lu Changsheng felt somewhat. He hadn't expected his second lottery to yield such a trifling cultivation technique. The immortal beauty technique, after cultivation, aside from making one look more attractive, sounding nicer, enhancing temperament and charm, and maintaining everlasting youth, had no other effects. Although Lu Changsheng thought it was not bad. Under his current circumstances, wouldn't any proper cultivation technique be better than this type of technique? How bored must someone be to create such a trifling technique, he wondered. What a waste of a peripheral sect-level technique. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed deeply, feeling very regretful. According to his understanding, in the cultivation world, techniques were classified as primary level, advanced level, exquisite level, peripheral sect level, orthodox level. The returning origin technique that he was cultivating was a primary level cultivation technique. And the core technique of the Lu family, he heard, was an advanced level cultivation technique. Now he had acquired a peripheral sect level technique. A technique 2 levels higher than the Lu family's core technique turned out to be an auxiliary technique that was of no help in cultivation or combat. This caused Lu Changsheng to feel very uncomfortable, almost nauseous. Although it's trifling, it can't be said to be completely useless. At least it has the effect of keeping one's youth forever, and being handsome and charismatic indeed makes it easier to win people's good favor, bringing many advantages. I remember in my previous life, I played a cultivation game where there was a play style called living off a wealthy patroness, where you rely on good looks to latch onto rich ladies and big shots. If in the future I could find some fairy who's a few thousand years older than me, my path to immortality would be smooth sailing. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, beginning to comfort himself. Then he stirred his mental spirit and used the technique directly to inherit it. Immediately, detailed information about the immortal beauty technique and the method of cultivation flooded into Lu Changsheng's mind. TSK, to think being ugly could be so difficult, no wonder the heavenly weeping elder created such a technique. After comprehensively understanding the technique, Lu Changsheng voiced a sigh of realization. According to the records in this technique, it classifies a person's appearance into 7 levels: revolting, ugly, odd, ordinary, outstanding, transcendent, and immortal beauty. And the appearance of the creator, the heavenly weeping elder, fell into the revolting and ugly category. This also led to his suffering of countless disdainful hardships on his cultivation journey. After all, with such a visage, one tends to be perceived as untrustworthy. Not only are people generally reluctant to interact, but also, in the event of any trouble, suspicions easily fall upon him. Some even despised him for being too ugly, feeling that their eyes were polluted, and directly resorted to violence. It truly spelled a massive tragedy. In his past and current life, Lu Changsheng, though not exceptionally handsome, was not ugly either. So, he could hardly relate to the heavenly weeping elder's resolve in creating this technique. But having understood the creator's heart and the technique's purpose, he gained some insight. Fortunately, cultivating this technique won't require much effort and won't interfere with my cultivation. Otherwise, given my current situation, it would be unwise to spend time and energy cultivating such a technique. Lu Changsheng breathed out lightly, preparing to cultivate the immortal beauty technique. Although he had no obsessions about his looks, if he could be more handsome and maintain eternal youth, why not? Being more attractive, perhaps he'd even get fairies to take initiative in the future. Besides, as an old saying from his previous life goes, since he's here, he might as well enjoy it. Since I obtained the cultivation technique, not practicing it would seem like a huge waste, wouldn't it? The main thing is that this particular technique is very simple to cultivate, with 2 methods of practice. One method is through meditation, drawing in spiritual energy to wander through the body, slowly refining and improving imperfections and flaws in one's appearance. The other method involves using the essence of the 5 elements, spiritual gold, spiritual wood, spiritual water, spiritual fire, and spiritual earth, to establish a foundation. With this, there would be no need for me to cultivate on my own. The essence of the 5 elements within would auto-operate the technique, cleansing the body and enhancing my condition. Plainly speaking, as time passes, a person would keep getting more handsome. Furthermore, the essence of these 5 elements doesn't set high standards. Ordinary first and second rank spiritual materials would suffice. There's no need for heaven-sent treasures or rare spiritual objects. The higher the quality of the materials, the better the effect. However, Lu Changsheng could only use the first method for the time being, because he couldn't afford even the first-grade spiritual materials. Immediately after that, Lu Changsheng began cultivating the immortal beauty technique. One night passed, and the next day, Lu Changsheng looked at himself in the mirror. Although his appearance was exactly the same as before, he always felt as if he had become a lot more handsome. After looking at himself for a half an hour, Lu Changsheng stopped. Self-aware as he was, he knew this was an illusion. It's just like how you always feel thinner immediately after a run. And this immortal beauty technique, although a peripheral sect-level technique, isn't that miraculous. It's not like practicing it will transform one from ugly and loathsome to peerlessly divine. Only that by cultivating this technique, one's facial features, bone structure, and skin, among other things, would subtly and quietly improve for the better. Once the improvement reaches a certain level and one's own limit, there would be no more effect. It's not like there are different layers, and once you reach a certain layer, you become divine in appearance. If there were a standard for peerless beauty, and everyone cultivated toward that aspect, wouldn't it be awkward to end up all looking like clones? Such individuals wouldn't deserve the title of peerless beauty then. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. Because his talent for talisman making became apparent, his standard of living improved quite a bit, and Lu Changsheng was in good physical and mental shape. Therefore, in this month, by putting in a little effort, he managed to get one of the two maids, who had yet to be taken as concubines, pregnant. Thinking that once both women were pregnant, Uncle Fu would send more girls his way, Lu Changsheng didn't wait for Uncle Fu to take the initiative. Instead, he proactively went to Uncle Fu to discuss the matter of taking concubines. After all, talisman making was reasonably well managed. It was in taking wives, accepting concubines, and producing children that one finds the true principle of life. Having tasted the sweetness from 2 system lottery draws, Lu Changsheng was eager for more. When Uncle Fu learned of Lu Changsheng's intentions and heard what he said, he fell silent. Even after a year and a half, other immortal seedlings were still somewhat resistant to marriage and childbearing. Yet, Lu Changsheng not only did not resist but also actively expressed his desire to take more concubines, catching him off guard. But after a moment of silence, Uncle Fu agreed. He asked Lu Changsheng about his preferences, saying he would send 2 over to him later. He pointed out, however, that with these 2, Lu Changsheng would have married 9, and so there would be no more, and he could not take any additional concubines in the future. Additionally, because of Lu Changsheng's talent for talisman making, Uncle Fu also took the opportunity to offer some advice. He urged Lu Changsheng not to be too indulgent in pleasures of the flesh, and to focus more on the talisman path. Because of the talisman-making talent displayed by Lu Changsheng over the past year and a half, as well as his farmer origins, the Lu family was already considering integrating him as one of their own. Whether or not he fathers 50 children had become less important. If Lu Changsheng were to become obsessed with his passions and neglect his proper business, squandering his own abilities, Uncle Fu as the steward would have a hard time explaining himself. To this, Lu Changsheng readily agreed, feeling that 9 was indeed enough. If it were possible to have 1 child a year, he could have 9 in a single year. 10 days later, Uncle Fu sent 2 young women from the Lu family to Lu Changsheng, fulfilling the promise of concubines he had made. He also sent over 4 elderly nursemaids to take care of Lu Changsheng's family, to do laundry, cook, and look after the children. Seeing the 4 nursemaids, who were all in their 40s or 50s, Lu Changsheng sighed deeply. He felt as if he had been slighted. The attendants and maids sent to serve him in the past had all been young women, but now they were old nursemaids. It seemed that these were indeed the last 2. Chapter 14, Qi Refinement Level 2_1. Chapter 14, Qi Refinement Level 2_1. Half a year later. Qi Refinement Second Level. In the practice room, Lu Changsheng's robe fluttered without any wind as he emerged from his meditative state and expelled a breath of turbid air, his face revealing a joyful expression. After a year and a half of arduous cultivation, he had finally broken through from the first level of Qi refinement to the second level. The process had taken such a long time partly because he had been delayed by both child-rearing and talisman making. Otherwise, with his current monthly resource of 5 spirit stones and the occasional purchase of some spiritual tea and spiritual medicine to supplement his practice, he would have progressed in his cultivation as well. However, Lu Changsheng felt that the delay was worthwhile. During the past 6 months, Lu Changsheng had taken the 7th concubine and 2 women from the Lu family, who were sent over by Uncle Fu, as his wives, and all of them were successfully pregnant. Meanwhile, Lu Lanxu, Lu Zier, and Lu Qing'er were all expecting their second child as well. In half a year's time, Lu Changsheng had 6 more children on the way. This caused Uncle Fu, who had always been keeping an eye on Lu Changsheng's situation, to come over and advise him to exercise restraint when it came to pleasures of the flesh, emphasizing that there was no rush with having children. As for talisman making, he had drawn over 200 talismans in the past 6 months. 50 of these were made into basic talismans, which he took to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to exchange and supplement his household expenses. He also expressed to Uncle Fu that he was already 50 to 60% confident in succeeding in making peace charms. He estimated that in a few months, he would be able to attempt making first-grade talismans. As soon as he could successfully draw a lower-grade first-grade talisman, he would be considered an elementary talisman master. At the Qi refinement second level, my spiritual power is nearly twice as dense as it was at the first level. Now, drawing middle-grade first-level talismans poses no difficulty for me. It's not like before when drawing a single middle-grade talisman would leave me nearly depleted, and drawing more difficult talismans would result in failure. If I had the materials, I could even try to draw some superior-grade first-level talismans for self-defense. Lu Changsheng stood up, feeling the spiritual power within his Dantian sea of Qi. The bottleneck in his talisman drawing was not his skills but rather his own cultivation level. As long as his cultivation reached the threshold for talisman making, he would be able to successfully draw talismans. However, his current tools and materials limited him to drawing only middle-grade first-level talismans and did not yet allow him to attempt superior-grade first-level talismans. Even though he had maxed out second-rank talisman-making skill, without the necessary materials, he would be like a skilled woman without rice, unable to cook. If he were to go to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to purchase high-level talisman-making materials, he would not know how to explain it, as he didn't have the extra money. I can also try to cultivate spells now. Otherwise, apart from talismans, I have no other means. Lu Changsheng murmured to himself. He had not yet cultivated any techniques. Apart from using talismans, he was essentially powerless. And on the path of cultivation, conflicts and battles were inevitable. Even if Lu Changsheng didn't wish to compete or fight and only wanted to live a peaceful life marrying and having children, trouble would still find its way to him. Counting on just getting by safely all the way was impossible, a clear case of self-deception. But there's no need to hurry. As long as I don't leave the Lu family, there shouldn't be any danger for now. Lu Changsheng shook his head, left the practice room, and went to relax and play with his children. No sooner had he picked up a child to go to the courtyard than he saw Li Feiyu arrive. He playfully addressed his eldest son in his arms, "Come, call him Uncle Li." However, the child was only a little over a year old and could only babble repetitive syllables. "Changsheng, congratulations on breaking through to the second level of Qi refinement." Li Feiyu congratulated Lu Changsheng as he approached. He lived next door to Lu Changsheng. Just now, while practicing martial arts in the courtyard, he had sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy here and knew that Lu Changsheng had broken through to the Qi refinement second level. "Hey, it's about time I made the breakthrough," Lu Changsheng responded with a chuckle. Li Feiyu, possessing a 7th-grade spiritual root and dedicating himself completely to cultivation without wasting time on the distractions of women, had made his breakthrough to the second level of Qi refinement half a year ago. "Changsheng, why do I feel like you've gotten a lot fairer than before, and you look quite a bit better overall? What have you been doing?" At this moment, Li Feiyu looked at Lu Changsheng, who was holding his child, and suddenly remarked with a click of his tongue. Although the two lived next door, they only got together once every month or two. "Oh, really?" Hearing Li Feiyu's words, Lu Changsheng paused for a moment. He immediately thought that it must be the effect of cultivating the immortal beauty technique. Although he did not pay much attention to this cultivation technique, he would still cultivate it whenever he remembered. Cultivating Qi refinement does have the effect of cleansing the marrow and reshaping one's features, but in the early stages, there isn't much improvement in terms of appearance and changes to the fairness of the skin. Soon, Lu Changsheng said nonchalantly, "Maybe it's because I used to do farm work, but now I've been living a life of luxury, and it's also the age when I'm growing, so naturally, I've become a bit more well-nourished." TSK. Originally, the two of us together were like a beautiful flower paired with green leaves. If you keep this up, won't I lose my ability to set you off? Li Feiyu teased. Get lost. Wait a few more years, and you will be the green leaves that set me off." Lu Changsheng laughed and cursed. The next day, Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family's library, spent a spirit stone, and rented the primary level spells introduction to start cultivating spells. ZZZT. In the practice room, Lu Changsheng extended a finger of his right hand, and sparks and fire stars appeared half an inch above his fingertip. But just as the spark formed a fireball, it extinguished. The spell Lu Changsheng was practicing was one of the primary spells, the flame bullet technique. It allowed the release of a small fireball to be shot out. However, this spell was not easy to practice. Not only did it require the cooperation of spiritual power, but also the chanting of a mantra. And this mantra was not something like shouting, flame bullet technique, it was a series of ancient and obscure syllables. Coordinating them with spiritual power was very awkward, so even after practicing for so long, Lu Changsheng still hadn't gotten the hang of it. After practicing for an hour, Lu Changsheng's spiritual power was nearly depleted, and he began to sit and rest in meditation. And so, practicing spells became another part of Lu Changsheng's daily life. Crackle. A red fireball the size of a thumb appeared on Lu Changsheng's fingertip. The fireball was not large, but it emitted an intense heat, causing the temperature in the practice room to rise. Looking at the small fireball on his fingertip, Lu Changsheng continued to pour spiritual power into it, letting the flames of the small fireball start to grow. When the small fireball reached the size of an egg, Lu Changsheng's fingertip holding the fireball began to quiver. With a sharp flick of his finger, he targeted the front target and released the flame bullet. Bang! The flame bullet hit the target, and in an instant, it melted the fine iron-made target into molten iron. Phew! No wonder Fei Yu said that the strength of a martial Dao innate is only comparable to the third-level energy refinement. In front of such a fireball, even if one's martial skills are high, a direct hit would undoubtedly be fatal. After seeing the power of the flame bullet technique, Lu Changsheng felt somewhat emotional. He thought back to the confrontation between the Lu family and the Chen family on the road to Qingzhou Mountain. The spells released by both sides were much faster than his own. And they could release multiple fireballs, water arrows, and wind blades at once, which was very difficult to defend against. But this spell is too difficult. I've only mastered a single flame bullet technique after a whole month. There's also the wind control skill, object manipulating technique, spiritual eye technique, sound transmitting technique, aura concealment technique, and a whole bunch of other basic spells. How long is it going to take to learn all of these? Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, shaking his head in frustration. If an elementary spell took so much time, what about more advanced spells? Cultivation truly consumes a great deal of time, effort, and money. This made him think of the talisman-making skill he had obtained. He now understood why such a skill was so precious and sought after. It wasn't just because of the difficulty. Cultivation itself was already a massive drain on time, effort, and finances. To practice an additional skill meant to spend even more time, effort, and money. Most cultivators simply did not have the time, effort, or finances to practice other things. They could only focus on cultivating one aspect. Chapter 15, Talisman Treasure, Golden Light Brick, _1. Chapter 15, Talisman Treasure, Golden Light Brick, _1. 2 months later. Lu Changsheng welcomed his seventh child into the world. Standing outside the delivery room, as soon as he heard the cries from within, his spirits lifted, and a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face. But in the next moment, his eyes revealed a complex mixture of emotions. At the moment of the child's birth, Lu Changsheng himself felt a profound and ineffable connection. Spiritual root. It was his own spiritual root that was throbbing. At the same time, the sound of a system notification confirmed that it was not his imagination. Congratulations to the host for the first birth of a child with a spiritual root, granting you one chance to draw a reward. My previous guess was correct. If a child possesses a spiritual root, it exists from birth, though still unformed, requiring growth and development until it stabilizes and manifests around the age of 5 or 6, when it can be detected. Having the system, the child's spiritual root contributes to my own, so I sensed at the moment this child was born with it. This also means that my previous 6 children, none of them have a spiritual root. Lu Changsheng, knowing his child possessed a spiritual root, naturally felt great excitement and joy. After all, only with a spiritual root could a child embark on the path of cultivation. Only then could the talent of the spiritual root be added to his own, accelerating his cultivation speed. However, having the lack of spiritual roots in his other 6 children confirmed also complicated Lu Changsheng's feelings, causing him some distress. Although he had been prepared for this possibility, facing the reality still brought discomfort. Without a spiritual root, the child would have no choice but to lead an ordinary life, and he would have to watch each of his children go through life and death. This was one of the cruel truths of the cultivation world. "Husband, what's the matter?" Lu Lanqiu, standing beside him, noticed Lu Changsheng suddenly become absent-minded and asked with concern. "It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something." Lu Changsheng shook his head, dispersing the thoughts from his mind. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural ways of life. It's not only the children without spiritual roots. All of his wives and concubines lacked spiritual roots as well. They would also eventually go through life and death before his eyes. Even though he had the system and could practice cultivation, it didn't guarantee that he would achieve immortality and witness longevity. So why worry about so much for now? With the system present, if his children could all step onto the path of immortality in the future, nothing could be better. If not, as their father, he could still ensure that his children would face as little suffering as possible in their growth, giving them a good environment to live a happy and contented life. "Congratulations, son-in-law, it's a little master." At that moment, a midwife walked out, holding a baby wrapped in a blanket. "A son. A son is good. As my first child to possess a spiritual root, he may have to endure some hardships following me on the cultivation path." Lu Changsheng took the child, looking at the swaddled, ruddy, and wrinkled baby, his face showing a hint of a smile. "Let's name this child Xianji." Lu Changsheng lifted the child high and said softly. This was his first child born with a spiritual root. He hoped that this child could follow him on the path of cultivation into the future and eventually attain immortality. Xianji. Lu Lanqiu, Lu Zier, and a few other women were somewhat surprised at the name. In the past, Lu Changsheng's names for his children were always based on themes like peace, joy, comfort, and tranquility. Why did he suddenly change his approach for this child? Seeing the expressions of the women, Lu Changsheng paused for a moment and then chuckled. "I was planning to tell you all later, but today, I have successfully drawn a first-grade talisman and have become an elementary talisman master. It is akin to taking the first step on the path of cultivation. Since my son was born today, naming him Xianji is also a wish for him to step onto the path of cultivation in the future." Lu Changsheng found a reason to explain. It was an explanation for the women but also for the Lu family. Just in case it turned out that only this child among all his children happened to have a spiritual root, it could raise suspicions and lead to unnecessary conjecture. "Congratulations, husband." "Congratulations, my husband. Today is truly a double blessing. The husband has just become a talisman master, and now the child is born, such an auspicious sign." Upon hearing these words, the joy immediately spread across the faces of the women as they congratulated Lu Changsheng. Under his influence, they had come to know a lot about talisman making. They knew that with their husband becoming an elementary talisman master, his status in the Lu family would henceforth be greatly different. As his wives and concubines, their status would also rise with the tide. The family entered the birthing room full of joy, to visit the concubine who had given birth to the child. This concubine was named Lu Yuzhu. Upon hearing the news that Lu Changsheng had become a talisman master in the name of her son, she was also extremely delighted. After a brief chat, everyone left the birthing room. Lu Changsheng handed the child over to Lu Lanqiu and went to his study for his third lucky draw. "System, I want to draw a prize." It was still that familiar prize wheel. Having gone through 2 draws before, Lu Changsheng looked at the prize wheel with the same mix of nervous anticipation. "I hope it won't give me another immortal beauty technique like before. Give me something useful." With a silent prayer in his heart, Lu Changsheng muttered, "Start the draw." Immediately, a golden light began to spin on the pale red wheel. Under Lu Changsheng's expectant gaze, the golden light slowly came to a halt, finally stopping above the treasure column of the draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talisman treasure, golden light brick. The reward has been dispatched to the system space, the host can check it at any time. A talisman paper with the image of a golden brick shimmering in golden light appeared along with the system's notification. Talisman treasure. Upon hearing this notification, Changsheng was instantly overjoyed. He had seen information about talisman treasures in a Lu family book. This was an item that bridged the gap between talisman and magical treasures. It sealed a portion of a magical treasure's power within a specially made talisman, allowing lower-level cultivators to temporarily unleash the power of magical treasures. However, only 10 to 20% of the original magical treasure's power. But 10 to 20% was already a lot. After all, these are magical treasures. The kind that only a nascent soul immortal could use. For an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, it already possessed an overwhelming lethality. Talisman treasures were incredibly rare and priceless, and Changsheng had only read about them in books. He never imagined he would actually draw one. Changsheng immediately checked the talisman treasure in the system space. Talisman treasure, golden light brick. Description: a talisman treasure refined by the immortal golden light from his high-grade magical treasure, golden light brick. Using it will produce a golden brick that attacks enemies, possessing 20% of the golden light brick's power. Note: the full power can be unleashed 3 times if used by a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage using their mana. A cultivator at the chi refinement realm can only exert part of the power with their spiritual power. Refined from a high-grade magical treasure, this indicates that the power of this talisman treasure is stronger than ordinary ones. Changsheng, looking at the information about this talisman treasure, was ecstatic. Talisman treasures were refined by nascent soul immortals using their own magical treasures. Naturally, the power would vary according to the grade and quality of the magical treasures. Like this golden light brick talisman treasure, being refined from a high-grade magical treasure, it indicated that its power was among the higher ranks of talisman treasures. With full power unleashed, I can use it 3 times before this talisman treasure becomes ineffective. Using my current cultivation at the chi refinement realm, I'll be able to exert only 10 to 20% of its power, which should allow me about 10 or so uses, right? Changsheng thought to himself. Each use of a talisman treasure would consume some of the power sealed within it. Once its power is exhausted, the talisman treasure will naturally become ineffective. Unless one finds the original magical treasure to nourish and replenish its power, it cannot be repaired. This talisman treasure drawn from the system naturally had no one to repair it. Additionally, not many nascent soul immortals were willing to expend their magical treasure's power to refine talisman treasures. Mostly, it was the nascent soul immortals nearing the end of their lives, about to transcend, who would do so to leave something valuable for self-defense for their descendants and successors. Chapter 16, The Child's Spiritual Root, _1. Chapter 16, The Child's Spiritual Root, _1. Changsheng's thoughts stirred, and he extracted the golden brick talisman treasure from his system space. Immediately, a talisman inscribed with the image of a golden brick materialized in his hand out of thin air. This talisman felt much smoother and more substantial than the ordinary ones he usually drew. The pattern of the golden brick on it shone with a twinkling light, seemingly alive. With the knowledge of a second-grade talisman master, Changsheng could tell at a glance that the material of this talisman treasure was made from the fur of high-ranked demon beasts. The standard talisman paper he currently used was mostly made from lower-grade spiritual materials. For instance, the abundant Qingzhou bamboo on Qingzhou Mountain was one such lower-grade spiritual material. Whereas advanced, top-quality talisman paper required entry-grade spiritual materials or demon beast fur. The materials needed to draw second-ranked talismans were the same. One had to use first- and second-grade spiritual materials as raw materials to create talisman paper and spiritual ink. This was one of the reasons why it became increasingly difficult for a talisman master as one progressed. Not only was it harder to advance, but the cost of materials was also high. To improve one's skills, one had to continuously pour money into this bottomless pit. With this talisman treasure, I now have a trump card and can protect my life when facing anyone below the foundation establishment stage, Changsheng murmured as he carefully stored the treasure. Even if a chi refinement realm cultivator could only unleash part of its power, it was enough for him at the moment. Just like how a mere 10% of a nascent soul immortal's magical treasure's power could easily crush a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. When he, a chi refinement realm cultivator, used a talisman treasure, even a fragment of its power was enough to overwhelm his peers in the chi refinement realm. Tomorrow I'll tell Uncle Fu that I can now refine first-grade lower-quality talismans. Lu Changsheng glanced at the night sky outside the window, which had darkened. It had been a year and a half since he first purchased talisman-making materials from Hundred Treasures Pavilion. In this year and a half, he had bought talisman paper and drawn talismans amounting to 560 in total. The time was ripe. He had also intended to reveal his status as an elementary talisman master around this time. Since he had discussed his son Lu Xianji's situation with his wives today, there was no need to wait any longer. Thinking of his son, Lu Xianji, Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered his own spiritual root. His spiritual root had experienced a mysterious tremor the moment his son was born. But since then, until now, he had felt nothing. I wonder what grade of spiritual root my son possesses. And to what extent has my spiritual root changed under his innate enhancement? Lu Changsheng pondered silently. Spiritual roots are an abstract indicator of one's aptitude for cultivation. They are not an extra organ within the body that can be seen. According to what he had read in books, cultivators with a spiritual root had different heavenly gate acupoints and dantian compared to ordinary people. Therefore, even though Lu Changsheng was a cultivator, he could not specifically see what changes his spiritual root had undergone, or how significant the changes were. He could only discern through specialized treasures used to test spiritual roots, or by using spells and divine skills like spiritual eye technique. However, Lu Changsheng was not in possession of these means at the moment. Thus, he chose the simplest and most direct method. To observe the speed at which he was drawing in nature's spiritual energy during cultivation and how it compared to before. After all, an increase in one's spiritual root would most directly and clearly be reflected in one's sensitivity and throughput of spiritual energy. The better the spiritual root, the higher the degree of fusion with spiritual energy, the faster the cultivation speed, and the fewer the bottlenecks. Several hours passed. Lu Changsheng was certain that his cultivation speed had indeed increased. But this increase was very slight. Less than 10%. With such a small enhancement, Lu Changsheng came to a conclusion. His son's spiritual root was nothing remarkable. Even though Lu Xianji had just been born and his spiritual root had not yet stabilized, and even if it could grow until he was 5 or 6 years old, it was unlikely to reach a high level. As expected, it was an 8th grade, the lower grade spiritual root. To have a spiritual root in the 7th child is lucky enough. How could the quality of the spiritual root be any better? Lu Changsheng sighed softly, knowing this was quite normal. His wives and concubines were all ordinary people, and his spiritual root was only 9th grade. The probability of his children having a spiritual root was about 1 to 2%. To have a spiritual root in the 7th child was already very fortunate. As for how good the born spiritual root was, hoping for a middle grade or higher grade spiritual root was truly wishful thinking. Except for a few rare cases, most children's spiritual roots are similar to their parents', not much higher in grade. Moreover, 99% of people with spiritual roots have lower grade ones. All these immortal seedlings that came to the Lu family had lower grade spiritual roots, not a single one had a middle grade spiritual root. If you want to have more children with spiritual roots, you need to have them with a woman who has a spiritual root. If both parents have spiritual roots, especially if they are cultivators, the probability of their children having spiritual roots can be as high as 10 to 20%. He realized that if he continued like this, having children with ordinary women, 99% of his offspring would be mortals. Indeed, he had mixed many utilitarian intentions into his marriages and reproduction. But he didn't want to keep having children blindly. Otherwise, the children without spiritual roots could only watch as they experience the suffering of birth, aging, sickness, and death. As for ensuring their happy growth and a blissful life, it was not a problem now with fewer children, as he could treat them all well and evenly. But what if the number of children became too many? Lu Changsheng knew that at that time, it would be impossible for him to treat them all equally, without favoritism. Looking at the history of past emperors killing their sons, you would know. If he had too many, he would inevitably do the same, neglecting the children without spiritual roots. Furthermore, taking wives and concubines to father children also required a certain amount of his time and energy. Sigh, thinking about this is still somewhat far-fetched. To have children is natural, and if the conditions are met, one should still strive for good breeding. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, shook his head, and stopped dwelling on these thoughts. He also felt that he was overthinking and being indecisive and emotional. Cultivation itself is an act against the natural order, if he gets too entangled in emotions, it will be hard to go far, and he might even invite a heart demon upon himself. I wonder if I could take a woman with a spiritual root from the Lu family after becoming a talisman master. Seeing that it was already daylight, Lu Changsheng got up to leave the house, ready to tell Uncle Fu about his ability to draw first-grade lower-ranked talismans. Suddenly, he thought whether becoming a first-grade talisman master would allow him to marry a woman with a spiritual root from the Lu family. If it had been before, this would have been absolutely impossible. Merely wishful thinking of a live-in son-in-law, daring to covet marrying above his status. But now, with the talent he had displayed in talisman making, becoming an elementary talisman master was not impossible. As long as he wasn't trying to marry Lu Miaoge, one of the core females of the Lu family, there might be hope. If I could marry several women with spiritual roots, it would be ideal. The children born later would likely have spiritual roots. Whether for myself or for the children, it would be a good thing. However, there's no rush for now, and hurrying won't help. Lu Changsheng thought. It would be good to marry a woman with spiritual roots. But he was only at the second level of qi refinement now, relying solely on his first-grade lower-ranked talisman-making skill. Even if he married a woman with spiritual roots, he feared that the power balance in the marriage would not be strong and the harmony he currently enjoyed might be disrupted. Moreover, if he made such a request to the Lu family, it would definitely not be as simple as taking wives of worldly background like before. He would need to pay some sort of price. So Lu Changsheng felt there was no need to rush this matter for the moment. It was something to consider when his circumstances improved. Not to mention, with his second-ranked talisman-making skills, marrying a few fairies with spiritual roots would not be difficult in the future. Chapter 17, The New Contract Terms, _1. Chapter 17, The New Contract Terms, _1. Lu Changsheng, you say you can draw first-grade talismans now. In the living room, Uncle Fu's face lit up with surprise and joy upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words. Yes, Uncle Fu, it's just that I'm not quite proficient yet. Lu Changsheng nodded, then took out a talisman and said, this is a first-grade lower-tier talisman I've made, the Fire Bullet Talisman. This talisman naturally differed from those Lu Changsheng usually drew. The rune lines looked a bit rough and not very smooth, but he'd managed to succeed all the same. It really is a first-grade talisman, a Fire Bullet Talisman. Very good, very good. You go back and rest first. I'll report this to the family head. Rest assured, now that you've become an elementary talisman master, our Lu family will definitely not treat you unfairly. Uncle Fu took the talisman, examined it for a moment to confirm it was correct, and then joyfully said, yes, thank you, Uncle Fu. Lu Changsheng bowed slightly to take his leave and went to await the results. Lu Changsheng was playing with his children in the courtyard. The older kids could now walk and were running around the yard, full of life and energy. At that moment, the courtyard bell chimed. Someone had arrived. Opening the courtyard door, he saw 3 figures standing there. They were Uncle Fu, along with the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yuanding, and the young Miss Lu Miaoge. Seeing the 3 of them, Lu Changsheng immediately understood their purpose. It was regarding his ascension to the rank of elementary talisman master. He hadn't expected that just one day would pass before the family head came to visit. And to personally come to his doorstep, no less. I pay my respects to the family head, the young miss, and Uncle Fu. Lu Changsheng hurriedly bowed and gestured for the 3 to enter, leading them to the main hall. He signaled for his wife to take the children to the back courtyard. These are all your children, right? They can walk already. Lu Yuanding, who was handsome with an air of scholarly elegance, said warmly upon seeing the kids in the courtyard. Yes, family head. Lu Changsheng replied with a nod. No need to be so formal, Changsheng. You've been with the family for over 2 years now, haven't you? Lu Yuanding now spoke like an elder of the family, calling Lu Changsheng by his given name, Changsheng. To respond to the family head, I have been with the Lu family for almost 2.5 years. How time flies, it's been over 2 years just like that. I hope you've been adjusting well over these past 2 years. Lu Yuanding continued. Apart from the beginning when he took some time to check on the immortal seedlings and made a couple of trips to Qingzhou Villa, he hadn't visited much thereafter. Thank you, family head. I have been doing very well these 2 years, and Uncle Fu has taken good care of me. Yet, in his heart, he couldn't help but think to himself that he was already 20 years old, not some 3-year-old child to be played with like this. Some actual benefits would be the real deal. At that moment, one of Lu Changsheng's wives brought in some spiritual tea to the main hall, then left after setting it down. Changsheng, Uncle Fu told me that you can now draw first-grade lower-tier talismans. Lu Yuanding then took a sip of the tea and got straight to the point. Yes, family head, after continuously practicing for this period of time, I've managed to draw the fire bullet talisman. It's just that the success rate isn't high right now, only about 1 or 2 chances in 10. Lu Changsheng explained. All beginnings are difficult. In just over a year, you've honed your talisman-making skill to this level and become an elementary talisman master, which is very impressive. Show me what you can do. It's perfect that Miaoga is here too, she can take a look and give you some guidance. Lu Yuanding said in a gentle tone. Having seen the fire bullet talisman Lu Changsheng gave Uncle Fu, he naturally knew that Lu Changsheng could draw a first-grade talisman. But such matters certainly required another direct observation for confirmation. I'll go get the talisman-making tools. Lu Changsheng stood up and said. No need, I have them here. Lu Miaoga, who was sitting nearby, stood up and said. She took out a set of talisman-making tools. Her voice remained soft and gentle as flowing water, making one feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze. Thank you, young Mississippi. Lu Changsheng took the tools from Lu Miaoga's hands. The talisman brush was still the golden bamboo brush from the last time. Approaching the table, he spread out the talisman paper, and took a deep breath as if slightly nervous. He dipped the brush in ink and began to draw the fire bullet talisman. The first talisman was about halfway completed when a mistake led to the paper emitting blue smoke and the talisman being ruined. Lu Yuanding and the others didn't say much and gestured for Lu Changsheng to continue. In the second attempt at drawing, Lu Changsheng, despite being somewhat clumsy, still succeeded. You were still a bit nervous, but you've improved greatly compared to the last time. It's just that the application of your spiritual power is not yet precise and natural enough, said Lu Miaoga, gently pursing her moist lips as she offered her critique from the side. With Lu Changsheng's second-rank peak-level talisman-making skill, deceiving her was naturally an easy feat. Thank you for your guidance, young Mississippi. My progress is largely due to the essentials of talismans you gifted me. Lu Changsheng said, bowing with hands folded, his voice filled with excitement. Very well, I didn't expect you, Changsheng, to successfully depict the fireball talisman on your second try. It seems your earlier claim of only having 10 to 20% confidence was a bit too modest. Lu Yuanding also chimed in with a laugh from the side. Internally he couldn't help but feel impressed. He had never thought that Lu Changsheng, once nearly discarded due to his 9th-grade spiritual root, would possess such astonishing talent in talisman making. In just a year and a half, he had gone from a novice to an elementary talisman master. This talent was not only on par with his daughter Lu Miaoga but even surpassed her by quite a bit. With such age and talent, he was indeed worthy of the Lu family extending an olive branch. This time it was just luck, good fortune. Lu Changsheng said, somewhat shyly, like a simple young man. Young man, there's no need to be too modest. Lu Yuanding waved his hand, continuing, I've been watching your performance in the Lu family for the past 2 years. I've long regarded you as one of our own. Now that you've become an elementary talisman master, our Lu family cannot possibly underappreciate our own people. This is the revised offer I have for you, have a look. As he spoke, Lu Yuanding took out a parchment of brownish-yellow sheepskin from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Changsheng. This was a spiritual contract, somewhat similar to modern contracts from his previous life. Upon Lu Changsheng and other immortal seedlings' arrival at the Lu family, they had signed such a contract. Thank you, family head. Lu Changsheng said, visibly overwhelmed as he took the spiritual contract and began to read through its contents. The terms laid out were quite straightforward and simple. Not like modern contracts that were densely packed through several pages, where one could miss a trap if not careful. Firstly, the previous contract was voided. Lu Changsheng was no longer an upstart son-in-law or a live-in son-in-law of the Lu family. Instead, he was formally married into the family as a son-in-law. Therefore, he no longer needed to provide the Liu family with 50 offspring within 20 years, nor was he confined to how many children with a spiritual root he must have. The children would be his own. Second, he would enjoy the same treatment as the direct descendants of the Liu family. He could move to the core area of Qingzhou Valley, live in Qingzhou Valley, and have access to a second-grade spirit vein. Moreover, the monthly resources he received were increased from 5 spirit stones to 10, along with 1 bottle of yellow dragon elixir. In return, his obligation was to help the Liu family refine a certain quantity of talismans every month. And, depending on the family's needs, practice making the appropriate talismans, among other things. Of course, these talisman materials would naturally be provided by the Liu family, as part of the cultivation investment from the Liu family's side in talisman making. With Liu Changsheng's second-rank talisman-making skill, these obligations were essentially all profit. However, the final clause caused Liu Changsheng to frown slightly. Should he decide to leave the Liu family, he would need to give a 20-year notice in advance. Otherwise, he would have to repay threefold the resources that the Liu family had invested in him. The initial terms were indeed favorable, no doubt about it. But the last clause gave him slight hesitation. In essence, the last clause meant that staying with the Liu family was naturally for the best, a reason for everyone to rejoice. If he ever wanted to leave, there were 2 options available. Either repay 3 times the resources the Liu family had invested in him over the years, essentially buying his freedom. Or give the Liu family a heads up, then work for them for 20 years. Deep within, Liu Changsheng had always harbored thoughts of leaving. Once he overcame the initial phase and gained sufficient strength, he would choose to leave the Liu family and establish his own cultivation clan. While the Liu family offered safety and protection, in the end, he was under another's roof. Many things and actions were fraught with trepidation. For example, in the area of talisman making, he had delayed showing off his first-grade talisman-making skill for a whole year and a half. In his room, hidden away, were over 400, nearly 500 first-grade talismans. If converted to spirit stones, it amounted to a huge sum of money. Moreover, Liu Changsheng knew his talent was not great. To continue on the path of cultivation and for a long haul, he could only rely on the system and had to have many kids, especially those with a spiritual root. Having offspring with a spiritual root from ordinary wives was difficult and troublesome. He had to marry many fairies with a spiritual root. Even if the Liu family was willing to marry women with a spiritual root to him, it would only be 1 or 2 at most. They couldn't be like how it was in ordinary society, where he could readily marry 9 women. Even the idea of taking in numerous common folk women to bear children caused him a degree of concern while in the Liu family. Changsheng, if you think there's something inappropriate or have any doubts or questions, feel free to raise them. This contract was only something I thought of today, and naturally, there might be some aspects that haven't been thoroughly considered. Seeing Liu Changsheng's hesitant and conflicted expression, Liu Yuanding took a sip of his spiritual tea, still speaking in a gentle tone. Chapter 18, The Good-for-Nothing Son-in-Law Turns Over a New Leaf, _1. Chapter 18, The Good-for-Nothing Son-in-Law Turns Over a New Leaf, _1. In the hall, Liu Yuanding and Uncle Fu both looked at Liu Changsheng, waiting for him to make a choice. Family head, the terms here are naturally very good, and I am very satisfied with no objections, said Liu Changsheng. It's just that I have 2 questions. Whom do these children belong to, me or the Liu family? And if I continue to live in the Liu family, can I still take wives and concubines? Liu Changsheng spoke, saying so. He wasn't foolish enough to believe what Liu Yuanding said about thinking up the terms on the spot and suggesting he could raise any issues. Although he had become an elementary talisman master, he was still far from having the qualifications to negotiate with the Liu family on an equal footing. If he brought up leaving now, it would certainly affect how the Liu family perceived him, their viewpoint, and arrangements. Despite being dependent on others, he thought about leaving after getting through the initial stage. But for now, he still needed the protection of the Liu family to grow, and he would have to stay for a long time. Thus, negotiating terms at this point was unwise. The terms were more or less acceptable. If they were harsh, then so be it. Moreover, the contract from the Liu family was not particularly harsh to the point of being unacceptable. It was within a range that Liu Changsheng could accept. After all, the Liu family had nurtured him and allowed him to safely get through the initial stage. It was normal for him to pay a price in return. Lu Changsheng was also confident in himself. He believed that, once he had gotten through the early stage with the family, it would not be a big problem to repay the Lu family threefold the resources with the help of the system and his second-grade talisman skills. Not to mention, the lucre from making talismans with the materials provided by the Lu family in the future, thanks to his 100% success rate in talisman making, would earn him quite a bit. It is well known that the profits from magic artifacts, elixir medicines, and talismans are very high, bordering on excessive. Lu Yuanding, upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, was startled and didn't know what to say for a moment. He had just seen Lu Changsheng's hesitation and thought he was struggling with the terms and treatment. He hadn't expected Lu Changsheng to ask such questions. Whom do the children belong to? And whether he would still be able to take wives and concubines in the future. It was simply. But then he thought about how Lu Changsheng was just a common peasant, and he came to terms with it. This was entirely a smallholder mentality, concerned only with a wife and children keeping a warm bed. It was only because of a fortuitous coincidence that he possessed a spiritual root and stepped onto the path of immortality, while also having an innate talent for talisman making. In Lu Yuanding's view, this was even better, as it would make it easier for Lu Changsheng to integrate into the Lu family and be of use to them. Uncle Fu, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless because of Lu Changsheng's questions. He thought to himself that Lu Changsheng really had a mind full of lust for women. After having taken 9 Lu family women, he was still not satisfied and was thinking about taking more wives and concubines. It was fortunate that the servants he had previously arranged for Lu Changsheng were all older women. If they had been young and beautiful maids, they probably would have been spoiled by now. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with the girls, he truly wished that Lu Changsheng would focus on the talisman path instead of being constantly engrossed in his desires for women. Lu Miaoge, on the other hand, remained as indifferent as ever, her demeanor otherworldly, her thoughts unknown. Haha, don't worry, Lu Yuanding laughed, according to these terms, you will be a son-in-law to our Qingzhou Lu family, not just an added member. Naturally, all the children are yours. As for taking wives and concubines, that's your freedom. Our Lu family naturally won't interfere, Lu Yuanding continued. They valued Lu Changsheng as a person. The talents and worth that Lu Changsheng displayed, a few children, and worldly women were trivial in their eyes. Thank you, family head. Then I have no other questions, Lu Changsheng said as he made an obeisance with his hands. Immediately after, Lu Yuanding had Uncle Fu bring out the contract that Lu Changsheng had signed earlier to dissolve it. And had a new contract signed with Lu Changsheng on the spiritual contract. From now on, consider the Lu family your own home, Lu Yuanding said with a gentle, scholarly smile. He then gently patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder and continued, in the next few days, I will have someone prepare your identity plaque and arrange for your residence in Qingzhou Valley. Once everything is set up, Uncle Fu will notify you. For the next few days, you'll still stay here. As for your welfare and treatment, it will start from this month, he added. Lu Changsheng was slightly startled, aware that the other party was buying his favor. But undeniably, these actions and words were indeed comforting. He nodded and said with his hands cupped, yes, Changsheng thanks the family head. Thereupon, Lu Yuanding, together with Uncle Fu and Lu Miaoge, departed. Lu Changsheng went out to see them off. Watching the 3 leave, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. From now on, he would be considered as having secured his footing in the Lu family, wouldn't he? Afterward, a group of wives and concubines also hurried over. Surrounding Lu Changsheng, the family had asked if his visit was due to Lu becoming a talisman master. Ever since they learned that Lu Changsheng could draw first-grade talismans 2 days ago, they had been even more anticipating this than Lu Changsheng himself. Lu Changsheng didn't conceal anything and spoke the truth. He told the women that in some time, his whole family would be able to move and live in Qingzhou Valley with the children. Upon hearing this news, all the women were unexpectedly overjoyed, their eyes looking at Lu Changsheng with even deeper affection and tenderness. News of Lu Changsheng becoming an elementary talisman master and soon moving to Qingzhou Valley spread throughout Qingzhou Villa. This news was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. It made the Lu family disciples in Qingzhou Villa extremely envious and jealous of Lu Changsheng. You should know, despite being Lu family disciples, they weren't qualified to live in Qingzhou Valley and could only reside in Qingzhou Villa. Yet now, Lu Changsheng, a son-in-law from another clan, was able to move into Qingzhou Valley. This implied that Lu Changsheng's status as a son-in-law was already higher than theirs. As for the group of immortal seedlings who had arrived at the Lu family along with Lu Changsheng, they were even more envious to the point of grinding their teeth. There's a saying that one fears not only the hardship of one's brothers, but also their driving of luxury cars. Usually, they wouldn't compare themselves with the Lu family disciples. But like them, Lu Changsheng was also discarded by the Qingyun sect, and moreover, he was a son-in-law who had married into the Lu family. Seeing Lu Changsheng's achievement now naturally sparked their envy, jealousy, and discomfort. They secretly cursed their lack of talent in this area. No matter what they thought, now that Lu Changsheng had become an elementary talisman master, they chose to ingratiate themselves with him. One after another, they came to offer congratulations and present gifts. After all, having been in contact with cultivation for so long, everyone knew the value of a 20-year-old talisman master. Not just the immortal seedlings, many among the Lu family disciples of Qingzhou Villa also put aside their pride to come to Lu Changsheng's house to offer congratulations and gifts, seeking to make his acquaintance. Changsheng, congratulations, congratulations. Li Feiyu from next door was the first to come over, bringing his wife to celebrate. He also brought a box of spiritual tea. He had broken through to the innate realm 6 months ago and was now capable of impregnation. His wife was also pregnant. Thank you. We're friends, you didn't need to bring anything. That's very polite of you. Lu Changsheng came forward with a smile. He could see that Li Feiyu was somewhat disappointed. After all, Li Feiyu had been devoted to cultivation, and with a 7th grade spiritual root, he had always been far ahead of Lu Changsheng in terms of cultivation level. Now that Lu Changsheng had become an elementary talisman master, overtaking him on a shortcut with a bright future far exceeding his own. Of course, Li Feiyu was genuinely happy for Lu Changsheng becoming a talisman master. He wasn't the narrow-minded type who couldn't bear to see others succeed. Over the past 2+ years, he had formed a very good relationship with Lu Changsheng. It's no big deal, such a joyous occasion deserves a gift. How could I come empty-handed? Seeing that Lu Changsheng had no pretenses and was the same as before, Li Feiyu also responded with a smile. Afterward, the two of them caught up with each other and chatted leisurely as one after another, people arrived with gifts to offer their congratulations. After receiving visitors throughout the day to offer their congratulations, Lu Changsheng looked at the gifts he had received that day and realized he had gotten quite a few. Some gave spirit stones directly, others gave spiritual tea, spirit fruits, and materials for talisman making. In total, he had received roughly 56 spirit stones. This made Lu Changsheng sigh in amazement. If in the future he were to have a child and hold a banquet, wouldn't he receive so many gifts that his hands would grow tired? But this was just a thought. With the blessing of many children system, Lu Changsheng's approach to his future was to be prudent in everything he did and establish good relationships. After all, he had a family and not a few children, so he needed to pay attention to his reputation. Such matters, being done once or twice, were fine, but doing them excessively would affect his reputation and how others perceived him. It wasn't necessary and could be more trouble than it was worth. In the following days, Lu Changsheng continued his usual routine, calmly practicing cultivation, spending time with his children at home, while waiting for Uncle Fu's news. Meanwhile, his wives had joyful expressions as they went to meet their sisters and close friends, visiting and chatting. Simply put, they were showing off the fact that Lu Changsheng had become a talisman master. This made the sisters and friends who were married to other immortal seedlings envious, jealous, and resentful. They secretly lamented why they hadn't married Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng observed this behavior and said nothing. After all, his wives were people, not baby-making machines, capable of emotions and desires. For now, this was acceptable and caused no harm, but he could already foresee that in the future, his numerous wives and descendants were bound to cause trouble for him, the old ancestor, implicating him in their troubles. A family had its benefits, but sometimes it could also be a burden. But that's the nature of cultivation, gains come with losses. Having chosen this path with the blessing of many children system, Lu Changsheng was mentally prepared for it. Chapter 19, Moving, _1. Chapter 19, Moving, _1. 7 days later, Uncle Fu came to inform Lu Changsheng that Qingzhou Valley had been arranged for them, and they could move there to live at any time. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately began to move. However, having lived here for over 2 years, and with 9 wives and concubines and 7 children, naturally, he had accumulated quite a few belongings. Looking at so many items, Lu Changsheng felt somewhat of a headache for a moment. The family head had anticipated that moving would be troublesome for you. This is a storage bag, a reward from the family head to you, saying that as a talisman master, you should have a storage bag, which makes things much more convenient. Uncle Fu took out a pitch-black leather bag and handed it to Lu Changsheng, saying, "A storage bag." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Because he was hiding many talismans, he had long thought of buying a storage bag to keep them in. But when he inquired at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, even the cheapest storage bag cost 50 spirit stones. Even though he got 5 spirit stones a month, spending 50 spirit stones to buy a storage bag still pained him, so he didn't buy one in the end. Unexpectedly, Uncle Fu now said that the family head was rewarding him with one. "Thank you, Uncle Fu, thank you, family head." Lu Changsheng immediately expressed his thanks. It seemed that having a skill was indeed valued. Now that he had become a talisman master, the Lu family was much more generous with him. As long as you work hard for the Lu family, we will never treat our own people unfairly," Uncle Fu said with a chuckle. Then, taking the bag, he continued, "You must have never used a storage bag before, let me show you. Just aim the opening at the item you want to put inside, then inject a strand of spiritual power into the bag, lock onto the item, and it will be automatically sucked in." Having said that, he aimed the opening at a chair near a table, and sent in a strand of spiritual power. Immediately, a beam of white light shot out from the bag, enveloping the chair and causing it to rapidly shrink before being sucked into the bag. This is how to store it, and it's the same when taking items out. Just lock the item you want to take out from the storage bag with spiritual power beforehand. As he spoke, another beam of white light shot out and the chair that had been stored flew out, returning to its original size. Watching this, Lu Changsheng was both amazed and delighted, feeling that having such a storage bag was incredibly convenient. "All right, you can take it and use it." Seeing the excitement in Lu Changsheng's eyes, Uncle Fu handed over the storage bag to him. However, there are a few precautions when using a storage bag that you should be aware of. First, this storage bag only has a space of 1 cubic meter, and it can only shrink objects 10-fold. Therefore, if the object is too huge, or if you store too many items inside, the storage bag will become ineffective. Later, for large items like beds and tables, you don't need to put them in, as the villa in Changsheng Valley is fully furnished. Second, the storage bag cannot contain living creatures. If you put living people or animals inside, they will surely die. So never try it on children. The third is to not flaunt wealth. This kind of storage bag does not have an owner recognition function. If it gets stolen, anyone can claim the contents as their own, so when you go out, try not to reveal your storage bag in front of other cultivators, otherwise it may attract deadly misfortune. Uncle Fu spoke, his tone serious, as he instructed and advised Lu Changsheng. "Yes, Uncle Fu, I will definitely remember." Lu Changsheng nodded his head, firmly imprinting these words in his mind. Immediately after, he took the storage bag and began moving. He stored all the scattered talismans from the studies cabinets and all the other items he needed to bring with him into the storage bag. Suddenly, the originally troublesome move became much simpler. In a short while, he had packed all his belongings. Considering that Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines were mostly pregnant and he had so many children, Uncle Fu also arranged for a horse carriage to be waiting at the door. He had all the women and children sit in the carriage. Seeing Li Feiyu, who had come to see him off, Lu Changsheng approached with a smile and said, "Feiyu, I won't be able to drop by casually from now on, but don't worry, I'll still come to bother you when I have time. If you ever need anything, feel free to look for me anytime. You know our relationship, there's no need for me to say more, right?" Lu Changsheng said warmly, patting Li Feiyu on the back. The life-saving grace from before, coupled with the friendship they had built over these 2 years, had made Lu Changsheng consider Li Feiyu a true friend and a good brother. "Sure, I know what kind of person you are. We're both grown men, there's nothing much to say. Go on, it's not like you're going far." Li Feiyu laughed and waved his hand dismissively, looking carefree. Right away, Lu Changsheng got on the carriage, and together with Uncle Fu, they drove towards Changsheng Valley. Watching the departing carriage, Li Feiyu couldn't help but sigh softly, a hint of envy in his eyes, before returning to his room to resume his cultivation. Uncle Fu, Lu Changsheng. Uncle Fu, brother Changsheng. Changsheng bro, moving house. Along the road, someone noticed Uncle Fu and Lu Changsheng on the carriage and called out a greeting, their eyes filled with envy. A young girl caught sight of Lu Changsheng on the carriage and was momentarily lost in thought, then headed towards the 100 Treasures Pavilion. It wasn't far from Qingzhou Villa to Qingzhou Valley. The carriage gently moved along for half an hour before Uncle Fu stopped it and said to Lu Changsheng, "This is Qingzhou Valley. However, it's protected by a formation. To enter, you must present the identity plaque I gave you." So said Uncle Fu. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng looked closely and noticed a layer of nearly invisible transparent ripples in front of them. He had seen a similar formation when he first entered Qingzhou Mountain. He hadn't expected there to be another layer of formation inside the Lu family. Then, Uncle Fu took out the identity plaque and drove the carriage through the transparent ripples. The scene inside Qingzhou Valley was somewhat similar to the outside. As for the difference, the Qingzhou bamboo here was much taller and sturdier compared to the bamboo spreading across the hills outside. And there were even some distinctly visible, jade-green bamboo. The air was rich with spiritual energy, faintly carrying the sense of celestial mist. From a distance, one could also see terraced fields where spiritual grains, vegetables, and medicines were cultivated. "Is this Qingzhou Valley?" Lu Changsheng surveyed the surroundings with some curiosity and asked. "Yes, this is the core region of Qingzhou Mountain, Qingzhou Valley, with a second-grade spirit vein underneath. Living here will make your cultivation efforts much more effective, and if your wives, concubines, and children live here long-term, they too will benefit from stronger bodies and longer lives," explained Uncle Fu with a chuckle, then continued to drive the carriage forward, stopping in front of a manor. "This will be your residence." Pointing to the manor, Uncle Fu told Lu Changsheng. "This big?" Lu Changsheng was somewhat surprised looking at the manor before him. The manor was many times larger than his previous private courtyard, sprawling across 5 or 6 acres at a glance. Of course, coming here, the conditions naturally differ from those at Qingzhou Villa. Not only is the manor large and beautifully situated, but it also benefits from soundproofing and spirit-gathering formation effects, Uncle Fu continued to explain. Then the wives and concubines from the carriage disembarked one after another, and upon seeing the manor, they too were so astonished that their mouths hung open. Their previous lives had been in the secular world, where they never had living conditions this lavish. Everyone entered the manor. Inside, each building was constructed with an impressive grandeur. Pavilions, towers, winding corridors, rockeries, and ponds made Lu Changsheng feel as though he had entered a prince's mansion from his past life, luxurious and magnificent. Moreover, the misty spiritual energy in the air gave the manor the feel of a fairyland on earth. TSK, even a residence for someone in the Qi refinement realm is this nice. I wonder how luxurious the living quarters for a foundation building great cultivator or a nascent soul immortal must be, Lu Changsheng marveled as he watched the swaying bamboo, lush flowers and trees, and goldfish frolicking in the pond, unable to help his admiration. He was extremely pleased with this residence. Even though he had begun cultivation and was now a cultivator, Lu Changsheng still felt he was a commoner at heart. "You can take care of moving your things later. First, I'll show you around Qingzhou Valley," said Uncle Fu, after letting the family into the manor, to Lu Changsheng. "It's different here than at Qingzhou Villa. Everyone lives in their own residence and rarely disturbs each other, so there are some things I need to make you aware of." Uncle Fu took Lu Changsheng on a tour around Qingzhou Valley. He told him about the taboos and which places to stay away from. Because those living here were mainly high-ranking officials of the Lu family, guest elders, and core members of the direct lineage. Here, there were none of the shops like the 100 Treasures Pavilion because there weren't many residents with such needs. Thus, if one needed to buy something, they had to go back to Qingzhou Villa. However, on the 1st of every month, Qingzhou Valley would host a small-scale trade fair. Family members, and even some guest elders, would bring out some of their spare belongings to set up stalls and trade. After showing Lu Changsheng around and imparting most things, Uncle Fu then left. And Lu Changsheng returned to his new abode. On this day, Lu Changsheng officially took up residence in the core region of the Lu family, Qingzhou Valley. Chapter 20, Lu Family Sisters _1. Chapter 20, Lu Family Sisters _1. After moving to his new home, Lu Changsheng took some items out of his storage bag and then went to his new practice room to begin meditating and cultivating. He was curious to see how much more effective cultivating on the second-grade spirit vein in Qingzhou Valley was, compared to the first-grade spirit vein in Qingzhou Villa. Several hours later, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, filled with joy. Not unworthy of a second-grade spirit vein, the spiritual energy is several times denser than that of Qingzhou Villa, which has increased my cultivation speed by 30%, he exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Changsheng clearly felt the benefits that came with the second-grade spirit vein. Moreover, the mere 30% was because his speed of assimilating spiritual energy was limited. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng felt that his cultivation speed could increase even more. Nevertheless, he was already quite satisfied with this improvement. Subsequently, Lu Changsheng became filled with passion for cultivation in the time that followed. 4 days later, a manager named Lu Bo came to where Lu Changsheng lived. He delivered a golden talisman brush and 100 sets of talisman-making materials. Lu Changsheng was tasked to produce 20 fireball talismans within a month. This was one of the stipulations in the contract Lu Changsheng had with the Lu family. The Lu family provided materials, and Lu Changsheng made talismans. For Lu Changsheng, producing 20 fireball talismans a month was naturally not a problem at all, it was purely a profit. However, this was also the Lu family still considering Lu Changsheng to be at a training stage. In the future, the quantity and quality of talisman production were both expected to increase. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since Lu Changsheng moved to Qingzhou Valley. On this day, his 8th child was born. When the child was born, Lu Changsheng didn't feel any fluctuations from the spiritual root. He immediately knew that this child didn't possess a spiritual root. Since the confirmation system could detect the child's spirit vein and this child didn't have one, he couldn't help feeling a bit of disappointment in his heart. But it was only a slight disappointment. He had become much more open-minded regarding the matter of his children's spiritual roots and could accept it with equanimity. Looking at his newly born child, Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered that today was the last day of the month and tomorrow would be the start of a new one. And on every first day of the month in Qingzhou Valley, there was a small-scale trading event. I have never seen such a trading event among cultivators before. It might be worth checking out tomorrow, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. As he had become a talisman master previously, Lu family disciples and immortal seedlings had given him a round of gifts, so he had some spare cash. Thus, he wanted to see what this small-scale trading event within the Lu family was all about. The next morning, Lu Changsheng went to the place where Qingzhou Valley's trading event was held. The trading venue was called Bamboo Heart Lake, and by the lake stood pavilions and waterside pavilions. In these pavilions, various Lu family members displayed items for trade on stone tables. Or they hung up signs indicating they wished to purchase certain goods or resources. He didn't know if he had come too early or if there were always so few people, but there were only about 10 people with stalls. The items for sale were few and scattered, and there wasn't anything he could use. Lu Changsheng walked around once and found it uninteresting, ready to head straight back. Just as Lu Changsheng was about to leave the waterside pavilion, he saw 2 women walking towards him, arm in arm. He recognized one of the women. She was the young Miss Lu Miaoge. Miss Lu Miaoge was dressed very simply, her 3,000 strands of verdant hair bound behind her with a moon-white silk band, elegant and graceful. She wore a moon-white, plain long dress without any other adornments, simple and refined, with a celestial and ethereal allure. The other person, Lu Changsheng had not seen before. But upon seeing this woman, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. This woman appeared to be 18 or 19 years old, extremely beautiful, and bore a 7 to 8 points of resemblance to Lu Miaoge. However, her makeup, dress, and temperament were starkly different from Lu Miaoge's. Her makeup was elaborately done, her black, lustrous hair was fastened behind her head with a dark gold hair ornament, with a few locks falling on either side of her chest, while she wore dazzling rhinestone earrings on her tender earlobes. She was draped in a sexy, form-fitting dark dress embroidered with gold threads, revealing her shoulders and perfectly showcasing her curvaceous figure, leaving little to the imagination. The slits in the sides of her dress, akin to a cheongsam, were cut very high, allowing one to glimpse the woman's partly voluptuous thighs and her jade-like smooth calves. However, at this moment, a pair of slender and beautiful legs were not the pure and smooth white that could shame the frost and snow. They were covered in a layer of black silk stockings as thin as cicada wings, making the legs look even more graceful and enticing. What surprised Lu Changsheng enough to take a second look were not just the black, see-through silk stockings, but also the shoes the woman was wearing, a pair of exquisite high heels with fine black and gold patterns. The sharp heels, estimated to be 3 to 4 inches tall, enhanced the contour of the woman's legs and made them appear even more perfect and provocative. They were simply leg-loving material. The whole person looked coolly elegant and nobility personified, sexy and alluring, standing a good half-head taller than Miss Lu Miaoge, who was beside her. "What are you looking at? If you leer any more, I'll gouge out your eyes." The black dress, high-heeled woman saw Lu Changsheng's gaze on her and her voice was as cold as icy springs. Huan. Seeing this, Lu Miaoge gently tugged at her sister. She then showed an apologetic expression to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng also felt that he had been somewhat rude. Mainly because he hadn't expected to see an attire of black stockings and high heels in this world of cultivation. The woman's outfit, a dark gold dress with black stockings and high heels, did indeed catch the eye. The noble coldness combined with a touch of sexy temptation made him involuntarily take a second glance. "I have seen the Mississippi. I have seen this miss, it was my rudeness." Lu Changsheng bowed courteously. If it were the past him, he might have been embarrassed. But now, as a man with 3 wives and 6 concubines, father to several children, such a small matter did not embarrass him. Desire is natural. Seeing black stockings for the first time and taking a second look is just human nature, isn't it? However, through Lu Miaoge's words and the 2 women's appearance, he realized that the pair were sisters, which somewhat surprised him. He didn't expect such a big difference in temperament and character between the 2 sisters. "Lu Changsheng, are you here to buy something?" Lu Miaoge's soft voice inquired. "I heard Uncle Fu say that there is a small trade fair here on the 1st of every month, so I thought I'd come over to have a look." Lu Changsheng so replied. "The trade fair won't be full until midday, you've arrived a bit early," said Lu Miaoge softly. "I see, but I'm not really here to buy anything, I just came to broaden my horizons, and now that I have, I'm ready to go back." Lu Changsheng nodded, not lingering for further conversation. Being attracted to beauty is quite normal, but a woman like Lu Miaoge is not someone he can afford to provoke at the moment, so it's better to keep a distance. Especially in such a public setting, who knows if conversing with Lu Miaoge might draw the attention of her admirers or followers. Without delay, Lu Changsheng made a bow and took his leave. Watching Lu Changsheng walk away, the black dress woman beside Lu Miaoge commented with a hint of disdain on her face, "So that's Lu Changsheng. He really is as lecherous as the rumors say, having married and taken 9 concubines, and he's still so lecherous. Huan, you two should pay some attention to how you dress, this is a bit." Lu Miaoge said gently. "You mean it's a bit frivolous, right? Sister, women dress for those they fancy. I'm dressing up for myself, not for anyone else," Lu Miaohuan retorted with a pout, unconcerned by her sister's words. "It seems I still know too little about this world." "That's also true. I spent the first 18 years of my life in a village, and aside from being taken to the Qingyun sect, the farthest I've ever been was to the county town. Since coming to the Lu family, I haven't stepped foot outside at all. Everything I know comes from reading books, so how could I understand much? This is a world with cultivation, so I shouldn't look at things with a limited perspective. All those immortal and fantasy animations from my past life always featured high heels and long legs, so the existence of stockings and high heels here is actually quite normal." Lu Changsheng returned to his quarters, feeling somewhat reflective. He didn't take today's incident to heart. It was just a minor interlude in life. But in the future, he should look into where to buy such shoes and stockings. He had no other intentions, he merely wanted to give his wives and concubines some gifts. Chapter 21, 3-year agreement, _1. Chapter 21, 3-year agreement, _1. In the monotonous and dull life of cultivation, talisman making, and spell practicing, another month had passed. Lu Changsheng's another concubine was pregnant with a second child. At the same time, the 9th child was also born. Still, there was no pulsation of the spiritual root, indicating the absence of one. On the 2nd day after the birth of the 9th child, Lu Changsheng received a letter. He was somewhat surprised when he saw the letter. It was actually from Hong Yi, who had attended the Immortal sects examination with him. The letter started with simple greetings and then inquired whether Lu Changsheng still remembered the 3-year agreement they had made. It had been more than 2 years since they had parted from the Qingyun sect. He hoped that Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu would also come together to catch up. And he mentioned that Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin had all agreed to the meeting. The 3-year agreement. Lu Changsheng, looking at the content of the letter, narrowed his eyes slightly. This 3-year agreement was a casual remark made by Hong Yi when the 6 of them were introduced to the Qingyun sect. They had agreed, regardless of whether they entered the Immortal sects or not, to gather at Rui Prefecture's largest restaurant, Rui Tower, 3 years later. If it weren't for Hong Yi's letter, Lu Changsheng would have forgotten about it and considered it just a joke. He did not expect that Hong Yi would actually write to mention it. He also said that Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin would all come. There is about half a year left, should I go? On his way to Qingzhou Mountain in the past, the attack by the Qin family cast some shadows on him. He felt the cultivation world was too dangerous and did not want to leave the Lu family lightly. But the thought of the meeting and that Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin would also be there gave him some inclination to attend. As the saying goes, the more friends one has, the more paths one finds. All 3 were disciples of the Qingyun sect, and maintaining this friendship might be beneficial and advantageous for him in the future. He wasn't close to Xiao Xie and Zhao Qingqing, but he had a fairly good relationship with Han Lin back then. On this trip to the meeting, I can also deal with the talismans I've accumulated over the years and buy some materials for drawing high-quality and supreme talismans. With these talisman treasures on me, as long as I don't encounter a foundation-building cultivator, there shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, after seeking the path of cultivation and leaving my home for 3 years, it's time to go back for a visit. After thinking it over, Lu Changsheng decided to make the trip. Besides attending the meeting, there were other things he needed to do. He had to make some decisions about his worldly family affairs as well. Since I've received the letter, Feiyu must have received one too, Lu Changsheng thought. Immediately, he went out and headed towards Qingzhou Villa to see what Li Feiyu planned to do. It would be safer for the 2 of them to travel together. Lu Changsheng did not go directly to Li Feiyu's house. Instead, he first went to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to greet the shopkeeper. If it were not for the storekeeper of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, his talent for talisman making wouldn't have become so smoothly known by the higher-ups of the Lu family, thus, he came to visit and express his gratitude. Besides, he was still dependent on the Lu family, and it was good to cultivate a favorable impression by befriending the people of the Lu family. After all, cultivation is not only about practicing and fighting, there are also interpersonal relationships and worldly affairs to navigate. The shopkeeper of the 100 Treasures Pavilion was delighted and gratified to see Lu Changsheng come to Qingzhou Villa to visit him. Initially, he had helped Lu Changsheng out of self-interest. He saw that the young man had a good talent for talisman making and was a decent person, suitable to be utilized by the Lu family. But Lu Changsheng's gesture added a few more points of fondness in his heart. He felt the young man was indeed commendable. Afterward, Lu Changsheng bought some medicinal herbs for strengthening the foundation and nurturing vitality from the 100 Treasures Pavilion as gifts and brought them to Li Feiyu's home. He now had 10 spirit stones a month, while Li Feiyu still had only 2 spirit stones. Directly providing for the latter would not be accepted. And he wouldn't do that either. Not to mention he wasn't wealthy enough to afford it, doing so would also change the nature of their friendship. Visiting now with some gifts in hand was just appropriate. Carrying the gifts, Lu Changsheng arrived at Li Feiyu's home. If you're going to visit, why bother bringing gifts? Li Feiyu was somewhat surprised and delighted to see Lu Changsheng coming. It's not like we're just neighbors dropping by, so it's perfectly normal to come over and bring something. Besides, in 2 months, my sister-in-law will be giving birth, and all these are things to nourish her body. Lu Changsheng said casually. He and Li Feiyu were of the same age, but Li Feiyu was older by several months, so Lu Changsheng also called Li Feiyu's wife sister-in-law. All right, then I'll take it without being polite. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu did not hesitate and directly accepted the gifts. You've received Hong Yi's letter too, haven't you? As they entered the living room, Li Feiyu brewed a pot of tea and, guessing the purpose of Lu Changsheng's visit, started the conversation. I did, and after seeing the letter, I thought that since Han Lin and the others are going, I might as well go too, to get together. And I've been away from home for so long, it's time to go back and settle things, so I came over to see what you think. Lu Changsheng stated directly. I have the same idea. Li Feiyu nodded and said. Great, then we'll go together. We still have half a year, and we should set out about a month in advance. After all, traveling from Qingzhou Mountain to Rui Prefecture takes quite some time, Lu Changsheng said. No problem, I usually don't have much going on. Just come and call me on the day you leave, Li Feiyu said. Subsequently, the two chatted for a while, and Lu Changsheng had lunch at Li Feiyu's home before leaving. Time flew, and another half a month passed by. On this day, Lu Changsheng's 10th child was born. Just like the others, this child did not have a spiritual root. However, the instant the child was born, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host, the number of progeny has reached 10. You've earned 1 lottery chance. As expected. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Changsheng was delighted and thought to himself that it was as he expected. He had previously suspected that once certain achievements were triggered, they would lead to rewards. The first numeral was 1, it was highly likely that the second numeral was 10. I wonder if the next one is 20, 50, or 100, Lu Changsheng pondered. Without further thought, Lu Changsheng went to see the child. It was a girl, adorable indeed. After visiting his wives and children, Lu Changsheng returned to his study to start his 4th lottery draw. Lu Changsheng silently wished. Looking at the familiar lottery wheel, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and prayed in his heart. He hoped for a cultivation technique. His current returning origin technique was a primary level common cultivation technique. The advantage was that the cultivation was steady and smooth, with almost no risk of issues during the process. However, the downside was the same, too steady, which caused the absorption of spiritual energy to be exceedingly slow. He hadn't felt it much while at Qingzhou Villa. Now that he had come to Qingzhou Valley to cultivate on the 2nd grade spiritual vein, this feeling was very pronounced. Therefore, Lu Changsheng thought that if he could obtain a cultivation technique, this situation should improve. After all, even if the system was stingy, it would at least provide a peripheral sect-level technique, right? Start the draw. Lu Changsheng exhaled and declared. Instantly, a golden light spun on the pale red wheel. After 5 seconds, the wheel slowed down. Under Lu Changsheng's gaze, filled with a mix of nervousness and anticipation, the golden light settled on pet beasts. Chapter 22, 9 Netherhound, _1. Chapter 22, 9 Netherhound, _1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9 Netherhound cub. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. An image of a small creature, dark as the abyss and resembling a wolf or a dog, emerged from the big wheel, accompanied by a system notification sound. A 9 Netherhound cub. Lu Changsheng paused, his face lighting up with joy. Although it wasn't the cultivation technique he wanted most. He also considered pet beasts quite nice. After all, those who played games in their previous lives know the importance of having a good pet. It's pretty much the same in this cultivation world. If one has a good spiritual pet to accompany them as they grow, it can provide considerable help in both combat power and other aspects. Although he had never heard the name 9 Netherhound, Lu Changsheng was unsure of what rank this demon beast was. But after the previous 3 draws, Lu Changsheng had some trust in the system. He knew that while products from the system might sometimes be useless, they were never trash. Lu Changsheng directed his mental spirit to look at the 9 Netherhound in the system space, and information immediately surfaced. Spiritual pet, 9 Netherhound. Rank, Heaven Grade Middle Grade. Description, an ancient fierce beast variant, with Heaven Grade Middle Grade bloodline, possessing a trace of the primordial true spirit 9 Netherhound bloodline, can grow to its peak in 500 years and become a 4th-rank demon beast. Hiss. A Heaven Grade Middle Grade bloodline, and it even has a trace of the primordial true spirit's bloodline. As long as it grows to its peak, it can become a 4th-rank demon beast. Upon seeing the information about the 9 Netherhound, Lu Changsheng gasped in surprise and felt a wave of exhilaration. In the cultivation world, besides the human race, there are many other races. Such as winged, feathered, scaly, insect, flora, and fauna that can cultivate and ascend, are all collectively called demons. However, most demons are unenlightened with little intelligence and are also known as demon beasts. The strength division of demon beasts is very straightforward. From low to high, they are classed as first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. Corresponding to the Qi refinement realm, foundation establishment stage, core formation stage, nascent soul stage, and divinity transformation stage of the human cultivators. The difference between demon beasts and humans is that humans possess a spiritual root and strengthen themselves through cultivation techniques, while demon beasts cultivate and grow stronger through the bloodline inheritance within their bodies. The higher the bloodline rank, the greater the potential. As far as Lu Changsheng knew, the bloodline ranks for demon beasts were divided into low-rank bloodline, middle-grade bloodline, high-rank bloodline, earth-grade bloodline, heaven-grade bloodline, and the legendary true spirit bloodline. Low-rank bloodlines, also known as mixed bloodlines, will never break through to become second-rank demon beasts in their lifetimes without some sort of fortuitous encounter that purifies or mutates their bloodline. Middle-grade bloodlines will grow into first-rank demon beasts, but there's hope to grow into second-rank demon beasts. High-rank bloodline demon beasts will mostly be second-rank at their peak, with a chance to become third-rank. Earth-grade bloodline demon beasts are second-rank in their mature stage, and at their peak, they have a high chance of reaching third-rank. As for heaven-grade demon beasts, they are third-rank in their mature stage and can hope to reach fourth-rank at their peak. This 9 Netherhound obtained by Lu Changsheng not only had a heaven-grade middle-grade bloodline but also a trace of the primordial true spirit bloodline. Therefore, given 500 years, it could smoothly grow to its peak and become a fourth-rank demon beast. That is equivalent to a human cultivator at the nascent soul stage. A fourth-rank demon beast is equivalent to a human nascent soul true lord. According to the information I've seen in the Lu family library, within the Jiang country cultivation realm where I'm situated, the nascent soul stage is the ceiling. Only the Heavenly Sword sect has a nascent soul true lord in residence. Even the Qingyun sect that I tried to enter through the assessments doesn't have a nascent soul true lord presiding over it. If the 9 Netherhound can grow into a fourth-rank demon beast, I could walk sideways through Jiang country's cultivation realm with complete impunity. Lu Changsheng said with a trace of excitement and exhilaration. In the cultivation realm of Jiang country where he resided, the strongest power was known as Heavenly Sword sect. Within its gate sat a nascent soul true lord. Beneath it were Qingyun sect, Luoxia sect, and Spirit Taming sect, the 3 great immortal sects. Although these 3 great immortal sects didn't have a nascent soul true lord at their helm, they each possessed several nascent soul immortals and had very profound foundations. Beyond the 3 great immortal sects were 2 sects, 3 cities and 3 aristocratic families, making up 8 great powers. All 8 powers were headed by a nascent soul immortal and were considered the pinnacle forces within Jiang country's cultivation realm. As for cultivation families like the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain, which only had a foundation establishment stage cultivator at their helm, there were many, and it was impossible to record them all in the books. Moreover, Lu Changsheng noted that the book he saw was almost 100 years old. The content recorded therein was likely to have changed considerably by now. But a moment later, Lu Changsheng shook his head again. Even if one cultivates to the peak of the Qi refinement realm, one would only have a lifespan of 100 years. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would only extend one's life by another 100 years, living to be a bit over 200. Only a nascent soul immortal can have a lifespan of 500 years. Therefore, if I can't break through to the nascent soul stage and become a nascent soul true lord myself, even if the 9 Netherhound grows into a 4th-rank beast, it wouldn't mean much to me. The lifespan of demon beasts is generally several times that of humans. For demon beasts, a 9 Netherhound managing to grow into a 4th rank within 500 years is already quite fast. But for humans, this period is a bit lengthy. After all, even the lifespan of a nascent soul immortal barely exceeds 500 years. Even if one consumes life-extending elixirs or heavenly treasures, at most a few more decades or a century could be added, but ultimately, it is limited. Only after breaking through to the nascent soul stage can one's lifespan surpass 1,000 years. With a 500-year pinnacle period, reaching maturity in 200 or 300 years shouldn't be a problem. Maturity should be equivalent to a 3rd-rank beast at the core formation stage. So, growing into a 2nd-rank beast in around 100 years would also be feasible. Looking at it this way, it seems not too bad. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, there are methods to tame and control beasts, including many techniques that can speed up the growth of demon beasts. Lu Changsheng licked his lips, thinking to himself. The growth of demon beasts can be divided into infancy, growth, maturity, and peak, 4 stages. The 9 Netherhound cub he won in the lottery naturally was in its infancy. But according to the 100 arts of cultivation he knew of, there existed a skill called beast taming. It involves domesticating demon beasts into spiritual beasts for cultivators to utilize. The pet beasts that Lu Changsheng's system awarded naturally didn't need domestication and were absolutely loyal to him. However, within these beast-taming techniques, there were many husbandry methods capable of accelerating the growth of spiritual beasts. Lu Changsheng was aware that the spirit-taming sect, one of the 3 great immortal sects, was renowned for nurturing spiritual beasts, with each disciple taming and controlling a spiritual pet. This isn't urgent at the moment, I can look into it later if I get the chance to obtain the method for nurturing spiritual beasts. For now, I'll just raise it normally. But right now, it's inconvenient for me to take the 9 Netherhound out of the system space. Otherwise, if others see that I seemingly conjured a demon beast cub out of thin air, I'd have no way to explain. It just so happens that I need to make a trip to the secular world soon. When I return, I can take it out and claim I bought it to guard the house or to be a companion for the children. After some contemplation, Lu Changsheng decided not to take the cub out of the system space but to continue keeping it inside. Like system rewards, keeping it within the system space without taking it out doesn't affect it in the slightest. But once it's taken out, there's no way to put it back in. Also, thank you Fatty Head for the 500 coin reward, and book friend 202009110242000054 for the 100 coin reward. Chapter 23, Chi Refinement Level 3_1. Chapter 23, Chi Refinement Level 3_1. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed. In those 3 months, Lu Changsheng's 11th, 12th, and 13th children were all born. However, all 3 of these children also lacked a spiritual root. Regarding this, Lu Changsheng had already completely let go, knowing that it couldn't be forced. But he did not stop having children because of this probability. After all, having many children is considered the true path to happiness and good fortune. As long as he kept at it, and the base number of children increased, there would eventually be a child with a spiritual root. Moreover, as the number of children grew, the system would also provide rewards. In these 3 months, 2 more of Lu Changsheng's concubines became pregnant with their second child. In 3 years, with 3 wives and 6 concubines, he had fathered 13 children. And with 3 more on the way, he had made quite a name for himself in the Lu family's Qingzhou Valley. Everyone knew that the Lu family had taken a son-in-law who was exceptionally talented in talisman making but also fond of female company and having children. During this time, Lu Yuanding also visited Lu Changsheng to chat. His words were of admonishment, hoping Lu Changsheng would not indulge too much in pleasures of the flesh and should focus more on cultivation and the talisman path, lest he waste his life away. Faced with such advice, Lu Changsheng naturally nodded in agreement. But he also expressed that his spiritual root was too poor and that he had little ambition in life. He was content with his current life and only wished for his descendants to fill his home in the future. If he could have a few children with spiritual roots, he would then devote all his energy to nurturing them. Hearing this, Lu Yuanding was momentarily at a loss for words and brought up a matter with Lu Changsheng. The Lu family had a rule that all children who had not yet shown a spiritual root by the age of 6 should be sent to the secular world. Even if the time could be extended, they would definitely have to be sent to the secular world by their teenage years. They couldn't stay in Qingzhou Mountain indefinitely. Because these children lacked spiritual roots and were unable to cultivate, staying on Qingzhou Mountain would mean they could only perform menial tasks. Eaglets must one day soar into the sky, facing the strong winds and tempests. Without a spiritual root, keeping children by one side only hinders them. Moreover, the Lu family had its own clan and industries in the secular world, ensuring these children a life of wealth, clothing, and food without worry. If Lu Changsheng agreed, his children could also be placed within the Lu family of the secular world in the future. After hearing Lu Yuanding's words, Lu Changsheng felt a bit heavy-hearted. In 3 years, he had not completely adapted to the rules of this world. He found it difficult to accept the idea of sending his children into the secular world at the age of 6. Considering he now had a total of 13 children, and only one with a spiritual root. But he also understood that Lu Yuanding was right. If the children lacked spiritual roots, keeping them by his side was not beneficial for the children. As parents, one must let go and allow them to grow. So, Lu Changsheng planned in his heart to wait until the children were a bit older before sending them to the secular world. To let the children go out, explore, and see the world for themselves. Before that, as he had thought before, he would find Li Feiyu to teach his children martial arts. Not only to strengthen their bodies but to give them some ability to protect themselves if they encountered dangers in the secular world in the future. After all, not only is the cultivation world dangerous, but there are also many conflicts and disputes in the secular world, and he couldn't possibly watch over all these children at all times. Of course, he couldn't deny his own ulterior motive. He hoped that training his children in martial arts would bring some improvement to his own strength. And in the future, if his children took root and established themselves in the secular world, they could also spread out and form a Lu family of their own, a martial household. If there were descendants with spiritual roots in the family, he could send them to his side for guidance. This was also the current model for many cultivation families, flourishing in both the secular and cultivation worlds. On this day, sitting in the practice room and cultivating, Lu Changsheng's body surged with a wave of energy, causing his vestment robe to flutter without wind. Third level energy refinement. Finally, I've made a breakthrough before the meeting. After a moment, his breath settled, and Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, his face full of joy. It took him 1 year and 4 months to break through from the first level energy refinement to the second level. But to break through from the second level to the third took only 10 months. The significant improvement was due not only to Qingzhou Valley's second-grade spiritual vein but also to the spiritual root talent of his seventh son, Lu Xianji, and the enhancement of his cultivation resources. He now had 10 spirit stones, 30 gene of spirit rice, and a bottle of yellow dragon elixir every month. Since the children were still young and had no expenses, and his wives had no need to spend money. So most of these spirit stones could be used on himself to improve his cultivation speed. Though his talent was lacking, and it was difficult to achieve much on his own, he could not afford to slack. After all, to soar on the success of a child, the child must first grow up. Besides, among his 13 children, now only 7 have a spiritual root, and even then, it's a lower-grade spiritual root. For now, he still had to rely on his own efforts as a father. 3 years have passed, I'm finally going to take a trip outside. Lu Changsheng stood up and straightened his vestment robe. He approached the bronze mirror and looked at his reflection. The once unremarkable and ordinary face had gained more defined contours, and the somewhat dark skin had become fair and delicate, making him appear much more handsome. It is said that clothes make the men, just as the saddle makes the horse. Dressed in an azure vestment robe, as if tailored for him, perfectly fitted, it accentuated a tall and slender stance. A gentle and handsome face, a tall figure exuding an easy and confident air, his whole being radiated an inexplicable nobility. Compared to his appearance and aura from 3 years ago, the change was as different as heaven and earth. This included the effects of cultivating the immortal beauty technique which refined and improved his appearance. It was also a result of bodily development, living in comfort, as well as the awakening of past life memories and activating the system, which brought changes to his mindset and outlook. The effect of the immortal beauty technique alone wasn't this pronounced. Looking at his reflection, Lu Changsheng chuckled softly and went to inform his wife that he was going to venture far and return to the secular world for a while. This matter had long been discussed with his wife and also applied for through the Lu family. The Lu family agreed readily, even asking Lu Changsheng if he needed someone to accompany him. During his half-year stay at Qingzhou Valley, Lu Changsheng had perfectly completed all of the Lu family's talisman-making tasks, performing very well, hence the Lu family valued him even more. For this, Lu Changsheng expressed that he was just having a small gathering with a good friend and would also visit home to handle some affairs, and that he didn't need accompaniment. Having someone with him was safer, but it was also restrictive and inconvenient. The Lu family didn't insist and after giving him a transmission talisman, told him to be careful on the way. Having already packed his belongings in his storage bag, he placed it inside his robe and went to Qingzhou Villa, knocking on Li Feiyu's door. "I thought something came up and you weren't going." Li Feiyu, holding his child, opened the door of the courtyard and said with a smile upon seeing Lu Changsheng. His child had just turned 3 months old, a little girl. "I was almost at the point of breaking through, so it ended up being delayed to now. You've broken through to the 3rd level of energy refinement. Li Feiyu exclaimed with surprise. During this time, Lu Changsheng had not stopped practicing his spells. Techniques like the flame bullet technique, wind control skill, object manipulating technique, aura concealment technique, spiritual eye technique, sound transmitting technique, and such, he had mastered all the primary level spells. Spells, like talisman making, once you get through the entry stage, everything that follows becomes much simpler. Currently, Lu Changsheng was using the aura concealment technique to slightly restrain his spiritual energy, so Li Feiyu hadn't noticed Lu Changsheng's recent breakthrough to the third level of energy refinement. Yes, so as soon as I made the breakthrough, I came over. Lu Changsheng nodded and added. TSK, just breaking through to the third level of energy refinement, your cultivation speed might catch up with someone with a middle-grade spiritual root soon. Li Feiyu couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. He had been far ahead of Lu Changsheng during the first and second level of qi refinement. But now, while he was still at the peak of the second level, Lu Changsheng had overtaken him by a step, breaking through to the third level sooner. This made him feel quite moved and a touch envious. Hey, it's all thanks to external resources that I've reached this point. It's going to be hard moving from the third to the fourth level of energy refinement. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and explained. A family knows their own affairs. If it wasn't for a bottle of yellow dragon elixir each month and using all his spirit stones to buy spiritual vegetables, spiritual tea, and demon beast meat, how could he have possibly broken through so fast? He would have needed at least another year and a half of cultivation. Moreover, the 9 levels of qi refinement. The first 3 levels are straightforward given some time, presenting no particular difficulty. But breaking through from the third level to the fourth is difficult. It marks the transition from the primary stage to the middle stage of qi refinement, where bottlenecks exist. And the lower the spiritual root, the harder it is to overcome these bottlenecks. I believe this won't be a big problem for you. Are we setting off now? Li Feiyu didn't dwell on the topic and changed the subject. I'm ready to leave at any time, it's up to you whether you still need to prepare anything. I've been ready for a while now, let's go. Li Feiyu said. He handed the child to a recently acquired concubine in the backyard, then set out from his home with Lu Changsheng. Chapter 24, Heading to Rui Prefecture, _1. Chapter 24, Heading to Rui Prefecture, _1. Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu first rented 2 spirit steeds from Uncle Fu, along with a map. Otherwise, how the two of them would go to Rui Prefecture was a question. The spirit steeds were the same as the ones they rode when they first came to Qingzhou Mountain. As for the map, it was a map of Jiang country. Jiang country's territory was vast, encompassing 9 provinces. Each province governed 9 prefectures, each prefecture governed 9 counties, and each county had many villages beneath it. Places like Qingzhou Mountain, though not under the rule of Jiang country, were still considered within its territory. The Rui prefecture that Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu were headed to was a major prefecture under the jurisdiction of Qing province. Lu Changsheng's ancestral home was also in Rui prefecture. However, it was just a small mountain village under Qinghe county of Nanyu prefecture within Rui prefecture. After looking over the rough route on the map, the two mounted their spirit steeds and set off. Before I realized it, 3 years had passed. After leaving Qingzhou Mountain, Li Feiyu thought about how he had gone from a worldly martial hero, one of the young masters, to a son-in-law in the cultivation world, and he felt quite emotional. Yeah, 3 years, I wonder how Hong Yi and Han Lin are doing. Lu Changsheng also felt somewhat emotional. He remembered that 3 years ago, he awakened his memory during the Immortal sex examination and then became a son-in-law in the Lu family. Overall, Lu Changsheng was quite satisfied with his growth over these 3 years. Hong Yi, born into the Rui Marquis mansion, already had the strength of the 3rd level energy refinement back then, and he must have broken through to the 4th level energy refinement by now. As for Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing, they are cultivating in the Qingyun sect, and I estimate they are around the 3rd or 4th level energy refinement as well. It's just Xiao Xia. With her 4th grade spiritual root, I have no idea how far she has cultivated in 3 years. Li Feiyu looked up at the azure sky and spoke out loud. Back then, among the 6 of us, Hong Yi was exposed to cultivation early on because he was born into the Rui Marquis mansion, and he had the power of the 3rd level energy refinement. However, Hong Yi only possessed an 8th grade spiritual root, and even though he returned to the Marquis's mansion and had access to resources, they were definitely limited, so his improvement in 3 years wouldn't be too significant. Whereas Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing had 7th and 6th grade spiritual roots, respectively. Even if they were cultivating in a cultivation sect like Qingyun sect, they wouldn't be expected to get too far ahead in such a short time. Only Xiao Xie's 4th grade spiritual root was beyond their speculation. After speaking, Li Feiyu thought of Lu Changsheng, who had now also broken through to the 3rd level energy refinement. That meant that among the 6 of them, he had the lowest cultivation level, with only the 2nd level energy refinement, and his heart couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness. It should be about the same, the gap wouldn't be too big in just 3 years. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. He felt that Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing were probably at the 3rd level energy refinement. After all, the 2 of them were only 7th and 6th grade spiritual roots. If they had broken through to the 4th level energy refinement in 3 years, then the conditions of the immortal sects would be many times better than he had imagined. Seeing Li Feiyu suddenly fall silent and look somewhat despondent after speaking, Lu Changsheng paused and guessed the reason. Once you got to know Li Feiyu, he appeared quite amiable and casual. But Lu Changsheng knew that the latter was actually quite proud at heart. This was normal, in the past. As the young deputy head of the Crimson Whale gang, Li Feiyu was a top-notch expert in the martial world even at a young age. Calling him a youthful prodigy was by no means an overstatement. But now, 3 years had passed, and among the 6 who had embarked on the path of cultivation together, his situation seemed to be the worst. Moreover, he still owed the Lu family for 48 children, a thought that was distressing. Feiyu, don't think too much about the matters concerning the Lu family for now. As for the matter of having children, let's wait a few years. Once my talisman master skills improve further, I'll try to negotiate with the family head to get your obligation reduced. Lu Changsheng spoke. He was blessed with the system of multiple children bring fortune, so he wasn't concerned about 50, 100, 200, or even 1,000 children. He was willing to have them all. But Li Feiyu did not have such a system. Indeed, 50 children seemed a bit too much. Not only would it affect my cultivation, but once I leave the Lu family, the child would no longer be mine, which is truly difficult to accept. As a friend, a good brother, I'd naturally help out if it's within my power. However, right now I'm just a 1st grade lower grade talisman master, with limited authority. I plan to wait another year or so until I can reveal myself as a 1st grade middle grade talisman master, which would give me more say, and then try to help Li Feiyu with this matter. It's nothing, how could I trouble you with such a thing, besides? Li Feiyu fell silent for a moment and then shook his head. During this time, Lu Changsheng had already helped him a lot. Every time he came over, he would bring him gifts, and he felt embarrassed to keep troubling Lu Changsheng. Besides, he felt that this matter would also be troublesome for Lu Changsheng. But before he could finish talking, Lu Changsheng directly waved his hand and said, "We're so close, you're being a stranger by saying that. Besides, I also need your help with something." "What is it?" Li Feiyu, somewhat moved, nodded and asked. "I'm going home to visit my family and it's impossible to bring them over here. So, I would like to trouble you to ask the Crimson Whale gang to take care of my family in the future." He knew that he would eventually leave the Lu family and couldn't always live under other shelter, so naturally he couldn't bring his family to Qingzhou Mountain. Not only is it inconvenient, but he also didn't want to do so. As for taking care of his family, he was not in a position to do so. But he also could not neglect them entirely. So, he thought of Li Feiyu's Crimson Whale gang, which had significant influence in the secular world, and decided to ask Li Feiyu's family to help take care of his own. He didn't ask for much, just to ensure that his family would have a lifetime of carefree sustenance and wealth. "This little matter is hardly troublesome, leave it to me," Li Feiyu said directly upon hearing this. After all, he was the young leader of the Crimson Whale gang. Though he had been away from home for many years and likely lost the position of young leader, the leader was still his father, and he was confident that this matter would not be a problem. Also, I have so many children that it's impossible for all of them to have a spiritual root. So I was thinking, for any child who cannot engage in cultivation, I'd like to trouble you to teach them martial arts. Lu Changsheng continued. Though it would be quite some time before the children could grow up and learn martial arts, since they were on the topic, he just said it outright and asked for any advice on this matter. After all, Li Feiyu grew up practicing martial arts from a young age and was very clear about these things. Martial arts. That's naturally not a problem, it's just that martial arts training is very hard. As long as you are willing, it's fine. Li Feiyu replied, seemingly recalling something, and shook his head. He could tell that Lu Changsheng was very indulgent with his children on a regular basis and didn't seem like someone who would allow his children to endure hardship. For such matters, I will follow their own choices when the time comes. Besides, what's a little hardship? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He naturally didn't have any reservations about such things. Although he would not force his children to do anything, he was also not willing to spoil them to the point of being unwilling to let them face hardships and grow up spoiled and pampered. Moreover, this first group of children would be the foundation for building his family in the future. He would naturally put in more effort to not let them go astray and to help them become successful. And so, the two of them chatted idly while making their way. At night, they took turns keeping watch, to avoid any accidents. Chapter 25, Friends Reunited, _1. Chapter 25, Friends Reunited, _1. Due to Lu Changsheng's breakthrough to the third level of qi refinement, they were delayed in setting out on their journey. Thus, worried about missing their 3-year appointment, the two traveled day and night without stop. It took them only 19 days to rush from Qingzhou Mountain to Rui County City. The journey was very smooth. Aside from encountering several fierce birds and beasts, they faced no real danger. When they arrived at Rui County City, the sky had already darkened. Is this Rui County City? Lu Changsheng looked at the city before him with some surprise. This Rui prefecture was several times more prosperous and grand than he had imagined. The entire city was majestic and immense, resembling a giant beast sprawled out. The lights within the city were as bright as daylight, and the closely arranged residences, buildings, and shops were bustling with activity. The streets were filled with bustling crowds, weaving through like shuttles, and from afar, one could see several towering structures that reached into the clouds. It seems that this world's mundane realm is more prosperous than I had imagined. Lu Changsheng gazed at the bustling city before him, feeling a surge of emotion. Before his memories had awakened, he was just the son of an ordinary farmer, and the furthest place he had been to was Qinghe County. Not to mention Rui Prefecture, he had never even been to Nanyu Prefecture, which was above Qinghe County. This also made him quite unfamiliar with these big mundane cities. Now looking at Rui County gave him a feeling similar to a country person arriving in the Grand Shanghai. After entering the city, the two asked for directions and made their way to Rui Tower. Rui Tower, as expected as Rui Prefecture's largest restaurant, was more than 10 zhang high. A jade Rui hung in front of the building, with the 3 characters, Rui Tower, engraved on it, very splendid. Red lanterns adorned each corner, and the walls showcased murals of illuminated landscapes and beautiful women. Li Feiyu stepped forward and stated they were looking for Hong Yi. The doorman had already been instructed, and upon hearing this, immediately went in to notify. Soon, a tall figure clad in a vestment robe and opulent attire emerged from Rui Tower. "Brother Li, brother Lu." Hong Yi greeted the two warmly upon seeing them. But when he saw Lu Changsheng, he couldn't help but take a few extra glances, as if he could hardly recognize him. Now, Lu Changsheng, both in appearance and temperament, had quite a noticeable change from 3 years ago. "Brother Hong, you look as though you don't recognize me." Seeing the other's reaction, Lu Changsheng also joked. "If Brother Li weren't here, with such a change in Brother Lu, I really would have hesitated to recognize you right away." Hong Yi shook his head, his face filled with a smiling sense of awe as he spoke. He was much more enthusiastic and generous than he was 3 years ago. "Every time I meet him after a few months, I feel he has changed too much, let alone the long separation you've had." Li Feiyu chimed in. He would meet with Lu Changsheng every few months to catch up on old times. He didn't feel much at the moment, but looking back, he always felt that Lu Changsheng had some indescribable transformation. "Indeed, Brother Lu, what's going on with this change?" "It's massive." Brother Li, on the other hand, hasn't changed much. Hong Yi nodded and continued, "This is not the place for idle chat. I've already reserved rooms and a private booth at Rui Tower. Brother Lu, you've been traveling all the way here, let's go upstairs to welcome you properly and wash away the dust of the journey. Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin haven't arrived yet, but they should be here within the next couple of days." Through the conversation, Hong Yi led the two into Rui Tower. Inside, it was resplendent with gold and jade, and the eaves and rafters were intricately carved. In the center stood a spiral staircase. The three ascended the stairs and arrived at an elegant private booth on the 9th floor. Through the windows, they could directly enjoy the beautiful night view outside. Brother Lu, it's been 3 years since we've seen each other. How have you been in the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain? After taking their seats, Hong Yi enthusiastically served the tea and asked. It's been all right. Li Feiyu responded succinctly. He felt there wasn't much to talk about his own situation. I've been managing. Lu Changsheng replied concisely as well. If Brother Li says so, I naturally believe it, but with you, Brother Lu, I don't buy it. Over the past few years, I, Hong Yi, have frequently interacted with people, and I consider myself to have some discerning ability. Speaking of which, Brother Lu, that garment you're wearing, if I'm not mistaken, it's a vestment robe, right? Moreover, if I had not previously met and gotten to know Brother Lu, I would have certainly mistaken you for a noble scion from a cultivation family with your appearance and temperament. So, Brother Lu, you're not being truthful, not treating me as a friend, huh? Hong Yi said with a smile, adopting a somewhat exaggerated posture of being upset. Even though the three of them hadn't been particularly close before, under Hong Yi's words, they seemed to become much closer. I truly haven't hidden anything from Brother Hong. If anything, it's that I discovered my talent for talisman making in the Lu family and have now become a talisman master, so my living conditions are quite decent. Lu Changsheng shook his head and spoke thus. This wasn't him trying to show off. Rather, there was no need to hide such matters. Coming to this meeting, he did have some objectives in mind. He wanted to connect with Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin, the three disciples from the Immortal sects, and maintain their friendship. But to maintain a relationship, one naturally needs to have capital. Otherwise, what reason would the son-in-law of a cultivation family have to socialize with disciples of the Immortal sects? Currently, being a first-grade talisman master was the capital he had on the table. SSS, who would have thought Brother Lu had such talent? To think that in just 3 short years, you've become a talisman master. I'd like to offer a toast to Brother Lu with tea in place of wine. Startled by these words, Hong Yi gasped, his demeanor warming considerably as he raised his cup of tea. Brother Hong is too kind. I'm just an elementary talisman master after all, nowhere close to Brother Hong's free and easy manner. Lu Changsheng also lifted his tea in response. The Lord of Rui County City was none other than the Marquis of Rui. And that was Hong Yi's father. Within secular society, his status was certainly out of the ordinary. But seeing how warm and polite the latter was now, a stark contrast to 3 years ago, it seemed he had endured quite a few setbacks over the years. I'm merely an extraneous son, my status is hardly worth mentioning, certainly nothing compared to Brother Lu. Besides, Brother Lu has become an elementary talisman master in such a short time, which shows extraordinary talent, a true rare gem among men. It's very possible that you could become a second-grade talisman master in the future. Hong Yi shook his head in admiration, then spoke with a sincere expression on his face. You flatter me, Brother Hong. Hong Yi's words indeed made Lu Changsheng feel quite comfortable. He remembered how, 3 years ago, there was an arrogant air about Hong Yi. Although he didn't belittle him and Han Lin with cold ridicule or do anything hostile. His actions and mannerisms had a certain air of superiority, a disdain for them. Thus, the stark change in his attitude was surprisingly pleasing to Lu Changsheng. Of course, Lu Changsheng wasn't so proud as to leverage his status and engage in empty pleasantries with Hong Yi because of his changed attitude. With Hong Yi driving the conversation, the three of them gradually became more familiar and engaged in more intimate discussions. It was as though they were old friends reuniting after many years. In this way, under Hong Yi's enthusiastic hospitality, Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu stayed at the Rui Tower for 3 days. 3 days later, Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin arrived in Rui. Receiving the news, Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu came downstairs with Hong Yi to welcome them. No sooner had they descended than they saw Xiao Xie and her companions. Brother Feiyu, young Master Ho, are you Lu Changsheng? Xiao Xie, dressed in a long white dress as pristine as snow, with an extraordinarily beautiful oval face, greeted Lu Changsheng and the others with a bright smile as she approached. Her frank disposition and easy grace shone through her smile, brightening up everyone around her. Zhao Qingqing gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Her hair was simply done up, and she wore a long, verdant dress. While her appearance couldn't be called stunning, it was delicate and pretty. Especially standing next to the exquisitely beautiful Xiao Xie, she seemed overshadowed, merely a green leaf serving as a foil. But she had fair skin and a tall, outstanding figure, with her slender legs and waist particularly eye-catching. Brother Changsheng, Brother Feiyu, young Master Ho. Han Lin also greeted everyone. Compared to the two women, he appeared quite ordinary with no particular presence. Dressed in a grayish-brown robe with somewhat dark skin and unremarkable features, he was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. Chapter 26, Reunion after 10 years, _1. Chapter 26, Reunion after 10 years, _1. Rui Tower, Condensing Immortal Pavilion. Lu Changsheng, Li Feiyu, Hong Yi, Han Lin, Xiao Shiyu, and Zhao Qingqing, the six of them reunited after 3 years. Over the span of 3 years, everyone had stepped from the secular world onto the path of cultivation, all experiencing significant changes. Miss Xiao, in the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme, so you naturally deserve to take the seat of honor. Hong Yi said to Xiao Shiyu with enthusiasm. This enthusiasm was not as fervent as it had been 3 years ago, carrying a hint of pursuit. It was now like the hearty warmth between friends. Because Hong Yi knew very well that now, he simply did not match up to Xiao Shiyu. He hadn't won her over 3 years ago, and to now reveal a longing pursuit was nothing but self-humiliation. He wouldn't even be able to maintain a friendship. If Marquis says so, then I won't be polite. After a slight refusal, Xiao Shiyu no longer declined politely. 3 years ago, her personality was candid and lively, and after 3 years, she hadn't changed much in that regard, becoming even more bright and generous. Changsheng bro, you've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Hearing from the Marquis, you and Brother Li are serving as live-in sons-in-law in a cultivation family. Seems like life's been good, huh? At this moment, Han Lin said to Lu Changsheng in a casual way. Back then, among the 6 of them, Xiao Shiyu was the esteemed lady with a keen interest in the Jianghu life, often chatting with Li Feiyu about it, hence their relatively good rapport. As for Han Lin and Lu Changsheng, they had similar backgrounds and personalities, resulting in a good friendship. It's just that I've practiced cultivation, so some changes are normal. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, appearing quite magnanimous. Although his own change was significant, it was pretty much related to the immortal beauty technique. But as described by the immortal beauty technique, in the end, it was all because of his own good foundation. There was nothing to feel embarrassed about. This isn't just a little change, your transformation is even bigger than mine. They say girls become unrecognizable after their 18th year, could it be there's something like boys transforming after 22? Xiao Shiyu chided playfully. 3 years ago, she was already beautiful as a flower under the moon, and now, after another 3 years, she had fully blossomed. Indeed, her grace outshone the flowers in their beauty, her features were more vibrant than spring itself, and every frown and smile bewitching the heart and soul. This made Lu Changsheng, despite having 9 wives and concubines, take a few more glances at her. After all, not only was Xiao Shiyu exceptionally beautiful, but she also possessed a 4th-grade spiritual root. If she could bear him a few children, there was not only a high probability of birthing offspring with spiritual roots but also a chance of producing children with middle-grade spiritual roots. However, the idea of a 4th-grade spiritual root immortal sect disciple bearing children for him was just unrealistic. Probably, he could only accomplish that in his dreams for a long while. If there is such a thing as a girl blossoming at 18, then surely there is also a lad transforming at 20, and I am definitely an example. Lu Changsheng replied with a smile, his gaze clear and holding neither subservience nor arrogance. With the confidence given by the system, Lu Changsheng could now face anyone with equanimity and treat everyone equally. You have talent. I have a system. You have a background. I have a system. You have strength. I have a system. So, we are all more or less the same. You are graced with talent and background, promising a limitless future. I am accompanied by a system, and as long as I work hard, I am sure to achieve something great in the future too. Soon after, in this familiar atmosphere, everyone quickly started to make small talk. However, it was mainly Hong Yi and Xiao Shiyu starting conversations and looking for topics. Lu Changsheng and Han Lin were the types to respond when asked, chiming in when the topic interested them. Li Feiyu and Zhao Qingqing, on the other hand, spoke relatively little, only speaking up when asked. In the process of this conversation, everyone mentioned their recent situations, allowing Lu Changsheng to gain some understanding of everyone's circumstances. Though Hong Yi was the son of a marquis from the Rui prefecture, with a third-level energy refinement cultivation 3 years ago, he hadn't had access to many cultivation resources over the years and had to earn them through his own efforts, so he was still at the peak of the third-level energy refinement without having made a breakthrough. This also made Lu Changsheng realized that the bottleneck from the third-level energy refinement to the fourth level was much more difficult than he had imagined. Due to Xiao Xie's fourth-grade spiritual root, upon entry into the Qingyun sect she was immediately favored by an elder and became an inner sect disciple, and is now at the fourth-level energy refinement cultivation level. Han Lin and Zhao Qingqing, although also disciples of Qingyun sect, had ordinary spiritual roots and were only outer sect disciples, a world apart from Xiao Xie. Inner sect disciples could focus solely on cultivation, but outer sect disciples had to spend time learning a skill in addition to their cultivation. Because the sect advocated for complementary advantages and mutual assistance, the internal division of labor was precise. Some excelled in combat, others in formation, alchemy, artifact refining, talisman making, cultivating spiritual fields, growing spiritual medicine. Disciples with good talent naturally focused on cultivation. Those with average talent would see if they had a knack for something else. Coming from a family of blacksmiths, Han Lin chose artifact refining as his skill. His talent in that area was not bad either, and he was currently apprenticing under an artifact refiner. As for his cultivation level, he was at the peak of the second-level energy refinement. Zhao Qingqing chose to apprentice as a pharmacist for her skill. Her cultivation level was a bit higher than Han Lin's, having already broken through to the third-level energy refinement. After hearing everyone's recent updates, Lu Changsheng knew that the gap between the Immortal sect disciples and himself was not as big as he had imagined. However, he knew this was just the beginning. Over time, the gap between them would gradually widen. Changsheng, you truly deserve to be the first to awake at the test of conscience during the 4th round of the Qingyun sect's examination, one said. Indeed, that saying is true, true gold shines no matter where it is, another added. After everyone talked about their own situations and heard that Lu Changsheng had become an elementary talisman master and obtained a third-level energy refinement cultivation level from being a son-in-law, they were all extremely astonished. Han Lin even voiced his amazement, revealing a piece of information. So Lu, you were actually the first in the test of conscience during the 4th round of the Immortal sect exams, said Hong Yi, along with other people, all turning with surprised glances. That's right, after I became an apprentice artifact refiner, I happened to meet a senior brother from the exams and inquired about why Changsheng wasn't selected. This senior brother also remembered Changsheng and said that if it weren't for his 9th-grade spiritual root and older age, he definitely could have entered Qingyun sect based on his performance at the test of conscience, said Han Lin with a touch of regret. It's a bit of a pity. Li Feiyu also felt sorry for Lu Changsheng. The others nodded slightly, feeling it was quite regrettable. Even if Lu Changsheng had achieved so much in 3 years, astonishing everyone, they still felt it wasn't as good as entering Qingyun sect and becoming a disciple of the Immortal sects. There's nothing to regret, I think things are pretty good as they are, replied Lu Changsheng upon hearing this news, without any apparent regret or pity. If he had been accepted into Qingyun sect, he would certainly spend several years accumulating before he would consider getting married and starting a family. In such a case, a lot of time and years would have slipped by, and it wouldn't necessarily be much better than his current situation. Exactly, with Brother Lu's talent and intelligence, he can shine anywhere, said Hong Yi immediately, trying to smooth things over as they resumed eating, drinking, and chatting. The protagonist of this gathering was originally supposed to be Xiao Xie. But Lu Changsheng, who had the worst conditions 3 years ago, seemed to take on a somewhat leading role in this gathering. Thus, the 6 of them spent a day together, then, under the leadership of Hong Yi, they spent a day exploring Rui Prefecture, made a 10-year pledge, and then bid each other farewell. Xiao Xie, Zhao Qingqing, and Han Lin, aside from attending the gathering, like Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu, were also returning home to visit their families. However, Lu Changsheng was not in a rush to return. He asked Li Feiyu to go back first, and he would visit him at the Crimson Whale Gang later. This trip out, he wanted to find a place to sell the talismans he carried and to purchase materials for upper grade and supreme talismans. He asked Hong Yi where nearby he could find a cultivation marketplace for trading. Hong Yi told him that there were basically no cultivation marketplaces in the secular world, just some places where loose cultivators gathered. These loose cultivator gathering spots also held trade meets from time to time, and he offered to see if he could find out about any taking place in the next few days and get back to him. Chapter 27, Bullhead Mountain, _1. Chapter 27, Bullhead Mountain, _1. Several days later. Rui Tower. Brother Lu, I've gathered some information. About 300 miles away from Rui Prefecture, at Bullhead Mountain, there is a gathering place for loose cultivators holding a transaction fair. It's likely to continue for another 5 or 6 days. If you wish to participate, take this communication talisman with you. Once you arrive at Bullhead Mountain, use it, and someone will open the formation to guide you in. Hong Yi knocked on the door and said to Lu Changsheng. As he spoke, he took out a brownish-yellow talisman. Thank you, Brother Hong. This must have cost you quite a bit. These talismans are my own creation, and they will serve as a token of my appreciation. Lu Changsheng handed Hong Yi 3 basic, lower-grade first-grade talismans as he spoke. This communication talisman belonged to the category of basic talismans and wasn't very valuable. However, since the other party had helped him gather information and acquire this, it must have taken some effort. In matters of reciprocal favors, he naturally wouldn't let others come off worse. Moreover, Hong Yi held a significant position in the secular world, and he was keen to maintain this connection. Who knows, perhaps in the future when his own children settled in the secular world, he might need to trouble Hong Yi. Hong Yi's eyes heated up at the sight of Lu Changsheng's 3 talismans. But he waved his hands and said, Brother Lu is too polite. This didn't cost much, please don't bother. Brother Hong, if you're so polite, I'll feel embarrassed asking for your help in the future. Lu Changsheng spoke thus, placing the talismans into Hong Yi's hands. If that's the case, then I won't refuse disrespectfully. Seeing this, Hong Yi didn't decline and accepted the talismans. He then clasped his hands and said, Brother Lu, I, Hong Yi, still have some contacts here in Rui Prefecture. Should you need anything in the future, just give the word. Now that Lu Changsheng had become a talisman master and was so generous, Hong Yi was, of course, very willing to develop a good relationship with Lu Changsheng. Sure, if there's anything in the future, I won't be shy. Lu Changsheng returned the gesture with a clasped hand salute. By the way, Brother Lu, you should be cautious when attending such meetings. Places like these where loose cultivators gather are a mix of good and bad characters, and lacking a great cultivator to keep order, robber cultivators often target solo practitioners. If Brother Lu is going to sell talismans, and if there aren't many, I could represent the Rui Marquis mansion and transact with Brother Lu to take them all. Seeing that Lu Changsheng had easily provided 3 talismans, Hong Yi speculated that Lu Changsheng must have a considerable number of talismans on him and was possibly going to sell them. He voiced this out loud. Upper-class individuals in the secular world mostly know about the routes to cultivation and will cultivate themselves. The Rui Marquis mansion was such a place, with more than one cultivator within. But they were all energy refinement cultivators, only slightly better than the average. Loose cultivator. For talismans, items that are always in demand, there naturally exists a need. However, he was still able to purchase low-level talismans when he wanted to. Buying from Lu Changsheng was not about seeking a bargain. Instead, it was about deepening their relationship and exchange through such transactions. Lu Changsheng was currently a lower-grade first-grade talisman master. Looking to the future, not to mention becoming a second-grade talisman master, becoming a superior-grade first-grade talisman master was still a great possibility. Once capable of creating superior-grade first-grade talismans, things would be different. Getting to know a superior-grade first-grade talisman master and having a stable channel for talismans would also aid in his position at the Rui Marquis mansion. If in the future they became close, and Lu Changsheng was willing to supply him with a large quantity of talismans below market price, he would make a significant profit. Perhaps he might even contest for the position of the heir of the Rui Marquis mansion. Thank you for your concern, Brother Hong. I'll be careful. I don't have many talismans, just enough for my own protection. But if Brother Hong needs them, I could also sell you some at a low price. Lu Changsheng smiled and took out 10 basic, lower-grade first-grade talismans. When he revealed himself as a first-grade talisman master in the Lu family, he had saved up nearly 500 talismans. And in the past 6 months, with the Lu family providing him materials every month, he had saved another 500 or so. That is to say, he now had roughly 1,000 talismans on him. An astonishingly large number. Among these talismans, about half were lower grade and the other half middle grade. If converted into spirit stones, they would be worth 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. But one should never flaunt their wealth, so naturally, he wouldn't reveal such things. If Hong Yi wanted them, he was willing to sell some at a low price. Because Lu Changsheng knew very well that at this kind of loose cultivator trading fair, it was simply impossible to sell nearly 1,000 talismans. He also wouldn't dare to do so. How could I impose like that? Just charge the market price, Hong Yi said. He wouldn't try to take advantage of a small benefit at the outset. Hong brother, take a look and see if these talismans are of any use to you. Lu Changsheng handed over the talismans to Hong Yi. I didn't expect Brother Lu to be able to draw rejuvenation insignias already. It seems Brother Lu will soon be a middle-grade talisman master. Hong Yi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing one of the talismans. Although he didn't know how to make talismans, he was clear on their prices. For first-grade low-quality talismans, depending on the difficulty, the price was between 1 and 2 spirit stones. And a rejuvenation insignia was a low-quality talisman worth 2 spirit stones, with even higher difficulty to draw. I've barely managed to draw a few, Lu Changsheng said, waving his hand dismissively. Initially considering the prospect of making money, most of the first-grade low-quality talismans he had were of higher difficulty. I will take all these talismans, but I don't have so many spirit stones on me right now. I need to go back and get some from my father before I can make the trade with Brother Lu, Hong Yi said, somewhat embarrassed. Although he was the son of the Rui Marquis, he didn't have many spirit stones either. Also, with the need for cultivation, it was hard to save up any spirit stones. There's no rush. Hong brother, take these talismans first. I plan to ride to Bullhead Mountain to attend the trading fair and drop by my home on the way, Lu Changsheng said generously. I'll just keep my steed temporarily with Hong brother, as I'll have to come back here anyway. Lu Changsheng was not afraid that Hong Yi would hold a grudge over these talismans. If he did, he would regard it as using these talismans to see someone's true nature. Then I must thank you, Brother Lu. Rest assured. I will take good care of the steed, Hong Yi said, clasping his hands in appreciation. Without spending any money and taking these talismans back, it would be easier for his father to believe that he had a close relationship with Lu Changsheng, the talisman master. Thank you for the trouble, Hong brother, Lu Changsheng said with a slight bow, then obtained a horse and rode toward Bullhead Mountain in Nanyu Prefecture. He didn't have a beast storage bag, and he wasn't sure if he could bring his steed into Bullhead Mountain. To avoid these troubles, he simply decided to ride a horse there. If he lost it, he wouldn't be heartbroken. Having ridden his steed for so long and now being a cultivator, riding a horse presented no difficulty to him. The next day, the air was slightly cool. Lu Changsheng rode his horse from Rui County City to Bullhead Mountain. First, he found a farmhouse at the foot of the mountain and left the horse there. Then he went up the mountain alone, arrived at an uninhabited area, and put on a human skin mask he had purchased in advance from his storage bag. Suddenly, his handsome face transformed into the appearance of a rather dull, yellow-skinned young man. He then pulled out a large black cloak and draped it over himself. With the hood drawn up, his entire frame and even his facial features were concealed, making it impossible to discern his appearance. After completing these preparations, Lu Changsheng continued up the mountain to the north side of Bullhead Mountain, where there was a slope. According to the villagers, this slope was shrouded in white mist all year round, but Lu Changsheng, using the spiritual eye technique, saw the faint fluctuation of spiritual energy and knew at a glance that it was a formation. It must be here, Lu Changsheng said to himself as he looked at the mist ahead, confirming that this was indeed his destination. He took out a communication talisman given to him by Hong Yi and activated it with spiritual power. Immediately, the talisman flew out of his hand, dashed into the fog on the small slope, and disappeared. Lu Changsheng patiently waited for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Suddenly, the mist in front of him began to roll and parted, revealing a very narrow forest trail that seemed to have no end in sight. After scrutinizing the path for a moment, Lu Changsheng stepped forward and walked into it. Chapter 28, Loose Cultivator Gathering, _1. Chapter 28, Loose Cultivator Gathering, _1. Lu Changsheng walked onto the narrow path. Up ahead, it seemed endless, as if there was no end in sight. But after walking about 100 meters, it was as if he had passed through a layer of lake surface, and the scenery before his eyes suddenly changed. It transformed into a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides, lush with greenery and blooming with flowers of various colors. Only behind him, where he had just entered, was there a path shrouded in mist. The valley wasn't large, covering an area of 30 to 40 acres. Around the valley stood buildings and pavilions with ancient charm, resembling a secluded paradise. In the central area of the valley, at this moment, many people were neatly and orderly setting up street stalls, just like mundane small vendors, surrounded by a bustling crowd. The scene before him made Lu Changsheng vaguely remember the market days in the countryside of his previous life, the open-air farmers' markets. If he didn't know that this was a gathering place for loose cultivators, and that these were all cultivators, he might have believed it was just a mundane market gathering. There must be a spirit vein beneath this valley. However, it must be an ungraded spirit vein. Its spiritual energy is much weaker than that of Qingzhou Villa. Lu Changsheng thought to himself as he headed toward the central area where the stalls were set up. Here, the cultivators' attires varied widely. There were scholars, monks, Taoists, and swordsmen. Some wore long swords and great sabers at their waists, carried giant gourds on their backs, or were accompanied by their spiritual beasts. Of course, there were also many like Lu Changsheng, who were enveloped in cloaks from head to toe. High-quality healing pills, martial elixirs, all at affordable prices. 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum, all for just 1 spirit stone each. A strip of flood dragon tendon to the highest bidder. 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art, a legacy cultivation technique from a divinity transformation true master, just for 10 spirit stones. Exotic stones found in ancient secret realms, containing curious treasures inside, don't miss out as you pass by. The stall areas were bustling with people coming and going, and many were calling out to sell their wares, making it very lively. Lu Changsheng shook his head as he saw some stalls even had pots, pans, meats, fishes, fruits, vegetables and other miscellaneous items. It seemed that this gathering of loose cultivators was a bit more rustic than he had imagined. Or maybe, this was the real bottom-layer lifestyle of the cultivation world. Just like ordinary people struggling at the lower echelons of mundane life. The only difference was that one was in the mundane world, the other in the cultivation world. Even if it's as poor as Qingzhou's Lu family, they still have a foundation establishment ancestor presiding and possess their own spiritual vein-blessed land. After wandering around for a while, Lu Changsheng had a clear idea of the trading fair. The items for sale at the stalls were diverse, but mostly they were cheap, low-end goods or fakes. Only a small part were items useful for cultivators. In the surrounding houses and pavilions, there were a few shops as well. The items they sold were relatively more formal and high-end. Given the size of this loose cultivator's spot, it would be impossible for him to sell off the nearly 1,000 talismans he carried. If he dared to do so, he would likely find it hard to leave Bullhead Mountain. Selling off a part shouldn't be a problem, though. Immediately, Lu Changsheng followed the example of others and found an empty spot. He took out a thick stack of talismans from his storage bag and laid them out in front of him. On the wooden board he erected next to him, he wrote that basic first-grade talismans cost 2 spirit stones each, and buying 5 would get 1 free. Observing the scene earlier, Lu Changsheng didn't see many selling middle-grade first-grade talismans. So after thinking it over, he chose not to take out the middle-grade first-grade talismans, as it would be too conspicuous. As for the pricing, items like magic artifacts, elixir medicines, and talismans were always in solid demand and their prices generally remained stable regardless of location. To make a quick sale, Lu Changsheng decided to go for the buy 5 get 1 free deal. Fellow Taoist, for this buy 5 get 1 free deal, can the free one be chosen at will? It wasn't long before people began to inspect the talismans and one of them asked. If you buy 5 of the ones costing 2 spirit stones each, you can choose any you like, otherwise, you can only choose from the ones here that cost 1 spirit stone. Lu Changsheng replied, his voice low and hoarse from beneath the black robe. Immediately, the cultivator took 6 talismans valued at 2 spirit stones each and handed 10 spirit stones to Lu Changsheng. Following the first deal, people gradually came forward to purchase talismans. Talismans were relatively popular among cultivators, as almost everyone would carry a few for self-defense. With the buy 5 get 1 free offer, and considering that even a layman could tell by the quality of the lines drawn on Lu Changsheng's talismans that they were of good quality, they sold well. In just over an hour, the nearly 100 talismans that Lu Changsheng had taken out were all sold. Total earnings, 133 spirit stones. Having a craft really does make money, Lu Changsheng mused with great satisfaction over his first pot of gold. The cost of producing 100 talismans was around 22 spirit stones. But now he had sold them for 6 times the price. If he had been selling first-grade middle-grade talismans, with each priced between 3 to 5 spirit stones, his profit margin could have doubled. After all, with ordinary talisman-making materials, Lu Changsheng's success rate for making first-grade middle-grade talismans was 100%. This was also the confidence that allowed Lu Changsheng to leave the Lu family and stand on his own 2 feet in this world. After selling these talismans, Lu Changsheng chose not to continue selling more. Because other sellers would only put out about 10 or so talismans, maybe a few dozen at most, his nearly 100 was already quite outrageous. If he sold more, he might very likely draw unwanted attention, so it was better to be cautious. Subsequently, Lu Changsheng, with his still warm spirit stones, began to spend. In one of the shops, Lu Changsheng saw advanced talisman paper and advanced spirit ink for sale. However, their quality was quite ordinary, some even poor. Talisman materials were divided into ordinary, advanced, and supreme. But even within these, there were differences in quality based on the raw materials and the manufacturing process. The supplies in this shop were not very good. But with few other options, Lu Changsheng inquired about the prices. Talisman paper was priced at 5 spirit stones for a stack of 10, and spirit ink at 5 spirit stones for a box. This was 5 times the price of ordinary talisman paper and ink. The price was normal. Using such advanced materials to make first-grade middle-grade talismans wouldn't leave much room for profit. But for Lu Changsheng, who could produce first-grade superior talismans, it was definitely profitable. Immediately, after some bargaining, Lu Changsheng spent 66 spirit stones to buy all 12 stacks of the shop's advanced talisman paper and 3 boxes of spirit ink. He continued browsing but didn't see any supreme-grade talisman paper or supreme-grade spirit ink for sale. This was to be expected. Materials for making supreme talismans were a bit too high-end for gatherings of loose cultivators like this. While meandering, Lu Changsheng noticed a stall selling books on cultivation. Various records of cultivation, travelogues, and personal notes seemed very interesting to him, and he spent 1 spirit stone for 10 books. Afterward, he came across a stall selling 5-element spiritual materials. After visiting several stalls and shops, Lu Changsheng purchased all the 5-element spiritual materials he needed for cultivating the immortal beauty technique. These materials were all first-grade middle-grade spiritual materials, not too expensive nor too cheap, totaling 59 spirit stones. Having almost spent all his newly earned spirit stones, Lu Changsheng did not leave yet. He continued to look around, hoping to find a better quality talisman brush for sale. He was currently using the gold-tipped talisman brush provided by the Lu family. Considered supreme amongst ordinary talisman brushes but not yet a magic artifact. Although it could be used to draw first-grade superior talismans, it was ultimately lacking. After looking around and finding no suitable talisman brush, Lu Changsheng could only give up. Reminded that he needed to visit the Crimson Whale gang to find Li Feiyu and ask the gang to look after his family, he ought to bring something with him as a courtesy. So, Lu Changsheng bought several bottles of ordinary elixir medicines from another stall. These ordinary elixir medicines were very cheap, made by alchemy apprentices and not graded. The price was similar to that of basic talismans, with 2 bottles for 1 spirit stone. Lu Changsheng spent 2 spirit stones on 5 bottles, feeling that was enough, and didn't linger any longer. He reached the narrow path he had come in on and left the valley directly. Once out of the valley and seeing that no one was around, he finally stowed the things he was carrying into his storage bag. Then, with caution always in mind, he took out a featherweight talisman from the storage bag and used it on himself. With a light tap of his toes, his body became as agile as a swallow, and he swiftly descended the mountain. Just as Lu Changsheng had left a short while ago, 3 figures emerged from the valley. The talismans this kid sold were all of extremely high Quality, clearly the work of an advanced talisman master, one of them remarked. But this kid is only at the 3rd level of chi refinement and still so cautious trading in this kind of place. He must be a loose cultivator who stumbled upon a fortune, and he's bound to have more good stuff on him, the second one said, eyes gleaming with greed. The 3 cast covetous looks in the direction Lu Changsheng had gone, utilized their wind control skill, and chased rapidly. Chapter 29, The First Battle, The Power of Talisman Treasure, _1. Chapter 29, The First Battle, The Power of Talisman Treasure, _1. Under the enhancement of the featherweight talisman, Lu Changsheng moved as light as a swallow and with the stride of a vigorous walker. Just as he reached halfway up the mountain, he suddenly heard noises from behind. Turning his head to look back, he immediately saw 3 figures wearing conical hats, moving as swiftly as the wind, rapidly descending from the mountain. In that instant, Lu Changsheng's heart gave a fierce pound and his face darkened. Had he been targeted? This was Lu Changsheng's first thought. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? When he had ascended the mountain, he hadn't encountered a single person. And now, as soon as he descended, 3 people were immediately coming down too, all in such a hurry. The faces of the 3 figures were obscured by their conical hats. But Lu Changsheng caught a glimpse of a robust figure wearing a yellow robe, vaguely recalling him. It seemed like this person had purchased talismans from him before. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was at least 60 to 70% certain these 3 were coming for him. Damn it, he had been so careful and restrained, revealing only a few talismans for sale, and yet he had still been marked. A faint gloom appeared on Lu Changsheng's face. Without further thought, he immediately took out a middle-grade, first-grade windwalking talisman and activated it with spiritual power. Suddenly, a cyclone of dark green wind swirled around his body, giving him wind at his heels and a tremendous burst of speed. He hurtled forward like a gust of wind, his cloak fluttering loudly and his hood blown off, causing even his face to sting a bit. A windwalking talisman. This kid actually has middle-grade talismans. To be able to take out so many talismans for sale, he's indeed a fat sheep. The 3 chasing after Lu Changsheng, upon seeing this, had their eyes brighten and also picked up their speed. In their eyes, Lu Changsheng was now a fat sheep ready for slaughtering. Swish, swish, swish. After a swift dash by Lu Changsheng, seeing that the 3 pursuers were not only not thrown off but were instead getting closer, his expression turned ugly. At this moment, there was no need to think to know that these 3 were after him, intent on killing and robbing. Moreover, even under the enhancement of a featherweight talisman and a windwalking talisman, he still couldn't shake off the 3 men. That indicated their cultivation levels were much higher than his. At least 6th level energy refinement, or even 7th level. Since I can't escape, then I'll have to fight. Knowing that running was no longer an option and would only waste his strength, a fierce and ruthless look appeared in Lu Changsheng's eyes. Immediately, his arm, concealed under the black cloak, drew out a handful of talismans from his storage bag, numbering 10 to 20 sheets. At the same time, he gripped the golden light brick, talisman treasure in his hand, all the while sprinting and constantly looking back at the 3 who were rapidly closing in on him. Fellow Taoist, please halt. Fellow Taoist, why rush so? I merely seek to get to know you better, to make a friend. Indeed, we just want to be friends with you. The 3 relentlessly pursued him, closing the distance, shouting as they chased. Wanting to be friends, are you? Making friends is what I love most. Hearing these words, Lu Changsheng stopped in his tracks, his expression indifferent as he watched the 3 men. Drawing nearer. As the 3 entered the range for a spell attack in an instant, Lu Changsheng activated all the talismans in his hand at once. Instantly, the talismans burst into light. Some talismans, under Lu Changsheng's control of spiritual power, turned into faint golden glows, water screens, and entwining vines, enveloping his entire body. Most of the talismans, however, transformed into fist-sized fireballs, water orbs, arm-thick sharp arrows, and keen crescents. They all shot towards the 3 pursuers, whistling fiercely as they flew. Not good. Careful. This kid actually has so many talismans. The 3, noting Lu Changsheng's move and use of so many talismans at once, were taken aback and somewhat caught off guard. They were all cultivators at the 6th or 7th level of chi refinement, facing so many talisman attacks at once, they also found it somewhat difficult to parry. However, the three of them were also experienced in the ways of the world. Without some skill, they wouldn't dare to act as robber cultivators. One among them, a short and thin figure, also took out several talismans and activated them, casting spells quickly, with yellow light flickering in his hands. Earth wall technique. One could see that thick earthen walls rapidly rose from the ground, blocking the oncoming talisman assault. Boom boom boom. But under the fierce firepower of this group of talismans, the earthen walls were rapidly disintegrating. Just as the earthen walls were about to be completely disintegrated, one of the three, a tall and thin figure, had already brought out a black shield. The shield rapidly grew in size as it left his hand, spinning in the air and emitting a dark, mysterious light, bearing the violent firepower of the talismans. The last of the three, a burly man clad in a yellow robe, brought out a flying dagger several inches long. The flying dagger transformed into a streak of white rainbow, flying straight towards Lu Changsheng's forehead. However, at the same time, they also felt a startling aura emanating from Lu Changsheng. One could see Lu Changsheng's black cloak fluttering without wind, rustling loudly, with golden light bursting forth from his hands. A golden, gleaming rectangular object appeared from his hands, shooting upward, quickly enlarging in the air, causing the oncoming flying dagger to slow down. And the startling aura, the mana, was coming from this very object. This kid is really loaded, not only with so many talismans but also such a treasure, jackpot. The short and thin man said with joy in his eyes upon seeing this. However, the burly man in the yellow robe, who had brought out the flying dagger, saw the rapidly enlarging gold brick and his pupils contracted, recognizing its origin. Talisman treasure. He hastily yelled out, his deep voice filled with fear. What? Talisman treasure. The other two, hearing this, were momentarily stunned. Staring at the object in the air that had now transformed into the size of a small house, like a mini mountain of golden light, their pupils immediately dilated and their faces showed panic. Without giving them time to think, the golden brick surrounded by spiritual energy radiated golden light in all directions, emitting a terrifying pressure. This pressure made the three feel as if they were carrying a great mountain on their backs, their bodies suddenly heavy, their spiritual power sluggish, unable to move. Danger. Great danger. At this moment, the three keenly felt a sense of death looming over them and shouted in unison, frantically begging for mercy. Fellow Taoist, let's talk this out. Fellow Taoist, spare my life, please. I was wrong, I was blind. Big brother, I have an 80-year-old mother at home, a 3-year-old child, please put away your divine skills and spare me. At this moment, they felt it was preposterous. Absolutely preposterous to the extreme, as if preposterousness itself was opening the door for preposterousness. Preposterousness had come home. A cultivator at the third-level energy refinement, coming to a small place like this to attend a trade conference, actually possessed a talisman treasure. This was completely absurd. If you have a talisman treasure at your side, why run? If you just showed the talisman treasure, would we even dare to chase you? We would turn around and leave, even apologize profusely. Who pulls out a talisman treasure at the drop of a hat? Isn't it wasteful to kill people like us with a talisman treasure? Do we deserve it? At this moment, the three didn't even know what to say. The pressure of the golden light brick rendered them speechless. The golden light brick, massive as a small mountain, slammed down heavily towards the three. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, making the whole bullhead mountain seem to shake violently. Chapter 30, Inventory of Gains, _1. Chapter 30, Inventory of Gains, _1. Dead. Lu Changsheng's heart thumped hard as it followed the vibrations of the golden light brick plummeting down. He stared fixedly at the location of the three people in front of him, where the golden light brick loomed like a small mountain. Under that strike, not even a shriek escaped from the three of them. Several defensive spells and the black shield artifact crumbled instantly as if they never existed when the golden light brick smashed down. Huff! 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 After a moment of shock and confirming the three were undoubtedly dead, Lu Changsheng also relaxed, his emotions fluctuating slightly as he gasped for breath. Although talismans don't consume much spiritual power, they heavily drain the mental spirit. Using a stack of nearly 20 talismans took a considerable toll on him. The main drain was from activating the talisman treasure, the golden light brick, which siphoned away most of his spiritual power. With a thought, Changsheng withdrew the talisman treasure. The enormous golden light brick immediately retracted its dazzling glow, returning to its original form, resembling a talisman, and flew back into Changsheng's hands. Where the golden light brick struck, it left a massive pit dozens of feet wide and deep. The three robber cultivators had, in an instant, been reduced to 3 lumps of bloodied, indistinct pulp. As for the black shield artifact, it had been flattened and deformed under the golden light brick's force, turning into a lump of iron. Is this the power of a talisman treasure? It's terrifying. I'm only at the 3rd level energy refinement, and can only trigger part of its power. If I were at the energy refinement late stage, or even the foundation establishment stage, and could unleash the full power of the talisman treasure, how astonishing that would be. Changsheng looked into the pit at the remains of the 3 people, now just meaty muck, and licked his somewhat dry lips, feeling utterly shocked. This was his first time using a talisman treasure and witnessing its mighty power. His initial barrage of more than 10 talismans was blocked by the 3 of them. But once the talisman treasure was deployed, it crushed everything in its path with overwhelming force. The 3 stood no chance of fighting back. This not only opened Changsheng's eyes to the power of a talisman treasure but also gave him a faint glimpse into the strength of a foundation establishment great cultivator. With the power of the talisman treasure, triggered by his 3rd level chi refinement, he guessed it was roughly equivalent to a strike from a foundation building great cultivator. Without daring to linger, for fear that the recent commotion might attract others, Changsheng, fighting against nausea, jumped into the deep pit and fished out the 3 storage bags from the bloody mess. He used a cleansing technique to clean the storage bags of blood and flesh, then destroyed the remnants of the meaty muck with a flame bullet technique talisman. Picking up the damaged and deformed iron lump of a shield and the flying dagger artifact, he used a wind-commanding charm on himself, soaring out of the pit and quickly leaving the area. Having reverted to his original appearance, Changsheng rode his horse away from Bullhead Mountain, over 100 miles away, and only stopped to rest and recover his spiritual power after making sure no one was following him. Huff. It's good that I didn't think about conserving and used the talisman treasure immediately after triggering the talismans. Otherwise, with just lower grade and middle grade talismans, it would have been impossible to kill those 3. The cultivation world really is fraught with danger. Despite being so cautious, I was still targeted. It seems I'll have to be even more careful in the future. Changsheng found a grove to rest in, and thinking back to the earlier events, he felt a lingering fear and let out a long sigh of relief. The fact that he had been so cautious and yet still had been targeted made him even more aware of the dangers within the cultivation world. He felt as if the cultivation world was a stark place governed by the law of the jungle, where only the strong survive. Without strength, danger and accidents could come at any time. It seems that joining a faction and leaning on a strong backer is the way to go. Although living under the Liu family's roof means relying on others, at least there is some guarantee of safety. Changsheng mumbled to himself, also realizing the benefits of having a family power backing him. In a family or a sect, although contributions to the collective are expected, at least in the early stages one has others to fend off the elements and take the brunt for you. After meditating for a while, Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. The spiritual energy was too sparse in this mundane world. It was far too slow to recover through meditation. He had no idea when it would be restored. He took out a spirit stone and began meditating to recover. Some time later, the once translucent spirit stone had become much more dull. Spirit stones were mostly used as currency, but they could also be used for cultivation, drawing the spiritual energy within to accelerate one's cultivation. But for most cultivators, directly using spirit stones for cultivation was too extravagant. It was more economical to buy spirit rice, spiritual tea, spiritual wine, and other such spirit food. After using a spirit stone, Changsheng's spiritual power had mostly recovered. He took out the storage bags he had taken from the 3 men and began to count his spoils. Thankfully, the 3 of them had storage bags, otherwise, this would have been a huge loss. I wonder what's in these storage bags. I hope it's enough to recoup my losses. The talisman he used earlier was worth 30 to 40 spirit stones alone. As for the consumption of the talisman treasure with one strike, Changsheng couldn't even estimate. But at the very least, it was worth over 100 spirit stones. If these 3 were broke, it would be a huge loss indeed. A moment later, Changsheng sorted out 103 spirit stones from the 3 storage bags. A flying sword magic artifact and a bell magic artifact. 3 bottles of fasting pills, 1 bottle of yellow dragon elixir, 1 bottle of pure spirit elixir, and 3 bottles of unrecognizable potions and containers. 15 lower grade primary level talismans, 6 middle grade primary level talismans, and 1 superior grade talisman. As well as various books and a number of miscellaneous things. This flying sword, bell, and flying dagger all seem to be lower grade magical instruments. They should each fetch around 50 spirit stones or so. Although this shield is a magic artifact, all of its prohibitions have been broken. It can only be sold as scrap. I wonder how much it's still worth. However, these 3 storage bags can be worth about 150 spirit stones. Plus all these miscellaneous things, the total should also be around 500 spirit stones. Having accounted for the belongings of the 3 men, Lu Changsheng's mood improved considerably. He smacked his lips and sighed contentedly. Killing people and setting fires really tightens your belt with gold. No matter where, murder and looting is always the fastest way to make money. Thinking back to when he first arrived at the Lu family and became a live-in son-in-law, he only got 2 spirit stones per month. As a talisman master, he got barely 10 spirit stones a month. The 100 talismans he sold today were equivalent to a month's worth of making, but after deducting costs, he only made a little over 100 spirit stones. Nothing compares to the simplicity and speed of killing for treasure. However, Lu Changsheng did not have the slightest interest in making a living through murder and plunder. Not to mention his moral principles prevented him from committing senseless killing. It was also too dangerous, which did not fit his style. With the system on his side, he didn't need to engage in such risky and treacherous acts. Marrying, taking concubines, and having children is the righteous path. Moreover, he was just a weak, 3rd-level chi refinement cultivator who had relied on talismans and a talisman treasure to win this battle. After organizing all the items, Lu Changsheng took the foot-long flying sword magic artifact and attempted to wield it. A cultivator can wield a magic artifact through object manipulating technique after reaching the 3rd level of chi refinement. Back at the Lu family, because he was the first to have a child, he was rewarded with a flying sword. But before he had a chance to experience it, he had sold it for talisman making. Now with a flying sword in his hand, he couldn't resist the itch to try and play with it. Whoosh! Under Lu Changsheng's control, the flying sword immediately transformed into a streak of silver light and shot out. Ordinary magical instruments can be wielded with object manipulating technique without the need for consecration. A spiritual artifact used by a foundation-building great cultivator, which harbors its own spirit, must be consecrated and acknowledged by its owner before it can be controlled. There are also some high-end magic artifacts crafted by artifact refiners that require special object manipulating techniques to wield. But those kind of magic artifacts are quite high-end, and this flying sword obviously does not fall into that category. Under Lu Changsheng's manipulation, the flying sword, like a silver dragon, exhaled sword chi, slicing through the surrounding trees as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Then, with a plop, it easily pierced through a large rock, turned into a streak of silver light, and returned to Lu Changsheng's side. No wonder it's a magic artifact. It's no less powerful than primary level spells, but it consumes much less spiritual power. If 2 cultivators were dueling, the difference between having a magic artifact and not having one is like heaven and earth. Having briefly experienced using the flying sword, Lu Changsheng showed delight and exclaimed in admiration. If he were to use spells like the flame bullet technique, he could use it 4 or 5 times before running out of spiritual power. But by wielding the flying sword, he estimated he could control it for a full 15 minutes, allowing for multiple attacks. Due to his limited spiritual power, Lu Changsheng didn't try the other magic artifacts. He put away the flying sword and mounted his horse to head towards the Crimson Whale gang. He planned to meet up with Li Feiyu and then arrange to secure his family home before returning to Qingzhou Mountain early. The outside world was still too dangerous. It was better to hunker down at the Lu family to boost his power and focus on having more children. That was the real way to power. Chapter 31, Crimson Whale Gang. Chapter 31, Crimson Whale Gang. _1. The Crimson Whale Gang is located in Heavenly Water Mansion under Rui Prefecture. The Dejing River of Heavenly Water Mansion runs through the entire Rui Prefecture, right next to the Huizhou Canal of Qin Province. And the Crimson Whale Gang grew strong by engaging in the water transportation business. Not only are they famous in Jianghu, but they also possess an official background. One day, a youth in a green robe with clear and handsome features and a tall, slender figure, arrived at the City of Heavenly Water Mansion. He was leading a tall horse and cradling a small creature with dark fur and a scarlet vertical scar on its brow that resembled a wolf or dog. As he walked, he carried an air of casual confidence. At the city gate, several robust men donning short red tunics saw the youth and immediately perked up, quickly approaching and saying, "Could you be Master Lu Changsheng? Our young master has ordered us to wait here respectfully for Master Lu." 3 men stepped forward and spoke reverently. "Oh, is your young master Li Feiyu?" This youth was none other than Lu Changsheng, who had come to find Li Feiyu at the Crimson Whale Gang. Seeing the Crimson Whale Gang embroidery on the men's clothing, he immediately guessed Li Feiyu had sent them to meet him. "Indeed, our young master is Li Feiyu," one of them responded. At that moment, somebody led a luxurious carriage over and invited Lu Changsheng to get inside. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, handed the reins he was holding to someone nearby, and, while still holding the 9 netherhound in his arms, got into the carriage. "Master Lu, please make yourself comfortable. It will take half an hour to reach the Crimson Whale Gang's main hall from here," the coachman said into the interior. Lu Changsheng responded. Immediately after, the carriage started moving steadily at a gentle pace. About half an hour later, the carriage stopped, and a voice called out, "Master Lu, we've arrived at the Crimson Whale Gang." Lu Changsheng lifted the curtain, stepped out of the carriage, and saw a large river in front of him. On the river surface was a tremendous ship, oval like a whale and bright crimson, lying quietly on the water. Above the river, under the clear blue sky washed clean, sunlight shone down and fell on the top of the huge ship, upon a red flag. The flag bore 2 blood-red characters, Crimson Whale. "Is this the Crimson Whale Gang's main hall?" It was Lu Changsheng's first time seeing such a majestic ship, even larger than the aircraft carriers he had seen in his previous life. On the ship's deck stood a 9-level towering pavilion, and around it were thick iron chains as big as water buckets, stretched across the river's edge, anchoring the ship in place. "That's correct, this is our Crimson Whale Gang's main hall, the Crimson Whale. Master Lu, please." The men beside him spoke and then led Lu Changsheng toward the huge ship. Along the walkway connecting the ship and the dock, gang members kept watch and were on guard. However, before they had taken many steps, informed of Lu Changsheng's arrival, Li Feiyu himself came out to meet him. Accompanying him was a man in his 40s, tall and in a red uniform, with a dignified countenance. Seeing this, the gang members guarding both sides of the road bowed in respect. "Greetings to the gang leader." "Changsheng," Li Feiyu called out as he quickly approached Lu Changsheng. He was somewhat surprised to see the wolf-dog-like creature in his arms. He didn't know where Lu Changsheng had acquired a demon beast cub. Without inquiring further, he gestured to the imposing middle-aged man beside him and introduced him. "Changsheng, this is my father. He came out to meet you after hearing of your arrival." "Father, this is my good friend Lu Changsheng," Li Feiyu introduced them to each other. When he returned home, his father, instead of being angry that he had become a son-in-law to a cultivation family, fully supported his decision. For a martial artist of Jianghu, becoming a cultivator is to be above others. So what if he is a son-in-law? Only a true man can stoop and stretch with ease. Upon hearing Li Feiyu say that a fellow cultivator and friend was coming for a visit, he came out to welcome Li together. Because in the secular world, the status of a cultivator is extraordinary. Even if of the lowest tier, one is still a cultivator. "I pay my respects to Uncle Li," Lu Changsheng said to the distinguished man before him, his eyes shining with a bright gleam, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he clasped his hands in greeting. Then he took out 5 bottles of elixir medicines from his bosom and said, "I've prepared no proper gift, just a little token. Please accept this, Uncle Li." "Lu, my friend, you are too courteous. You shouldn't bring gifts when coming as a guest," Li Tianyang replied. "I've already arranged a banquet inside. Please, come in," he added without refusing the gift, his voice deep and resonant, with a touch of magnetism. He was very polite and showed none of the airs typical of a gang leader, instead making a welcoming gesture and leading the way. "Is this a demon beast? Where did you get this one?" Li Feiyu finally turned his attention to the small creature in Lu Changsheng's arms and asked quietly. "I saw it at a loose cultivator gathering, thought it was quite good, so I decided to buy it to guard the house. Later on, it can also keep the children company, Lu Changsheng casually fabricated. Guard the house, keep company. Li Feiyu heard Lu Changsheng's straightforward words and was somewhat speechless. Living in the Lu family, did they still need a dog to guard the house? And who would buy a demon beast for a child to play with? Weren't they afraid of the child getting hurt? He continued to speak, if there is no beast taming method, won't such a young demon beast grow up to be fierce and difficult to train? Having lived in the Lu family for 3 years, he naturally knew quite a bit about cultivation information. A young demon beast was nothing like the domesticated pets that were gentle. The seller said this one is just an ordinary canine demon beast, fairly mild in temperament, not much different from the usual household cats and dogs, and will obey after being raised for some time. Lu Changsheng continued to spout nonsense. This 9 netherhound was obtained by him through a system lottery, so naturally, there was no such thing as it being fierce or difficult to train. As a pet, it held 100% absolute loyalty to him, its master, and there was no need for any beast taming method, constraints, or tactics to control it. That's good, Li Feiyu said, hearing the words without asking further. He could only tell that the 9 netherhound was a canine demon beast, but could not discern what type of demon beast it was or its rank. Moreover, being just a cub, it did not exhibit any wild ferocity. The group entered the Crimson Whale, where a banquet had already been prepared. After eating, Lu Changsheng went to rest. Coming all the way from Bullhead Mountain, he hadn't really rested and was somewhat tired and weary. After all, he was just a cultivator on the 3rd level of Qi refinement. He had plenty of energy, but it was limited. After the banquet concluded, Li Jingyang remembered the gifts Lu Changsheng had given him and took them out to inspect. Looking at the elixir medicines in the bottle, his eyes suddenly dilated with surprise. Then, he carefully poured the elixir medicines into his hand, examined them closely, and sniffed them, exclaiming in shock. This bottle contains marrow cleansing elixirs, which can assist one in cleansing the marrow and improving martial arts aptitude. This bottle is innate elixir, which can increase the chances of breaking through to the innate realm. This bottle is great restoration elixir, capable of healing any internal or external injuries. This bottle is essence nurturing elixir, which can improve one's strength by several decades. This bottle is 5 spirit detoxification elixir, which can neutralize thousands of fierce poisons in the world. This, Li Jingyang's commanding visage was filled with shock as he looked at the 5 bottles of elixirs in his hand. As the leader of the Crimson Whale gang and a figure who dominated a mansion, he had broad knowledge. He recognized all 5 elixirs at a glance. They were saintly medicines in the martial world of Jianghu. Not to mention causing a bloodbath, but each one was coveted by countless people in Jianghu, worth sacrificing life for. Yet now, Lu Changsheng had casually brought out 5 bottles to give to him as a meeting gift. How could he not be astonished? "Father, what's the matter?" Li Feiyu, who was not far, saw his father in such a state and approached to inquire. "This is what your friend gave." Li Jingyang took a deep breath and showed the elixirs to his son. "These are marrow cleansing elixirs, innate elixir, great restoration elixir, essence nurturing elixir, 5 spirit detoxification elixir." Li Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he also recognized these 5 types of elixirs. As a martial artist and also a cultivator, he not only recognized these 5 elixirs, but also knew that many precious elixirs in the secular world were basic elixirs of non-entry grade refined by cultivators. However, for cultivators, they were basic and non-entry level elixirs. In the secular world, to the martial artists, they were incomparably precious, miracle medicines. "Yes, your friend is indeed very generous," Li Jingyang nodded and said with emotion. He had only heard a brief introduction about Lu Changsheng from Li Feiyu previously. All he knew was that, like his own son, Lu Changsheng was a cultivator. He came over to ask the Crimson Whale gang to help take care of his secular family, but he didn't know much else. Now, seeing the 5 bottles of elixirs and recalling Lu Changsheng's composed and self-confident demeanor, he felt that Lu Changsheng was no ordinary cultivator and could be considered remarkable compared to the general cultivators. "I have seen many people over the years. Your friend is not simple. You should build a deep friendship with him," Li Jingyang said seriously. "As for these elixirs, they're too precious. You should return them later." Li Jingyang put away the elixirs and handed them to his son. He was indeed tempted by the elixirs, but felt they were too precious to accept comfortably. After all, they were gifts given out of the friendship with his son, and such gifts should be returned by his son someday. "Father, I have a good relationship with Changsheng, so please accept them with peace of mind," Li Feiyu said, knowing that Lu Changsheng wouldn't take the gifts back. "If you feel it's not right to accept them, you can compensate Changsheng's parents and family later on." Feeling a bit ashamed for not bringing anything good home, he was reminded of how he lived frugally in the Lu family with only 2 spirit stones a month and no spare spirit stones to spend. "You can rest assured regarding Lu Changsheng," Li Feiyu continued. "As long as the Crimson Whale Gang exists, it will ensure his parents and family wealth and safety without a care. Even if the Crimson Whale Gang no longer exists, we will do our utmost to protect his parents and family," Li Jingyang declared with a deep and resolute voice. Even if a common cultivator asked him to take care of a family, he would comply. Because this was a chance for encountering immortals. To be able to owe a favor to a cultivator. Moreover, Lu Changsheng seemed out of the ordinary and was a friend of his son. Chapter 32, Going Home, Return. Chapter 32, Going Home, Return. Journey, _1. Having stayed at the Crimson Whale Gang for 2 days, Lu Changsheng set out to return to his hometown. Li Feiyu had taken 2 people to accompany him on his journey. Since Lu Changsheng planned to settle his family well, he would go directly to Rui Prefecture and then return to Qingzhou Mountain. Li Feiyu naturally went back with him. The 2 people were brought along for the convenience of settling Lu Changsheng's family later on. "I wonder how my parents have been during the 3 years of my absence." As he set foot on the road home, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel sentimental and apprehensive as he drew closer to his village. After all, it was the home where he had lived for 18 years. Even after awakening the memories of his previous life, those first 18 years were still a part of his life. 6 days later. A carriage traveling on a bumpy, dirt road arrived at a small mountain village. At the entrance to the village stood a stone pier, engraved with the 3 characters for Woniu Village. Lu Changsheng, seeing the landscape familiar from his memories, had the carriage stop outside the village and quickly walked into it alone. There wasn't anyone to be seen at the village entrance, but from afar came the sound of cheerful music. Lu Changsheng guessed that some family was celebrating an occasion, drawing the villagers to join the festivity for a feast. He walked towards his own house. Hearing the music grow louder, he quickened his pace. He soon saw a tiled 2-courtyard house fenced with hedges ahead. The surroundings of the house were adorned with large, chic characters, and tables were arranged both inside and outside the courtyard, where many villagers were chatting, standing, squatting, or sitting. Some people were playing gongs, drums, and trumpets, and many children frolicked around, creating a joyful atmosphere. Could it be that my younger brother is getting married? Lu Changsheng felt a slight surreal sensation as he looked at the familiar courtyard he had lived in for 18 years. He was the 3rd child in the family, with an older sister and brother above him, and a younger sister and brother below him. His brother, 5 years his junior, was now 16 and of marrying age. "Young master, who are you looking for?" At that moment, a woman with somewhat coarse and dark skin, carrying a child, noticed Lu Changsheng approaching and came over to inquire. Gazing at the woman before him, a surge of emotion welled up in Lu Changsheng. After a moment of silence, he answered with a somewhat hoarse voice, "Sis, I'm Changsheng." The woman in front of him was in fact Lu Changsheng's eldest sister. Changsheng. Upon hearing this, the woman looked incredulously at the noble-looking young man before her. Then, closely examining the face resembling that of her brother who had left home 3 years ago without any news, her eyes became moist, and her voice choked up as she exclaimed, "Changsheng, you are Changsheng. Where have you been, Changsheng? You've not returned for 3 years, do you know how worried our parents have been? It's good that you're back, it's good. Ah Lung, this is your uncle, your second uncle." The woman with the cloth sleeves wiped the moisture from her eyes and excitedly spoke to the toddler, who was only 2 or 3 years old, in her arms. Then, about to reach for Lu Changsheng to take him inside, she hesitated as if fearing she might soil his clothes and withdrew her extended hand. She said to Lu Changsheng, "Today happens to be the happy day of Changsheng's wedding, I'll go tell Dad and Mom." With that, she walked briskly into the courtyard, holding her child, and shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, Changsheng has come back." "Changsheng? Who's that?" "The 3rd son of old man Lu, the one who disappeared suddenly 3 years ago." I always thought that child was odd from a young age. How did he just come back after 3 years? He looks nothing like he used to. Indeed, he's got such fine skin and looks even more refined than those young masters from the city. Other villagers, hearing the commotion, also turned their attention towards Lu Changsheng at the entrance and started to murmur among themselves. Soon, the woman returned with 2 elderly people with gray hair and faces weathered by the years, dressed neatly, walking out of the house towards Lu Changsheng standing in the courtyard. Lu Changsheng also fixed his gaze on the 2 elderly people. In 3 years, the degree of aging in his parents had exceeded his expectations. His lips parted slightly, trembling as he called out, "Dad, Mom." That day, something sensational happened in Wonia village that astounded everyone. The Lu family's 3rd son, who had vanished for 3 years, returned home. Normally, this sort of event wouldn't concern the other villagers much and would be nothing more than small talk over tea or dinner. However, once this 3rd son of the Lu family got home, he threw a wedding celebration for his younger brother with over 100 tables of banquet that lasted for half a month. He also built large houses for his own siblings and his father's family and purchased lands for them. As a result, the old man Lu went from a commoner to being addressed respectfully as Lu Uny. Even the villagers of Wonia received a handsome share of the wedding joy money. This incident would surely be the talk of Wonia village for decades. Yet Lu Changsheng, the man who had become the talk of the town, stayed at his parents' house for just 1 day before leaving Wonia village with Li Feiyu, returning to Rui County City. Why leave so soon, without staying a while? On the official road, Li Feiyu looked towards Lu Changsheng beside him and asked aloud. "There's nothing left to stay for, they are all well, and their future lives will be worry-free, which puts my mind at ease." Lu Changsheng shook his head, looking at the blue sky and spoke softly. 3 years apart, and I embarked on a path entirely different from normal people. Now back at home, the way my parents and family look at me carries a mix of unfamiliarity and awe. Thus, after ensuring that my parents and family were well settled, I left straight away without much hesitation. 9 days later. Rui County City. Outside the city gates. "Brother Hong, no need to see us off any further, the mountains are high and the rivers long, we shall meet again. We shall meet again." Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu, leading their spirit horses, bid farewell to Hong Yi with a clasped hands salute. "We shall meet again. I wish both fellow Taoists a prosperous and evergreen path in cultivation." Hong Yi returned the gesture with a salute. He looked more spirited than before. A few days ago, he showed his father, the Marquis of Rui, the 13 talismans given to him by Lu Changsheng. He indicated that his friend had become a talisman master, and henceforth, stable trade of talismans with the Marquis's mansion could be established. Upon hearing this, and seeing that Hong Yi had received the talismans without having paid any spirit stones, his father believed in Hong Yi's words. He praised him greatly, encouraging him to foster a good relationship with Lu Changsheng and even assigning him some responsibilities within the Marquis's mansion. Hong Yi was overjoyed by this, and his whole demeanor grew more buoyant and confident. Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu also returned the salute and then mounted their spirit horses to set off. After traveling a distance, Li Feiyu spoke up, "I see that Hong Yi seems to have warmed up a lot to you. Although Hong Yi is born to the Marquis, he is just a son of a concubine, and his life cannot be said to have been easy. Making friends with me as a talisman master may well improve his position in the household." Lu Changsheng naturally knew the reason. On this trip home to fetch the spirit horses, Hong Yi had brought 15 spirit stones as payment for the previous talismans, and expressed that because of this, he had received praise from his father, the Marquis of Rui. He hoped that if Lu Changsheng ever planned to sell talismans to outsiders in the future, he would consider him as a priority. Naturally, Lu Changsheng nodded and agreed to this proposal. He also felt that it would be worth considering to sell some talismans through Hong Yi as a channel. Otherwise, with so many talismans on hand and lacking strength, it would be troublesome to sell them. True, it's very difficult to make money and cultivate in the secular world. Li Feiyu lamented as well. After chatting casually for a while, the two took to the official road once again and hastened on their journey. Chapter 33, Rainy Night in the Ruined Temple, the Old. Chapter 33, Rainy Night in the Ruined Temple, the Old. Man and the Young Girl, _1. Boom. A thunderclap resounded abruptly over the parched land. "Looks like it's going to rain." On the imperial road, Lu Changsheng, mounted on a spiritual horse, looked up at the dark, overcast sky and spoke. It's getting late, and there happens to be a temple ahead. Let's rest there. For the night. Li Feiyu said, gazing at the darkening sky. A mountain, a dilapidated temple, heavy rain, this isn't going to lead to any accidents, is it? Lu Changsheng also noticed an abandoned ancient temple ahead and couldn't help but mutter to himself. But the weather was not suitable for spending the night outdoors. The two rode their spiritual horses quickly to the old temple. This ancient temple was very rundown, with overgrown weeds everywhere, and filled with dust and spider webs. Lu Changsheng cast a cleansing technique, cleaned up a bit, then gathered some firewood and started a campfire. Afterward, he took out some raw meat from his storage bag and began feeding the 9 nether hound. You little things certainly have quite the appetite. Li Feiyu said, watching the 9 nether hound devour the meat. Yeah, I don't know how its stomach can hold all that. Although the 9 nether hound was a pup, it had a huge appetite, needing 5 to 6 pounds of raw meat in one meal. Ordinary raw meat was fine, even if it ate 100 pounds a day, they could afford it. But Lu Changsheng felt that to make the 9 nether hound grow faster, he probably needed to feed it demon beast meat. And demon beast meat was expensive. The cheapest demon beast meat sold by the Lu family cost 1 spirit stone for 5 or 6 pounds. This made Lu Changsheng feel that if he wanted to raise the 9 nether hound to 4th rank, it would likely cost a significant amount of money and resources. The 9 nether hound, still a pup, would fall asleep after eating its fill, so Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu started to meditate and rest. The night grew deeper, and a heavy downpour began outside. Just then, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Both Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu, who were meditating, opened their eyes at the same time. The door of the decrepit temple creaked open as an old man and a young girl walked in. The elder was slender, dressed in a black cloth shirt, carrying a gray bundle on his back. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu inside the temple, his gaze slightly hardened, then he bowed his hands in greeting. This old man and my granddaughter were passing by and seek shelter from the rain. Sorry for disturbing the 2 young brothers. This broken temple isn't mine, please make yourself at home. Lu Changsheng said to the elder, then turned his attention to the young girl in pink beside him. The girl appeared to be 16 or 17 years old. Decked in a long pink misty dress, her looks weren't stunning, but she was still quite beautiful. Her delicate face was fair and youthful, still carrying a hint of baby fat, pure and lovely. Because of the heavy rain, her pink dress was soaked through, clinging to her young and tender body, revealing the outline of her slender legs beneath the dress. Her black hair was slightly disheveled, plastered against her cheeks, making her look frail and pitiful, yet with an allure of youthful temptation. What was surprising, though, was that the girl was thoroughly drenched, while the old man's clothes seemed hardly wet from the rain outside. The elder smiled and bowed his hands in thanks, then sat down with the girl to one side. This old man must be an innate master, right? Lu Changsheng withdrew his gaze and used the sound-transmitting technique to communicate with Li Feiyu. He could tell at a glance that the elder was a martial artist. And being able to stay dry in the pouring rain clearly indicated exceptional martial prowess, so he guessed the old man was an innate master. Indeed, a feather cannot be added, and insects cannot fall, this is the work of an innate master. Li Feiyu transmitted his voice back. He naturally knew a few primary-level spells used by cultivators and was even more proficient at them than Lu Changsheng. However, this elder and the girl are clearly not grandfather and granddaughter. Li Feiyu continued. Oh. How did you figure that out? He also felt that the two didn't seem like grandfather and granddaughter, because there was no affection typical of that relationship. But he didn't know why Li Feiyu was so sure and wanted to hear what this old hand in Jianghu had to say. Their actions and posture do not resemble those of grandfather and granddaughter. What kind of grandfather would watch his granddaughter get drenched like this? Moreover, the elder is an innate master, yet the granddaughter shows no signs of martial arts training, which is also unreasonable. However, these can all be barely explained away. The main thing is, this girl's appointment had been sealed, rendering her unable to speak. And when she came in, the moment she saw us, her eyes lit up with hope, as if she was trying to ask for help. Li Feiyu explained in detail to Lu Changsheng. Not bad, the experience from wandering Jianghu really is different. In that case, do you want to play the hero and save the beauty? Lu Changsheng said, admiringly. He hadn't expected Li Feiyu to notice so much in such a short period of time. With his third-level qi refinement cultivation, he had only noticed that the elder was an innate master and that the two didn't look like grandfather and granddaughter, but hadn't paid attention to so many details. I grew up in the Crimson Whale gang and started wandering the Jianghu at the age of 12, I still have this discernment. As for playing hero, there's no rush, let's see how things unfold first. With a trace of smugness, Li Feiyu said. While the two communicated through the sound-transmitting technique, the elder took out some dry food from his bag and said naturally and skillfully, "May the two young brothers lend me some fire to roast my dry food. Moreover, my granddaughter is now drenched, and it would be easy for her to catch a cold if we don't light a fire," the elder added. As he spoke, the old man walked toward Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu. Seeing the elder coming over, Lu Changsheng immediately narrowed his eyes, feeling a stir of vigilance, and placed his hand inside his robes, holding a stack of talismans. He clearly remembered Li Feiyu telling him that the strength of an innate martial artist was not inferior to that of a third-level qi refinement cultivator. If they got in close, the odds of an innate martial artist winning were even higher. Given the elder's unknown origins and Li Feiyu's previous words, suspiciousness was evident. In such a situation, he naturally became more cautious and was ready to take action at any sign of an unusual move. "Please, help yourself." At that moment, Li Feiyu spoke up. At the same time, he sent a message to Lu Changsheng, "Leave it to me." Lu Changsheng didn't reply but kept holding the talismans, staying alert. The elder reached the campfire and handed over the dry food. "You two young brothers haven't eaten yet, have you? Would you like some?" Growl. Just then, the nine netherhound lying next to Lu Changsheng sleeping suddenly woke up and growled at the elder. Lu Changsheng, without changing expression, calmed the nine netherhound, ready to act at any moment. "We have already eaten." Li Feiyu, with a slight smile on his face, looked at the elder and said. "Then I'll just take a stick to start the fire." The elder seemed to pay no heed to the growls of the nine netherhound, bending down to pick up a stick of wood from the fire pit. And at that moment, Li Feiyu, with a mocking smile, said to the elder, "I'm afraid that fire won't be enough. Shall I add some more?" Before his words had finished, Li Feiyu, who was sitting, suddenly swung his robe and struck a fierce palm towards the elder, the force of which whipped up a strong wind. Facing this sudden strike, the elder seemed ready, swiftly raising his hand to meet the blow. However, at that instant, a thumb-sized flame appeared in the palm of Li Feiyu's hand. Bang! Ah! As their palms met, the elder let out a piercing scream, and his hand burst into flames. The fire quickly spread from his arm across his entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning him into ashes. Chapter 34, Love at First Sight, _1. Chapter 34, Love at First Sight, _1. Lu Changsheng was quite astonished to see Li Feiyu strike in an instant, directly reducing the elder to ash with a single palm. He was surprised not only at the decisiveness of Li Feiyu's action, but also at Li Feiyu's combat capabilities and techniques. Compressing the flame bullet technique in the palm, combined with his innate martial arts, a single palm strike was launched, and without waiting for the force to explode, the high temperature of the flame bullet in the palm melted and burned the person, truly impossible to guard against. I didn't really want to meddle, but he was asking for his own death. Li Feiyu snorted coldly, then laughed and said, "However, the effect of combining this spell with martial arts is indeed not bad." After killing the men, he appeared very indifferent, as if nothing had happened. He then turned to Lu Changsheng and said, "I was indeed not wrong before, this old fellow was no good person, actually harboring malicious intentions towards us. He was somewhat cautious, but his methods were too poor, he couldn't even use poison properly." Poison. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng was stunned and somewhat incredulous. He had thought that Li Feiyu saw something wrong with the elder and decided to make a preemptive strike. It hadn't occurred to him that Li Feiyu would say the elder used poison. That's right, the dry food he brought probably had poison in it. When he came over, he had also hidden a kind of narcotic poison in his sleeve, intending to poison us stealthily when he bent over to make the fire. He hid it quite well, but the execution was not very clever. Little did he know that I have been familiar with such things from a young age. Li Feiyu spoke, explaining to Lu Changsheng. It seems that not only is the cultivation world dangerous, but the secular martial world is no better, with methods that are difficult to guard against. Lu Changsheng fell silent for a moment and shook his head reflectively. He felt he was somewhat naive in front of Li Feiyu. Like an old game player and a newbie. Just now, he felt that there was something off about the elder and became slightly vigilant, but he had not detected the act of stealthy poisoning. It seemed that the nine netherhound had just awoken from its sleep and barked fiercely, probably having sensed something as well. No wonder it was a heaven-ranked demon beast with a trace of true spirit bloodline. Even as a cub that slept all day, it had a keen sense for danger. At that moment, Lu Changsheng made up his mind. In the future, faced with such situations, he would either strike decisively first or keep his distance. Otherwise, with his limited experience and temperament, he would be no match for these seasoned figures of the martial world and would inevitably find himself in trouble sooner or later. Such is the way of the world, the same everywhere. Moreover, when you are in the martial world, you need to be particularly wary of Taoists, monks, the elderly, women, and children. Li Feiyu said. The elderly, women, and children. Does that mean only people like us don't need to be so cautious? No, everyone must be cautious, but these types, in particular, require extra caution. If you encounter a mix of these together, you need to be even more vigilant. Li Feiyu smiled and said. As the two of them were talking, the delicate girl dressed in a pink skirt also came back to her senses. She had just witnessed Li Feiyu burn the elder to ashes with a palm strike, and she was so shocked that she had become completely stunned. Now, as she regained her composure, she immediately came to kneel in front of Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu. Her innocent and pitiful face seemed to want to say something. But no sound could be heard. Does she have any issues? With the recent events in mind, Lu Changsheng looked at the approaching girl and asked Li Feiyu. In his eyes, the girl was just an ordinary person and naturally unproblematic. But Li Feiyu's words about being wary of the elderly, women, had made him feel less confident. She has no issues, she's just a normal person. It seems that she was likely kidnapped by that old man. Seeing Lu Changsheng's expression, Li Feiyu chuckled and then flicked his finger, as several streams of qi flew out, striking the girl. The girl kneeling before them let out a muffled grunt and found that she could speak again. It seemed as if I were waking from a dream, a flush of excitement coloring my face, wanting to speak. But the sadness that had been suppressed to the extreme, at that moment, made her burst into tears. At first, it was a high-pitched, fine wailing. Then the crying grew louder and louder, sob after sob, releasing all the sadness, fear, and anxiety she had been holding inside. Upon seeing this, Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu exchanged glances without a word. Then Li Feiyu simply looked up, staring seriously at the beam above him. Clearly not too keen on meddling, he was essentially leaving it up to Lu Changsheng to handle. When the girl's crying softened a little, Lu Changsheng spoke with a gentle tone, "All right, it's all right now." Hearing this, the girl lifted her face, which was as pitiable as it was charming, streaked with tears, and bowed deeply. "My name is Changsheng. I am indebted to you two young heroes for saving my life." In her speech, a pair of bright, teary eyes welled up with tears, which slid down from the corners. "Miss, don't worry, take this money, and tomorrow we'll be on our way to the nearby town. You can then find someone to send you home." Realizing that the girl before them was just an ordinary, pitiable person, Lu Changsheng sighed, helped her to her feet, and handed her a silver ingot. Previously, in Rui County City, he had bought himself a human skin mask and a cloak, as well as some gifts for his wives and children, using some gold and silver he had exchanged with Hong Yi. Wu. No sooner had he spoken than the girl began to cry again, her voice breaking. "My parents are dead, they were killed by someone." Wu. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. He looked towards Li Feiyu. However, Li Feiyu was still looking intently at the beam above him. Lu Changsheng sighed and asked, "Do you have any other relatives?" "No more, my parents are dead." "Wu, that villain said I have a spiritual root and wanted to offer me as a consort to an immortal. My parents wouldn't agree, so he killed my whole family." Wu. The girl cried continuously, her whole demeanor pitiable and helpless. However, upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng was slightly taken aback. Spiritual root. He immediately used the spiritual eye technique, his eyes shimmering with crystalline light as he gazed upon Changsheng. On the girl's body, there was a faint halo of spiritual light. This showed that she indeed possessed a spiritual root. However, his mastery of the spiritual eye technique was only at the beginner level, and he could only tell whether there was a spiritual root or not the quality of it. Li Feiyu also looked towards the girl, somewhat surprised. He had not expected the girl they had casually saved to actually possess a spiritual root. This revelation made the two of them understand why the old man, an innate master, had been with such a girl. Seeing the girl with tears rolling down her pitiful face, Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Miss, what are your plans for the future?" I don't know." Chu Zhenjin sobbed gently, her face a picture of bewilderment as she spoke. "So, you mean to say you're now homeless and unsure of what to do next?" Lu Changsheng continued to inquire. The girl looked lost and sad as she nodded and then began to cry once more. "It so happens that I have taken a fancy to you at first sight. Would you be willing to marry me, accompany me home, and spend the rest of our lives together?" Lu Changsheng spoke up. Since the girl had lost her parents and had no home of her own, and also possessed a spiritual root, why not take her as a wife and bring her home to bear children? He had always been thinking about marrying a few fairies with spiritual roots to bear children. Now, an attractive girl of marriageable age, with a spiritual root and no parents or home, presented herself before him. Why should he hesitate or pretend to be a morally upright gentleman? It was only natural to take the initiative, express his feelings, and offer her a warm home. However, he was not coercive, it all depended on the girl's willingness. If she was unwilling, then that would be the end of it. He wouldn't insist. After all, she could potentially be the mother of his future children. His moral compass was not so skewed as to force someone to bear his children. Chapter 35, Return to Qingzhou Mountain. Chapter 35, Return to Qingzhou Mountain. At this moment outside the broken temple, the rain was torrential. Inside the broken temple, Li Feiyu, who was about to see how Lu Changsheng would deal with Chu Zhenjin, heard these words and was completely stunned. He looked at Lu Changsheng with a face full of astonishment. He hadn't expected Lu Changsheng to suddenly say something so shameless. Love at first sight. To spend the rest of one's life together. Is this what you call love at first sight? You're clearly lusting after her body, after her spiritual root. However, he naturally wouldn't sabotage his good brother's efforts. And he knew that his good brother had no great ambitions in this lifetime. He just wanted to live a stable life, be surrounded by wives and concubines, and have a house full of children, especially a few with spiritual roots. The girl in front of them had a decent appearance, possessed a spiritual root, and had no place to call home, unsure of where to settle down. So, when Lu Changsheng made such a proposal, it wasn't really a problem and was quite reasonable. After all, the children born of a woman with a spiritual root were much more likely to inherit a spiritual root themselves. In his eyes, even though Lu Changsheng, a talisman master, might find it difficult to look for a few fairies with spiritual roots to father children with. Because pregnancy and childbirth greatly affect a female cultivator's cultivation. Thus, many female cultivators, even if they were willing to take a partner, were not too keen on having children. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Chu Zhenjin also paused in surprise, not quite able to react. Her eyes, wet with tears, stared blankly at the men in front of her, who had a clear and handsome face and a tall and lean stature. The next moment, her slightly chubby and fair cheeks flushed red at once. This young man's words are just too blunt. Although many dramatic stories say that one can only repay a life-saving debt by pledging one's body, this was just too direct. She didn't even know his name yet. And shouldn't this type of proposal come from her instead? In an instant, Chu Zhenjin felt dizzy and somewhat dumbfounded. Meeting Lu Changsheng's gentle gaze, Chu Zhenjin couldn't help her heart fluttering and hastily lowered her head in embarrassment. There's no rush. You can think it over carefully and give me an answer before dawn. Lu Changsheng said calmly, seeing the girl's shy demeanor. Speaking of which, he took out a garment purification talisman and activated it on the girl. He dried her damp, pink dress and cleaned it thoroughly. It was, of course, a small bit of cunning. To show off a bit of his own magic. Although he had moral boundaries and wouldn't force anyone into anything, his standards weren't that high and could be flexible. Moreover, in Lu Changsheng's view, trying to attract a young woman by showing off oneself was quite normal and didn't amount to any moral turpitude. Are you immortals? Witnessing Lu Changsheng pull out a talisman and with a gust of wind clean her clothes, Chu Zhenjin's face filled with surprise. She also recalled how Li Feiyu had turned the old man into ash with a palm strike, which she had initially thought was some martial skill and hadn't given it much thought. But now, it seemed to be clearly the work of an immortal. Under the girl's astonished gaze, Lu Changsheng smiled slightly and spoke warmly, "We are cultivators, the immortals you often hear about." Cultivators. Chu Zhenjin's bright eyes showed a trace of confusion when she heard this. Indeed, as long as one possesses a spiritual root, they can embark on cultivation and become a cultivator. That old man wanted to offer you as a concubine to a cultivator because you have a spiritual root. Lu Changsheng nodded and explained. So it was I who caused my parents suffering. Upon hearing this, the girl burst into tears once more. After crying for a while, Chu Zhenjin lifted her head, her eyes red and streaked with tears, and looked at Lu Changsheng before saying, "Your great kindness, Zhenjin cannot repay. I am willing to offer myself and marry you, my benefactor." Li Feiyu stood by quietly, watching Lu Changsheng deceive the young girl. "Are you sure you've thought this through?" When Lu Changsheng heard her words, he raised an eyebrow. He reckoned that Chu Zhenjin's consent also took into account his identity as a cultivator, perhaps hoping that he would help her seek revenge or something. However, a cultivator who would stoop to abducting for secular affairs probably wasn't too formidable. If Chu Zhenjin were to become the mother of his child, then once his cultivation level increased in the future, he would be willing to help her seek revenge. "I have made up my mind." Chu Zhenjin pursed her pink lips, mustered her courage, and looked at Lu Changsheng as she spoke. But after holding his gaze for a while, her delicate little face involuntarily blushed, spreading all the way to her earlobes. After looking into the tear-stained reddened eyes of the girl for a moment, Lu Changsheng nodded and said, "Fine, if that's the case, then you shall return with me tomorrow. Oh, by the way, my name is Lu Changsheng." Straight away, Lu Changsheng took out a spiritual contract as a marriage vow and established a marriage agreement with Chu Zhenjin. It was something he had obtained from the storage bag of the 3 robber cultivators from Bullhead Mountain. It served a simple contractual effect. If one were to violate it, they would suffer a certain backlash, which could lead to the emergence of heart demons during their future cultivation. Honestly, its effect was present but not significant, considered better than nothing. Afterward, Lu Changsheng briefly shared some details about himself and some common knowledge about cultivation with Chu Zhenjin. In the process, he also inquired how the old man knew that Chu Zhenjin possessed a spiritual root. To this, Chu Zhenjin herself was unclear. However, later on, Lu Changsheng found a spirit-sensing stone in the old man's wrap. It was a spiritual object, capable of detecting whether someone possesses a spiritual root or not. If placed near a person with a spiritual root, the stone would faintly glow. This also clarified to Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu why the old man knew that Chu Zhenjin held a spiritual root. They guessed that the old man was likely working for some parasitic cultivator. In the secular world, there are cultivators who, due to aptitude, age, injuries, and other such reasons, lose hope in cultivation and abandon it. They turn to pursuing a life of enjoyment, seeking wealth, prosperity, and secular power. Such cultivators are referred to as parasitic cultivators. Among the parasitic cultivators, the most common practice is to use their power to have others find females with spiritual roots for them, in order to continue their lineage. After all, once hopeless in their own cultivation, naturally, they pin their cultivation dreams on their offspring. And so it was. On the second day, Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu's journey back included Chu Zhenjin. Chu Zhenjin rode along with Lu Changsheng on a single mount. She sat in front of the spiritual steed, hugging the 9 netherhound while Lu Changsheng wrapped his arms around her, holding the reins. Chu Zhenjin's face was somewhat flushed, but not excessively shy. After all, Lu Changsheng was to be her future husband, and such an intimate act was only to be expected. Considering that Chu Zhenjin was to be offered to a certain cultivator by the old man, Lu Changsheng, wary of trouble, sped up his journey with Li Feiyu, remaining vigilant throughout. Nevertheless, it turned out to be a false alarm, and they encountered no dangers on their way. 7 days later, the 3 of them and their beast safely returned to Qingzhou Mountain. Chapter 36, Marrying Chu Zhenjin, _1. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Marrying Chuzhenjin, _1. The Lu family of Qingzhou, as a cultivation family, naturally could not casually bring outsiders in. At least, Lu Changsheng did not yet have this privilege. However, the guards recognized Lu Changsheng and did not give him too much trouble. Seeing that Chuzhenjin had no cultivation level and was just an ordinary person, they inspected her briefly and then let her pass. They only asked Lu Changsheng to report to Uncle Fu. "Thank you." Lu Changsheng nodded and expressed his gratitude, then took Chuzhenjin and Li Feiyu to Qingzhou Villa, to return the spirit steed and to report to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu found it strange and somewhat speechless to see that Lu Changsheng had returned from an outing with a young girl in tow. He thought to himself that Lu Changsheng had recently renegotiated his contract, inquiring about whether he could marry or take concubines, so this was what he was waiting for, huh? If he could not take a concubine from the Lu family, then he intended to bring one in from outside, is that it? But it was just one woman, after all, so Uncle Fu said nothing, nor was it appropriate to say anything. After all, in addition to his interest in women, Lu Changsheng was doing very well in all aspects of talisman making, and the Lu family was quite satisfied with him. However, when Uncle Fu discovered that Chuzhenjin possessed a spiritual root, he grew more serious. He told Lu Changsheng that he could bring people in the future, but he should not casually bring in cultivators or people with a spiritual root into Qingzhou Mountain. Because the spiritual energy of a spirit vein is limited. One more person cultivating would mean an additional consumption of spiritual energy. The spirit vein of Qingzhou Mountain could handle a few more people, no problem. But this is a rule of the Lu family. If everyone could casually bring people in, with everyone bringing their friends and family to Qingzhou Mountain, wouldn't it be overpopulated? Especially since Lu Changsheng lived in Qingzhou Valley, it was even more important not to bring in people carelessly. Therefore, Uncle Fu told Lu Changsheng he could bring at most 2 people. If he wanted to bring others in the future, he would need to pay with spirit stones. As for the 9 Netherhound, Uncle Fu didn't say anything. It's quite normal for a cultivator to have a demon beast as a spiritual pet, and the Lu family had no rules restricting this. There are many types of demon beasts, and the 9 Netherhound, still a cub, looked much like a little wolf dog and wasn't very noticeable. So Uncle Fu didn't pay it any mind but just cautioned Lu Changsheng to be careful on his own. With so many children at home, it would be bad if the pet beast injured any of them. Lu Changsheng naturally nodded and agreed to these words. After thanking Uncle Fu, he carried the 9 Netherhound and took Chuzhenjin back to his living quarters. When Lu Changsheng brought Chuzhenjin home, naturally, none of his wives and concubines had any objections. Although the Lu family was a cultivation family, all of Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines were raised in the secular world and had some feudal thoughts. Especially since Lu Changsheng had revealed his talent for talisman making and his status in the Lu family had risen upon moving to Qingzhou Valley, relations with his wives and concubines in the backyard were more harmonious than ever. The saying, "the husband is the wife's guide," was not at all exaggerated. After Lu Changsheng briefly explained Chuzhenjin's tragic background to his wives and concubines, they all showed great care for this new sister. This made it easy for Chuzhenjin to integrate into this new family. However, due to her great ordeal and now being in an unfamiliar environment, Chuzhenjin severely lacked a sense of security and clung to Lu Changsheng the most. Typically, as soon as she saw Lu Changsheng, she would stick by his side. Lu Changsheng didn't mind this. He also spent a bit more time each day to bond and strengthen his relationship with Chuzhenjin. After more than half a month of growing closer, Chuzhenjin completely opened her heart to Lu Changsheng. She shared everything about her family's situation with him. Her family hailed from a scholarly household in Zhoushan Mansion of Dongyang Prefecture, Qing Province. Except for her brother Chu Changge, who had gone to the capital for the imperial examination, everyone else had fallen victim to the hands of an old evildoer. When she previously said she had no family, it was because she knew that at that time, Lu Changsheng could not have taken her to find her brother or anything like that. She also partly felt attached to Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu. After all, she was in a state of fear, panic, and despair. Meeting Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu, 2 heroes who saved a damsel in distress, was like a light appearing in the darkness, which she wanted to grasp tightly. Otherwise, as a weak girl, she would not have known what to do in the future. And after spending this time together, growing closer to Lu Changsheng day by day, she was very grateful for her decision. Knowing that Lu Changsheng was a man worthy of her lifelong trust, and having developed feelings of love for him, she held nothing back. Lastly, she also asked Lu Changsheng to help her find her brother, Chu Changge, to inform him of the family matters and her current situation. She did not mention seeking revenge for their parents. Perhaps she knew that this would not be easy for Lu Changsheng, so she did not bring it up. Lu Changsheng naturally agreed to this minor request and said that he would have someone look for a brother. Meanwhile, seeing Chu Xinjin open up her heart, Lu Changsheng also proposed marriage. Faced with this proposal, Chu Xinjin bashfully nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Changsheng had Uncle Fu help arrange a simple wedding ceremony at Qingzhou Villa to marry Chu Xinjin. After all, the young lady was all alone and had followed him to Qingzhou Mountain, so Lu Changsheng naturally wanted to give her a sense of security and a proper status. How did Lu Changsheng get married again? He went out on a trip recently, so he brought a woman back with him. Damn, he already has 9 wives, how can he still marry? He's got more than a dozen children already, and he's still having more. Ridiculous, just freaking ridiculous, he doesn't even need to have 50 kids, why does he keep having more? You can tell, he really likes children. Doesn't he need to cultivate? Does his marrying wives and having children look like he's cultivating? I just used the spiritual eye technique and saw that this new bride has a spiritual root. Hiss, no wonder. Many Lu family disciples and immortal seedlings came to attend Lu Changsheng's wedding, and they were all amazed that he had taken another wife. After all, he already had 9 wives. For a cultivator of his age, this undoubtedly seemed like he was giving up on cultivation. The crowd of immortal seedlings didn't even know what to say about it. Lu Changsheng, who didn't need to be forced to have children, was still actively getting married and producing offspring crazily. Yet they, who didn't want to marry and have children and only wanted to cultivate, had no choice but to do so. The wedding ceremony was very simple, with no pomp or ceremony, just going through the motions. Then he invited the Lu family disciples and immortal seedlings of Qingzhou Villa for a meal, creating a bit of celebratory buzz. The wedding banquet cost Lu Changsheng a total of 24 spirit stones. As for the gifts that others brought, Lu Changsheng returned them all. It wasn't that he thought the money was too much. The Lu family disciples of Qingzhou Villa and the many immortal seedlings were already poor and lived difficult lives. He was doing well financially at the moment, so there was no need to covet this small amount of money. Otherwise, people would talk behind his back about him organizing a wedding just to cash in on the gifts. Lu Changsheng also gave his good brother Li Feiyu a red envelope. After all, Li Feiyu was the witness for him and Chu Xinjin, so it was natural to show some courtesy. Additionally, he asked Li Feiyu to write back to the Crimson Whale gang to help search for Chu Xinjin's brother, Chu Changge. After most of the banquet had been eaten, Lu Changsheng went to the bridal chamber. Xinjin. Lu Changsheng saw Chu Xinjin, wearing a phoenix crown and rosy clouds robe and covered with a red veil, sitting on the bed and called out to her. Chu Xinjin did not reply verbally, but the small feet in red embroidered shoes that peeked out beneath her hem involuntarily retracted slightly. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng chuckled and approached Chu Xinjin, gently lifting the red veil. Her face, delicate as a jade sculpture and flushed with embarrassment, was revealed. Chu Xinjin's face, pale and blushing, called out timidly. Even after spending so much time with Lu Changsheng, developing a dependence and feelings for him, Chu Xinjin still retained her shy demeanor. That was just her personality. Xinjin, it's time to rest. Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Xinjin, who had her eyes cast down, a shy expression on her face, and hands unsure where to place, and sat down on the bed, wrapping his arms around her. Husband, the candles haven't been blown out, mm. Chu Xinjin's voice was soft and sticky as she spoke, but before she could finish, she let out a squeal. Chapter 37, Having 10 kids shouldn't be a problem, right? _1. Chapter 37, Having 10 kids shouldn't be a problem, right? _1. The next morning dawned. A beam of sunlight, threading through the sparse bamboo leaves, spilled into the room and bathed the disheveled red bridal gown beside the bed. On the ground beside it, there was a pair of boots, embroidered shoes, a pink belly band embroidered with lotus flowers, and pure white silk stockings. In the bed, Chu Xinjin's delicate body was wrapped in the bedding, snuggling up to Lu Changsheng like a little kitten, embracing his arm and sleeping in his hold. Her long legs were also entwined with Lu Changsheng's, with a section of her smooth, jade-like calf peeking out of the blankets, revealing a delicate, elegantly shaped, and graspable little foot. Lu Changsheng had just awoken and felt himself being tightly embraced, almost to the point of breathlessness. Opening his eyes, he saw Chu Zhenjin in his arms. Her hair was messy, the tear stains by her eyes still present. She had cried for a long time the previous night, entwining her whole body around his, as if afraid he would leave. Seeing the tear stains at the corner of her eyes and her reddened eyes, Lu Changsheng felt a surge of tenderness in his heart, thinking to himself that Chu Zhenjin really was prone to crying, and easily so. He wanted to rise, but Chu Zhenjin was holding on too tightly, so he decided to just lay there and let her cling to him. She was soft-hearted and lacked a sense of security, very clingy to him, and since they had just consummated their marriage and he had nothing urgent to do, he simply chose to keep her company for a longer time. After an unknown duration, Chu Zhenjin's eyelashes quivered slightly, and she opened her sparkling eyes, crocally calling out, "Husband! You're awake," Lu Changsheng said with a smile, tenderly stroking her delicate and soft cheek. Chu Zhenjin didn't speak, but gently rubbed her cheek against Lu Changsheng's palm, snugly pressing her body against his chest. Lu Changsheng just quietly held her, gently caressing her, and enjoying the quietness between them. Suddenly, Chu Zhenjin's little foot, which was exposed outside the blanket, restlessly twitched, her crystal-clear toes curling inward then stretching taut, ceaselessly moving. Blushing, she called out to Lu Changsheng again, "Husband." Then the two cuddled for a while longer before getting out of bed. After getting dressed, Chu Zhenjin suddenly asked, "Husband, could I be with child?" Having spent so much time with all the sisters and seeing so many children at home, Chu Zhenjin knew Lu Changsheng was fond of children and that she too wanted to have them. With a blend of fear and longing in her heart, Chu Zhenjin looked forward to having a warm family once again. "Would Zhenjin be willing to bear children for me?" Lu Changsheng asked, smiling and speaking softly. Chu Zhenjin's ears turned red, and she quietly hummed in agreement, then whispered, "I'm willing." Seeing this, Lu Changsheng embraced her and kissed her slightly reddened delicate ear, playfully saying, "Then, 10 children shouldn't be a problem, right?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zhenjin stiffened, her eyes widening with bewilderment. 10 children? How long would that take? Hee, just teasing you. It's time for breakfast. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Although his words were playful, Lu Changsheng couldn't deny that he did entertain such thoughts to some extent. After all, Chu Zhenjin possessed a spiritual root. Naturally, he hoped she would bear many children. But he would still respect Chu Zhenjin's wishes and not treat her merely as a breeding machine. In the following days, Lu Changsheng spent each day with Chu Zhenjin. At the same time, he began to teach her cultivation. The cultivation technique they used was a war trophy previously obtained from Bullhead Mountain. A book titled the Changchun Technique, a primary level cultivation method. Compared to the returning origin technique, it had the added effect of preserving youth and health. Lu Changsheng also wanted to use this method to observe Chu Zhenjin's spiritual root talent. Previously, Uncle Fu had only been able to discern that Chu Zhenjin had a spiritual root but could not determine its grade. After observing Chu Zhenjin's cultivation speed of drawing in spiritual power into her body, Lu Changsheng preliminarily concluded she likely had an 8th grade spiritual root. Only slightly better than his own 9th grade spiritual root. But Lu Changsheng was already very satisfied. As long as Chu Zhenjin had a spiritual root, their children would very likely possess spiritual roots as well. This was enough. 1 month later. After Lu Changsheng's day and night efforts, Chu Zhenjin successfully became pregnant. Knowing that Chu Zhenjin was pregnant, Lu Changsheng was very delighted. After all, she was his first wife with a spiritual root. Both of them had spiritual roots, so the probability of their child possessing a spiritual root was as high as 10 to 20%. 10 to 20% may not sound high. But compared to only one parent having a spiritual root, the probability had increased tenfold. Regarding the birth of this child, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel more anticipation in his heart. At this time, Lu Changsheng also remembered the Immortal Stature Spell Foundation establishment spiritual materials he had purchased at Bullhead Mountain. He planned to go into seclusion and complete the Immortal Stature Spells Foundation establishment to cultivate automatically. This trip outside had also made Lu Changsheng realize the advantages of being handsome. Not to mention anything else, just with the matter of Chu Zhenjin, Lu Changsheng felt that if he had a dark complexion and looked ordinary, things would not have gone so smoothly. After all, only a handsome man could have a woman willingly give herself to him. If ugly, one could only be a beast of burden in the next life. Upon arriving at the practice room, Lu Changsheng took out a fist-sized piece of red gold from his storage bag. A section of green wood as thick and long as a baby's arm. A bottle of clear and bright spiritual water. A red-hot stone. And a bag of yellowish-brown soil. These were precisely the 5-element spiritual materials he had purchased at Bullhead Mountain for cultivating the immortal stature spell. He placed the 5-element spiritual materials before him and sat down cross-legged. Chi! Lu Changsheng exclaimed sharply, with his hands forming seals. The immortal stature spell started circulating, the spiritual power in his body surged, causing the 5 spiritual materials to slowly revolve around him, filled with spiritual light. Hum hum hum. Strands of aura flew out from the spiritual materials and entered Lu Changsheng's body. So, after 10 days, Lu Changsheng had refined the 5-element spiritual materials completely, opened his eyes, and completed the foundation establishment of the immortal stature spell. For a long time to come, the immortal stature spell would automatically cultivate and operate without the need for practice, refining his appearance and making him increasingly handsome. At the moment of completing the foundation establishment of the technique, Lu Changsheng underwent a few mysterious changes. It was hard to pinpoint the specific details. But his facial features and physique, his temperament and demeanor, looked much more pleasant and natural to the eye. Lu Changsheng didn't pay too much attention to these minor changes on himself, tidied his clothes briefly, walked out of the practice room, and went to the front courtyard to accompany his wives and children. At this time in the courtyard, his eldest son Lu Ping'an was sleeping while hugging the little 9 netherhound, looking very harmonious. When the 9 netherhound was first brought back, his wives and concubines were somewhat worried, afraid it would harm the child. But after some time, they discovered that the 9 netherhound was very docile. Aside from eating, it would sleep almost all day, and they gradually stopped fearing it, tending to it every day on behalf of Lu Changsheng. The children in the house liked the 9 netherhound, their playmate, very much, often bothering it so much that it had difficulty resting peacefully. Lu Changsheng's 14th child was born. It was a boy without a spiritual root. Having so many children by now, Lu Changsheng could feel that he was becoming increasingly indifferent towards his new offspring. If the child had no spiritual root and no system reward, watching the child being born didn't bring him much joy anymore. No wonder ancient emperors treated killing their sons as if it were nothing. Lu Changsheng looked at his 14th son with some emotion in his heart. He could clearly feel the changes in his mentality over the years. However, he considered these emotions only occasionally, and they were quickly driven from his mind. Chapter 38, The Second Spiritual Root Child, _1. Chapter 38, The Second Spiritual Root Child, _1. Time flew by, and before he knew it, half a year had passed. In this half year, Lu Changsheng's 15th and 16th children were born. All of them were without a spiritual root, which made Lu Changsheng's anticipation for the child in Changsheng's womb even greater. Meanwhile, through Lu Changsheng's efforts over the past 6 months, 5 more of his wives and concubines had become pregnant. Aside from Changsheng, who was still on her first pregnancy, the previous 3 wives and 6 concubines had all moved on to their second. The likes of Lu Zier and Lu Qing'er, the 2 sisters, had even started on their 3rd pregnancies. That day, Lu Changsheng had completed his daily meditation and cultivation in the practice room, then proceeded to the study to begin drawing talismans. These 2 activities had become part of his daily routine. Now at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, middle-grade talismans posed no difficulty for Lu Changsheng. He could produce them successfully with ease. As for superior-grade talismans, because his mana and mental spirit were limited, and also due to the poor quality of the talisman brush, and the average quality of the talisman paper and spirit ink, there were still significant challenges. He could only attempt to draw some of the relatively simpler superior-grade talismans by brute force, accepting the possibility of failure. Therefore, only a small portion of the high-grade talisman paper and spirit ink that he had purchased at Bullhead Mountain had been transformed into talismans by him, kept ready for emergencies. For the remaining materials, he planned to wait until his cultivation level progressed further and then buy a better talisman brush to create more talismans. After all, even if he created talismans right now, he wouldn't be able to sell them, so it was sufficient for them to be used for his personal emergencies. After drawing 2 middle-grade talismans, Lu Changsheng put down the talisman brush, ready to relax with his wives and concubines. Just as he walked out of the study, a servant presented him with a letter. It was written by Hong Yi. The letter simply recounted some nostalgic matters, mentioning that he had been performing well recently and that his father, Marquis Rui, had entrusted him with more of the family's affairs. It also asked about Lu Changsheng's recent well-being. This wasn't the first time that Lu Changsheng had received a letter from Hong Yi. It was the third letter since he had returned to Qingzhou Mountain, and Lu Changsheng naturally understood why Hong Yi did this. Now that I have spare talismans to sell, even if the Lu family finds out, they probably won't blame me, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The reason he had previously refrained from selling talismans to Hong Yi was straightforward. He was concerned that his private dealings with Hong Yi might come to the Lu family's attention. If the Lu family found out that he had a great number of talismans to sell, that wouldn't end well. But after so long, having been an elementary talisman master for over a year, and considering the proficiency he had shown regularly, having some spare talismans to sell seemed quite normal. Immediately, he replied in the letter that indeed, he had some talismans for sale and that they could be sold if Hong Yi needed them. He inquired about how they should conduct the transaction. Naturally, he couldn't leave Qingzhou Mountain just to sell a talisman, so he left it to Hong Yi to figure out a way. After writing the letter, Lu Changsheng handed it over to a servant and asked it to be sent to the post station for mailing. Within the Lu family, there was a post station for sending letters to the secular world, though it was considerably slow. For a letter like this to reach Hong Yi's hands would probably take a month or even longer. If there was truly an urgent matter, they would need to use talisman meant for transmitting messages. After that, Lu Changsheng went to the back courtyard to spend time with his wives, concubines, and children. This too had become part of his daily routine. Seeing the big belly of Chu Zhenjian, Lu Changsheng was reminded of her brother's situation. He made another trip to Qingzhou Villa, asking Li Feiyu if there had been any word from the Crimson Whale gang about Chu Zhenjian's brother, Chu Changge. However, Li Feiyu said that there had still been no information about Chu Changge from the Crimson Whale gang. Having had no news of Chu Zhenjian's brother Chu Changge for over half a year made Lu Changsheng even consider the possibility that his inexpensive brother-in-law might have encountered some sort of accident. After all, based on what Chu Zhenjian had said, her brother was just an ordinary scholar. The journey to the capital to take the imperial exams was a tremendous one, spanning thousands of miles. If he encountered any danger on the way, it wasn't impossible that he might have met his demise. Lu Changsheng planned in his heart that if there was still no news after some time, he would also ask Hong Yi to help investigate. After all, the Crimson Whale gang was just a martial faction. Once they left Heavenly Water Mansion, their power was limited. Meanwhile, at the boundary between Qing province and Jizhou in Jiang country, atop a precipitous mountain range with bizarre rocks and steep cliffs, heavy mists enshrouded the area, obscuring visibility across the expanse and making the valley between the cliffs, deep and seemingly bottomless under the cover of the mists, unnerving for anyone who dared peek over the edge. Right now, in the vast and bottomless valley. Ho-ho-ho. Woo-woo-woo. The gray mist spread, and chilling winds howled, almost like the wailing of ghosts and wolves. Visible at the valley's center lay a blood-red lake, roughly 10 paces wide. Around the lake, piles of white bones accumulate, causing one's hair to stand on end, and the blood-colored lake is even more so. The blood water is deep and dark, filled with an indescribable evil and demonic nature, constantly bubbling with blood. With every bubble that bursts, a faint and eerie howl accompanies it. In this blood lake, there is also a cocoon as thin as a cicada's wing, emitting a crystal-like blood light. The cocoon undulates up and down in the blood lake, as if breathing, its blood light fluctuating bright and dim, soul-stirring, and quite bizarre. If one looks closely, they can faintly make out that a man is enveloped inside the blood cocoon. At this moment, the man seems about to open his eyes, but in the next instant, a blood-colored lotus like a half-moon emerges on his forehead, causing his almost opened eyes to tightly close again, falling into a deep slumber. 3 months later. 3rd level energy refinement peak. But to break through to the 4th level energy refinement, who knows how long it will take. In the practice room, Lu Changsheng, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and let out a breath of stale air, murmuring to himself. It took him about a year to reach each of the previous 3rd levels. But now, having cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level, he could clearly feel that the progression from the third level to the fourth level energy refinement was different from before. There was a bottleneck. He couldn't break through without any obstruction, and it required a long period of grinding efforts. Lu Changsheng didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, with his mediocre aptitude, being able to cultivate to the peak of the third level energy refinement so quickly was already quite good. He was very clear about his own position. Late bloomer. When there are more children grown up, things will get better. Jinjin must be close to giving birth. Lu Changsheng got up, patted his dust-free robe, and walked out of the practice room. 11 days later, Chu Jinjin gave birth. The moment the child was born, Lu Changsheng, who was outside the delivery room, immediately felt a profound sensation. It was the stirring of the spiritual root. He knew that his child possessed a spiritual root. This excited Lu Changsheng immensely. He felt that his anticipation for the past 6 months had not been in vain. Indeed, one must have children with a woman who possesses a spiritual root. Otherwise, with just my side having a spiritual root, the chances of the child having one are too low. The fact that little Seven had one was purely a stroke of luck. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, very happy and excited. This caused several of his wives who were nearby to feel a twinge of jealousy upon seeing Lu Changsheng's demeanor. Even though they were gentle and graceful in nature, they still felt that Lu Changsheng was somewhat partial to Chu Jinjin. Not only did he show more concern for Chu Jinjin on a daily basis, but now that the child was born, he seemed much happier than when the previous children were born. However, they also knew the reason. Chu Jinjin possessed a spiritual root, could engage in cultivation, and the child she bore would likely also possess a spiritual root. This naturally made Lu Changsheng more partial to her. When little Seven was born, the system gave me some child money. If I have 10 children with spiritual roots, the system should also give me some child money, right? Lu Changsheng, who didn't notice the expressions of his wives, was immersed in the joy of his child's birth. Previously, when little Seven, Lu Xianji, was born, because it was the first time a child with a spiritual root was born, a reward was given, which led him to speculate that, similar to the number of children, upon reaching a certain number, a reward would be given. After a short while, the midwife came out of the delivery room carrying the child. It was a boy. Lu Changsheng held the child and entered the delivery room to visit Chu Jinjin. Chu Jinjin, though engaged in cultivation, had become pregnant soon after starting to practice. So she had yet to complete the process of leading qi into the body and was still very weak. Moreover, the first few levels of qi refinement didn't do much to enhance physical prowess. Seeing the frail Chu Jinjin, Lu Changsheng coaxed her to sleep, then handed the child over to a wet nurse, and went to the practice room to start cultivating. He had no choice, as he was unable to see the child's spiritual root or the specific changes in his own spiritual root. He could only judge the improvement of his own spiritual root through cultivation, a simple and unpretentious method, before estimating the grade of the child's spiritual root. Chapter 39, The Fifth Lottery Draw _1. Chapter 39, The Fifth Lottery Draw _1. Several hours later, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. It's a bit better than Xiaoqi's spiritual root. Through just now's cultivation, he could sense that his cultivation speed had increased by more than 10% compared to before. This meant that this child's spiritual root was better than that of his first child with a spiritual root, Lu Xianji's. But it wasn't much better. Lu Changsheng estimated it was still a lower grade spiritual root, either 8th grade or 7th grade. Because of his previous child, Lu Xianji's spiritual root, Lu Changsheng already had a general expectation in his heart. The highest would be an 8th grade spiritual root. There was a very good chance that, like him, the father, it was a 9th grade spiritual root. It's already enough. With this 10% improvement, plus Xiaoqi's spiritual root boost, my current cultivation speed is nearly reaching that of an 8th grade spiritual roots. As long as I have many children, even if they all have lower grade spiritual roots, the sheer number can lead to a qualitative change. Who knows, my future cultivation speed might even surpass that of the legendary heavenly spiritual root. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself, feeling quite delighted. He didn't mind too much that this child only had a lower grade spiritual root. For him at this point, it was already very good and quite nice that his children had spiritual roots at all. He had no requirements for their grade. Moreover, once these two children grew up and their spiritual roots fully developed, they would bring him no small improvement. The most important thing was that once the children grew up, they could cultivate and their strength could add to their father. Furthermore, children with spiritual roots could eventually marry and have children, also with a chance of having offspring with spiritual roots. This would carry on from generation to generation, representing hope and the future. Thinking of a future with many children who have spiritual roots, all of them successfully cultivating and branching out, Lu Changsheng felt cozy at heart, seeing a wonderful future ahead. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng received another letter. It was from Hong Yi. He expressed that as long as Lu Changsheng had a certain number of talismans, he could send a trusted envoy with spirit stones to trade at Qingzhou Mountain, showing true sincerity. After reading the letter, Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment. He wrote back saying that if Hong Yi could come over in 3 to 4 months, he could produce about 100 talismans by then. After all, with so much time passed, selling 100 talismans was not excessive. Aside from wanting to sell some talismans to make money, Lu Changsheng also thought of using the benefits of the talisman trade to solidify the connection with Hong Yi. Previously, Hong Yi had mentioned in his letter that he was in charge of certain affairs within the Rui Marquis mansion. That involved dealing with cultivators, gathering news from the cultivation world. Also, he saw people with spiritual roots in the secular world through martial artists and folks from the rivers and lakes, as well as cultivational resources and treasures that had been lost to the secular world. So, Lu Changsheng felt that he might need Hong Yi's help in the future. At the very least, he could use Hong Yi to make purchases of cultivational materials and resources, sparing him from going out. And moreover, with the growing number of his children, Lu Changsheng also realized a problem. The speed at which he was having children seemed a bit too fast. Originally, he thought of sending his children into the secular world when they were over 10 years old. But Lu Changsheng discovered, given the rate at which he was having children, by the time Lu Ping'an, the eldest batch, were over 10 years old, he would likely have a total of 70 to 80, nearly 100 children. Having many children was naturally not a problem. With his current conditions, he could support even more. The issue was that nothing like his situation had ever occurred in Qingzhou Valley. Some time ago, the steward Lu Bo came to have a talk with him, subtly suggesting that while it was natural to have children, Lu Changsheng should pace himself a bit. Previously, Lu Yuanding said children should be sent away at 6 years of age, but staying an additional 3 to 5 years, being a bit older, wasn't a problem. However, with so many children, he suspected that the Lu family would most likely not agree to let the children stay in Qingzhou Valley until they were over 10 years old. Hence, Lu Changsheng also thought of solidifying his connection with Hong Yi. In the future, when sending the children to the secular world, besides relying on the Crimson Whale gang route of Li Feiyu, he could also ask for Hong Yi's help and care. After all, compared to the Crimson Whale gang, Hong Yi's connection with the Rui Marquis mansion was clearly more secure. As for sending children to the Lu family's secular branches, Lu Changsheng was rather reluctant. He worried that his children would be brainwashed while growing up in the Lu family, indoctrinated with a host of family-related ideologies. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Lu Changsheng's 18th and 19th children were born. As expected, neither of the children had a spiritual root. After these 2 children were born, Lu Changsheng felt a great sense of anticipation for the next child who would be born in about a month. Because that would be his 20th child. Based on his guesses about the system's achievement rewards, the number 20 might trigger an achievement reward from the system. Enjoying the crisp autumn weather outside, Lu Changsheng took a child in each hand and went for a stroll in the backyard with the 2 infants in swaddles. In the yard, his eldest son Lu Ping'an, who was nominally 4 but actually only 3, was playing and running after the 9 netherhound with a few little ones. The 9 netherhound that had been raised for over a year had grown quite a bit. It was over a foot tall, with fur as black as ink, smooth and shiny like satin, with fearsome fangs emerging from its mouth and a scarlet vertical mark between its eyes that captivated the soul. Lu Changsheng estimated that even ordinary warriors would not be a match for the 9 netherhound now. A demon beast with a heavenly grade bloodline was not to be taken lightly. However, faced with human toddlers disdained by others, the 9 netherhound, even with a trace of its true spirit bloodline, could only keep fleeing in chaos under their pursuit. When he saw a human toddler fall, he had to hurry back to help them up. It was enduring pressures that should not exist at its age. Compared to Lu Ping'an, the second-born, Lu Wuyu, and his sister Lu Wuyo were much quieter, watching their brother and other siblings run around from the side. Lu Changsheng, looking at the children playing in the yard, his wives holding infants, his pregnant wives, his lips curled up in a faint smile. Wasn't this the kind of life he was after? To cultivate, to spend time with his wives and children, a simple life of leisure, peace, and happiness. Lu Changsheng was acutely aware that in this world, in these times, this kind of peaceful, happy, and beautiful life was as fragile as a bubble, ready to burst at a touch. Strength was needed to protect this tranquility and beauty. So, I must strive to protect this peaceful and beautiful life, to make our future ever better. Lu Changsheng whispered to himself. In the blink of an eye, another month went by. The 20th child that Lu Changsheng had been eagerly awaiting was finally born. When this child was born, there was still no movement of the spiritual root. But the system notification he had been anticipating chimed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for having 20 children, you have gained one lottery draw chance. It really didn't let me down with the wait. Lu Changsheng was delighted upon hearing this system notification. After settling down his child, Lu Changsheng went to his study to start his 5th lottery draw. System, I want to draw. Lu Changsheng silently intoned. Immediately, the familiar lottery will materialized before his eyes. I wonder if I can draw a cultivation method this time. Lu Changsheng looked at the lottery wheel, hoping in his heart. At this stage, what he wanted most was a good cultivation method. After all, great buildings rise from the ground, one's foundation must be solidly laid. If there were a good cultivation method, he could advance to a higher level both in terms of his foundation and his cultivation speed. It would certainly be better than this trashy returning origin technique. Lu Changsheng was very worried that once his cultivation realm grew higher, he would suffer from an unstable, unsolid foundation because his initial technique was so lousy, hindering his progress compared to others with more robust foundations. Without indulging in wild and fanciful thoughts, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and declared, "Start the lottery draw." Instantly, the pale red wheel shimmered with golden light and began spinning rapidly. A moment later, the golden glow slowed down, and under Lu Changsheng's expectant gaze, it stopped on the space for a cultivation technique. Chapter 40, 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art, _1. Chapter 40, 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art, _1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A transparent jade scroll pattern emerged, accompanying the system notification sound. 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art. Is this a body refining technique? Just as a look of joy started to appear on Lu Changsheng's face, his expression stiffened. He did want to cultivate a technique. But what he wanted was a chi refinement technique, not a body refinement technique. Among cultivators, there is also the concept of body cultivation, known as body cultivators. Compared to law cultivators, body cultivators can significantly make up for the weaknesses in survival ability and close combat in the early stages. But compared to law cultivation, body cultivation consumes more time, effort, and resources. Most cultivators simply didn't have the time, energy, or financial resources to cultivate both a body refining technique and law cultivation, to pursue magical dual cultivation. After all, for most cultivators, cultivation level, magical treasures, and divine skills are the main focus. Physical bodies and such, as long as they're passable, that's enough. Who would bother with close combat as a dignified cultivator? Body cultivation only has the advantage in the early stages of cultivation. Sigh, the first technique I drew was a supplementary technique, and now another body refining technique. Is it so difficult to get a chi refinement technique? Lu Changsheng shook his head and heaved a sigh. However, if it's a body refining technique, then so be it, having more skills won't hold one down. Besides, the body is the capital of the revolution. While other cultivators don't really focus on body refining, the path I'll take in the future definitely requires proper cultivation of the physical body. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said. He naturally wouldn't disdain a body refining technique. It was just that, relatively speaking, he wanted a chi refinement technique more at this stage. However, as a cultivator who will have multiple wives and concubines and wishes to expand his family in the future, he felt that he did indeed have a need for body refinement to improve the aspect of his physical body. Immediately after, Changsheng opened the system space to check the technique he had acquired. Technique: 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art. Grade: Orthodox Level. Description: an inheritance technique from 100 Creation Mountain that uses heaven and earth treasures to forge the flesh, meridians, and bones of the human body, making one's body as splendid as a magic artifact, indestructible and possessing different magic artifact divine skill powers. Hiss. It's actually an orthodox level technique. Changsheng was surprised when he saw the grade of the technique. Techniques are categorized as primary level, advanced level, exquisite level, peripheral sect level, orthodox level. Orthodox level is the highest class of techniques he currently knows of. He was already astounded when he acquired the Immortal Beauty technique, which was a peripheral sect level technique. He thought the system could only draw peripheral sect level techniques. But unexpectedly, this time it gave him an orthodox level technique. All I can say is, the system is amazing. Then, upon seeing the description of the 100 Refinements Treasure Body Art, Changsheng couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. Using heaven and earth treasures to forge the flesh, meridians, and bones of the human body, making one's body as splendid as a magic artifact, and possessing magic artifact divine skills. Just by reading this explanation, one would know how extraordinary this technique was, and how terrifying it would be once one reached a high level of cultivation. However, refining the body to be like a magic artifact wouldn't make it impossible to have children, right? Suddenly, a question popped into Changsheng's mind. Since he rarely left Qingzhou Mountain, he enjoyed reading when he had nothing to do. The books he read were very diverse, and he remembered seeing in one ancient book that many powerful-looking techniques all had side effects. For example, after cultivation, one might become infertile, or their personality and mental state might be affected by the technique, and so on. If there really were such side effects, he would never consider cultivating it. Without indulging in random thoughts, Changsheng's mental spirit stirred slightly as he employed the 100 Refinements Treasure Body technique. Information about the 100 Refinements Treasure Body technique, including details on cultivation methods and various intricacies, flooded into Changsheng's mind like an enlightening elixir. After a long while, Changsheng opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. This technique was incredibly profound. If it hadn't been for the system directly transmitting the technique into his mind for direct comprehension. Even being an orthodox level technique, without guidance, it would have been difficult for him to even grasp the basics, let alone fully understand them. Even if he could comprehend it, cultivating it without guidance would have been very likely to cause problems. As for the side effects he had initially considered, having now thoroughly understood the 100 Refinements Treasure Body technique, he knew he had worried too much. Orthodox level cultivation techniques, as the mainstay of the profound sect, are grand and majestic. Aside from the high threshold and difficulty of cultivation, such techniques scarcely come with issues like side effects. However, the more powerful the technique, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation method of the 100 Refinements Treasure Body technique seemed quite straightforward. One uses heavenly and earthly treasures to refine the body's flesh, meridians, and bones as if forging a magical treasure. This process could be done all at once to completely refine the body into a supreme magical treasure, or it could be done gradually, bit by bit. But to ultimately succeed meant refining the entire body into an indestructible form capable of rivaling heaven-penetrating spiritual treasures. With every movement of the hands and feet, divine skills would shake the heavens and the earth. But cultivating this technique was extremely difficult and resource-intensive. From the beginning of cultivation, one needs to use heavenly and earthly treasures to nourish the body. Once the body adapts, higher-tier treasures are required to temper and forge the physical body. Step by step, the body advances, capable of comparing to magic artifacts, spiritual artifacts, magical treasures, and heaven-penetrating spiritual treasures. Throughout this process, not only are resources consumed, but it is also fraught with danger, and one must refrain from being rash and impetuous. If too aggressive, even the slightest mistake could overwhelm the body's ability to endure the refinement, leading to physical collapse and demise. After all, the very act of refining one's body into various magical treasures is inconceivable and defies the heavens, naturally making the process extremely perilous. However, having thoroughly comprehended the 100 Refinements Treasure Body technique, as long as I am not impatient and cultivate slowly, there should be no issues. Moreover, although this 100 Refinements Treasure Body technique is difficult to cultivate, there is a secret technique within it that allows for shortcuts and faster progression. It's about directly infusing magical treasures into the body and using them to nourish and build oneself. For an ordinary cultivator, it would be impossible to use magical treasures for body refinement, since even nascent soul immortals usually have only 1 or 2 magic artifacts at most. But I have the system, and in the system's lottery wheel, I can even draw orthodox level techniques, and I should also be able to draw magical treasures, maybe even spiritual treasures. If I can draw a magical treasure in the future, and use it to cultivate this 100 refinements treasure body technique, I can quickly master it and make swift progress in body refinement. Lu Changsheng pondered inwardly with a gleam in his eyes. Although the technique was difficult and the threshold high, to Lu Changsheng, it still seemed excellent and very suitable for him. Without delay, Lu Changsheng left the study and entered the practice room. He took out a black iron lump the size of a pot lid and attempted to cultivate the 100 refinements treasure body technique with it. This iron lump was the shield magic artifact he had obtained from 3 robber cultivators at Bullhead Mountain. Under attack from the talisman treasure golden brick, the shield was damaged and deformed, all its prohibitions destroyed, and it could only be sold as scrap material. Yet, this scrap, capable of being used to forge a magic artifact, could still be considered heavenly and earthly treasure. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, holding the shield, and began to operate the method of the 100 refinements treasure body technique. As spiritual power circulated in his palms, they gradually turned a reddish hue, extracting the essence of the material from the shield magic artifact to nourish his flesh. The shield was refined using cold profound iron, and as Lu Changsheng drew its essence, he felt strands of chilled energy entering his body. After cultivating for an hour, Lu Changsheng ceased his practice and exhaled deeply. Although I have attained the Qi refinement 3rd level, I have no foundation in body refinement. 1 hour of cultivation is about enough for now, and extending the time could damage my body. Moreover, the material of this shield is of the metal element and inclined towards cold. If I continue cultivating the 100 refinements treasure body technique with only this type of material, it could cause hidden injuries, so it's best to buy 5 elemental spiritual materials for a balanced cultivation. Lu Changsheng stood up and lightly stretched his limbs. During the cultivation of body refining techniques, it's quite easy to inflict wear on the physical body and sustain subtle, unnoticed injuries. Having thoroughly comprehended the path of the 100 refinements treasure body technique, Lu Changsheng naturally knew the most beneficial way to cultivate this technique without harming his body. Chapter 41, Hong Yi's Gift, _1. Chapter 41, Hong Yi's Gift, _1. This day, Lu Changsheng was chatting with his wives and concubines when a servant came forward to report to him. Someone outside was asking to see him and presented a token. Upon seeing the token, Lu Changsheng immediately knew it was someone from Hong Yi. He returned to the study, took out a brocade box prepared early on with talismans packed inside, and walked out of the courtyard. People sent by Hong Yi naturally could not enter Qingzhou Mountain at will and were waiting outside. As soon as Lu Changsheng arrived outside Qingzhou Mountain, he immediately saw a luxurious carriage parked not far away. There was a flag on the carriage, bearing the words, Rui Marquis, in big characters. Around it stood a group of robust men with well-proportioned bodies and sturdy auras, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, carrying long swords and powerful crossbows. They were all riding large horses a zhang in length and 8 feet in height, with black fur and strong limbs. At the head of these men was Hong Yi himself, dressed in luxurious brocade clothes and tall in stature. Lu Changsheng had not expected Hong Yi to personally make the trip and with such a grand display. The formidable appearance and demeanor of these men in black made it clear they were all martial arts masters. However, Lu Changsheng could understand. This was their first transaction, and naturally, Hong Yi wanted to show how much he valued it. Moreover, the transaction was worth more than 100 spirit stones. For Rui Marquis Mansion, that many spirit stones were probably not a small amount. They wouldn't be at ease having someone bring them over casually. Brother Lu, long time no see. Hong Yi, upon seeing Lu Changsheng come out, immediately stepped forward to greet him with an enthusiastic and hearty face. He wore a purple gold crown and a purple brocade robe, looking more dignified and majestic than before. Brother Hong, I didn't expect you to personally come all this way, Lu Changsheng replied with a smile, stepping forward to meet him. I had nothing much to do, so I decided to make the trip myself, Hong Yi said. Besides, I won't lie to Brother Lu, This is the first time I'm handling such a large deal, so I feel more at ease being here in person. Otherwise, if something were to happen on the way here and back, I could only bring back my head to see my father. Hong Yi shook his head with a wry smile, half joking, half serious. Although the Marquis mansion had some foundation, it wasn't much, and the loss of over 100 spirit stones would be quite painful. Haha, Brother Hong, you jest. Your father entrusting you with this matter shows his trust in you, Lu Changsheng said. In between the words, he took out the brocade box holding the talismans from the storage bag and handed it to Hong Yi. Brother Hong, these are the talismans you wanted. It contains 20 fire bullet talismans, 20 water shield talismans, 20 evil warding talismans, 20 earth escape talismans, and 20 rejuvenation insignias. Please check them. Regarding the price, as we previously agreed, it's 20% below market price, so the total comes to 112 spirit stones. Just give me 110, Lu Changsheng stated. There were a total of 100 talismans in the brocade box. According to market price, that would be 140 spirit stones. But Lu Changsheng had already agreed with Hong Yi to price them 20% below market price. After all, a stable, long-term supply channel, and the buyer coming to pick up the goods himself, a 20% discount wasn't too much to ask. 4. Moreover, Lu Changsheng currently had an abundance of talismans. If he could sell them safely and stably, even if he had to give a few more percentage points off, he was willing to do so. After all, the cost of making the talismans was very low for him. Most of the materials were left over from making talismans for the Lu family, and he had purchased only a small portion of the materials just for appearances. Hong Yi took the brocade box, opened it, and saw the 5 stacks of talismans inside. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. As long as he brought this batch of talismans back, his position within the Marquis mansion would also be thoroughly stabilized. If Lu Changsheng could provide middle-grade talismans on a stable basis in the future, the position of the heir apparent wouldn't be so far out of reach. All right, I naturally trust Brother Lu. Hong Yi did not inspect the contents carefully, taking only a few glances before closing the brocade box again. He then took out 112 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Lu Changsheng. Thank you, Brother Hong. Lu Changsheng, seeing this, did not mind the 2 missing spirit stones and happily accepted them. Brother Lu is being too polite. It is I who should thank you. I've also prepared a gift for Brother Lu on this trip. Hong Yi smiled and waved his hand, then turned towards the carriage and clapped his hands. A gift? Lu Changsheng was surprised. Next to the carriage, a burly figure, who could vaguely be made out to be a woman, pulled open the curtain of the carriage door. Following that, a series of crisp bell sounds dinged from the interior of the carriage. A red-haired woman with beautiful green eyes, a high nose, fair and moist skin, and a ravishing appearance that exuded an exotic charm peeked out from the carriage. The woman wore a red veil over her face and hair, dressed in a red off-the-shoulder, belly-bearing dress, revealing a fair swan-like neck, delicate collarbones, and a flat belly. With beautiful fair arms lightly lifting her red dress, she stepped out with a curvaceous and enchanting figure, revealing a surprisingly long and beautiful leg from under her skirt as she stepped down from the carriage, her toes gently touching the ground. Her thighs were plump and firm, her calves long and powerful, with bare feet unadorned with shoes or socks, her 10 delicate toes painted with crimson juice, shining against her fair skin. On her finely boned ankles, she wore a pair of golden anklets, each adorned with 2 tiny bells that gave off a dinging sound. This red-haired woman with an exotic allure stepped down from the carriage, curtsied gracefully to Lu Changsheng, her glances were as seductive as a teasing fox. Soon after, another set of crisp bell sounds came from inside the carriage. A woman, very similar in appearance to the red-haired one, also with high nose and deep-set eyes exuding an exotic charm, stepped out from inside the carriage. Unlike the red-haired woman, this one had sea-blue hair and eyes. Compared to the voluptuous charm of the red-haired woman, her facial expression was somewhat indifferent, giving an impression of a cooler, seductive beauty. The 2 women looked very much alike. But the pupils, hair color, attire, and temperament were completely different. Standing side by side, they presented a uniquely stunning effect. Subsequently, the 2 long-legged, exotic beauties walked towards Lu Changsheng with large strides, each with a distinctly different style of walking. Their footsteps were light and their skin white and tender. As they moved gracefully, their red and moist bare feet painted with rouge did not pick up a speck of dust. Lu Changsheng could tell at a glance that both women were martial artists. This was due to channeling internal energy to their feet, which allowed them to be unblemished by dust. Jiuer pays respect to the master. Shuier pays respect to the master. The two women stood in front of Lu Changsheng and gave a graceful bow. One's voice was soft and seductive like Wu Nong's gentle whisper. The other's voice was as cold as ice, yet it stirred desires within the heart. Hearing the two women call him master, Lu Changsheng's brows slightly knitted together. When he saw the two women coming down from the carriage, he vaguely guessed what the gift was. But at this moment, he confirmed that the gift Hong Yi referred to were the two women before him. He had to admit that the two women were indeed beautiful and tempting, capable of arousing people's desires. Especially because their appearances were similar yet their temperaments and charms were so different, it added an element of surprise for anyone seeing them for the first time. It made Lu Changsheng think of the sisters he had seen at the bamboo heart lake of the Lu family, Lu Miaoga. They too shared a resemblance, yet their personalities and temperaments were entirely different. But the problem was, since when was it customary to give women away as gifts? Although in this world, such a thing was considered normal. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng still felt it was weird and somewhat awkward. Chapter 42, is Lu Changsheng taking another concubine again, _1. Chapter 42, is Lu Changsheng taking another concubine again, _1. Brother Lu, I have heard from Brother Li that you have no other hobbies, you only love beauties throughout your life. Therefore, I have specially prepared two beauties for you on this trip. I have paid a considerable price to buy these two from the White Jade Tower. You can rest assured, Brother Lu, both are pure and untouched by anyone. Moreover, under the tutelage of the White Jade Tower, both have cultivated the charming Lady Elemental cultivation. Their elemental yin can nourish and supplement yang, and once deflowered, they will be completely loyal to you. At this moment, Hong Yi spoke up and said to Lu Changsheng, his face revealing a knowing look that all men understand. Upon hearing Hong Yi's words, Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched. What does he mean by only loving beauties throughout his life? Am I someone who is indulged in lust for women? I clearly have ambitions to reach the sky and pierce the clouds. My ambition lies in attaining eternal life, to become an immortal, an ancestor. To take a wife and bear children is merely to better survive in this world, to strive toward that goal. Sigh. This caused Lu Changsheng to sigh inwardly, feeling that no one in the world could understand him. However, there was no helping it, as such sky-reaching and cloud-piercing ambitions must not be shown before others, nor could they be understood by everyone. Hidden skill within awkwardness, the unclear is made clear by obscurity, purity hinted through murkiness, to bend as a means to extend. One must endure, stay discreet, only then can one become an immortal among immortals. Lu Changsheng looked at the two women in front of him, tall and proud, even taller than himself by a notch. Though very tempting, Lu Changsheng did not really want to accept them. After all, both women lacked a spiritual root. Now, with 10 wives and concubines, he thought that in taking more wives and concubines in the future, he should preferably follow a route of superior breeding. That is, to find women with spiritual roots to bear his children. Otherwise, if he continued like this, not only would the children born mostly lack spiritual roots, but it would also affect his daily cultivation. Since the people had already been brought over, he certainly couldn't just send them back, right? He didn't want to refute Hong Yi's good intentions and damage their relationship. Furthermore, looking at the two women before him, he also wanted to challenge himself, to experience exotic styles. After all, with so many temptations in this world, if I don't properly temper myself now, how will I resist greater temptations in the future? After pondering for a moment, Lu Changsheng said, Brother Hong, did they come of their own free will? You can rest assured, Brother Lu, both are orphans adopted by the White Jade Tower, raised from a young age, without any issues. Hong Yi would not do such atrocious acts that go against heaven and harm reason. Hong Yi naturally knew what Lu Changsheng meant by asking such a question. All right, if that's the case, I will accept this gift, these two women. But our friendship does not necessitate such actions, do not do this again in the future. Lu Changsheng said, nodding his head. Naturally, just this once, only this once. Hong Yi said with a smile, nodding his head. Lu Changsheng, seeing Hong Yi smile, felt that the latter would probably do it again in the future. Brother Hong has traveled a long distance to come here. It would only be proper for me to invite you in for a cup of tea. But it's a great bother to bring foreign cultivators into Changsheng Mountain. So I won't invite you inside as a guest. Next time we do business, you just come to a nearby city and send a message to me. Lu Changsheng spoke up, saying so. It was fine for ordinary people to enter Changsheng Mountain, but quite troublesome to bring external cultivators. I understand. Hong Yi nodded, completely understanding and not minding at all. He said to Lu Changsheng, however, I may not personally come the next time. If it's convenient for Brother Lu, you could prepare a batch of talismans every few months. That way, I can send someone over and not worry too much. The reason he came personally this time, aside from it being their first transaction, was also due to the large number of talismans involved, which made him somewhat uneasy. Fine, Brother Hong can send someone over every 3 months. I can provide about 30 talismans each time. Lu Changsheng said, pondering slightly. This time, issuing 100 talismans could be said to have accumulated over a long period. But in the future, 10 talismans per month would be about right. Even if the Lu family knew and watched, they would not say anything. Good, no problem. Hong Yi, hearing this, immediately showed a face full of joy. 10 talismans each month was already quite good in his eyes. By the way, Brother Hong, I have another favor to ask of you. Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered something concerning his cheap brother-in-law, Chu Changge. A year had passed, and there was still no news from the Crimson Whale gang, making him feel that Chu Changge's chances of being alive were slim. But he still wanted to make an effort to search, to at least get some news, to give Chu Zhenjin a response. What is it, Brother Lu, please tell me. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi revealed a somewhat serious look. I'd like to ask for your help in finding someone. Lu Changsheng said, sharing information about Chu Changge with Hong Yi. He also mentioned Chu Zhenjin's situation, advising Hong Yi to be careful. After all, the massacre of Chu Zhenjin's entire family might involve a cultivator. Though he felt the cultivator in question probably wasn't much of a threat, caution was still necessary. Brother Lu can rest assured, this matter will be handled by me. After listening, Hong Yi nodded and responded. He didn't view the matter as particularly troublesome or dangerous. After all, the Rui Marquis mansion held its own power within the secular world. Facing a loose cultivator from the secular world, there was still some confidence to be had. Moreover, camaraderie was something that needed to be fostered through frequent exchanges. Now that Lu Changsheng was willing to sell talismans to him, it wouldn't be a surprise if his connections expanded and other avenues opened up. So, as long as it wasn't too dangerous, he was willing to deepen his relationship with Lu Changsheng by interacting more. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Hong. Lu Changsheng gave a slight bow. Brother Lu is too polite. In that case, I won't delay you further. Next time, when there is time, I will invite Brother Lu and Brother Li to get together. Hong Yi also bowed slightly, ready to head back early. Have a smooth journey. Then he took the 2 women back with him to Changsheng Mountain. The disciples guarding Changsheng Mountain saw Lu Changsheng bring back 2 sisters without saying much. They just instructed him to report to Uncle Fu. Shortly after, Lu Changsheng, accompanied by the 2 women, arrived at Changsheng Villa to report to Uncle Fu. Along the way, many Lu family disciples saw them. Is Lu Changsheng about to take another concubine? He's already married 10, how could he still take concubines? SSS, to say the truth, these 2 women are truly seductive. By their appearance, they look a bit like people from the Western region. I read in ancient texts that some people from the Western region claim to be descendants of gods and demons. Not only do they have different colored pupils, but some also have horns on their heads, eyes in the center of their brows, and grow wings and tails. What descendants of gods and demons, they're just hybrids of human and demon. I heard from my grandfather that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of nations in the Western region, many of which have humans and demons living together. Suddenly I'm a bit envious of Lu Changsheng's life. The path of cultivation is hard. While we're young, indulging in pleasures might not be such a bad choice. How can you harbor such self-degrading thoughts? We are cultivators, devoted to our practice. How could we succumb to pleasures of the flesh? Women, they will only slow down my cultivation. That's right, it is a choice of the weak, we cannot imitate him, woo woo woo. Given our ordinary talents, if we choose to indulge, it's giving up on ourselves. He may be carefree now, but in 20 or 30 years, he'll surely regret it. The Lu family disciples spoke out, their tones mixing envy, jealousy, resentment, and scorn. Uncle Fu didn't know what to say when he saw Lu Changsheng bringing back 2 more women from who knows where. But seeing they were just secular women, he didn't say much else, simply sighing about the advantages of youth, reminding Lu Changsheng to take care of his health and not to neglect important matters. Still, he reminded Lu Changsheng not to keep bringing people in, as it would give a bad impression. Lu Changsheng nodded in agreement to this. In his heart, he thought it might be time to reveal that he was a middle-grade first-grade talisman master. Otherwise, continuing on this way, the Lu family might soon take issue with his behavior. After completing the report with Uncle Fu, Lu Changsheng made his way to Li Feiyu's place to have a chat. Not long after his last visit, Li Feiyu had broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. But now, the Lu family was also pressuring him about having children. Under these circumstances, Li Feiyu took 4 concubines, and now had 3 children, with 2 of the concubines currently pregnant. During their conversation, Li Feiyu mentioned that the business of sending women was just a joke with Hong Yi, never expecting him to actually follow through. He had examined the 2 women sent by Hong Yi and confirmed that the cultivation technique they practiced was the cauldron charm technique. Otherwise, there wouldn't be effects like nurturing the essence to replenish yang, remaining loyal after being deflowered. The White Jade Tower was likely an organization focused on cultivating cauldrons for officials, nobles, and even cultivators. For Hong Yi to send such a generous gift, he must have paid a hefty price. After hearing Li Feiyu's words, Lu Changsheng felt much more at ease about the 2 women. He then took the 2 women back to their dwelling in Qingzhou Valley. Seeing Lu Changsheng return with 2 enchanting foreign women, even the well-mannered and virtuous consorts in the back courtyard felt somewhat jealous, leaving Lu Changsheng with quite a task to suit them. Chapter 43, Middle Grade Talisman Master, _1. Chapter 43, Middle Grade Talisman Master, _1. Having experienced the exotic pleasure delivered by Hong Yi, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but admire how different it was when professionally trained women took care of you. Not only was the experience superb, but it also taught him a lot of new knowledge and techniques. Moreover, the charming lady elemental cultivation did indeed have good effects, very nourishing, making him clearly feel his body being conditioned. However, the 2 women were after all mere mortals, and the cultivation techniques they practiced were only at the martial level. This nurturing effect was limited and could not help with his 100 refinements treasure body art. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng felt he might have strayed onto a deviant path. Lu Changsheng, oh Lu Changsheng, you have been a bit indulgent these past few days, you cannot continue down this path. After enjoying a few more days of indulgent nights, Lu Changsheng sat by the bed, shaking his head and muttering to himself. He also somewhat understood why ancient emperors would become addicted to the pleasures of women. His original wives were all proper ladies from good families. Nothing like the 2 women sent by Hong Yi, who had been taught from a young age how to serve a man, knowing so many soul-consuming techniques and variations. However, Lu Changsheng was after all the person who once ranked first at the Questioning Heart platform assessment in the Immortal sects. With a heart set on the Tao, a will as firm as iron, how could he succumb to such allurements? Hong Yi, oh Hong Yi, you actually used this to test me, which transmigrator couldn't withstand such a test? Lu Changsheng let out a light snort, got out of bed, and got dressed. Feeling that the time was right, he drew a somewhat hastily drawn, first-grade middle-grade talisman, the Fire Cloud Talisman, in the study. He then went to tell Lu Bo that he was capable of drawing first-grade middle-grade talismans. Lu Bo had just returned from inspecting the spiritual fields and was astonished when he heard the purpose of Lu Changsheng's visit. He looked at Lu Changsheng with some disbelief and said, "You mean you can draw middle-grade talismans now?" Seeing Lu Bo's expression, Lu Changsheng was reminded of 2 years ago when he told Uncle Fu that he could draw first-grade talismans. The expression on Uncle Fu's face at the time was much like Lu Bo's now. He took out the talisman he had prepared, nodded, and said, "Yes, Lu Bo, this is the first-grade middle-grade talisman I have drawn, the Fire Cloud Talisman." Lu Bo took the talisman and checked it. He confirmed it was indeed a first-grade middle-grade talisman, the Fire Cloud Talisman. He couldn't help but swallow hard and said, "If I'm not mistaken, it hasn't been 2 years since you moved to Qingzhou Valley, has it?" There are still 16 days left before it's been 2 years. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment before replying. Tisk. Lu Bo clicked his tongue, truly at a loss for words. As the steward of Qingzhou Valley, he naturally understood what it meant to go from an elementary talisman master to a middle-grade talisman master in 2 years' time. For such a person, there were only 2 words: genius. A true talisman-making genius. Lu Bo pondered for a moment and said, Lu Changsheng, would it be possible for you to draw another fire cloud talisman for me to see right now? He naturally believed that Lu Changsheng would not deceive him in such a matter. But the news was so astonishing that he couldn't help but want to observe directly and verify it for himself. No problem. However, my success rate for the fire cloud talisman is not very high at the moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded and said. He moved to a desk, took out a set of talisman-making tools from his storage bag, spread out the talisman paper, and began making the talisman. Lu Bo quietly stood by, observing Lu Changsheng as he began drawing the fire cloud talisman with a golden talisman brush in hand. He could see that Lu Changsheng's hand was very steady, especially steady, and the spiritual power on his talisman brush was also very stable. It's just that when outlining the talisman lines, he seemed not quite proficient enough. Every time at the turn, there would be some jolts, causing instability in the spiritual power. Then, the talisman paper, which had been mostly outlined by Lu Changsheng, suddenly poofed up in smoke. It was a failure. Lu Bo didn't interrupt Lu Changsheng with any noise. He watched as Lu Changsheng took out another piece of talisman paper and began drawing again. After 4 failed attempts, under the watchful eye of Lu Bo, Lu Changsheng finally, albeit with some fumbling, managed to successfully draw the fire cloud talisman. Seeing the successful talisman formation, Lu Bo took a deep breath. He still found it a bit unbelievable. Lu Bo. Lu Changsheng also exhaled deeply, looking tiredly at Lu Bo. Even though it was all an act, drawing so many talismans was not a small drain on his spiritual power and mental spirit. With his current peak 3rd level energy refinement cultivation level, he could draw at most 5 or 6 middle-grade talismans a day. Any more would be somewhat overwhelming for him. Changsheng, you've worked hard. Lu Bo recalled that Lu Changsheng only had a cultivation level of 3rd level chi refinement. Drawing 4 talismans at once must have significantly drained his spiritual power and mental spirit. He immediately took out a jade-green bamboo tube from his storage bag and handed it to Lu Changsheng, saying, This is the Bu bamboo wine I brewed myself, try it. It nourishes the body and relieves fatigue. Thank you, Lu Bo. Lu Changsheng took the bamboo tube, opened the cap, and saw a clear jade-green liquid inside, exuding a thick, fragrant aroma of alcohol. Spiritual wine. Lu Bo, are you a wine master? Lu Changsheng recognized at a glance that the Bu bamboo wine was a type of spiritual wine. In the 100 arts of cultivation, there is a skill called wine brewing which can produce spiritual wines for cultivators to drink. The effects of spiritual wine are somewhat similar to elixir medicines, but in terms of the variety of effects, they are far less than those of elixir medicines. However, compared to elixirs, spiritual wines boast a good taste and can be used to entertain guests and lighten the mood. Moreover, their effects are milder, essentially non-toxic, without any side effects, unlike elixir medicines which can have elixir toxicity. Overconsumption could even lead to a resistance. I can hardly be considered a wine master, I just enjoy it, so I learned how to brew this kind of spiritual wine. Lu Bo laughed and waved his hand as he spoke. Lu Changsheng nodded, took a delicate sip of the wine, and savored its flavor. He found the Bu bamboo wine exceptionally good. It wasn't at all spicy but had a gently fragrant and mellow taste, prompting him to take a few more sips. After the wine entered his stomach, it generated a warm current in his lower abdomen, seemingly reducing his fatigue. The taste of my wine isn't bad, right? Lu Bo looked at Lu Changsheng and said with a smile. It's more than good, it's the first time I've tasted such fine wine. Lu Changsheng spoke truthfully. He didn't drink alcohol regularly and didn't quite fancy it. But he found this wine to his liking. Not only did it taste good, but its effects were also excellent, nourishing his body in a way he could clearly feel. Although the wine is tasty, it has quite the kick. Drink only a third of it, any more and you might get drunk. Go back and rest well, I'll go and report this matter to the family head. Lu Bo said, still smiling. Lu Bo, I'm wondering if you have more of this spiritual wine for sale. He could feel the body-nourishing effects of the spiritual wine. If he drank it regularly, it might aid in his cultivation of the 100 refinements treasure body art. Plus, the wine's fatigue-relieving effect was handy for when talisman making was exhausting or merely to enhance the atmosphere in the evenings. I don't have much of this bamboo wine, I brew it mainly for personal consumption. Lu Bo shook his head and said, however, this bamboo wine is made mainly from the spiritual bamboo grown by our own Lu family, and the fifth elder brews a batch every year to sell. If you want to buy some, you can purchase it from the fifth elder. He also has other types of spiritual wine. Lu Bo offered. The fifth elder, huh? Thank you, Lu Bo. Lu Changsheng nodded upon hearing this. He planned to visit the fifth elder later to see if he could buy some spiritual wine. Afterward, Lu Changsheng took his leave. Lu Bo also left home to report to Lu Yuanding about the matter. Chapter 44, My daughter is also well suited to Lu Changsheng _1. Chapter 44, My daughter is also well suited to Lu Changsheng _1. Qingzhou Valley, a villa. What? Lu Changsheng has advanced to a middle-grade first-rank talisman master. I remember that it has only been 2 years since he became an elementary talisman master, right? While handling affairs, Lu Yuanding, upon hearing the report from Lu Bo, showed an astonished look on his face. He hadn't paid much attention to Lu Changsheng's progress in talisman making for some time. All he knew was that the monthly talisman making tasks assigned to Lu Changsheng had always been perfectly completed. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng was actually able to draw middle-grade first-rank talismans and had advanced from an elementary talisman master to a middle-grade first-rank talisman master. Yes, Patriarch, it will be precisely 2 years and 16 more days since Lu Changsheng became an elementary talisman master, Lu Bo confirmed. I couldn't believe it when I first heard the news either, so I asked Lu Changsheng to demonstrate by drawing a fire cloud talisman in front of me. This is the middle-grade first-rank talisman, Fire Cloud Talisman, Lu Changsheng drew. Lu Bo nodded and took out a talisman, saying so. He had anticipated that Lu Yuanding might be quite surprised and somewhat incredulous upon hearing the news. That's why he had Lu Changsheng draw a Fire Cloud Talisman on the spot. Indeed, it's a middle-grade talisman, the Fire Cloud Talisman. The talent of Lu Changsheng in talisman making is truly. Lu Yuanding took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He was somewhat at a loss for words to describe Lu Changsheng's talent for talisman making. From a novice who had never been exposed to talisman making, he explored on his own and in a year and a half became an elementary talisman master. Then, in just about 2 years, he had gone from an elementary talisman master to a middle-grade first-rank talisman master. It was quite astounding. He knew that his eldest daughter, Lu Miaoge, was very talented in talisman making. But even she took about 3 years to advance from a lower-grade first-rank talisman master to a middle-grade talisman master. Compared to Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoge not only had better conditions but also received instruction and guidance from a knowledgeable teacher. When compared like that, Lu Changsheng's talent in talisman making seemed even more remarkable. If Lu Changsheng knew how difficult it was to advance from a lower grade to a middle grade talisman master, that even Lu Miaoge took 3 years, he probably would have expected it to take another year and a half. He had thought that since it took him only a year and a half to go from a novice to an elementary talisman master, advancing to middle grade in 2 years' time was reasonable. All right, go inform the other elders of the clan and schedule a small meeting for tomorrow. Let's hear what they have to suggest and how they plan to deal with Lu Changsheng. Lu Yuanding put down the fire cloud talisman in his hands, tapped his fingers on the table, and gave the order. Compared to an elementary talisman master, a middle-grade first-rank talisman master already warranted the Lu family's attention. Especially given the talent in talisman making that Lu Changsheng was now displaying, it was very likely that he could become a second-grade talisman master in the future. A second-grade talisman master, even a foundation establishment great cultivator would have to show some respect. Alas, it is a pity that Lu Changsheng is not of our Lu family's bloodline. After all, he is a disciple from another clan. Lu Yuanding sighed deeply. Even though he had always told Lu Changsheng that he was one of us, our own, he couldn't fully consider him as one of their own since he was not of the Lu family's bloodline. Qingzhou Valley, Qingzhou Hall. Inside the simple yet elegant council hall, Incense burned slowly in the censer. Lu Yuanding sat in the chief seat, with several high-ranking members of the Lu family and clan elders seated on both sides of the long table. I believe all the elders here are somewhat familiar with the situation regarding Lu Changsheng, so I wonder what your thoughts are, Lu Yuanding said, looking towards the elders. With such talent in talisman making, and the future hope of becoming a second-grade talisman master, he must be employed for the benefit of our Lu family. We cannot allow him to leave our Lu family, one of the elders spoke, his hair gray with age. He was the great elder of the Lu family, with the strength of the pinnacle of qi cultivation, responsible for the family finances and assisting the family head in managing the clan. Family head, this child has been with our Lu family for just over 4 years. Does he truly hold loyalty to our family? A slim elder with graying temples inquired. He was the third elder of the Lu family, responsible for matters relating to Qingzhu, spiritual fields, and spiritual medicine, among others. Judging by Lu Changsheng's behavior over these years, one can see he is a person with no great ambitions, content with a life of modest wealth. As for our Lu family, although he may not be completely loyal, he has a certain sense of belonging to us. With the previous contract, the likelihood of Lu Changsheng leaving our Lu family is currently not high. Lu Yuanding began to speak. I have heard that Lu Changsheng has only one hobby, which is marrying and having children. Not satisfied with marrying 9 commoner women from our Lu family, he even brought back 3 women from the secular world to be his wives and concubines, one of whom possesses a spiritual root. It seems that Lu Changsheng knows he has no hope in cultivation, so he pins his hopes on the next generation, hoping to father several children with spiritual roots. By good chance, my young granddaughter, Miaoyi, is 20 this year. She's sensible and understanding, and also has an 8th grade spiritual root. I am willing to marry this granddaughter to Lu Changsheng. In this way, Lu Changsheng would also truly become our Lu family's son-in-law. When the time comes, let my young granddaughter bear several children with spiritual roots for Lu Changsheng, and he will be completely tied to our Lu family. Plus, as Lu Changsheng has the Lu surname, the children he fathers will fit in well with our Lu family, becoming part of the Lu family disciples. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a youthful face began to speak. He was the 5th elder of the Lu family, a wine master, in charge of the Lu family's spiritual wine business. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the various elders and clan seniors shifted subtly. Sitting in the seat of honor, Lu Yuanding felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing these words. He had quite a few children. But only 3 of them possessed a spiritual root. His eldest daughter, Lu Miaoga, was the one who gave him the least trouble. She was not only understanding but also diligent in cultivation and talented in talisman making. However, his second daughter, Lu Miaohuan, was a source of concern for him. Although she possessed a 6th grade spiritual root, she was rather frivolous and did not take cultivation seriously. Furthermore, since he became the patriarch of the Lu family, he had been somewhat neglectful in disciplining his children, leading to his daughter's somewhat arrogant and willful character. Within the Lu family, it was still acceptable, given his status as her father. But this arrogance born from never having experienced hardship could lead to significant loss if she were to marry and he was no longer around. And if she did suffer a loss, it would likely be a considerable one. Now, hearing the words of the 5th elder, he suddenly conceived an idea. Why not marry his daughter, Lu Miaohuan, to Lu Changsheng? Through several encounters, as well as the assessments by Uncle Fu and Lu Bo, he also felt Lu Changsheng was quite a decent person. Not only did he show exceptional talent in the area of talisman making, but he was also honest and steady. Though he had a fondness for women, resulting in many wives and children, he at least had not neglected his legitimate duties in talisman making. Moreover, according to the information he had, Lu Changsheng was very good to his wives and children, showing great concern for them regularly. With these considerations, and knowing that Lu Changsheng came from a commoner's background and now that his secular family would likely have little to do with him, settling down at Qingzhou Mountain and becoming half a member of the Lu family, he wasn't worried about his daughter suffering any disadvantage after marrying. This thought solidified, and the more Lu Yuanding thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He felt that Lu Changsheng would be a fine son-in-law. With Lu Changsheng possessing such a talent for talisman making, it must not be wasted. He should be properly nurtured, he mused. I am also willing to marry my granddaughter, Miaoyun, to Lu Changsheng, and at the same time, instruct him in talisman, ensuring he is wholly devoted to our Lu family, adding a 2nd-grade talisman master to our family. At this point, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s or 40s spoke out. She was the fourth elder of the Lu family, a top-level first-grade talisman master, in charge of the Lu family's talismans. I also have a granddaughter. Another old woman with gray hair spoke up. Following the fifth elder's remarks, one elder and clan senior after another expressed their willingness to marry their descendants with spiritual roots to Lu Changsheng. Although the Lu family was a singular family unit, they were still individuals with their own interests to consider. To the elders and clan seniors, someone like Lu Changsheng, who was half a part of the Lu family and had shown such talent in talisman making, was naturally seen as a prized catch. They were very willing to marry off their descendants with spiritual roots to Lu Changsheng. Because this meant effectively tying Lu Changsheng, a future second-ranked talisman master, to their own branch of the family. Even if Lu Changsheng failed to become a second-ranked talisman master, escaping the status of a top-level first-grade talisman master would be unlikely. No matter what, it was a no-lose situation. Lu Yuanding, watching the continuous chirpings of the elders and clan seniors, also cleared his throat slightly and said, I think Miao Wan is also around the right age and would be quite a good match with Lu Changsheng. Chapter 45, Blind Date with the Second Young Lady _1. Chapter 45, Blind Date with the Second Young Lady _1. Qingzhou Valley. Within an ancient, exquisitely unique small building. Father, you're actually making me marry that Lu Changsheng. You know as well as anyone that Lu Changsheng is incredibly lecherous. Not only has he married 9 women from our Lu family, but he also brings women from outside back home. I heard that not long ago he went out and brought back 2 seductive fox spirits. How can you make me marry such a man? A stunningly beautiful young woman around 18 or 19, dressed in a black gauze dress, angrily looked at the patriarch of the Lu family in front of her. Huaner, although Lu Changsheng may be a bit flirtatious, he is decent in other aspects. He's down to earth, treats his wives and concubines quite well, and is very considerate and caring, her father explained. Moreover, just yesterday, Lu Changsheng was promoted to a first-grade middle-grade talisman master. He has been with our Lu family for just over 4 years, only touching talisman making for 3.5 years. During those 3.5 years, our Lu family didn't bestow any special resources or training on him. Under such circumstances, his reaching the level of a first-grade middle-grade talisman master so quickly shows that he has a remarkable gift for talisman making, far surpassing your sister. Unless something unexpected happens, he's likely to become a second-ranked talisman master in the future. If you marry him, I will also rest assured. Lu Yuanding was earnestly trying to persuade his daughter. After the idea of having his daughter, Lu Miaowan, marry Lu Changsheng came to him during a recent meeting, the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. So, once the meeting finished, he went to his daughter's residence to discuss the matter. He hoped to convince his daughter to marry Lu Changsheng, a first-grade middle-grade talisman master. Upon hearing this, Lu Miaowan's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. As a young lady of the Lu family, with her sister being a talisman master, she naturally knew how extraordinary it was for Lu Changsheng to become a first-grade middle-grade talisman master under such conditions. To call him a genius in talisman making was no exaggeration. No wonder her father wanted her to marry Lu Changsheng. If Lu Changsheng truly became a second-ranked talisman master one day, that status would make him a guest of honor wherever he went. Even if he didn't become a second-ranked talisman master, being a first-grade top-level talisman master was still quite remarkable. She was aware that the fourth elder, who taught her sister talisman making, was a first-grade top-level talisman master. He brought considerable stable profits to the Lu family every year and held a high status. But when she thought of all that Lu Changsheng had done, and how he had ogled her the first time she and her sister met him, she felt uncomfortable all over, unwilling. Seeing his daughter's reluctance, Lu Yuanding sighed and continued to persuade her. Huaner, your mother passed away early, and your father hasn't really governed or scolded you much, but in this matter, I truly have your best interests at heart. I hope you'll listen to me. This time Lu Changsheng has become a first-grade middle-grade talisman master, and in light of his fine performance over the years, our Lu family decided to marry a woman with the spiritual root to Lu Changsheng, truly incorporating him as one of our own. Quite a few of the elders and clan seniors want to marry their granddaughters to Lu Changsheng. This priority chance was still something I fought for you. You're also not getting any younger and should consider this matter. At this moment, Lu Yuanding was not the patriarch of the Lu family, but a father, somewhat wistful as he spoke. If Lu Miaowan had been more promising, like Lu Miaoge, he naturally wouldn't have worried about his daughter's marriage. After all, cultivators not marrying is quite a normal, common occurrence. But Lu Changsheng only has a 9th-grade spiritual root, and so many wives and concubines. Lu Miaowan, hearing her father's words and seeing his attitude, pressed her lips together as she spoke. She hadn't expected that her father's permission for her to marry Lu Changsheng was actually an opportunity he had fought for. But upon reflection, she could understand the rationale behind it. Qingzhou Mountain hosted hundreds of Lu family disciples. Although these disciples possessed spiritual roots, most of them had limited prospects and little hope for foundation establishment. When they reached a certain age, many would have their marriages arranged by the family, joining with other cultivation families in the vicinity. This was how these cultivation families continued to develop and maintain a steady inflow of new blood. Lu Changsheng, having entered the Lu family as a live-in son-in-law, always living with the Lu family, and showing good behavior, he was considered almost one of their own. Now that he displayed such talent in talisman making, it was only natural for the clan's elders to be very willing to marry a female disciple with a spiritual root to Lu Changsheng, tying him completely to the Lu family. The 9th-grade spiritual root doesn't matter. With Lu Changsheng's talent in talisman making, as long as our Lu family is willing to invest in him, although foundation establishment may be out of reach, hoping to cultivate to the energy refinement late stage is still possible. A 2nd-grade talisman master at the late stage of energy refinement would even earn a degree of respect from a foundation establishment great cultivator. As for wives and concubines, you needn't worry about that. Lu Changsheng's current wives are mere mortal women. If you marry him, you will naturally be his principal wife, and with your father here, how could I let you suffer any disadvantage? Seeing his daughter no longer being so obstinate, Lu Yuanding seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. After listening to her father's words, Lu Miaowan pursed her lips, remaining silent. In her mind, she recalled the Lu Changsheng she had met before, who suddenly didn't seem so detestable anymore. After all, with her charm, anyone who saw her would inevitably take a few more glances, especially a lecher like Lu Changsheng. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Yuanding's face broke into a smile, knowing she had tacitly agreed. He gently proposed, "How about this, Miaowan? Tomorrow I'll invite Lu Changsheng to the Bamboo Heart Lodge, and you can meet him there." Lu Miaowan murmured a barely audible response. Lu Changsheng was in the backyard playing with the children. Having so many kids, he had built quite a few toys in the yard. There were swings, slides, seesaws, trampolines, wooden horses, toy cars, and so on. But at this moment, a group of little tykes was lining up to play flying with him. He was using the levitation skill to let the little ones fly around in the air. Or he would put the little ones on the wooden horses or toy cars and use the object manipulating technique to fly them around in the air, to the great delight of the little ones, who screamed with joy. Just then, Lu Changsheng heard one of his wives say that Lu Bo had come over. He immediately knew it must be the response to his becoming a 1st-grade middle-grade talisman master. He asked his wives to watch the children while he quickly went to the living room. Lu Changsheng greeted him with a slight bow. Not bad at all. Observing Lu Changsheng in front of him, Lu Bo suddenly nodded in approval. He had not paid much attention before, but now that he took a closer look, Lu Changsheng could indeed be considered a handsome talent. Lu Changsheng was somewhat puzzled by Lu Bo's looks and manner. "Lu Changsheng, the family head wants you to prepare well for tomorrow, to go to the Bamboo Heart Lodge for a marriage meeting," Lu Bo said with a smile. "The family head wants me to prepare for a marriage meeting at the Bamboo Heart Lodge tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng looked puzzled. He had been wondering if revealing his status as a 1st-grade middle-grade talisman master would lead to any improved treatment within the Lu family. He hadn't expected that the patriarch of the Lu family would actually want him to attend a marriage meeting. However, Lu Changsheng quickly realized that this marriage meeting was probably not a simple affair. Seeing Lu Changsheng's reaction, Lu Bo then cheerfully said, "That's right, due to your ascent to becoming a 1st-grade middle-grade talisman master and your performance over the years, the family head has decided to betroth his daughter to you." Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Lu Changsheng was shocked and simultaneously overjoyed. The image of the dignified and fairy-like Miss Lu Miaoge immediately surfaced in his mind. But the next moment, Lu Bo's words dispelled his fantasy. Tomorrow you go meet her, perform well, and if it's settled, you will truly become one of the family. Don't you want children with spiritual roots? The second miss has a 6th grade spiritual root, so if you marry her, the children you have in the future are very likely to inherit spiritual roots too, Lu Bo spoke with a chuckle. He already had a favorable opinion of Lu Changsheng. Now that the Lu family was considering fully integrating Lu Changsheng as one of their own, he felt even closer to Lu Changsheng, as if he were already family. Chapter 46, Blind Date, Part 1_1. Chapter 46, Blind Date, Part 1_1. Second miss. Lu Changsheng, hearing this, immediately realized he had thought too much. It was not the eldest miss, Lu Miaoge, but rather her younger sister. The one he had once seen at the heart of the bamboo lake, the black silk. It made sense, after all, Lu Miaoge was not only beautiful and talented but also a talisman master. Under normal circumstances, how could the Lu family possibly marry her off, especially to him? But marrying off the second miss to him was no small matter, either. After all, this second miss not only possessed a 6th grade spiritual root but was also the daughter of the patriarch of the Lu family. It seemed his advancement to 1st grade middle grade talisman master and the display of his talent for talisman making had convinced the Lu family to invest heavily, intent on binding him completely to the Lu family. Thinking of that memorable pair of black silk high heels and long legs, Lu Changsheng nodded his head and cupped his hands, saying, Lu Bo, I will make sure to arrive on time for the appointment tomorrow. Even if he guessed that the Lu family was trying to deepen the bond with him, to completely tie him to the Lu family, Lu Changsheng did not feel any repulsion. In fact, he was quite willing. It wasn't because of the second miss's looks, or her black silk high heels and long legs. But rather, his journey outside during the 3-year agreement made him realize that the world was far more dangerous and difficult than he had imagined. With his temperament, he would have a hard time making his way in such a world. Not to mention, he now had a family to look after. So, Lu Changsheng had completely come to terms with his situation. Since he had the system of many sons and blessings, he would just honestly bide his time with the Lu family. Lurking until the children were numerous, grown up, and he had made a breakthrough in the foundation establishment stage, only then would he consider the future. Even though it was like living under someone else's roof, because of his talent for talisman making, the Lu family had treated him well over the years since he moved to Qingzhou Valley. They were indeed a proper cultivation family. It was certainly safer than being alone outside. If he were to marry the daughter of the patriarch of the Lu family this time, he would not only have a wife with a spiritual root, but he would also be truly seen as one of their own by the Lu family. He could then live in the Lu family more at ease, without any worries for the future. As for leaving the Lu family, he still harbored thoughts of leaving and establishing himself independently, but that seemed quite far off for now, and Lu Changsheng was too lazy to think too much about it. When that time came, if the Lu family treated him well, he would not mistreat them even if he decided to leave. Good. Lu Bo affectionately patted Lu Changsheng on the shoulder and said, the matter with the second miss has already been settled by the family head, so as long as you perform well tomorrow, there shouldn't be any problems, and the matter will be considered settled. Lu Changsheng nodded, acknowledging the words and seeing Lu Bo out the door. However, his mind involuntarily recalled Lu Miaowan's noble and icy demeanor. Thinking of how he had been scolded for taking a couple of extra looks at the black silk, being chastised with, look again and I'll gouge out your eyes. He felt that the second miss might not be easy to serve, and the meeting tomorrow was really hard to predict. I hope the family head did settle things well and that the second miss has restrained her temperament a bit, not as bad as I imagined. Otherwise, even with a 6th grade spiritual root, daughter of the family head, I would have to let it go. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and let it out, returning to the courtyard. While he was quite willing to welcome this marriage, he was not about to lose his dignity and go begging to be married off, even if it meant having a 6th grade spiritual root for his child's mother. Setting aside his pride and dignity, as someone with 4 wives, 6 concubines, and 2 cherished mistresses, he really didn't have the mental spirit or energy to cater to someone temperamental. Adding such a wife to the inner courtyard could easily disturb the balance and peace of his harem and disrupt the proper family hierarchy. Husband, did Lu Bo visit with news of some happiness? At that moment, one of his wives looked towards Lu Changsheng and inquired. He, Your husband has made a breakthrough in the talisman path recently and has been promoted to a first-grade middle-grade talisman master. So Lu Bo came over to discuss some matters with me. He did not mention that Lu Bo had come to discuss matters of a matchmaking engagement. After all, telling his wives that he was going on a blind date tomorrow would feel very awkward. That was something to be discussed only once it was certain. What? My husband has been promoted to a middle-grade first-rank talisman master. My husband is truly remarkable. My husband has been promoted to a middle-grade talisman master. Doesn't this mean he could become a second-grade talisman master in the future? My husband has worked hard these days. The other wives and concubines nearby also heard this, and their beautiful eyes lit up with surprise and delight, as they looked admiringly at Lu Changsheng, their eyes filled with worship and love. Ever since Lu Changsheng became a talisman master, they, too, had learned something about the profession. They knew that each step forward was very difficult. Now that Lu Changsheng had advanced further, it meant that his status in the Lu family would also rise. And they, too, would bask in their husband's glory. Several children nearby, though not understanding the meaning, saw the expressions of their mothers and also joined in the clamor. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Daddy is so powerful. Lu Changsheng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile on his face. It felt truly nice to be looked at with such admiration and love by his wives and children. It greatly satisfied his sense of male pride. That night. Afterward. Lu Changsheng held the women who were snuggling up next to him, tender and extraordinarily proactive tonight, and thought that he really needed to pay more attention to the aspect of the 100 refinements treasure body technique. The next morning, Lu Bo, as if worried that Lu Changsheng might forget or oversleep, came to call him. Lu Changsheng got up and, after a brief preparation, went with Lu Bo toward the Bamboo Heart Lodge. The Bamboo Heart Lodge was not far from the heart of Bamboo Lake, surrounded by green grass and blooming flowers, creating an exceptionally beautiful environment. Apart from the lively trading meet on the first day of the month, it was usually very quiet and peaceful. The second miss will arrive soon, just wait a moment. Actually, the second miss has quite a simple nature, just be gentle with her and go along with what she says, Lu Bo said earnestly to Lu Changsheng before leaving. He went outside to keep watch, to avoid anyone coming nearby and affecting the matchmaking meeting. After all, this matter was something that Lu Yuanding took very seriously and had entrusted to him. Lu Changsheng nodded at the words and sat down by the stone table in the courtyard, taking out a set of purple sand teaware to brew spiritual tea, calmly waiting. After about half an hour, Lu Changsheng heard a melodious and rhythmical tap-tap-tap sound. Looking towards the sound, he saw a tall and majestic figure, as proud and aloof as a peacock, gracefully walking toward him. It was his matchmaking partner for the day, Lu Miaowan. Today, Lu Miaowan had also clearly dolled herself up, her face showing a delicate makeup. Dressed in a form-fitting dark gown interwoven with deep blue, decorated with twinkling stars that seemed to flow, as though she was draped in the night sky decked with stars, she was stunningly glamorous. Compared to the black gown with golden embroidery he had seen on her last time, this dark blue starry gown was much more conservative, revealing only her elegant white swan neck and a hint of her clavicle and delicate shoulder. Yet the curvaceous figure outlined under the gown still led one's thoughts astray. Tap tap tap. Lu Miaowan walked elegantly, her black silk-clad legs occasionally visible beneath the hem of her gown. Her skirt hem above her beautifully shod feet in sumptuous high heels matched her gown, shimmering like the starry nebula, with every step echoing a crisp tap, leaving traces of starlight in their wake. Lu Changsheng simply watched her approach, one graceful step at a time. Beauty, after all, should be appreciated. If he were to ignore her deliberate preparation, not to properly enjoy it, would it not be a disservice to her efforts? It must be said, when beauty reaches a certain level, it's all about the carriage and grace. The second miss before him, with her tall and graceful figure, her face stunning and noble, radiated an aura of aloofness and dignity from within, a commanding presence that involuntarily captivated onlookers, inducing feelings of unworthiness. Yet at the same time, that very aura could spark a strong desire to conquer. Lu Changsheng pays his respects to Miss Miaowan. Lu Changsheng returned his gaze, stood up, and greeted Lu Miaowan with a bow, radiating a refined and cultured demeanor. Despite the stunning allure of the lady before him, striking a chord with his aesthetics, Lu Changsheng, after all, had weathered many storms and was greatly seasoned. He possessed the composure and mental spirit that came with his experience. Chapter 47, Matchmaking, Part 2_1. Chapter 47, Matchmaking, Part 2_1. I've kept you waiting. Lu Miaowan's icy demeanor softened a bit as she gave Lu Changsheng a slight nod in greeting. Just now, as Lu Changsheng had been watching her, she had also been sizing him up. Perhaps because of their meeting today, her mindset was different, and she found Lu Changsheng more handsome than she remembered. His facial features, when looked at individually, were not particularly delicate, but together they gave off a just right, harmonious vibe that elevated his attractiveness. He was very easy on the eyes and quite comfortable to look at. Coupled with Lu Changsheng's gentle gaze and composed, unruffled demeanor, she felt as if she were basking in the warmth of spring. As someone captivated by appearances, Lu Miaowan, who initially harbored some resistance to marrying Lu Changsheng, now felt it wouldn't be unacceptable to marry him. Although Lu Changsheng's innate talents were lacking, with just a 9th-grade spiritual root. His exceptional talent in talisman making, and such handsome looks, he indeed possessed both talents and good looks. The only flaw, if one had to be mentioned, was he had too many wives and concubines. However, in that regard, Lu Miaowan was quite confident in herself. Not just the confidence of her status and family background, but also in her own looks and charm. She clearly caught the way Lu Changsheng looked at her just now, and she felt a bit proud inside. "I've just arrived myself," she said. Seeing that her attitude wasn't as bad as he had thought, Lu Changsheng felt that the matchmaking could proceed. He picked up the teapot and took the initiative to pour Lu Miaowan a cup of tea. "I didn't expect to meet Miss Miaowan again in such a way. I apologize for my rudeness when we last met," Lu Changsheng spoke, lifting his cup in a gesture similar to a toast. "I didn't expect you to remember that incident." Hearing Lu Changsheng mention their last encounter, Lu Miaowan's eyebrows lifted slightly. After all, her first meeting with Lu Changsheng had not been very pleasant. It was mainly Lu Changsheng's behavior at the time, along with his reputation, that left her with a poor impression. "Of course, I remember. After witnessing Miss Miaowan's extraordinary elegance, how could I forget? That matter has always lingered in my mind, and each time I think of it, I find my rudeness inexcusable. Now, nearly 2 years later, I finally get to meet Miss Miaowan again and can express my apologies in person." Lu Changsheng wore a sincere expression but began to spout nonsense. After all, Lu Bo had said, "This second young miss may have a bit of a spoiled nature, but she is still rather innocent." Flattering words and playing along with her conversation should do the trick. If that's all it took, for the sake of having a child with a 6th-grade spiritual root, Lu Changsheng was willing. "I have long since forgotten about that affair. I was in a bad mood at the time, so my tone was a bit harsh," she admitted. There's an old saying, "Don't slap a smiling face." Seeing Lu Changsheng's earnest expression, Lu Miaowan felt somewhat embarrassed. She lightly lifted her skirt with graceful poise and sat down, delicately sipping from her cup of tea. With the conversation started, the two began to chat. During the conversation, Lu Changsheng found Lu Miaowan to have a much nicer personality than he had imagined. Her character couldn't be described as bad. She acted like a lady of the family, a little reserved, needing others to take the initiative. Then there was the fact that she didn't seem to like smiling that much. This gave the impression that she always had a touch of coldness on her face. In reality, she wasn't that aloof, not that keep-out kind. Outside the cottage, Lu Bo used his ability to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. The old man's face was creased with smiles like a blooming chrysanthemum. He thought to himself that it seemed Lu Changsheng was quite adept at taking multiple wives, not without merit. Then he stopped eavesdropping and patiently waited outside. In his view, since Lu Miaowan was willing to continue talking to Lu Changsheng, the match was halfway to success. Inside the bamboo heart cottage, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaowan sat opposite each other, enjoying tea and casual conversation. The secular world indeed has many fun and interesting things, but I must admit I'm not very knowledgeable about such matters. If Miss Miaowan is interested, I would be willing to accompany you to explore and see the sights, he offered. As for women, where in the mortal world could one encounter a celestial being like you? Surely Miss Miaowan hasn't forgotten the first time I saw you, struck by your divinity to the point of losing my composure, he continued, heaping praise yet keeping his tone even and his eyes clear. In fact, much of the time, he didn't even let his gaze rest on Lu Miaowan. Lu Changsheng did intend to marry Lu Miaowan, to have her bear his children. But he wouldn't demean himself like a servile suitor, fawning over her. Moreover, he believed that for a woman like Lu Miaowan, being too obsequious would only count against him. Thus, Lu Changsheng maintained a very composed demeanor. Over the past 4 years at the Lu family, Lu Changsheng felt that his greatest improvement had been in his state of mind, his emotional maturity. Beauty lies in the inevitable passing of time, the flowers of spring, the moons of autumn, the days of summer, the snows of winter. If you bloom, the gentle breeze comes naturally. If your heart is at peace, your smile will be serene. The immortal beauty technique, second-rank talisman master skills, the 9 netherhound, these things made Lu Changsheng feel like a blossoming flower. With the gentle wind passing by, naturally, bees and butterflies would come to dance around him. Moreover, winning a woman through begging, groveling, and self-degradation would require providing high emotional value later, spending much time and effort, and could upset the balance of his harem. He, Lu Changsheng, was destined not to spend most of his time and energy on any single woman. At that time, I was with my sister. You were astonished upon seeing me, but didn't you feel anything when you saw her? Lu Miaowan's cool visage revealed a hint of joy as she crossed her legs in her high-heeled, black silk stockings, posing seductively as she asked Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng rose slightly from his seat and picked up the teapot to fill the cups with tea. At the same time, his gaze dropped to those crossed legs, as if signaling to Lu Miaowan the reason why he was so captivated by her beauty. This action did not disgust Lu Miaowan, on the contrary, it brought a secret delight to her heart. Ever since she was young, her elder sister, Lu Miaoga, had always outshone her, receiving most of the family elders' praises. Her daily attire was even subject to commentary. Now, the candid admiration in Lu Changsheng's eyes gave her a sense of validation. Miss Lu Miaoga, of course, is like a fairy from the heavens, truly stunning and peerless. Before this, I've had the fortune to see Miss Lu Miaoga 2 or 3 times but did not feel the same heart-racing emotion when I saw you, Miss Miaowan. It reminded me of a line of poetry I'd heard before, when golden wind and jade do meet, they surpass countless others in the mundane world. Upon seeing Miss Miaowan, I felt just that, even a mere glance felt like it surpassed countless other joys. As Lu Changsheng spoke, his eyes portrayed a sincere look at Lu Miaowan. When golden wind and jade do meet, they surpass countless others in the mundane world. That's a beautiful verse, did you hear it in the secular world? Lu Miaowan's beautiful eyes sparkled, a faint smile appeared on her cool face as if a lotus bloomed in seclusion. Does the second young miss actually like poetry? Lu Changsheng was a bit surprised. But then he recalled what Lu Bo had said, that the second young miss didn't take cultivation too seriously and now, being in her early 20s, it wasn't too far-fetched for her to enjoy such things. Yes, I heard it before in the secular world. The full poem goes, the skillful clouds play coy, the stars convey their grief. But I am not well read and don't fully understand its meaning, I only found it apt and resonating with my mood at the time. There's a story behind this poem too. If Miss Miaowan is interested, I could share it, said Lu Changsheng with a smile. Sure, Lu Miaowan nodded, her delicate chin lightly perked. After more than 4 years, Lu Changsheng, a man from another world, found a use for the fragments of knowledge in his mind. And so they talked for more than an hour. During their conversation, Lu Miaowan was very happy, her impression of Lu Changsheng greatly improved, and she was somewhat willing to marry Lu Changsheng. However, a woman's reserve and her pride made her purse her lips as she said, Lu Changsheng, I had a very enjoyable chat with you today. If you can agree to a few conditions of mine, I will consent to marry you. Miss Miaowan, please speak, Lu Changsheng said with a nod and smile, his demeanor as gentle as jade. If I marry you, I must be the principal wife, and after you marry me, you cannot take any more wives or concubines. You cannot force me to have children, and there are more. Lu Miaowan, suppressing her shy heart, laid out her conditions one by one with a cold, unflappable demeanor. GG. Upon hearing these conditions, Lu Changsheng internally cried, GG, in retreat. He immediately knew this matchmaking was doomed to fail. Actually, he thought Lu Miaowan's conditions weren't too excessive. They were just the spiritual requirements of a young girl who yearned for love, she had barely mentioned material things. If Lu Changsheng were just an ordinary person, a normal cultivator, who wished for a serene life, then these conditions would not be troublesome. But with the blessings of many offspring system, Lu Changsheng was destined to be a man of great love and couldn't forsake a forest for a single great tree. Though he could agree now and deal with it later, Lu Changsheng didn't want to do that. He also disdained to deceive someone's feelings. Moreover, he was still in an inferior position within the Lu family, and agreeing now meant he had to follow through. Miss Miao Wan, I understand your intentions, Lu Changsheng said. However, I would need some time to consider your conditions before I can give you an answer. Lu Changsheng apologized with those words. You need to consider it. Lu Miaowan was taken aback, finding it somewhat unbelievable. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Changsheng had shown signs that he liked her. Moreover, she thought that since she was willing to marry Lu Changsheng, he should have been ecstatic and overwhelmed with joy. But now, Lu Changsheng actually suggested that he needed to think about it. What did that mean? Was she being made to beg for a marriage that wouldn't happen? Her proud nature couldn't stand such humiliation. Suddenly, Lu Miaowan's exquisite face turned icy cold, like a millennium-old glacier, as she swiftly stood up and walked out of the pavilion with a clip-clop of her heels. Lu Changsheng watched Lu Miaowan's retreating elegant figure and shook his head slightly. Such beauty was beyond his reach for the time being. Second young miss, what's wrong? Lu Bo, who was waiting outside the pavilion, saw Lu Miaowan emerge with a frosty face and quickly walk away, puzzled. Weren't they just having a pleasant talk? He hurried after her. Chapter 48, Lu Miaoyun, _1. Chapter 48, Lu Miaoyun, _1. Lu Bo, the family head is willing to marry the second young miss to me, and I am truly overwhelmed and delighted. I am also very fond of the second young miss, but she and I are not suitable for each other. Lu Changsheng said with a bitter smile as he faced Lu Bo, who had come with the air of demanding an explanation. Not only do I have so many wives and children, but when I first sought cultivation, I also vowed to marry 100 women and have several hundred children in my lifetime. And what the second young miss desires is a person who is wholly devoted to her, but this is something I cannot and will not be able to achieve. Therefore, while the second young miss and I might be fated to meet, we are not destined to share our lives. Even if we truly became husband and wife, these issues could potentially become seeds of discord. If there are conflicts, then I would have let down the family head's trust and nurturing. I would be too ashamed to face the family head. Lu Changsheng said with a face full of sincere earnestness. Lu Bo's wrinkled face twitched slightly upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words. The declaration of marrying 100 wives and fathering several hundred children was indeed too much for him to bear. He felt like asking, "Are you a breeding pig?" But considering that in a little over 4 years, Lu Changsheng already had 12 women and had never stopped having children, he did seem to have some intention of striving toward that goal. Ah! Lu Bo sighed deeply. He never expected that, in this arranged meeting, though Lu Miaowan agreed, Lu Changsheng on the other hand did not, feeling it was not suitable. However, as poorly considered as Lu Changsheng's reasons might be, they were understandable and made some sense. While Lu Changsheng's talent in talisman making was exceptional, it was still just latent potential and had not all been turned into strength. If the two truly married, Lu Miaowan would technically be gaining the upper hand. Given Lu Miaowan's personality, between the two of them, it would certainly be Lu Changsheng making more concessions for Lu Miaowan. It would still be fine if Lu Changsheng were willing to make those concessions. But if the situation turned out as Lu Changsheng described, and the two eventually entered into marital discord, what should the Lu family do then? Favor Lu Miaowan? Naturally, that would not do. With Lu Changsheng's exceptional natural talent in talisman making, if he could take his talents one step further, turning his potential into strength, his position in the Lu family would soon be comparable to that of a guest elder. To take such a course of action would clearly cause resentment in Lu Changsheng, like driving him away from the family. The Lu family's strategy of marrying a direct female member to Lu Changsheng was to firmly bind him to the Lu family. If things played out this way, it would be a case of being too clever by half, and the result would be the opposite of what was intended. But if they favored Lu Changsheng, that would put the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Yuanding, in a difficult position. Thus, if Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaowan did marry and conflict arose, the Lu family would indeed be in a difficult position on both sides. All right, I understand what you mean, and I will relay it to the family head as is. Lu Bo gave Lu Changsheng a pat on the shoulder, not saying much else. After all, this kind of matter required the willing consent of both parties, and they couldn't force Lu Changsheng into anything. Honestly speaking, the Lu family would even tend to lean more towards Lu Changsheng's side. Lu Changsheng said, wearing an expression of guilty apology. He had originally planned to use this occasion to bring up the matter of Li Feiyu's children to Lu Yuanding. See if he could request Lu Yuanding to reduce or at least lessen the number of Li Feiyu's 50 children. But now, after this development, he felt a bit embarrassed to bring it up and decided to set the matter aside, to look for another opportunity in the future. He said he wants to marry 100 wives. Have several hundred children. Lu Yuanding was at a loss for words upon hearing Lu Bo's account, unsure of what to say for a moment. Was this man trying to walk through what took 100 years for a family to accomplish in just a few decades? It seemed Lu Changsheng had truly given up on cultivation and only wanted to have children. But considering Lu Changsheng's 9th grade spiritual root, he could somewhat understand. Though it sounds like a joke, I feel that Lu Changsheng is quite serious about it, and it doesn't seem like he is using it as an excuse to avoid marrying the second young miss. Lu Bo said with a bitter smile. Lu Yuanding nodded upon hearing this. Then sighed deeply. I guess I did not consider this matter thoroughly enough. No matter whether Lu Changsheng's words were an excuse or the truth, he harbored no blame toward him. As the head of a family, he still possessed the capacity to be tolerant of others. For the sake of the family's interests, he couldn't possibly blame Lu Changsheng. Besides, when it came to this marriage, he had always been thinking about his daughter Lu Miaohuan. He felt that Lu Changsheng was an excellent match for his daughter. He had never considered Lu Changsheng's wishes and thoughts. There was also a subconscious arrogance in his heart. He thought that if he gave his daughter to Lu Changsheng would be too grateful to refuse. But now that he thought about it, what Lu Changsheng said made sense. Putting aside the matter of Lu Changsheng wanting to have hundreds of children, their personalities also indeed did not match well. What if they had conflicts in the future? He was confident that he could control Lu Changsheng now, but what about later? Even if he was the patriarch of the Lu family, he couldn't pressure someone with power forever. The other family elders wouldn't agree either. Moreover, what Lu Changsheng said was also considering the Lu family's perspective. It showed that he had a certain sense of belonging to the Lu family. It was well-intentioned. Lu Yuanding let out another sigh. He was now just a father worried sick over his daughter. Thinking of how his daughter's anger had subsided and she was willing to wait for Lu Changsheng's response showed that his daughter truly had a good impression of Lu Changsheng. But now that Lu Changsheng disagreed, he was somewhat unsure how to face his daughter, or what to say about this matter. Headache. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng received another matchmaking invitation. He understood now that the Lu family's upper echelons were determined to marry him to a woman of significance within the family. Only then would he truly be considered one of their own, a Lu family son-in-law. Even though he had previously married and taken 9 worldly women from the Lu family as wives and concubines, in the eyes of the family's higher-ups, this did not count as him truly being a Lu family son-in-law. The girl from this matchmaking session was named Lu Miaoyun, the granddaughter of the Lu family's 4th elder. 18 this year, with a 7th grade spiritual root, she was delicate and lovely, with a docile and sensible personality. Perhaps because of what happened with Lu Miaohuan, the Lu family had specifically chosen a docile and sensible girl. The matchmaking session went very smoothly. After the two met, both sides nodded in agreement, and the next day the Lu family arranged their wedding. The wedding day was set for 18 days later, coinciding with an auspicious day on the lunar calendar. Within an ancient and exquisitely elegant small building. Smash! An ornately patterned vase was hurled to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The fragments on the ground reflected a beautiful face filled with coldness. In the room, Lu Miaohuan smashed one vase after another to vent her anger until she finally calmed down. You tell me, is Lu Changsheng purposely humiliating me because of what happened back then? Lu Miaohuan suddenly looked up, her eyes slightly red as she turned to her personal maid Kuei. After leaving the bamboo heart pavilion, her anger had slightly cooled, and she was still considering giving Lu Changsheng another chance. As long as Lu Changsheng was willing to come and apologize, she was still willing to marry him. But to her surprise, Lu Changsheng flat out refused her. And just 2 days later, he was betrothed to her cousin, the granddaughter of the 4th elder, Lu Miaoyun. For her, a woman of high pride, it felt like humiliation. Miss, how could that be? The maid Kuei cautiously said, Lu Changsheng would be too eager to please you. I heard that the reason Lu Changsheng didn't agree is that he felt unworthy of you, Mississippi. He still wants to take wives and concubines to have a bunch of children, that's why he chose Miss Miaoyun. Lu Miaohuan surely knew that Lu Changsheng wasn't purposely humiliating her. Her father Lu Yuanding had also come to soothe and comfort her. But she just couldn't swallow this insult. Lu Miaohuan's beautiful eyes narrowed, her chest rose and fell with indignation, and then she said through clenched teeth, Lu Changsheng, I will find a man 10 times, 100 times stronger than you, to make you regret this. Chapter 49, Wedding, _1. Chapter 49, Wedding, _1. After Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun's marriage was settled, the numerous wives and concubines in his backyard naturally came to know of it. Even if there was harmony in the backyard and all the women were virtuous and gentle, upon hearing such news, some felt a touch of gloom and loss. Not only was Lu Changsheng going to take another wife. There were also reasons pertaining to the Lu family. After all, among these women, except for Chu Zhenjian, the rest were daughters of the Lu family. Now that Lu Changsheng's status in the Lu family had risen, the family was marrying off a granddaughter of an elder with a spiritual root to Lu Changsheng. And it was with all formalities, the giving of betrothal gifts and a grand wedding. This naturally made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. On a regular basis, although they had distinctions as wives and concubines, they were not separated into different levels, all depending on Lu Changsheng's affection. Once this granddaughter of the elder became his wife, it need not be said that she would be the principal wife. Ladies, do not worry. Towards you all, I have always been fair, and in the future, I will make up for it by arranging a grand wedding for each of you. Lu Changsheng also noticed that his wives and concubines were somewhat unhappy and spoke up to comfort them. This group of wives and concubines had been with him for many years, all had borne him children twice, and were currently expecting the third, so naturally, there were strong emotions. Thank you, my lord. My lord, we are fine. The clan's willingness to marry Miss Miaoyun to my lord also shows the high regard they have for you. Although the women felt gloomy inside, with a sense of regret that they had helped their husband rise to nobility, they soon adjusted, knowing this was the reality. With Lu Changsheng's current identity and status, they, as secular women without spiritual roots, also felt somewhat unworthy of him. Being able to become Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines was already a fortunate thing. It was incomparably better than many other sisters, best friends, and acquaintances. Moreover, after so many years of living together, they had come to understand Lu Changsheng's character. They knew that their husband was not heartless, one who would forget old love upon finding new. That night, Lu Changsheng came to comfort his wives and concubines. And perhaps stimulated by the day's events, each concubine exerted extra effort, all joining together and using a myriad of techniques. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng lay on the bed with the women in his arms and couldn't help but think to himself. Indeed, one is influenced by one's surroundings. His wives and concubines never had so many tricks up their sleeves before. Through the recent contact with Jiu'er and Shu'er, who were sent by Hong Yi, they had learned so many new tricks. If this continued daily, how could one withstand it? In the blink of an eye, 18 days had passed. The wedding of Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun began. Unlike the simple ceremonies of Lu Changsheng's previous 2 weddings, this wedding was very formal and lively. All of Qingzhou Mountain was festive, decked out in lights and decorations, hung with large red lanterns. That day, Lu Changsheng also woke up early. He was dressed by 2 women, combed his hair, wore a golden crown, and changed into a red brocade groom's outfit. Then, with a big red flower on his chest, he mounted a spiritual steed, led the wedding procession, and came to the 4th elder's residence with much fanfare to receive the bridal palanquin. Since both families lived in Qingzhou Valley of the Lu family and were not far apart, after Lu Changsheng placed Lu Miaoyun, dressed in fiery red bridal attire and in her phoenix crown and rosy clouds robe, into the bridal palanquin, he led the procession around the entirety of Qingzhou Mountain. Along the way, many of the Lu family disciples came to watch the wedding. I still remember standing here 4 years ago, witnessing Lu Changsheng entering our Lu family as a live-in son-in-law. Who could have thought that after just over 4 years, he would be marrying our Miaoyun? There's no helping it, who can blame someone for having such a good talent for talisman making? Indeed, who would have thought that a son-in-law brought in for breeding purposes would possess such talisman-making talent? A middle-grade talisman master, no less, who became one in just over 3 years, even surpassing Sister Miaoga's talent in talisman making. The fourth elder might be looking to have him succeed him by marrying off a member of the Miaoyan clan to Lu Changsheng. Having married a sister from the Miaoyan clan, with the care of the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng has really soared high. Lu Changsheng only has a 9th grade spiritual root. No matter what, he has no hope of achieving foundation establishment in this life. Foundation establishment. I have a 6th grade spiritual root, and even I dare not dream of achieving foundation establishment without some fortuitous opportunity. But this Lu Changsheng really has changed a lot. I remember when he first arrived he seemed so ordinary, but now he is quite handsome. He's always engrossed with women. He must have practiced some sort of cultivation technique for preserving youth and beauty. If only I had married Lu Changsheng earlier. Many disciples from the Lu family, seeing the handsome and tall Lu Changsheng riding a spiritual horse to marry Lu Miaoyan, expressed their feelings of admiration and envy. In just 4.5 short years, many of them witnessed Lu Changsheng's entry into the Lu family as a breeding son-in-law. Then he became a talisman-making apprentice, a talisman master, moved to Qingzhou Valley, and now he's marrying the granddaughter of the fourth elder. The immortal seedlings who came to the Lu family as sons-in-law with Lu Changsheng saw him on the spiritual horse and felt an incomparable envy, as if it were something out of a dream. Back then, they were all eliminated by Qingyun sect and came to the Lu family as sons-in-law. Now, 4.5 years have passed, and they are still breeding for the Lu family, working to complete the task of producing 50 descendants over 20 years. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng has already married the direct granddaughter of the fourth elder of the Lu family, a female cultivator with a spiritual root. To know, this fourth elder is a first-grade top-level talisman master. With an extraordinary status in the Lu family, Lu Changsheng's marriage to his granddaughter made everyone envious. In the crowd, Li Feiyu watched this scene, reflecting on their shared past coming to the Lu family, also filled with mixed emotions. But still, he felt happy for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng rode the spiritual horse, aware of the various gazes on himself, and couldn't help feeling a bit of the pride of riding on the spring breeze. He felt that after enduring so long in the Lu family, he had finally made something of himself. However, he was very clear in his heart, in this world where the strong prey upon the weak and power is respected. Cultivation and strength are the true paths to supremacy. His current status and position were all owing to his talisman-making skill. It was a shortcut, like a rootless weed or a pavilion in the sky. He must not get carried away. After making a circuit around the entire Qingzhou mountain, Lu Changsheng brought the bride back to his mansion. With many senior members of the Lu family as witnesses, the wedding began. Pay respects to heaven and earth. Pay respects to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. Escort to the bridal chamber. After the wedding was completed, Lu Miaoyan was finally ranked as Lu Changsheng's main wife. Lu Changsheng had known about this well in advance. He did not contend for these titles or status with the Lu family, so as not to displease the fourth elder. His other wives and concubines were also prepared from the beginning and understood the situation. After sending the bride to the bridal chamber, Lu Changsheng untied the large red flower and went out to receive the guests. On this day, he got to know the higher echelons, clan elders, and guest elders of the Lu family. He was officially inducted into the inner circle of the Lu family and became one of their own. During this process, he saw the fifth elder of the Lu family, who proposed the idea of buying barrel bamboo wine during the toasting. Hearing this, the fifth elder readily agreed. He also mentioned that his family had many other kinds of spiritual wine, and Lu Changsheng could come to taste and purchase them later. Chapter 50, Buy one get one free, _1. Chapter 50, Buy one get one free, _1. The guests, full from the feast and merry with wine, gradually dispersed, and Lu Changsheng headed to the bridal chamber to consummate the marriage. Young master. Standing outside the bridal room was a young girl dressed in a green luo skirt with 2 buns atop her head, her features delicate and pretty, her eyes large and clear. This was Lu Miaoyan's personal maid, named Shaoqing. She too possessed a spiritual root, a cultivator. For a cultivation family like the Lu family, in order to ensure a constant supply of fresh blood, they would also search for children with spiritual roots in the secular world. Once found, these children would be sent to Qingzhou Mountain for nurturing. However, unless a child was particularly talented, most were taught the skills of spirit plant cultivation, spirit slaughter, culinary arts, wine brewing, mining, and so on. Compared to formations, elixir medicines, artifact refining, and talismans, these skills did not have a high threshold, were fairly easy to learn, but were rather arduous. The Lu family spirit fields, Qingzhou forests, and spirit mines, all work that required cultivators, were basically managed by these adopted disciples. When these individuals reached a certain age, the men would marry secular women from the Lu family, and the women would become concubines to the young masters of the Lu family, kept within the family's own circles. Xiaoqing belonged to the children raised by the Lu family from a young age, serving as Lu Miaoyun's maid. Unless something unforeseen occurred, she was expected to become the concubine of a Lu family disciple in the future. But at this moment, since Lu Miaoyun was marrying Lu Changsheng, Xiaoqing also accompanied the bride as a chambermaid. For Lu Changsheng, marrying Lu Miaoyun and gaining a maid with a spiritual root as part of her dowry was indeed a pleasant surprise. "Xiaoqing, you've worked hard," Lu Changsheng said with a smile to the charming maid standing before him, nodded his head, then pushed open the door and entered. Red lamps burned brightly in the room, embellished with festivity, set up in splendid brilliance. Lu Miaoyun was draped in a fiery red phoenix-embroidered bridal dress, wearing a phoenix crown and rosy clouds robe, her head covered with a red veil, demurely sitting atop the bridal bed. "Miaoyun." Lu Changsheng approached the bed and called out to the beauty before him. Lu Miaoyun did not respond, but even her seated posture betrayed a slight nervousness. At that moment, the maid Xiaoqing approached with a tray that held a jade balance beam and a set of wine utensils. While the Lu family was a cultivation family, they were not completely detached from some of the secular customs and practices. Lu Changsheng knew the rituals, took the jade balance beam, and gently lifted the red veil obscuring Lu Miaoyun's face. A visage of gentle and soft beauty, dazzlingly lovely, was unveiled. Her arched brows framed her clear eyes, her nose was delicate and pretty, and her small mouth was luscious red. She might not be as exquisitely stunning as Lu Miaohuan, but she was quite attractive. She possessed the kind of sweet, enduring beauty that gave the impression of a pure girl next door. "My husband." As the veil lifted, Lu Miaoyun's long lashes trembled slightly, her pretty face blushed with shyness, and she called out in a voice that was soft, sweet, and slightly naive. Her personality wasn't as timid or delicate as Changsheng's, nor was she the type to be calm and composed. Furthermore, as a woman who had only met Lu Changsheng once before their marriage was arranged, how could she be completely at ease on their wedding night? Lu Changsheng chuckled, took a wine jug from the tray, poured Lu Miaoyun a cup of spiritual wine, and then poured one for himself. He then said, "Miaoyun, today we become husband and wife, and from this day forward, we shall journey through life together. Come, let's finish this drink. I will follow my husband's guidance for the rest of my life." A blush showed on Lu Miaoyun's face as she looked at the handsome young man before her, and then they exchanged cups of wine. Wishing the young master and young mistress a 100 years of harmony, and may you have an early heir, said the maid Xiaoqing as she collected the cups, her voice clear and crisp. Then, with a curtsy, she left the room, closed the door behind her, and left the newlyweds alone. After drinking the wedding cup, Lu Changsheng immediately felt a bit of heat in his lower abdomen and realized there was something off about the drink. Lu Miaoyun's complexion was also flushed and rosy, like blooming peach blossoms. In the room, the sound of their breathing at this moment seemed exceptionally clear. Lu Changsheng didn't need to think to know that the just-consumed wedding cup must have been specially prepared by the Lu family, intended to enhance the mood of the wedding night. He directly embraced his delicate wife in his arms and said, "Yuner, it's time to rest." My lord, the light is still on." Lu Miaoyun murmured softly. "It's fine, this way I can see clearly." That year, Lu Changsheng was 22 years old. He had 5 wives, 6 concubines, 2 favored beauties, and a maid. The next day, dawn broke brightly. The gentle sunlight filtered through the lattice window, casting its light onto the messy, bright red wedding garments and fiery bridal dress on the floor. After waking up, Lu Changsheng looked at the disheveled beauty in his arms, with tear stains still visible at the corner of her eyes, and felt completely relaxed and spirited, without a hint of lethargy. Seeing Lu Miaoyun's pitiful state, remembering what happened the night before, he thought to himself that this little wife was indeed obedient and well-behaved, without the slightest bit of young mistress temperament. He couldn't help but kiss her pretty and fair cheek. This little action immediately woke up the sleeping Lu Miaoyun. She opened her eyes and softly called out to Lu Changsheng. "My lord." The voice was tender and silly, stirring a few threads of affection in Lu Changsheng's heart. He gently pinched her fair, blushing cheek and said softly, "It's still early, you rest well. We have to go see grandma later." Lu Miaoyun rubbed her eyes, not going back to sleep, indicating she wanted to get up. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately supported the beauty. However, after all, Lu Miaoyun possessed the 4th-level energy refinement cultivation. Her body was stronger than that of ordinary people. Even though Lu Changsheng was somewhat rational yesterday, he had not made their first time such that she couldn't get up and move. Moreover, the spiritual wine was somewhat beneficial for her. Soon the two got out of bed and started dressing. Lu Miaoyun quickly gathered up the handkerchief and placed it in the mandarin duck brocade box nearby. This caused Lu Changsheng to smile. Afterwards, the two of them tidied up their clothes and pushed open the room door, ready to go pay respects to the 4th elder. "Young master, miss." The maid Xiaoqing was standing outside the door, clearly not having slept all night. "Xiaoqing, didn't I tell you? You didn't have to stay up, you should go rest now," Lu Miaoyun told her. A maid like Xiaoqing, who possessed a spiritual root, wasn't entirely there to serve when following the young masters and mistresses. She was more for miscellaneous tasks while also learning a few things. To use her solely for serving would be too wasteful. "Miss, I'm not tired," Xiaoqing said with a gentle smile, her voice crisp and melodious like an oriole. She had a 9th-grade spiritual root and already reached the 2nd level in qi refinement, much more energetic than ordinary people. Lu Miaoyun didn't say much more and, hand in hand with Lu Changsheng, left the estate to head toward the residence of the 4th elder. Chapter 51, Lu Family's 4th Elder, _1. Chapter 51, Lu Family's 4th Elder, _1. Yuner, you must live a good life with Changsheng from now on, and listen to your husband more, understand? Changsheng, Yuner is my granddaughter. Now that I've entrusted her to you, don't let me down. The 4th elder looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun and spoke out. Although this 4th elder was in her 70s or 80s and old enough to be a grandmother, she did not look her age at all. She wore a deep cyan, elegantly simple dress, with black hair meticulously coiled up, secured by a slanting jade hairpin. Her complexion was rosy and healthy, making her look like a noblewoman in her 30s or 40s. However, upon closer inspection, one could see strands of white in her temples and a few crow's feet around her almond-shaped eyes. But these white hairs and wrinkles did not make the woman appear much older. On the contrary, they added a strong sense of maturity to her overall bearing. Grandmother, please rest assured that Changsheng will certainly take good care of Yuner and won't let her suffer the slightest grievance, Lu Changsheng replied respectfully. Even though it was a marriage of convenience. Now that they were married and had shared the bridal chamber, he naturally intended to take it seriously and assume his duties and responsibilities. Lu Miaoyun also softly acknowledged. Good. Grandmother believes in you. Work hard together so I can hold great-grandchildren soon, the 4th elder said, joining their hands together and smiling. Her demeanor was gentle and kind, her tone warm, but because she had held a high position for a long time, her words carried a faint authority. Upon hearing these words, Lu Miaoyun's cheeks immediately turned a shade of red, and she lowered her head shyly. Lu Changsheng responded with a frank expression, yes, Changsheng will certainly strive hard. He, too, hoped that Lu Miaoyun would conceive soon. Changsheng, I've heard from Miaoga that you've never been formally taught in talisman making and have relied solely on your own exploration. Grandmother teaches a class on talisman making at the end of each month. You should come as well. If you have any problems, or issues with your cultivation, feel free to come directly to grandmother, continued the 4th elder, speaking gently as if she were a kind and loving elder. As a person responsible for the Lu family's talisman making, she not only made talismans herself but also taught other Lu family disciples in the art, in the hopes of cultivating new talisman masters. After all, types of talents such as array masters, alchemists, artifact refiners, and talisman masters were never too numerous for any family, which always hoped for more. However, these skills were highly dependent on innate talent and had a very high threshold. Among the Lu family, she had only managed to teach Lu Miaoga. Like Lu Miaoyun, her granddaughter had also learned talisman making but with no real talent for it, otherwise, she would have been cultivated as well. It was her efforts that allowed Lu Miaoyun to have a second arranged meeting with Lu Changsheng. As long as Lu Changsheng married Lu Miaoyun, the fourth elder was willing to instruct and train him carefully, adding a second-grade talisman master to the Lu family. Changsheng thanks grandmother deeply, Lu Changsheng immediately said with a bow, his voice betraying excitement. He was aware that the fourth elder before him was a top-level first-grade talisman master, and also possessed the 9th-level energy refinement cultivation. There was naturally no issue with her guiding his cultivation. As for talisman making, although he had no need for guidance, having the fourth elder's instruction as a cover would allow him to reveal his talents in talisman making even faster in the future. Otherwise, having just become a middle-grade talisman master, revealing the abilities of a top-grade master would take at least 3 to 5 years. That was an excruciating amount of time. With the fourth elder's endorsement, he might be able to accelerate that timeline according to the situation. We are one family, there's no need for such formality. I am Yunus' grandmother, and from now on, I'll be yours too. If you encounter any difficulties or have any issues, feel free to reach out to grandmother. I still carry a fair bit of weight in my words here at the Lu family, the fourth elder said with a gentle and benevolent smile. Yes, grandmother, Lu Changsheng responded, also revealing a sincere smile. Even though he was aware of the underlying motives in her caring and affectionate words, they truly warmed his heart and made him feel a sense of closeness. Immediately, Lu Changsheng addressed the fourth elder, Grandma, Changsheng indeed has a matter for which he would like to trouble you. What matter? The fourth elder's expression was gentle. Changsheng has a good friend by the name of Li Feiyu, who came with Changsheng to the Lu family to become a son-in-law. This friend of mine is different from me, he is wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation. Now he is hindered by the obligation of fathering children, so I would like to trouble Grandma, to see if it's possible to exempt him from the requirement of having 50 children, or at least reduce this number. He certainly had not forgotten about his good brother Li Feiyu's situation. He had intended to discuss this matter with the family head Lu Yuanding before. But because of Lu Miaoyun's situation, he felt somewhat embarrassed to bring it up to Lu Yuanding. Since he now had the opportunity, he naturally took the chance to mention it. Such matters are not really for Grandma to interfere in. However, since you, Changsheng, have brought it up, Grandma will naturally help you with this. The fourth elder said after a slight pause. For her, as the Lu family's fourth elder, such a matter was not difficult at all. It would only take a single word if she were willing. Moreover, the request came from Lu Changsheng. By now, Lu Changsheng held some weight in the hearts of the Lu family's higher-ups. For such a minor issue, they were willing to do him a favor and have Lu Changsheng feel a bit more gratitude towards the Lu family. After all, Lu Changsheng's request wasn't over the top. In fact, this request raised her opinion and estimation of Lu Changsheng by several notches. A man of integrity and loyalty. In the cultivation world, being a person of integrity and valuing relationships is not considered much of an advantage. But from the perspective of the Lu family, she naturally hoped that Lu Changsheng was a person of integrity who valued relationships. For your sake, Changsheng, Grandma has the authority to annul your friendly Feiyu's original contract altogether, exempting him from the requirement to have children. But there are rules that make a family. The Lu family also has its rules and does not support idlers. After exempting him from the requirement to have children, he will no longer enjoy any of the Lu family's benefits and entitlements. He may continue to reside in the Lu family, but he must perform certain services for the family. If he cannot accept this, then he must leave the Lu family. The fourth elder explained. At that moment, her gentle and kind tone carried an undertone of unspoken authority. Thank you, Grandma. I will discuss these matters with him later and will give you a response afterward. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng stood up and bowed his hands in salute, feeling that this arrangement was already generous enough. Having been in the Lu family for a while, he was aware of some of the Lu family's circumstances. Although they had their own spiritual vein blessed land and assets, they could not be considered overly abundant. Some of the peripheral disciples of the Lu family in Qingzhou Villa had to refine materials, guard bamboo groves, and cut down Qingling bamboo to earn spirit stones, among other tasks. In such circumstances, how could they afford to provide for idlers? To annul the past contract without any cost, and to offer the choice of either staying with the Lu family to work or leaving, was already quite acceptable. Otherwise, according to the original contract conditions, if one did not have 50 children within 20 years, not only would one have to compensate with 3 times the resources, but also serve the Lu family for 10 years. Fine, once you have a result, just let Grandma know, and at that time Grandma will speak to the family head about this matter. The fourth elder said with a smile on her face. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun chatted for a while with the fourth elder before excusing themselves and departing. As they were leaving, the fourth elder even stuffed several boxes of pastries and spirit fruits into Lu Changsheng's hands, giving him the feeling of visiting relatives during the new year. Chapter 52, Li Feiyu's Choice _1. Chapter 52, Li Feiyu's Choice _1. After leaving the fourth elder's residence, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun visited the fifth elder's residence on their way. They also came to purchase spiritual wine and to inquire whether the wedding wine they drank last night was also brewed by this fifth elder. He felt the spiritual wine last night was quite good. Changsheng, this is the green jade bamboo wine you requested, brewed from our Lu family's green jade spiritual bamboo, which nourishes the flesh and relieves fatigue. This is the green pear wine, brewed from green pears, with effects similar to the green jade bamboo wine, though the taste is relatively tart. You can try it. This is the white jade 100 flowers wine, brewed from white jade spiritual rice and dozens of flowers and fruits, with effects that nourish the flesh and calm the mind. The flavor is rich, sweet, and lingers long. This is the millet ancient wine, brewed from millet spiritual rice. The fifth elder, seeing Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun come to buy spiritual wine, was also very enthusiastic, presenting a variety of spiritual wines for Lu Changsheng to taste. All these spiritual wines were first grade, with their quality, lower, middle, or upper grade, determined by the age of the raw materials and the fermentation time. Brewing wine and alchemy are different. Apart from the raw materials, there is also a significant cost of time. Even if the raw materials for spiritual wine are average, by storing it in a place rich in spiritual energy to continuously absorb energy and ferment gently, the spiritual energy within the wine becomes more mellow and concentrated, thus improving the quality. Lu Changsheng briefly tasted a few types of spiritual wine and found that the green jade bamboo wine and the white jade 100 flowers wine suited his taste more. He then asked Lu Miaoyun which flavor of spiritual wine she preferred. Her tastes were similar to his, favoring the white jade 100 flowers wine. Without delay, Lu Changsheng told the fifth elder that he wished to purchase 10 bottles of green jade bamboo wine and 10 jars of white jade 100 flowers wine. He also asked the fifth elder if the wedding wine he drank the previous night was one of the fifth elder's brews. The fifth elder chuckled and told Lu Changsheng that the wedding wine was called Tiger Wolf Tonic Wine. Drinking it occasionally was good for the body and cultivation, but too much could actually harm the body. Drinking a cup once every 10 days or half a month would suffice. Immediately, Lu Changsheng requested a bottle of the Tiger Wolf Tonic Wine. He planned to take it back and use it to rejuvenate his wives and concubines. The green jade bamboo wine and white jade 100 flowers wine were the lower grade of the younger years, costing 2 spirit stones per bottle and 3 spirit stones per jar, respectively. The Tiger Wolf Tonic Wine, however, cost 5 spirit stones per bottle. Altogether, it came to 55 spirit stones, and the fifth elder generously gave Lu Changsheng a discount of 5 spirit stones. After purchasing the spiritual wine, Lu Changsheng didn't stay long and bid farewell to the fifth elder with Lu Miaoyun. However, Lu Changsheng had Lu Miaoyun go back first as he made his way to Qingzhou Villa. He planned to discuss the recent events with Li Feiyu. Brother Changsheng. Good to see you, brother-in-law. Changsheng, brother-in-law. Brother Changsheng, do you need anything over here? As Lu Changsheng arrived at Qingzhou Villa, many Lu family disciples actively greeted him along the way. Now that Lu Changsheng had become a middle-grade talisman master and married Lu Miaoyun, there was no unpleasantness among the Lu family disciples towards him. Feeling that even a mere son-in-law deserved no less. Under the Lu family's education that prioritizes family above all else, Lu Changsheng was now seen as one of their own in their eyes. Even if some were displeased, they wouldn't be foolish enough to show it. Moreover, Lu Changsheng's personality was very amicable and he was easy to talk to, never offending anyone. Everyone was willing to be on good terms with this talisman master. Lu Changsheng didn't know many of these people very well. But faced with their greetings, he always nodded and smiled in response, exchanging a few words. Sometime later, Lu Changsheng arrived at Li Feiyu's residence and rang the doorbell. The door was opened by one of Li Feiyu's wives. Please wait a moment, brother-in-law Changsheng. I'll go inform my husband. After seeing that it was Lu Changsheng, knowing he was there to see Li Feiyu, she politely invited him into the living room to wait, served him tea, and then went to notify Li Feiyu. Changsheng, what brings you here? Soon after, Li Feiyu arrived in the hall. What, can't I come for a visit without any particular reason? Didn't you just get married? Aren't you busy with something? What could I possibly be busy with? I've come because there's something I need to tell you. What thing, what thing? About the matter of you having 50 children in 20 years. Lu Changsheng picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and said. Did you bring this up with the family head? What did the family head say? Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's entire body shook, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he eagerly looked at Lu Changsheng. Although he had previously said he didn't want to trouble Lu Changsheng. Over the years, the Lu family had also started to put pressure on them, the immortal seedlings, to have children. Because of his relationship with Lu Changsheng, Uncle Fu had also been relatively lenient towards him. But he had mentioned it a few times, so under pressure, he had also had 5 children, with 2 more on the way. Gulp. Lu Changsheng didn't speak. Under Li Feiyu's eager gaze, he slowly took a sip of tea, comfortably sighed, and then said, I didn't mention it to the family head. Li Feiyu was stunned. Seeing Li Feiyu's reaction, Lu Changsheng then smiled and said, I talked to the 4th elder about your situation, and the 4th elder has agreed. He agreed to waive the matter of having 50 children and has given you 2 choices, one is. Lu Changsheng did not leave him in suspense and relayed the 4th elder's words. Great, great, that's great. Li Feiyu's face showed excitement and elation. Being able to resolve the contract without any cost and not having to have 50 children made him very satisfied. He took a deep breath and with a serious expression thanked Lu Changsheng. Changsheng, thank you so much for this matter. We don't need to be so polite between us. Feiyu, are you planning to continue staying with the Lu family or to leave? Lu Changsheng waved his hand and asked aloud. He truly regarded Li Feiyu as a brother and would naturally help with something within his ability. Ever since he became a first-grade middle-stage talisman master, he had wanted to discuss this matter with Lu Yuanding. But because of Lu Miaowan's situation, he felt a little embarrassed to bring it up with Lu Yuanding, so he waited until now. Although the children belong to the Lu family, they are still young, and I just can't bring myself to walk away and leave them behind. I choose to continue working with the Lu family until the children are a bit older and have reached the middle stage of qi refinement, said Li Feiyu after a moment of contemplation. His unwillingness to have 50 children wasn't just because it interfered with his cultivation. It was also because he had attachments and couldn't bear to ignore them and walk away without a care. I also think it's better to stay with the Lu family for now. Lu Changsheng nodded in agreement, sharing the same opinion. Li Feiyu was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Going out as a loose cultivator would be very difficult, so it was better to stay with the Lu family for now. At least in the Lu family, if possible, he could still look out for him. Then, he teased, now that you have 7 children, it's possible that one might have the spiritual root and end up teaching you a thing or two. I don't harbor such extravagant hopes. Everyone says how wonderful cultivation is, but once you step onto the path of immortality, you realize it's not as beautiful as you imagine. If possible, I actually hope none of them have the spiritual root so they can live quietly and carefree in the mortal world for the rest of their lives, Li Feiyu said with a smile and a shake of his head. Initially, he was single-minded in his pursuit of immortality, even willing to give up his status as the young master of the Crimson Whale Gang to become a son-in-law in the Lu family. But now, after more than 4 years, he had come to understand that the path of cultivation was not as wonderful as he had imagined, it was extremely brutal. If one's spiritual root talent was poor and they had no family background, cultivation could be much harder than struggling in the mortal realm. You don't sound like yourself. What, are you regretting embarking on this path of cultivation? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This was not the Li Feiyu he remembered. He still remembered Li Feiyu's words from back then, life is but a 100-year dream, and one must not miss the chance at immortality if it arises, which led him to forsake his position as the young master of the Crimson Whale Gang to be a son-in-law at the Lu family. Chapter 53, Encouragement, Demonic Spirit Root, _1. Chapter 53, Encouragement, Demonic Spirit Root, _1. Regret. Not really, but sometimes I do wonder, is it all worth it? Li Feiyu slightly shook his head, speaking with a hint of wistfulness. People always grow, and over the 4 years at the Lu family, he too had his edges worn down and was no longer as brash and confident as he once was. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng fell into a brief silence. He thought of his past self. Full of passion at graduation, extremely diligent, but gradually began to settle for less a few years later. And Li Feiyu was in an even more severe situation. In secular life, as the young master of the Crimson Whale gang, he was a top expert at 18, and calling him a promising youth was no exaggeration. But upon coming to the cultivation world and becoming a son-in-law to the Lu family, although he stepped onto the cultivation path, life was just about having children, with hardly any hope seen in cultivation. How could such a life continue to be filled with passion and brilliance? He stood up, patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder, and said, "Feiyu, I always remember what you said back then. It was when you chose to come to the Lu family, that saying, life is but a dream of 100 years, if a chance at immortality presents itself, it cannot be missed. You and I are fortunate to possess the spiritual root and to step onto the path of immortality, to see the scenery beyond the reach of common folk. We are already luckier than 99% of the world. We must be brave, make diligent progress, press on valiantly, so as not to fail the precious gift from heaven. Be it the arduous or treacherous journey of seeking immortality, it is all just part of life's landscape. Do not forget why you started, continue to hone yourself, and persevere to the end. Even if you should fail, you will have no regrets. Otherwise, possessing the spiritual root and a chance at immortality, yet giving up on yourself and quitting halfway, to ultimately lead a mediocre life, would you be content?" Lu Changsheng looked at Li Feiyu and spoke out. He did not want to see his spirited, immortality-seeking brother grind away his edges and lose his sharpness in such a life, ending up mediocre. Moreover, these words were not just for Li Feiyu but also for himself. Externally, he always seemed indifferent to ambition, seeking only a peaceful life. But in reality, from the moment he awakened the memories of his past life and learned of the existence of immortals in this world, his heart harbored an endless yearning to pursue cultivation. No reason needed. Being an immortal warrants the pursuit. No reason required, nor needed. However, he had the system by his side, could see hope, and was also full of hope for his future. Hearing what Lu Changsheng had to say, Li Feiyu's spirit was greatly shaken. He hadn't expected his brother, who always seemed to lack grand aspirations and only wanted a life of pleasure with multiple wives and children, to utter such inspiring words. But he also knew that Lu Changsheng was comforting him, encouraging him. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly remembered what Han Lin had mentioned at their 3-year reunion, that Lu Changsheng had once placed first in the heart-testing platform during the 4th trial at the Qingyun sect. The heart-testing platform tests one's Tao heart. That is, the mindset and will to seek immortality. If Lu Changsheng could achieve first place, how could he truly lack ambition and relinquish the pursuit of immortality? That's it, Changsheng knows he possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root, and there is no path to immortality in this life, so he seeks immortality in a different way. By marrying and having children, multiplying his offspring, he carries on the heart of seeking immortality, entrusting it to his descendants. Li Feiyu thought to himself. In this moment, his heart seemed much clearer. If he really had no grand ambition and only knew indulgence in sensual pleasures, focusing on progeny, how could he possibly have sold the flying sword he obtained not long after arriving at the Lu family, and spend all the spirit stones to learn talisman making? And in 4.5 years, he went from a son-in-law to a middle-grade talisman master, marrying the granddaughter of the Lu family's elder. This clearly wasn't what someone indifferent to ambition and obsessed with pleasures would achieve. If his own brother could do so much, how could he be any worse, any farther behind? Looking at Lu Changsheng with newfound resolve in his eyes, he said, "Content? Of course not. Changsheng, you are right, the chance for immortality is rare, and we are fortunate to have witnessed it. How could we possibly give up easily? Ordinary folk seek nothing but fame, fortune, and social status, but what we desire is immortal longevity, which obviously isn't easy. That's exactly why we should strive even harder, with a heart that dares to pursue what seems impossible. Life is but a dream of 100 years, with a sight of immortality before us, we must not live it in mediocrity." "Thank you, Changsheng." Li Feiyu spoke, his eyes alight with a sharp and burning flame. "No need to thank me. I simply don't want to see you, before truly entering the world of cultivation, losing your edges and your sharpness. Lu Changsheng said aloud. In this world, he didn't have many friends. Li Feiyu was pretty much the only one he could count. He still hoped that Li Feiyu could go a long way on the path of cultivation in the future. How could Li Feiyu be so easily defeated? Now that I'm no longer bound by a mere contract, once the child grows a bit more and I break through to the middle stage of qi refinement, I'll go out and make my mark, truly experiencing the cultivation world. Otherwise, if things keep going like this, I'm afraid I'll really lose my edge and dull my sharpness. If I end up as a pile of dry bones one day, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my wives and children. Li Feiyu said with a laugh, full of nonchalance. Having come from a Jianghu gang, he was quite philosophical about life and death, but he couldn't let go of the people around him. Don't you be setting up your banner so early. Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched as he said. Setting up what banner? It's nothing. If anything unexpected does happen, I'll take care of your wife and kids myself. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, shaking his head. Li Feiyu didn't take these words to heart and the two continued to catch up on old times. Ever since Lu Changsheng moved to Qingzhou Valley, the two of them really had fewer opportunities to meet and chat. Lu Changsheng also brought out the Bu bamboo wine he had just bought from the fifth elder and shared a bottle with Li Feiyu. After a small drink, Lu Changsheng didn't stay long and went straight back to report Li Feiyu's situation to the fourth elder. The fourth elder was very efficient and had everything sorted out for Li Feiyu the next day, dissolving the contract he had signed with the Lu family before. Thanks to Uncle Fu's arrangements, Li Feiyu chose to become a spiritual butcher due to his expertise in martial arts and blade techniques. A spiritual butcher is much like a regular butcher. One who skins demon beasts, debons them, extracts their marrow, takes their cores, and so on, handling their dissection. There are many special demon beasts that, after being hunted down, are not only troublesome to harvest materials from but also can easily lead to waste and damage to the materials. In such cases, they would hire a skilled spiritual slaughterer to handle the dissection and material recovery. As Li Feiyu chose to become a spiritual butcher, the Lu family naturally had an experienced hand to guide him. If it weren't for Li Feiyu's lack of strength, he would have wanted to join the Lu family's patrol hunting team to hunt demon beasts. Seeing Li Feiyu free himself from childcare to learn a trade, Lu Changsheng was also relieved. This was pretty much all he could help with at the moment. At the border between Jiang country's Qing province and Jizhou, there stood a precipitous range of hills, with eerie and oddly shaped rocks, filled with dense mists, over a bottomless cliff. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Woo woo woo. The cold wind howled in the valley, and the grey mist pervaded, making one's heart palpitate. In the center, a crimson lake had now dried up. Only a huge blood cocoon and a pile of stacked bones remained. The blood-red glow on the cocoon flickered on and off like a heart beating quietly, breathing, incredibly eerie. Just then, the blood cocoon emitted a dull heartbeat sound, like a giant drum vibrating, shaking the entire valley involuntarily. Moments later, in the void, an old man and a young man appeared. The young man was dressed in a wide black robe, and his black hair was tied up with a wooden pin, giving him an exceptionally handsome look, a beauty that was tantalizing and marked with a maturity beyond his years. As expected of the demonic spirit root, to have integrated the demon lord's blood and completed the baptism so quickly. The young man looked at the blood cocoon and chuckled lightly, his tone full of a strange affinity. Congratulations, ancestor. Good fortune to you, ancestor. The old man immediately bowed in salute and congratulated. The young man chuckled again and lightly pointed at the blood cocoon. Suddenly, the cocoon began to crack open bit by bit, turning into specks of blood-red light, revealing the man wrapped inside. The man, in his 20s, had an elegant and handsome face, with skin white and smooth, but there was a half-moon blood lotus on his brow, faint yet indelible, adding a sense of wicked enchantment. He slowly regained consciousness, opening his eyes. They were different from ordinary people's, shining with a dark and blood-red light, captivating and eerie. Where am I? I remember. I think I encountered bandits and then I jumped off a cliff. Chu Chang'e, as if awakening from a dream, with blood-red eyes full of confusion, rubbed the center of his brow. But the next moment, he saw his palms had become as pale as jade, his fingernails sharp and fierce, glowing an eerie red, and he was taken aback. What is this? Then he saw the piles of white bones around him and got another shock, filled with terror. Before he could linger on his astonishment, a young man approached him and said with a laugh, "From today on, you are my disciple." Chapter 54, Only Strength is Eternal, _1. Chapter 54, Only Strength is Eternal, _1. Jiang Country, Qing Province, Zhoushan Mansion. A youth, a young man, an old man, appeared out of thin air in a desolate and dilapidated courtyard, overgrown with weeds. "Is this my home? How did my home become like this?" The young man frowned slightly as he looked at the ruined courtyard before him. It was clear that this courtyard had been uninhabited for a long time. Changsheng couldn't help feeling a sense of ominous foreboding as he looked at the scene before him. He quickly circled the yard and then ran to the main entrance to confirm that this was indeed his home. Why would my parents move without reason? Even if they moved, they wouldn't just abandon the house like this. Changsheng muttered to himself in a low voice, but a wrenching pain surged in his heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, and his dark red eyes glowed with a bloody light as if they were filled with undried fresh blood. Trying to suppress the throbbing pain in his heart, he ran to the street and asked passers-by what had happened to the Chu family. But the passers-by who saw his blood-red, dull eyes all reacted like startled rabbits, their faces changing drastically in fear as they ran away. Finally, a trembling vendor spoke out. "No one knows what sins the Chu family committed, but a year ago, the entire family was murdered. As far as I know, the case remains unsolved to this day." As the words fell, boom. Changsheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his brain seemed to explode. He stumbled and half knelt on the ground, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He couldn't believe it, mumbling in denial as images of his kind parents, his clever and innocent little sister, floated through his mind. He refused to believe that his parents, his sister, Uncle Su, and Auntie had all died. But the reality was right in front of him, leaving him with no rationale for explanation. Ah! Changsheng let out a heart-wrenching howl to the sky, his eyes splitting with rage, and tears of blood streamed down his face, full of sorrow. His face twisted in pain, and a crescent moon-like red lotus appeared on his forehead, oozing with blood, allowing strands of bloody aura in his body to run wild, and behind him, the phantom of a three-headed, six-armed figure emerged in blood. Even more alarming was that his black hair turned white at a visible rate. As expected of the demonic spirit root, merely baptized by the blood of the demon lord and without even starting cultivation or full integration, he can already stimulate the demonic blood lying dormant within. In the courtyard, the youth looked at Changsheng's condition and chuckled lightly. "Elder, won't he think that we had someone do this and thus harbor resentment towards us?" The old man asked cautiously. "What of resentment?" "Resentment gives motivation. With this child's potential, just a bit of diligent cultivation is needed, and within 100 years, he can condense the demonic body. What I want is for him to condense the demonic body as fast as possible and to achieve great mastery in it," said the youth indifferently, always with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, Changsheng, who had been half kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up, gasping for air, his whole body trembling as he clenched his fists and came to the middle of the courtyard. His face was fierce and his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the youth and the old man and yelled, "Was it you who did this? Insolence!" Upon hearing Changsheng's words, the old man immediately rebuked him, exuding a majestic aura that made Changsheng feel as if he was carrying a great weight, and he knelt down with a thump, struggling to breathe. The youth waved his hand and looked at Changsheng, saying, "Today, as your teacher, I'll teach you your first lesson. Don't be impulsive in anything you do, think thrice before you act. What is the significance of you questioning me so impulsively? What difference does it make whether it was me or not me? Acts like yours are foolish. Aside from impotent rage, you cause yourself trouble and may ultimately lose your life for nothing, accomplishing nothing in the end. Remember, in this world, only your own strength is eternal. You have the demonic spirit root and are baptized with the blood of the demon lord, making you an exceptional talent for the demon path. What you need to do now is to bide your time, practice cultivation in secret, and once you have the strength, you begin investigating the truth and avenging your family. However, since it's your first offense, as your mentor, I will forgive and forget," the youth said in an unhurried tone. "All right, now that you have visited home, come with me." As the words of the youth fell, the three of them turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared from the courtyard. Within a manner. Hurry not when uninvolved, self-reliant when facing injustice. Peace is best, but if foes rise, strike them first, without surprise. Personal desire leads to woes, live content, then cultivate your soul. Lu Changsheng was teaching the three-character classic to Lu Ping'an, Lu Wuyu, and Lu Wuyo, the little fellows of the household, using a wooden board. My dear, it's time to eat. What exactly are you teaching them? At this moment, Lu Miaoyun came to call Lu Changsheng for dinner. They are 3 or 4 years old now, so I made up some things for them to read, as a form of enlightenment. Lu Changsheng got up with a smile, calling the group of little ones inside to have a meal. Lu Miaoyun also knew that although her husband came from a peasant family, he was always eager to learn and often read books. So it was normal for him to compile some phrases for enlightenment. However, the sentences for enlightenment sounded rather odd to her. She didn't pay it much attention. Her beautiful face beamed with a sweet smile. For enlightenment, there's a white deer mountain villa on Qingzhou Mountain, which has scholars hired from the secular world. You could send Ping'an and the others there for their education. You are busy with many things, my husband, let me take care of this matter. Lu Miaoyun said. Let's wait until they're a bit bigger, and send them all together next year. The White Deer Mountain Villa was within Qingzhou Mountain, not too far away, making it feasible for the wives to take turns picking up and dropping off the children. After all, he didn't have much time to teach the children, and it was not certain he could teach them well. Moreover, Lu Changsheng didn't have many expectations for the children. As long as they grew up safely and didn't cause trouble for him as their father, it was sufficient. He was not like most parents who wish for their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. Mainly because there wasn't much to hope for. With the system within him, he knew among these children, only the 7th and 17th ones had spiritual roots. The others didn't have spiritual roots and their futures lay within the secular world. With him as their father, these children would already be better off than 90% of ordinary people in the secular world, and hard work could only get them so far. Of course, he did have some expectations. He planned for these children to practice martial arts as they grew, to achieve martial Dao innate. Then, to marry and start businesses early, establishing a martial arts family in the secular world, to branch out the Lu family. Honestly, with him as their father to support them, these two tasks were not difficult. As for children like the 7th and 17th, Lu Changsheng actually didn't have high hopes either. After all, the quality of their spiritual roots was there for all to see. He was very clear about the hardships of cultivating with such spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng didn't want his children to struggle or suffer too much, moderation was enough. After all, one can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. His Lu family was not in a rush for quick success, focusing instead on a long-term future. Lu Changsheng didn't think much of it and went to the dining hall with Lu Miaoyun and the children for dinner. Chapter 55, Emerald Bamboo Rice, Metaphysics, _1. Chapter 55, Emerald Bamboo Rice, Metaphysics, _1. In the middle of the dining hall, a large revolving round table was set up to seat the entire family. Of course, the children were still young and did not sit at the table. When they grew older, or should there be more wives and concubines, there would not be enough room. Husband, this emerald bamboo spirit rice was cooked for 3 hours with spiritual fire by Shaoqing. Try it and see how it tastes, said Miaoyun as she carried a small wooden barrel crafted from emerald bamboo spirit wood to serve Changsheng a bowl of rice. As Changsheng sat down at the head of the table, Lu Miaoyun scooped a bowl of rice for him from a small jade-green bamboo barrel. Each grain of rice in the bowl was vividly green and crystal clear, resembling beads of agate or jade, emitting a refreshing bamboo fragrance that tantalized the appetite. Changsheng took a bite and immediately savored the lingering taste in his mouth. After 2 more bites, he commented, "This is indeed first-grade spirit rice, the flavor is truly good. You all should try it too," Changsheng said to his wives and concubines. This emerald bamboo spirit rice had just been delivered by the Lu family the day before. It was one of the benefits given to him for his promotion to middle-grade talisman master. After becoming a middle-grade talisman master, his basic benefits did not change much. In addition to the standard monthly allowance of 10 spirit stones, 30 caddies of spirit rice, and a bottle of yellow dragon elixir, he now received an extra 20 caddies of emerald bamboo spirit rice, a special product of the Lu family. The emerald bamboo spirit rice, with every grain resembling jade, not only contains rich spiritual energy and tastes sweet but also has the effect of nurturing the body, cleansing impurities, and purifying flesh and blood over long-term consumption. Ordinary grains and vegetables inevitably leave impurities settled within the body. That is why cultivators usually consume spirit rice. Emerald bamboo spirit rice is a step above ordinary spirit rice and is considered first-grade spirit rice. Even for the Lu family, the annual yield is limited. Only certain members like the family elders and guest elders receive a set portion each month. This time, due to Changsheng's advancement to middle-grade talisman master and his marriage to Lu Miaoyun, the Lu family granted him an allowance of 20 caddies per month. Beyond the reward of emerald bamboo spirit rice, the other change was that by completing the monthly talisman-making tasks assigned by the Lu family, he could now earn an additional spirit stone bonus. Unlike before, where there were no rewards for completing the assigned tasks. The bonus wasn't much, but it wasn't insignificant either, currently amounting to 10 spirit stones. Moreover, for any extra talismans made beyond the quota, the Lu family agreed to purchase them at market price. This arrangement could be considered an indirect improvement in benefits, adding an incentive to perform better. Naturally, Changsheng had no objections to this and felt it was satisfactory. After all, if one were to account for it, the Lu family marrying off Lu Miaoyun to him, along with a young maidservant as part of the dowry, could also be seen as a reward. Having spent the past few days together, Changsheng grew quite fond of his young wife Miaoyun. Though she showed a bit of youthful temperament, she was very well-behaved and sensible. Far from acting like a spoiled lady, she quickly became close with his other wives and concubines in the backyard, leading to a very harmonious relationship and displaying a degree of mature elegance. This pleased Changsheng greatly. Indeed, beauty does not surpass a resplendent heart, a virtuous wife supports my ambitions to soar high. For Changsheng, in terms of taking a wife or concubines, looks or physical appearance were not his primary concern. Being above average in appearance was sufficient, spiritual root aptitude and moral character were much more important. "Thank you, husband." On hearing Changsheng's words, the wives and concubines began to eat. However, there wasn't much of the emerald bamboo spirit rice, just a small barrel's worth, and after Changsheng took a generous serving for himself, the rest only took a small portion to taste. At that moment, Xiaoqing also brought out the remaining dishes on a tray. As Miaoyun's maidservant, her skills were in spirit plant cultivation and cooking. Although she wasn't a spirit chef, her cooking skills were excellent and would be considered top-notch in the mundane world. Hence, upon coming with Miaoyun, she took on the role of a junior cook. "There is a spot available, Xiaoqing, come sit and eat," Changsheng said. "We don't have that many rules here," he added, glancing at Xiaoqing. "I'm not hungry." The clear, large eyes of Xiaoqing looked up at Lu Changsheng, and her face showed a well-behaved smile as she chirped. "Xiaoqing, if your husband tells you to sit down, then sit down," said Lu Miaoyun, who also knew that her own husband wasn't one for many formalities or complex rituals. She rose to her feet, pulling on Xiaoqing's arm, and had her sit down beside them. "Thank you, master," said Xiaoqing in her crisp voice, after which she also filled a bowl with rice and began to eat a little at a time. Afterwards, "Husband." Lu Miaoyun, bedewed with fragrant sweat, lay weakly in Lu Changsheng's arms and said with shyness and timidity, "Your concubine can't go on, let Xiaoqing come in to serve my lord." Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng felt a warmth in his heart. His little charming wife was indeed considerate and well-behaved. "It's all right, let your husband cherish Yuner first." Lu Changsheng pinched his wife's cheek and then climbed on top again. Time flew quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Through the daily nutrition and nourishment of spirit rice and spiritual wine, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel his physical condition had improved a level from before. However, regarding the 100 Refinements treasure body art, there was still no progress. There was no helping it, orthodox-level body refining techniques were just like that. Powerful as they may be, the threshold for cultivation was really high. It was very difficult to get started, requiring an extremely strong physical foundation. Lu Changsheng's body, not being drained by sensual pleasures, was already quite good, but it was not nearly enough to talk about a strong physical foundation. Thus, if he wanted to cultivate the 100 Refinements treasure body art, he could only rely on slowly nurturing his body and enduring with time. He estimated that, at the current pace, it would take at least 2 or 3 years to get started. Unless, as he had thought before, he could take a shortcut through the system's lucky draw and obtain a magical treasure, using the condensation method in the 100 Refinements treasure body art to integrate the treasure into his body and use it to nurture himself. But that was still a bit far off. His 21st child had just been born not long ago. To enter the draw, he would need at least 9 more children. Moreover, even after having 30 children, it was not certain whether the system would give out child money. But regardless of whether the system complemented or not, Lu Changsheng always remembered that having children was the most important. With the efforts of this past month, Lu Miaoyun had also successfully conceived. Although it was said that when a female cultivator becomes pregnant, it damages the vital essence and greatly hinders cultivation. The higher-ups in the Lu family were all delighted to hear it. Because in the eyes of the Lu family's upper echelons, the more children the two had, the more stable the marriage would be, and the more firmly Lu Changsheng would be tied to the Lu family. Lu Changsheng was also very happy. With Lu Miaoyun possessing a 7th-grade spiritual root, there was a great chance that their children would have spiritual roots. Especially with the example set by Changsheng, he had high expectations for the child in Lu Miaoyun's womb. After Lu Miaoyun became pregnant, the family head Lu Yuanding and the 4th elder both sent over nutritional supplements. In the cultivation world, there was a rather mystical belief. If a mother's environment during pregnancy was good, with ample nutrition and sufficient spiritual energy to nourish the fetus, then the probability of the child having a spiritual root, and the quality of that root, would be higher. Whether this was true or not was difficult to verify. But now that he had the means, Lu Changsheng was willing to believe in this mysticism. He took out some of his spirit stones, enabling his wives and children to eat spirit rice and spirit vegetables every day. In the past, the 30 caddies of spirit rice provided by the Lu family every month were simply not enough for his entire household. He was the priority receiver, his wives and children could only occasionally eat spirit rice and vegetables. But now, there had been a small improvement in the perks and benefits provided by the Lu family. Coupled with the stable income from talisman sales through Hong Yi and the profits from Bullhead Mountain, Lu Changsheng could finally afford to improve the dietary conditions for his wives and children. Chapter 56, My Demon Path Big Uncle, _1. Chapter 56, My Demon Path Big Uncle, _1. Lu Changsheng received a letter. It was from Hong Yi, who wrote that someone he had sent out had learned of a piece of news in Zhoushan Mansion. A strange man had appeared in the Chu family courtyard. According to his investigation, there was a high probability that this man was Chu Chang'e, because someone there recognized Chu Chang'e's appearance. And this strange man appeared within the Chu family, asking people about what had happened there. So putting all these circumstances together, it was almost certain that this man was Chu Chang'e. But for some reason, whereas Chu Chang'e was once known for his refined and handsome scholar appearance, he had now transformed into something demonic and ominous, his eyes an extremely blood-red, like a monster's. In the letter, Hong Yi said that after Chu Chang'e appeared, he disappeared without a trace, with no further news. He suspected that Chu Chang'e had also started on the path of cultivation, but it was of the demon path, and warned Lu Changsheng to be careful. Demon path. After finishing the letter, Lu Changsheng's eyes slightly narrowed. About what he knew, the cultivation world of Jiang country revered the Heavenly Sword sect. The major immortal sects, immortal cities, and cultivating clans, were all seemingly righteous forces on the surface. Not one of them was from the demonic sects. Thus in Jiang country, there was no fertile ground for the existence of demonic path cultivators. On the rare occasion there were some demon cultivators, they were often loose cultivators who had obtained a demonic inheritance. Lu Changsheng never expected that his newfound uncle would take up the demon path. I wonder if this big uncle will come looking for Qingzhou Mountain. He certainly wasn't worried about this big uncle of his finding Qingzhou Mountain. After all, a clear conscience fears no midnight knocking. Not only had he saved Changsheng, but their affection for each other was mutual. Could it be that this big uncle would come to cause him trouble? Even if Chu Chang'e did not understand the true situation and came to bother him, he would still need the ability to find him. In Lu Changsheng's view, since Changsheng had an 8th-grade spiritual root, even if her brother had a spiritual root, it likely wouldn't be much better. Moreover, in Jiang country, demon cultivators were akin to rats crossing the street, despised and pursued by everyone. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly come to Qingzhou Mountain to trouble him? Sigh, it seems my big uncle is also a tragic figure. Entering the path of cultivation, yet choosing the demon path, only to come home and learn of his family's destruction. Lu Changsheng heaved a sigh and shook his head. He had a rather good impression of this big uncle of his, whom he had never met. Because over the past year and more, Chu Zhenjun had told him many things from their childhood. Among these, she often mentioned this inexpensive big uncle. According to Chu Zhenjun, her brother, though always studying and not one to smile or speak much, preferring to preach lofty principles, was not a rigid person. He was very affectionate towards his little sister and often helped her clean up her messes, even hiding them from their parents when she made mistakes. I won't tell Zhenjun about this for now, so she doesn't worry. If I have the capacity to help in the future, I might indeed lend a hand to this big uncle, of course, that is if he's still alive. As for now, forget about it. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and let it out long, not dwelling further on this matter. At present, he was merely a weak qi refinement third-level cultivator, barely surviving in Qingzhou Mountain. This big uncle of his, he couldn't really help at the moment, nor did he want to trouble himself with caring. He then replied to Hong Yi with a letter, telling him not to inquire into Chu Changa's whereabouts anymore. Otherwise, if they got involved with a demon cultivator, it would be another hassle. Chu Zhenjun's cheeks were scarlet, her face flushed, her eyes dazed with enchantment as she slowly came back to her senses. She punched Lu Changsheng with her small fist and scolded, "You're terrible, forget about the three of us attending to you again, you only know how to bully people." Lu Miaoyun, on the other hand, was embarrassed like an ostrich tucking into its blanket, while Xiao Qin, though somewhat shy, was relatively more composed and continued to attend to Lu Changsheng. "Hey, isn't it rare though? Look, your Yuner isn't saying anything," Lu Changsheng chuckled. "Husband, please, no more, it's so embarrassing." Lu Miaoyun buried her head in the blanket, her voice muffled and breathy. "Husband, I've completed drawing breath into the body and have become a cultivator." This day, Chu Zhenjun, with a gold hairpin and pendant on her head, and dressed in a pink and white skirt, approached Lu Changsheng with a face full of joy and excitement to report the good news. After spending more than a year in Qingzhou Mountain, the baby fat on her face had faded, her naive charm had retreated, and her tender figure had become much more alluring. On her pure and lovely face, a few traces of the charm of a wife and a mother have emerged. My Zhenjun has broken through to Qi refinement first level. Upon hearing this news, Lu Changsheng was very happy. Since his wives possessed spiritual roots, he naturally hoped that they would all embark on the path of cultivation and accompany him for a bit longer. Leaving aside the future possibilities of becoming his supporters, at the very least, cultivation would benefit their health in many ways. The reason Chu Zhenjun had only now broken through to the first level of qi refinement was that pregnancy, nurturing, and body recovery had delayed her cultivation. Otherwise, in Qingzhou Valley, with access to a second-grade spiritual vein and even without cultivation resources, she would have already achieved this breakthrough long ago. Looking at the little wife in front of him, whose every frown and smile was captivating, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but pull her into his arms and said, "To celebrate my Zhenjun becoming a cultivator, let your husband reward you handsomely." Even though she was already a mother, Chu Zhenjun's shy nature had not changed. Upon hearing these words, she immediately blushed deeply, her heart filled with embarrassment. Before she could say anything, she felt a warm kiss on her lips, followed by her body growing a bit weak. After a while, Chu Zhenjun's voice became urgent, and she gasped, "Husband, let's return to the bedroom. It's fine, we're at home, and there's no one around." Lu Changsheng spoke softly. Soon after, accompanied by Chu Zhenjun's coquettish, stammering, and rustling sounds, the small courtyard in the midst of autumn gained a touch of spring. In the following days, Lu Changsheng devoted most of his energy to Chu Zhenjun. Since Chu Zhenjun had made a breakthrough to the first level of qi refinement, and given that it had been 6 months since her last delivery, he naturally needed to take good care of her and start working towards the second child. In the blink of an eye, the end of the month arrived. Every month's end was the day the fourth elder would hold a lecture on talisman making. That day, after getting up and finishing his breakfast, Lu Changsheng went to the fourth elder's residence. Since he had visited once before, he didn't need someone to guide the way. Lu Changsheng confidently made his way through the corridors to reach a quiet courtyard. The courtyard walls were lined with green and jade-like Qingling bamboo. In the center was a small pavilion with 5 tables and chairs placed nearby. Currently, next to the pavilion, a stunning figure stood tall and straight. Her face was lovely, her eyes clear as water, dressed in a white skirt simple and elegant. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, hanging softly to the waist of her snowy dress, in a striking contrast of black and white. Adorning only the simple white dress and shoes, her graceful figure and elegant bearing exuded a unique allure, carrying a breath of ethereal otherworldliness. The gentle breeze blew, and strands of sunlight fell upon her, illuminating her white dress. It bathed her in a layer of sacred golden radiance, making her appear all the more divine and noble. Seeing Lu Miaoge standing as if she had stepped out from a painting, Lu Changsheng could not help but show a hint of admiration in his eyes. Perhaps it was because since the awakening of his memories, the first fairy he encountered in the cultivation realm was Lu Miaoge, giving him a special sentiment towards her in his heart. Previously, upon seeing Lu Miaoge, due to the disparity in their statuses, Lu Changsheng harbored thoughts but didn't feel much. Now, with the confidence given by the system and the rise in status of the Lu family, Lu Miaoge no longer seemed unattainable to him. Thus, every time he saw Lu Miaoge, he couldn't help but nurture thoughts he hadn't entertained before. Thoughts of conquering the celestial beauty, who seemed pure and unworldly, under his body to taste at will. Sigh, no wonder many people, once they have money and power, become morally corrupt. Lu Changsheng shook his head internally. He had just recently married Lu Miaoyun, and now he was already harboring inappropriate thoughts toward his wife's cousin. Eldest Mississippi. Lu Changsheng didn't dwell on such thoughts. He greeted Lu Miaoge with a smile. As a talisman master of the Lu family, Lu Miaoge would come to study talisman making with the 4th elder on this day every month. As for the other Lu family disciples who were learning talisman making, because they were apprentices, the 4th elder divided the lessons into 2 groups. The morning was for Lu Miaoge and Lu Changsheng, and the afternoon was for the other Lu family disciples. Lu Changsheng. Seeing Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoge greeted him with a light smile. Her smile was faint, as delicate as a snow lotus blooming on the mountain, quickly concealing her mirth to return to her previous serene and ethereal demeanor. This made Lu Changsheng silently think to himself that the 2 sisters were quite similar in this respect. Neither of them liked to smile much, but when they did, it was very beautiful. He didn't go over to chat or anything. Even if he harbored thoughts about Lu Miaoge, it wasn't as if he could just go up and pursue her. One reason was that his current status was not suitable for pursuing her, and besides, one doesn't chase after a girl, one attracts her. Lu Changsheng sat down at a table and chair on the side, waiting for the 4th elder to arrive. Chapter 57, Taking a Talisman Making Class with the Young Miss, _1. Chapter 57, Taking a Talisman Making Class with the Young Miss, _1. It wasn't long before the 4th elder arrived in the courtyard. Her hair was coiled elegantly atop her head, with streaks of silver among the black, and she was dressed in a bluish-brown dress, making her look every bit the dignified and graceful lady of high status. Grandmother. Great-aunt. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge immediately made a formal bow with hands clasped to the 4th elder. There's no need for so much ceremony, please sit. The 4th elder showed a warm and kind face as she waved her hand. Then turning to the 2, she spoke, Changsheng, Miaoge, show me the talismans you've been practicing most recently. Upon hearing this, both brought out their talisman-making tools and began drawing talismans. Lu Changsheng was still working on the fire cloud talisman he had first revealed. After all, when he had first revealed himself to be a first-grade middle-grade talisman master, his success rate had only been about 10% to 20%, so naturally he still needed to practice. The 4th elder glanced at the talismans being drawn. Seeing Lu Changsheng's steady wrist and confident strokes as he sketched the fire cloud talisman, she couldn't hide a look of surprise. Following, under the watchful eyes of the 4th elder, Lu Changsheng successfully completed the drawing of the fire cloud talisman. Changsheng, you must have a success rate of around 60% to 70% when drawing the fire cloud talisman now, right? After watching Lu Changsheng's progress with the fire cloud talisman, the 4th elder exclaimed with a face lit up by a trace of pleasant surprise. Lu Miaoge, who was at the side drawing her talisman, trembled slightly in her fair wrist upon hearing this, resulting in the failure of the talisman she was working on. Then she turned her bright eyes towards Lu Changsheng. Her delicate face expressed clear astonishment. She was well aware that it was just 2 months ago that Lu Changsheng had achieved the status of a first-grade middle-grade talisman master. In just 2 months, he had improved his success rate with the first-grade middle-grade fire cloud talisman to 60% to 70%. Such talent in talisman making was truly terrifying. She couldn't help recalling 3 years ago when Lu Changsheng became a talisman-making apprentice, and she had accompanied Uncle Fu to assess him. She had recognized then that Lu Changsheng's talent for talisman making was higher than her own. But she had never expected, Lu Changsheng's talisman making talent was even greater than she had thought, so much greater. Without anyone's guidance, in just over 3 years, he had become a middle-grade talisman master. Now, under the mentorship of the fourth elder, the Fire Cloud Talisman, which originally only had a success rate of 20%, had improved in just 1 month to a staggering 60% to 70% success rate. This progress was simply terrifying. Even though she was usually as calm and poised as water and was already trying to draw superior-grade talismans to challenge for the superior-grade talisman master title, in that moment, in front of Lu Changsheng, she couldn't help feeling a sense of despondency and frustration. She pursed her lips, put aside her feelings of loss and defeat, and took out a new piece of talisman paper to start drawing again. "It's all thanks to your guidance last time, grandmother. I've been practicing hard at home to achieve this success rate." Lu Changsheng answered with a nod. He was unaware that his behavior had caused Lu Miaoge to feel frustrated. This display of talent with the Fire Cloud Talisman was something he had planned in advance and was part of his strategy. He wanted to make use of the pretext of the fourth elder's guidance to accelerate the unveiling of his own talents in talisman making. "Excellent, excellent, that's very good. Grandmother can see that you're fairly proficient with the Fire Cloud Talisman. It's just during the transitions, the drawing of the talisman lines is not quite smooth enough with spiritual power. However, with more practice and familiarity in your daily routine, that should improve," the fourth elder said, praising Lu Changsheng after hearing his words. She continued to address Lu Changsheng. "Then today, grandmother will teach you how to draw the Windwalking Talisman. The Windwalking Talisman, like the Fire Cloud Talisman, is a first-grade middle-grade talisman. In terms of difficulty, it's slightly more challenging than the Fire Cloud Talisman." "Thank you, grandmother." Lu Changsheng spoke respectfully. He had no preference over which talisman to learn or practice, and simply followed the fourth elder's arrangements. One reason was that he did not care much, another was that it was part of the terms of the spiritual contract with the Lu family. He had to follow the Lu family's arrangements and practice the respective talismans. The Windwalking Talisman is different from the Fire Cloud Talisman. It emphasizes softness, not just in the brushwork but also in the output of spiritual power, carrying a sense of roundness. A critical point with the Windwalking Talisman is that every time you reach a turning point, the brushwork should be light and smooth, and the spiritual power must be continuously bounced out in a gentle stream. The fourth elder explained the essentials of the Windwalking Talisman to Lu Changsheng. She then drew a Windwalking Talisman on the spot, allowing Lu Changsheng to sense the fluctuations of spiritual power on it and to imitate the lines drawn upon it. "Yes, grandmother." Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded and picked up a stack of blank papers from the table to familiarize himself with the talisman lines. When starting to draw a new talisman, it is common to practice drawing talisman lines on blank paper first, before trying to create it on real talisman paper. Starting directly with talisman paper would generally be wasteful, as failure was almost certain at that stage. Of course, for someone exceptional like Lu Changsheng, it was a different case. But in front of the fourth elder, he naturally still presented himself as earnestly learning. Then, the fourth elder turned her attention towards Lu Miaoge, who was in the process of talisman making, only to see that Lu Miaoge's talisman had failed again. Knowing that Lu Miaoge was still unfamiliar with the talisman she was drawing, the speaker outlined the key points. "Miaoge, the golden light barrier talisman values firmness as the main aspect, with softness as a supplement. The strokes must be soft, yet firm, and the output of spiritual power must also be strong and powerful. When you make the first stroke, your touch and spiritual power should be like cotton wrapped around iron. At the first turn of the talisman line, you need to add a bit more gathering feel, while your spiritual power should release. After the 9th turn, the power must flow continuously without end. Making talismans, with higher grades of talismans, becomes more difficult and complex. The process of beginning, continuing, turning, and concluding, every stroke and line, follows very strict standards. Just the technique of making the initial stroke includes a great deal of specifics, such as being robust and powerful, firm yet soft, soft yet firm, a combination of strength and gentleness, and so on, extremely complex. Like the golden light barrier talisman that Lu Miaoge was drawing, it is a superior grade first-grade talisman, very complex, and a notch above middle-grade talismans. Yes, fourth grandmother. Hearing this, Lu Miaoge nodded, her delicate features showing a concentrated expression as she continued to lean over and draw the talisman. But halfway through, the talisman paper emitted blue smoke, signifying failure. Miaoge, when you were tracing the talisman lines, your stroke was too forceful, which clashed with the spiritual power, leading to failure. Come, feel my spiritual power, the force. The fourth elder pointed out the mistake. She immediately took hold of Lu Miaoge's hand and slowly drew out the golden light barrier talisman. Lu Changsheng also glanced over in their direction. He could see that the fourth elder was indeed skilled in talisman making. At the very least, she was very familiar with the golden light barrier talisman. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to guide someone like this in drawing a talisman. Miaoge, using that sensation, try again. After the fourth elder led Lu Miaoge through the completion of the golden light barrier talisman, she spoke. Yes, grandmother. Lu Miaoge nodded gently and then tried drawing it again. But she failed again halfway through the process. Seeing this scene, the fourth elder didn't say anything. She simply encouraged, it's okay, just practice more, familiarize yourself with it a few times, and you'll be fine. For a talisman master, this was quite normal. If it was possible to succeed after just a few attempts, then becoming a talisman master wouldn't be that difficult. After a while, seeing that Lu Changsheng was also nearly familiar with drawing the windwalking talisman, the fourth elder said to him, Come, Changsheng, draw a windwalking talisman for me to see. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng also began to demonstrate drawing the windwalking talisman. But he failed as well, around 1/5 of the way through. He was talented, but he was not freakishly so. If he succeeded after only 1 or 2 attempts, it would have been too astonishing and potentially problematic. Your hand is very stable, and your strokes are steady, but just now, your spiritual power was a bit rushed. At this step, your hand needs a touch of looseness, and your spiritual power should gently envelop the stroke. After watching Lu Changsheng finish drawing, the fourth elder remarked. She immediately approached and took hold of Lu Changsheng's hand, guiding him stroke by stroke as they slowly completed the windwalking talisman together. Although there were concerns about physical contact between men and women, for the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng was just a junior, and her granddaughter's future husband, and so such concerns were not considered important. Through this process, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel the force and flow of spiritual power coming from the fourth elder's palm. At this step, your hand should be loose, with your spiritual power enveloping the stroke, imparting a sense of bounce, a light flick of the wrist, finishing the rest in one go. Try again. In a kindly tone, the fourth elder instructed Lu Changsheng, then let go of his hand. All right, grandmother. Lu Changsheng nodded, but did not start drawing immediately. Instead, he took out a gourd from his storage bag and took a sip of liquid before continuing. Inside was white jade 100 flowers wine, which had the effect of restoring spiritual power and calming the mind. It was helpful for his talisman making. He naturally didn't need the wine to calm his mind, but it was necessary to help restore his spiritual power. The fourth elder made no comment on this. She knew that Lu Changsheng was only at the 3rd level of qi cultivation and couldn't draw too many first-grade middle-grade talismans without relying on spiritual wine for power restoration. Then, under the fourth elder's watchful eye, Lu Changsheng managed to draw about a quarter of the talisman before failing. Your spiritual power didn't fully envelop the stroke. To be focused on a point, try a few more times. After watching, the fourth elder gave her feedback. And so it went. Under the fourth elder's tutelage, a morning passed. That morning, neither Lu Changsheng nor Lu Miaoge succeeded in creating any new talismans. But they had at least gained an introductory understanding of these types of talismans and grasped their essentials. Next, they just needed to go back and practice more, to become more familiar. Chapter 58, Changsheng's second child, Breakthrough Elixir, _1. Chapter 58, Changsheng's second child, Breakthrough Elixir, _1. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Chu Zhenjin, who had been receiving special attention from Lu Changsheng, ran to him and said, "Husband, I think I am pregnant." "Pregnant? Let me see." Lu Changsheng, hearing this, was overjoyed and placed his head against Chu Zhenjin's belly. Of course, at this time, there were no fetal movements yet. But as a cultivator, Lu Changsheng could faintly sense the new life being nurtured within her stomach. "Good, good, good, indeed you are pregnant. Come here, Zhenjin, let your husband give you a kiss." Seeing that Chu Zhenjin was pregnant, Lu Changsheng's mood soared. He caressed his delicate wife's cheek and kissed her tender lips fiercely. In the courtyard, there were other sisters present. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle at the scene, leaving Chu Zhenjin blushing. Feeling slightly embarrassed and annoyed, she gave her husband a playful punch. Her fair and charming face was flushed red with shyness, utterly irresistible. Yet this hint of girlish shyness, coupled with Chu Zhenjin's charm as a wife and mother-to-be, was both pure and enticing. It set Lu Changsheng's heart ablaze, making him wish he could take his lovely wife right then and there. However, seeing how happy her husband was, Chu Zhenjin's blushing face also revealed a smile of pure happiness and contentment. Now that both Lu Miaoyun and Chu Zhenjin were pregnant, Lu Changsheng felt extremely contented, feeling that life was becoming ever more promising. He looked forward eagerly to the birth of his children by the two delicate wives. He also thought of the two beloved concubines who hadn't been pregnant yet, and a maidservant with a spiritual root. But since Lu Miaoyun was only a little over a month pregnant, he wasn't in a hurry for the maidservant Xiaqing to become pregnant. After all, if a maidservant became pregnant around the same time as his wife, it wouldn't be quite appropriate, it might seem like a competition for favor. Although Lu Changsheng himself didn't really care. But after all, they were in the Lu family, and it was better to be cautious. Therefore, he planned to focus his attention on the two favored concubines next. Regarding these two concubines, Lu Changsheng was also somewhat curious. If they were to get pregnant and have children, he wondered if the children's hair and eye colors would resemble his own or their mother's. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month, the day the fourth elder taught talisman making. When the fourth elder inspected the progress of Lu Miaoge and Lu Changsheng on their talismans, Lu Changsheng directly took out a wind-walking talisman he had drawn and said to the fourth elder, "Grandmother, I successfully made the wind-walking talisman yesterday." "You made the wind-walking talisman?" The fourth elder, upon hearing this, was initially stunned. Then, looking at the talisman in Lu Changsheng's hand, her face lit up with delight. She hadn't expected that in just a month, Lu Changsheng would have succeeded in making the wind-walking talisman. You must know that the most difficult part of talisman making is the first step, moving from nothing to something. Once the first step is successful, the subsequent process from 1 to 10 becomes much simpler. Lu Miaoge, standing beside them, also looked at Lu Changsheng with immense surprise upon hearing this. These past 2 months, she had hardly made any significant progress on her golden light barrier talisman. Though the talisman she was practicing was a superior grade talisman. Back when she was at Lu Changsheng's current level, it took her roughly 3 months to succeed with the golden light insignia, which was equivalent to the wind-walking talisman in difficulty. Yet now, Lu Changsheng had managed to successfully make the wind-walking talisman in just 1 month. Lu Miaoge bit her lip gently, feeling somewhat disheartened by the blow. In talisman making, her talent was already considered quite good. Otherwise, among the many Lu family disciples, she wouldn't have been the only talisman master. And she was even on the verge of breaking through to become a first-grade superior talisman master. The fourth elder had told her that she had a real gift for talisman making, with the potential to become a second-grade talisman master one day. But at this moment, her formerly pride-worthy talent in talisman making was completely crushed by Lu Changsheng. She could already foresee the day when she would be surpassed by him. The fourth elder took the wind-walking talisman from Lu Changsheng's hands. Her fingers traced it inch by inch, feeling both the strokes and the flow of spiritual power within it. "You don't have any issues with drawing the lines for the talisman, your grip and drawing are exceptionally steady, which shows a rare talent," she said. "However, regarding spiritual power, there's a lot left to be desired in terms of proficiency and stability. For instance, this particular point here has a clear issue. Any carelessness could lead to failure, and then there's..." The fourth elder provided a detailed critique of Lu Changsheng's talisman, pointing out the specific issues. She then said, "Changsheng, draw another wind-walking talisman for me to see." Lu Changsheng responded and took out a sheet of talisman paper to begin drawing. However, not even halfway through, the talisman started to give off blue smoke, another failure. At this point, the spiritual power must be wrapped tightly around the brush strokes, but after making a turn, it must be released immediately, with a spring in the motion, the fourth elder said out loud, indicating for Lu Changsheng to continue. After that, Lu Changsheng failed again. He had just started yesterday, so his success rate for making talismans should be at most 10%, naturally, he couldn't show himself to be too skilled. Under the guidance of the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng failed 2 more times. Upon seeing this, the fourth elder didn't say much. She simply comforted him, "It's okay, you're just a bit nervous, and you have just started. Familiarize yourself with it, and you'll be fine. Come, grandmother will guide you through drawing a talisman once more." Afterward, she held Lu Changsheng's hand again and helped him draw the windwalking talisman. "Thank you, grandmother. Changsheng will definitely work hard and not disappoint you," Lu Changsheng said to the fourth elder. "Good child, I am already very satisfied with your performance. Grandmother believes that as long as you work hard, you will surely become a second-rank talisman master in the future," the fourth elder said kindly. She was very satisfied with her grandson-in-law Lu Changsheng. Not only did he have exceptional talent in talisman making, but he was also very steady and treated her granddaughter well. The only fault she could find was that he had too many wives and children. He spent too much time thinking about marrying and having offspring. In her opinion, if Lu Changsheng could concentrate all his efforts on talisman making and focus on the talisman path, he could go much further in the future. "By the way, Changsheng, you've been at the 3rd level of chi refinement for a while now, haven't you?" Suddenly, the fourth elder turned to Lu Changsheng and asked. "Yes, grandmother. I reached the peak of the 3rd level in chi refinement 8 months ago. But as you know, my spiritual root is only 9th grade. Lu Changsheng responded, unable to suppress a wry smile. He had been at the peak of 3rd level in chi refinement 8 months prior. He had not slacked in his cultivation since then, but he had felt no loosening of his bottleneck. With lower-grade spiritual roots, each bottleneck was a barrier. If you need it, grandmother can apply to the family for a breakthrough elixir for you. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th level of chi refinement marks the progression from the early stages to the middle stages, a significant hurdle. The poorer the quality of the spiritual root, the harder it is to break through. In such cases, apart from relying on time to grind through, one can also seek help from breakthrough elixir medicines to overcome the bottleneck. "Thank you, grandmother, but I would still like to continue trying to break through on my own," Lu Changsheng said, politely refusing. He was frustrated by the bottleneck but not desperate to break through it. For now, he did not wish to rely on elixir medicines. His reasoning was simple. If he used a breakthrough elixir to advance from the 3rd to the 4th level in chi refinement, the difficulty of moving from the 6th to the 7th level would increase. If at the 6th level he again used a breakthrough elixir, it would make the foundation establishment even more challenging later on. Occasional help from elixir medicines like the Yellow Dragon elixir was fine as they had no side effects. However, using breakthrough elixirs that stimulated one's potential to advance could have an impact. For most people, if they weren't considering foundation establishment, using breakthrough elixirs wouldn't be a big deal. But Lu Changsheng's focus was on the future, not the present. Since he wasn't in a rush to break through, he preferred to try and make it on his own for as long as possible. If he truly couldn't progress and needed help, then he would consider using elixir medicines. When the fourth elder heard Lu Changsheng's refusal, she was slightly surprised. But she quickly smiled and praised him. "Good, it is spirited of you. If you encounter any problems with your cultivation, feel free to come to grandmother." Lu Miaoge, who was standing nearby, also revealed a touch of surprise in her beautiful eyes upon hearing these words. It was known that breakthrough elixirs were extremely precious. One for breaking through to the middle stages of chi refinement was worth hundreds of spirit stones and was scarce. In the Lu family, it required contributions to exchange for one. Now that the fourth elder had offered to apply for one on behalf of Lu Changsheng and he had declined, expressing a desire to rely on his own effort to break through. For someone with a 9th grade spiritual root, overcoming a bottleneck was far from easy. Nonetheless, she said nothing. Instead, her impression of Lu Changsheng deepened somewhat. She felt that he was very different from the person she had formed an image of. After that, the fourth elder shared some knowledge about talisman making with Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoge and told them it was about time to return home. Miss seemed to look at me in a somewhat unusual way just now. As they walked away from the fourth elder's residence, Lu Changsheng surveyed Lu Miaoge's graceful retreating figure, his eyebrows slightly raised. He naturally didn't think that this young lady had taken a liking to him. Could it be that she was struck by the talent in talisman making I've displayed recently? Lu Changsheng suddenly conjectured. He thought to himself, if that's the case, then this young lady isn't as detached and indifferent as she appears on the surface, and not untouched by worldly concerns. Indeed, she is not a true immortal. How could she be free from worldly desires? They all have emotions and desires. The second young lady also seemed cold and noble on the outside, but her true character didn't match that at all. Lu Changsheng chuckled softly, not taking it too to heart, and headed home. Chapter 59, 8th grade spiritual root, 6th lottery draw _1. Chapter 59, 8th grade spiritual root, 6th lottery draw _1. Time flew by. That day, Lu Changsheng's 22nd child was born. Like most children, he was without a spiritual root. Now, for a child to be without spiritual root, Lu Changsheng had grown accustomed to it, completely without expectation. If the child had a spiritual root, it would be a pleasant surprise. Surprises like that tend to arrive so suddenly, so unexpectedly. 1 month later, when Lu Changsheng's 23rd child was born, he was seized by a deeply mystical tremor. It was the tremor of the child having a spiritual root. Moreover, this particular tremor gave him an indescribable sense of mystery throughout his body. It gave Lu Changsheng a premonition. His spiritual root had advanced. With the addition of this child's spiritual root, his own had risen from a 9th grade to an 8th grade. At that instant, a system notification sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for the birth of 3 children with spiritual roots, receiving 1 lottery draw opportunity. Good, good, good. The tremor from the improvement in spiritual root and the system notification sound filled Lu Changsheng with immense joy and excitement. He had not expected that, with no expectations whatsoever, this child would possess a spiritual root and elevate his own to the 8th grade. And, at the same time, the system had come through with a bonus of child money. Such unexpected and surprising good fortune, or really 2 instances of such surprises, filled him with unstoppable excitement and joy. Husband, what's wrong? His wives, unaware of what had happened to Lu Changsheng, didn't understand why he suddenly appeared so joyful. Lu Changsheng realized that he had gotten a bit carried away with excitement. Mainly because the surprise had come so unexpectedly, so suddenly, that he hadn't managed to keep his composure. An issue with talisman that had troubled me for quite a while just suddenly became clear to me, so I got a little excited for a moment, he said with a smile. Congratulations, husband. Hearing his words, several of his wives also showed smiling faces, voicing their congratulations, without any suspicion or further thought. What's there to congratulate? Our Lu family has been blessed with another son, that's the true cause for celebration, said Lu Changsheng, waving his hand. Internally, he couldn't help but think that he still needed to temper his state of mind further, to be unshaken even if Mount Tai crumbled before him. Otherwise, if such situations became more frequent, it would be easy for others to detect something amiss. He walked into the birthing room, immediately spotting the midwife holding a swaddle. Congratulations, young master, it's a girl, the midwife said to Lu Changsheng. A girl, eh? That's good too, considering the previous 2 were boys, Lu Changsheng remarked, unfazed. He didn't have a strong preference for sons or daughters. He took the child from the midwife's arms. Perhaps because he had become a cultivator, had been practicing the immortal beauty technique, and due to the improved conditions for the child's mother during pregnancy. The child looked much cuter than an ordinary newborn, not as wrinkled. Even knowing that this child possessed a spiritual root, Lu Changsheng was very happy inside, but he didn't show it too obviously or distinctly at that moment. After looking at the child for a while, Lu Changsheng left and went to his study. The child's birth this time has prompted the system to give child money, indicating that the achievement of having a number of children with spiritual roots is different from the achievement of total number of children, he thought to himself. That's to be expected. The difficulty of having children with spiritual roots is noticeably higher. I wonder what the next number will be, 5. Or perhaps 10. Lu Changsheng pondered. he didn't dwell on it. If he fixated on such things, setting expectations in his heart would only make it easier to be disappointed. It was better to let things take their natural course. After all, even if the system didn't bestow child money, he would still want this child. Immediately, Changsheng began the part he was most looking forward to. System, I want to draw a prize. A pale red virtual prize wheel emerged. I wonder what I'll get this time, hopefully a magical treasure. Gazing at the prize wheel before him, Changsheng took a deep breath. Due to the 100 refinements treasure body art, he now had a particularly strong desire for magical treasures. He wanted to see if he could get a magical treasure directly from the system wheel to practice the 100 refinements treasure body art. After all, cultivation techniques could give him all kinds of strange and wonderful abilities. But as long as a magical treasure was decent enough, it would suffice for practicing the 100 refinements treasure body art. With a thought, golden light began to spin on the pale red wheel. After waiting 5 seconds, the wheel gradually slowed down. Under Changsheng's slightly nervous and anticipatory gaze, the golden light settled on other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the goo insect, peach blossom goo. The reward has been sent to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A pattern resembling a butterfly with 2 peach blossom petals emerged from the big wheel, accompanied by a system notification sound. A goo insect, peach blossom goo. Changsheng was somewhat surprised to see this reward. He wasn't too disappointed at not getting the cultivation technique or magical treasures he wanted. After all, he had been disappointed so many times before. A lottery drawing like this, how could it possibly go according to one's wishes? The days ahead were long, and there would be plenty of chances to draw prizes. As long as he worked hard, he would eventually get the rewards he wanted. He looked at the peach blossom goo in the system space. Goo insect, peach blossom goo. Quality, sky spirit goo. Description, a peculiar goo created by the peach blossom immortal, a cultivator of goo arts. It can improve the host's skin and enhance their charisma, creating an extremely attractive appearance to the opposite sex, and it can also increase the host's fortune in romantic affairs. Changsheng didn't know much about goo insects. He only knew that among the various arts of cultivation, there were factions similar to beast taming, such as poison goo, corpse refining, ghost nurturing, and so on. He hadn't really looked into this particular area. But, trusting the system, and seeing the words, sky spirit goo, along with the description of its effects, he felt that this peach blossom goo was not ordinary. It was definitely an exceptional goo insect. First the immortal beauty technique, and now this peach blossom goo. Does this mean that in the future, I'm destined to rely on my looks to live a life of ease? Changsheng smacked his lips. Having experienced the changes brought on by the immortal beauty technique, he was quite looking forward to the effects of the peach blossom goo and thought it was very good. After all, he had been practicing the immortal beauty technique for over 3 years to achieve such handsomeness. Now with the peach blossom goo added to the mix, wouldn't he be the dream of millions of fairies in the cultivation world? Especially since the appearance enhancement from the peach blossom goo was targeted at the opposite sex. Not only was it targeted at the opposite sex, but it could also enhance one's romantic fortune. Handsome, with good romantic luck, wouldn't that be a killer combination? It was simply made to measure for a future where he would be surrounded by wives and consorts, the nemesis of fairies and witches. Romantic fortune. Although the concept of fate is mentioned in the cultivation world, it is nebulous and mysterious, with no detailed explanations. Most books only mention that some people are born with great fate and can turn misfortune into blessing in whatever they do. They might even stumble upon treasures when leaving their homes, charging ahead on the path of cultivation, advancing triumphantly and rapidly. Even though this peach blossom goo can't improve a person's overall fate, it can enhance someone's romantic fortune. I wonder if with this goo, my future cultivation journey will be blessed with continued romantic success. When the time comes, I should look into more about fate and information on goo insects. Although he enjoyed reading various books, he only had surface-level knowledge about the concept of fate and topics like goo insects, which were considered unorthodox. Now that he had obtained this peach blossom goo, he was thinking of delving deeper into related knowledge. Without further thought, Changsheng willed it, and extracted the peach blossom goo from the system space. Chapter 60, Peach Blossom Goo, _1. Chapter 60, Peach Blossom Goo, _1. As Lu Changsheng extracted the peach blossom goo, a butterfly with wings that resembled two pinkish-white peach petals appeared out of thin air in front of him. This peach blossom goo was only the size of a thumb with a faint pink glow emanating from its delicate and tender body. Held in hand, it was extremely soft and slippery, just like holding two peach petals with hardly any weight. From its body, strands of refreshing and ethereal peach blossom fragrance wafted, invigorating the soul. Lu Changsheng, holding the peach blossom goo in his hand, could clearly feel a kind and mysterious connection with it. Much like he did when he acquired the 9 nether hound. No need for any measures to tame or subdue, the system directly helped him tame and subdue it. And through the system, he knew that to control and command this goo creature, he needed to refine it. The method of refinement was also quite simple. Feed it with a drop of essence blood first, then gradually refine the goo with mental spirit and spiritual power. Having understood the basic usage of the peach blossom goo, Lu Changsheng didn't hesitate. He forced out a droplet of blood from his fingertip and fed it to the peach blossom goo. The peach blossom goo had a sesame-sized mouthpiece that slowly licked when it saw the droplet of blood. After a moment, the peach blossom goo had consumed all of the essence blood. Lu Changsheng then began to wrap the peach blossom goo in spiritual power, invading its body and will, refining it. For many goo cultivators, refining a goo worm was an extremely dangerous affair. Although the goo worm did not possess much intelligence, it still had life as a being and an inherent will to survive. Facing the cultivator's refining, it naturally resisted instinctively. Even some fierce and tyrannical goo worms would backlash against the refiner. However, this peach blossom goo was obtained by Lu Changsheng through a system lottery, and there was already a slight intimate connection between them, so this problem didn't exist. Under his spiritual power refinement, the peach blossom goo not only did not resist in the slightest, but it even actively cooperated, allowing Lu Changsheng's spiritual power to enter its body to be refined. Lu Changsheng didn't have to exhaust his mental spirit to suppress the will of the peach blossom goo. Lu Changsheng looked at the partially translucent peach blossom goo in his hand and exhaled a long breath. It wasn't that the refinement was complete, but rather, his spiritual power was exhausted, and he needed to rest and recover it. If this peach blossom goo had not been obtained through the system lottery, with my current cultivation strength, I would not have been able to refine it at all, nor would it have been possible to succeed in the refinement. Not to mention there might have been a backlash, injuring myself. He couldn't help but shake his head. For the past hour, he had used all his spiritual power to refine the peach blossom goo. Yet his spiritual power was depleted, and he had refined less than 1/10 of the peach blossom goo. Bear in mind, this was while the peach blossom goo was fully cooperative. If the peach blossom goo had offered even a slight resistance, he would have encountered an insurmountable challenge in refining it. However, this also shows that this peach blossom goo is even more extraordinary. It is not a goo that an ordinary energy refinement cultivator can come into contact with. And only a cheat like me, with the help of the system, could obtain something far beyond one's own stage, he mused. Now is a good time to restore my spiritual power and see what changes have occurred after my spiritual root advanced to 8th grade. Lu Changsheng began to sit in meditation, cultivating and restoring his spiritual power. He also wanted to see what changes had taken place after his spiritual root progressed from 9th grade to 8th grade. An hour went by. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. After the meditation, he found that his cultivation speed had not significantly increased after his 9th grade spiritual root advanced to 8th grade. It had only improved by about 10%. The cultivation speed of an 8th grade spiritual root is almost 30% faster than that of a 9th grade spiritual root. With the previous addition from Shao Qi and Shao Shi Qi, my spiritual root was already close to 8th grade. So now with this daughter's boost, even though my spiritual root has advanced from 9th grade to 8th grade, the improvement isn't large. A cultivation speed increase of about 10% also implies that this child's spiritual root is a lower grade spiritual root, probably similar to Shao Shi Qi's, a 7th grade or 8th grade spiritual root. Lu Changsheng silently contemplated. But he didn't feel any sense of loss. After all, whether it was a 9th grade or 8th grade spiritual root, they both belonged to the lower grade spiritual roots. The difference between the two wasn't too significant. Thus, advancing from 9th grade to 8th grade spiritual root was unlikely to bring a dramatic qualitative change. However, Changsheng saw the advancement of his spiritual root from 9th grade to 8th grade as a milestone. At the very least, he had taken the first step. The first step in upgrading the spiritual root. In the future, as long as more children possess a spiritual root, his spiritual root would eventually be able to advance step by step, ascending from a lower grade spiritual root to middle grade, then upper grade. Even the legendary Earth Spirit root, heavenly spiritual root. Spiritual roots are not only related to the speed of cultivation but also to the bottlenecks in cultivation. After my 9th grade spiritual root advanced to the 8th grade, I wonder how much it will help me break through the bottleneck at the 4th level energy refinement. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think to himself. Beyond influencing the speed of cultivation, the grade of a spiritual root also affects the cultivation bottlenecks. The better the spiritual root, the weaker the bottleneck. Like now, he was stuck at the bottleneck of breaking through from the 3rd level energy refinement to the 4th level. But with a middle grade spiritual root, this bottleneck might not even exist. Previously, Lu Changsheng read in a book that for spiritual roots of the level of Earth Spirit root and Heavenly Spiritual root, there is no such thing as a bottleneck from the entire Qi refinement all the way to the foundation establishment stage. It's a completely unobstructed journey of cultivation, and in the future, it would be possible to break through to the core formation stage. And to condense a superior gold core. Lu Changsheng didn't continue to dwell on these thoughts as they were still far too distant from him. He rose from his study and went into the practice room to continue his cultivation and replenish his spiritual power. Lu Changsheng got up and went to the library at Qingzhou Villa, searching for books on the topics of destiny and the way of the Gu. However, within the Lu family, there were no books on the concept of destiny, and the Gu way was also not detailed in any of the books. Only in an ancient tome did he find a brief introduction to Gu insects. For example, the quality of Gu insects was divided into mundane Gu, spirit Gu, mysterious spirit Gu, earth spirit Gu, heavenly spirit Gu, and immortal Gu, 6 levels in total. With immortal Gu being of a level like that of the true spirit bloodline in demon beasts, it naturally belonged to the realm of legend. Even the earth spirit Gu and heavenly spirit Gu were the stuff of legends, extremely rare. This gave Lu Changsheng a rough idea of just how precious the peach blossom Gu was. It was probably close to a 9 netherhound with a heavenly grade bloodline. Furthermore, Gu insects can continuously transform and grow, divided from low to high into first transformation, second transformation, third transformation, fourth transformation, fifth transformation. Corresponding to the cultivator's stages of Qi refinement realm, foundation establishment stage, core formation stage, nascent soul stage, divinity transformation stage. Like the peach blossom Gu that Lu Changsheng acquired, it naturally belonged to the first transformation. In the time that followed, besides daily meditation and cultivation, talisman making, Lu Changsheng also found time to refine and fuse with the peach blossom Gu. Thinking of quickly assimilating the peach blossom Gu to see its exact effects. After all, Lu Changsheng was quite looking forward to improving himself and his peach blossom luck. Lu Changsheng finally fully assimilated the peach blossom Gu. At this moment, he felt a strange connection with the peach blossom Gu in front of him. It was as if the peach blossom Gu had become a part of his body. At the same time, he came to understand the peach blossom Gu in detail. Peach blossom Gu feeds on peach blossom luck. The more prosperous the host's peach blossom luck, the faster the peach blossom Gu would grow. With every growth and transformation of the peach blossom Gu, the host's peach blossom luck would become increasingly vibrant. However, the growth and transformation of the peach blossom Gu would be impacted and limited by its master. If the master has not broken through to the foundation establishment stage, then no matter how much peach blossom luck the Gu consumes, it cannot advance to second transformation. Currently, the peach blossom Gu possesses 3 effects. The first 2 are the passive effects introduced in the system explanation before. It can subtly improve the host's physique, making the skin more radiant and the aura stand out, thus becoming more attractive to the opposite sex. Simultaneously, it unconsciously boosts the host's peach blossom luck. Both of these effects are passive. The first one will gradually show some effects. The second, peach blossom luck, is more elusive and intangible. The third effect of the peach blossom Gu is an active one. By activating the peach blossom Gu, it can release a fragrance known as 5 aggregates peach blossom miasma. This aroma has the effect of bewildering and enchanting the mind. Both people and animals, as well as plants, will be influenced. As for the impact, it depends on the strength of the Gu insect. As the peach blossom goo is currently only at the first transformation, the power and effects of the 5 aggregates peach blossom miasma correspond to the chi refinement realm. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.